Since time immemorial, legends have spoken of a spiritual realm. Regarding this ethereal domain, esteemed figures throughout the ages have offered varying interpretations. One poem chronicles, from the Qi to the Tang, this mountain lies desolate. The spiritual realm is forlorn, seldom frequented by wanderers. The spiritual realm defies description. The artistry of its ghostly artisans is indeed elusive. Zhang Yuanqing, a first-year student at Shencheng University, serendipitously acquired a VIP pass to an exclusive club night, a pass to the spiritual realm itself. Shanghai City. At 7:30 in the morning, in a dimly lit room, Zhang Yuanqing jolted awake on the soft, large bed, clutching his head, hunching over like a shrimp. His head throbbed, as if it were about to split open, feeling as though steel needles were embedded in his brain. The pain was so intense that it caused spasms in his scalp, leading to auditory hallucinations and disorienting visions. Confused images flashed through his mind, while a cacophony of meaningless noise assaulted his ears. Zhang Yuanqing realized that his chronic condition had flared up again. Shakily, he rose from the bed, pulled open the drawer of his nightstand, and with trembling hands, located a bottle of medication. Eagerly, he unscrewed the cap and poured 5 or 6 blue pills into his palm, swallowing them hastily. Then he collapsed back onto the bed, gasping for breath as he endured the excruciating pain. After a few agonizing moments, the soul-crushing headache began to subside, gradually easing into a more manageable level. Zhang Yuanqing exhaled a sigh of relief, sweat beading on his forehead. During his high school years, he had developed a peculiar affliction. His mind would uncontrollably recall all past memories, even the trivial, forgotten bits of information. He would involuntarily gather and analyze external data, exerting an astonishing level of control over his own cognitive faculties. Fortunately, this state could not persist for long. It would abruptly end once his body could no longer bear the strain. It was precisely because of this ability that he playfully aced his entrance exams, gaining admission to Shanghai University, renowned nationally for its academic excellence. Zhang Yuanqing dubbed this phenomenon cognitive overload. He believed he might be evolving into a superhuman, yet the limitations of his body thwarted this transformation, causing repeated interruptions. When he shared this theory with a doctor, the physician expressed bewilderment, yet was profoundly impressed, recommending that he consult a psychiatrist downstairs. Ultimately, the hospital could not ascertain a diagnosis, and it was only after his mother returned from overseas with a miraculous remedy that the condition became manageable. As long as he adhered to a regimen of medication, he could stave off relapses. It must be that I didn't rest well last night. I'm too worn out. It's all Jiang Yuer's fault for insisting on coming into my room to play games at midnight. Though he verbally placed the blame elsewhere, a heaviness settled in his heart, for Zhang Yuanqing knew that the effectiveness of his medication was waning, and his condition was worsening. Looks like I'll have to increase the dosage. Zhang Yuanqing slipped on his cotton slippers and approached the window, dramatically pulling back the curtains. Sunlight flooded into the room, filling it with warmth. In April in Shanghai City, spring bloomed with vibrant radiance, and the refreshing morning breeze caressed his face. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Yuanzi, wake up. I'm not getting up. Zhang Yuanqing coldly rejected, longing to return to the arms of sleep. With the beautiful spring weather ushering in the weekend, how could he squander life by not indulging in a little slumber? You have 3 minutes. If you don't get out of bed, he'll douse you with water, his grandmother threatened with unwavering resolve. Fine, fine, I get it. Zhang Yuanqing relented immediately. He understood that his temperamental grandmother. Chapter 2. The disappearance. Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow as he read the letter sent by Bingo. What did it mean to change one's life? What did it mean to be beyond control? Truly, the words were unclear. He cast his gaze once more upon the black card, scrutinizing it repeatedly, confirming that it was merely an unremarkable card, albeit with a notably pleasant texture, suggesting that the material was rather rare. Could it possibly be a supreme card from an exclusive club? Only a remarkable man like myself could handle a 3060 lady. Lei Yibing, his childhood friend, known affectionately as a Bing, was 2 years his senior. Before his grandparents purchased a new home, their families resided in the same alley. With an A grade in physical prowess and a C grade in intellect, a Bing had always been his protector, leading the charge in fights and taking the hits for him. If anyone dared to mock Zhang Yuanqing for being fatherless, a Bing would swiftly defend him. Hence, Zhang Yuanqing had always called him Binga. During high school, a Bing's academic performance was less than stellar, leading him to attend university in neighboring Jiangnan province. Since that time, Their communication had dwindled significantly. As he slipped the black card into his parka pocket, he picked up his phone to tease Bingu with a message. Which club issued this supreme card? At least provide me with the address or contact details. Half an hour passed without a reply. Zhang Yuanqing decided to call Bingu instead. After 2 beeps, the call connected, and a deep voice emerged from the speaker. Hello, this is Lei Yibing's father. Uncle Lei? Zhang Yuanqing paused, then joyfully exclaimed, Bingu is back in Shanghai this week? Can you let him take the call? I need to talk to him. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a heavy voice. Yuanzi, I'm in Jiangnan province. A Bing is missing. Bingu is missing. Zhang Yuanqing stood frozen, and after a few seconds, he asked in a mix of confusion and urgency, what happened? How could Bingu go missing? He just sent me something. He disappeared the night before last. Your Aunt Zhou and I received a notification from the school yesterday and rushed over immediately. Uncle Lei's voice was laden with sorrow. Have you reported it to the police? What did the authorities say? Zhang Yuanqing inquired solemnly. Uncle Lei hesitated for a long time before responding. It's rather difficult to explain. A Bing's disappearance is somewhat peculiar. Peculiar? What do you mean? Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback. Uncle Lei explained. A Bing went missing from his dormitory the night before last. The police reviewed the surveillance footage from the dormitory corridor and found that a Bing never left his room throughout the night. Yet by the next morning, he was gone. The other students in his dormitory said they saw him before sleeping, but upon waking, he was nowhere to be found, and they assumed he had merely stepped out. Zhang Yuanqing blurted out, how is that possible? Can a person simply vanish? Even a 3-year-old would not believe such a tale. Suppressing his anxiety, he lowered his voice. Uncle, did Bingu offend anyone at school? His first thought was that Bingu had crossed someone at school who possessed local influence, which could explain the surveillance footage's gaps, often indicative of institutional cover-ups. In this age of information overload, anyone who has surfed the internet has heard of similar incidents. The school administration said they would cooperate with the police as much as possible, while the officers told us to wait for news, assuring us they would investigate. Your aunt and I have not slept all night. Uncle Lei's tone was tinged with frustration and worry. As expected, that was the response, cursed Zhang Yuanqing. Taking a deep breath to calm him, please don't panic. You know my grandfather and cousin work at the police department. I'll consult them about how to handle such matters and what to pay attention to. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Also, make sure to ask a Bing's classmates. If he offended someone, surely someone will know. Uncle Lei felt somewhat reassured. Understood, Yuanzi. Don't worry. I will inform you as soon as I have news. After hanging up, Zhang Yuanqing felt restless, pacing back and forth in his room, fretting over Bing Ji's safety. People do not simply disappear without reason. If the surveillance failed to capture anything, it was likely tampered with. Yet, who could a junior student possibly offend? Wait a moment. The disappearance occurred the night before last. The night before last. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly realized that the parcel from Jiangnan province would take 2 to 3 days to reach Shanghai. By that timeline, Bingu must have vanished the very night he sent me the package. Was this mere coincidence, or was there an underlying connection? As he pondered, he instinctively reached into his pocket for the black card, but was abruptly struck by a realization. The black card was gone. Had it fallen on the floor? Zhang Yuanqing quickly lowered his gaze, scanning the room's floor. Nothing. He crouched down to look under the bed, where a layer of dust lay, accompanied by some coins, pens, and buttons, but no black card. The card was missing, and he distinctly remembered placing it in his pocket. How could it have vanished into thin air? The mysterious disappearance of Bingu, the strange letter, and the inexplicably lost black card filled Zhang Yuanqing with an unshakable dread and confusion. Could the black card be related to Bingu's disappearance? Or perhaps it was a crucial clue. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to delve into his past memories. He poured cool water into a glass, retrieved a bottle of pills from his bedside table, opened it, then removed his shoes and lay down on the bed. Once settled, he closed his eyes and remained still, visualizing his father's face. The condition to trigger his old ailment was to calm his mind and envision a scene, preferably one he had seen before but could not quite recall. This would stimulate his brain, gradually warming it up until his intellect surged. After so many years, his father's visage had become a blur, making it the perfect subject. As time ticked away, his father's face slowly transitioned from indistinct to clear, until every detail was vivid, causing Zhang Yuanqing's heart to race like an overtaxed engine. In that moment, time seemed to reverse, and the events of an hour prior flashed before him like frames in a film. He saw himself unwrapping the parcel, reading the letter, placing the black card into his parka pocket, then messaging Bingo. Up to this point, the next half hour passed as he sat at the table, scrolling through videos for several minutes and exchanging a few risky images with friends in a gaming group, saving a few quality pictures. Afterward, he read a novel for a few minutes, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the card, leading him to call Bingo. After ending the call, the critical moment arrived. He became frantic, pacing around his room, the most likely time for the card to have slipped away. In his recollections, he saw himself frowning as he paced, then reaching for the black card, only to discover it was missing. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly opened his eyes, panic etched across his face. It's gone. The black card simply vanished, evaporating into thin air. What on earth did Bingo send me? In an instant, he felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. With no time to dwell on it, a cacophony of chaotic noise filled his ears. As if countless voices were overlapping, and fragmented images surged in his mind like a volcanic eruption. Warm liquid flowed from his nose, and his head felt as though it was being pierced by steel nails. With a contorted expression, he crawled toward his bedside, trembling as he fumbled 5 small blue pills into his mouth, then shakily lifted the water glass to swallow the pills along with the water. A moment later, Zhang Yuanqing sat at the edge of his bed, pale and gasping for breath. At this point, he could ascertain that the disappearance of Brother Bing was indeed linked to the enigmatic black card. Brother Bing vanished shortly after dispatching the black card, which exhibited peculiar characteristics. Clearly not being an ordinary object, this inevitably suggested that he may have encountered some form of threat, prompting him to hastily relocate the item. However, why did he not turn it over to the local security bureau, but instead send it to me? Was it possible that a mere university student, who had never harmed a fly or engaged in any wrongdoing, was deemed more trustworthy than the officers of the police department? Zhang Yuanqing suddenly recalled the detail that neither the surveillance nor the dormitory occupants had detected anything unusual. Achieving such a feat would undoubtedly require a certain level of power. Brother Bing's decision not to submit the black card to the local security bureau could imply that the bureau was also untrustworthy? Or perhaps the individual or force responsible for his disappearance had influence that extended to the local security bureau. He sent the black card to me because he was aware that my grandfather was a retired sheriff and my cousin was the captain of the security team, possessing considerable connections in Shanghai City, making it unlikely for those from Jiangnan province to exert influence over me. This matter needed to be conveyed to my cousin. Ding dong. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ringing from the entrance. His grandmother's footsteps soon followed, traversing the living room to the entrance, where she turned the doorknob. Who are you looking for? Hello, we are investigators from the Kangnong District Security Bureau. May I ask if Zhang Yuanqing is at home? Came the response from outside the door. Chapter 3, Character Cards. Kangnong District Public Security Bureau Investigator? My cousin's workplace is looking for me? Zhang Yuanqing instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to sneak to the bedroom door to eavesdrop, he suddenly recalled something and opened his phone to delete the chat history and call logs he had sent to Bingo. He then folded the letter Bingo had written to him and tucked it under the potted plant on the windowsill. Only then did he feel at ease enough to crack open the door and observe discreetly. From the entryway came the voice of his grandmother, responding with a question. What do you need him for? She did not invite the investigators inside, but instead blocked the doorway. We need to ask him a few questions. Here are our credentials. The speaker was a young woman with a sultry voice. His grandmother glanced at the credentials momentarily, then furrowed her brow and stepped aside. Zhang Yuanqing opened the door at the right moment, scrutinizing the investigators who entered the living room. The leading investigator was dressed in formal black attire, paired with a white shirt and a black waistcoat. He leaned on an ebony cane, his lean face adorned with a pair of meticulously groomed mustaches and slicked back hair, exuding a strong British gentleman vibe reminiscent of the returnees from the Republican era. Beside him stood a young female investigator, strikingly beautiful with pronounced features, seemingly of mixed heritage. She wore a cheerful smile, her sparkling eyes brimming with vitality. Standing at approximately 175 centimeters with long legs akin to a supermodel, she was dressed in professional attire. The hem of her blouse tucked into her trousers, accentuating her slender waist and ample bosom, radiating an air of competence and elegance. The final investigator appeared somewhat dull, wearing black-rimmed glasses with slightly disheveled hair, embodying the essence of a typical engineering nerd. I am Zhang Yuanqing. What brings you here? As Zhang Yuanqing assessed them, the investigators were also appraising the young man. The mixed-heritage female investigator smiled warmly, saying, We are investigators from the Kangnong District Public Security Bureau and have some questions for you. Please cooperate with our inquiry. Very well. Zhang Yuanqing gestured for them to take a seat on the living room sofa. His grandmother poured glasses of water for the three investigators while casting a puzzled glance at her grandson. She could not fathom why her outgoing, sociable grandson, whom she had raised, would require the attention of police investigators. The disheveled young investigator pulled out a notepad and pen, twisting off the cap. The slick-haired man sat on the sofa, resting his hands on the cane, and asked earnestly, "Do you know Lei Yibing? So they're here about being good." It came so quickly. Zhang Yuanqing replied honestly, "We have been friends since childhood." Why the sudden inquiry? A question flashed through his mind. His cousin was the captain of the second team at the Kangnong District Public Security Bureau. Since these investigators had come to visit, they must have checked his family background. Logically, knowing they were visiting the family of a colleague, they should have at least given a heads-up or exchanged pleasantries. Are they really so oblivious to basic human decency in the system? Yet, there was no news from his cousin, indicating he was likely unaware of this visit. Otherwise, he would have at least called to inform him. "Oh, a close friend." The man lightly tapped his polished leather shoe and continued. "Here is the situation. Lei Yibing has gone missing. The Public Security Bureau in Hangsheng, Jiangnan Province, contacted us, stating that on the morning before his disappearance, he sent a package, and the recipient was you." His gaze bore into Zhang Yuanqing's, as if he could see into his soul. "Is this true?" Zhang Yuanqing displayed a look of shock and confusion. "Missing? How could that be?" The engineering newt interjected. "Just answer yes or no." "Yes. I received a package just earlier, but it didn't have a sender's name. I was puzzled about who sent it to me." Zhang Yuanqing nodded, his expression grave. There was no point in denying this. If the police had traced the package, checking the community surveillance would be a mere formality. The slick-haired man nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What was in the package?" "We hope you can answer truthfully, as it is a crucial lead for us." While his grandmother sighed in relief, she couldn't help but worry for Lei Yibing. That boy had grown up under her watch, even if he had moved away years ago. Zhang Yuanqing replied, "The package was empty." "Empty?" The slick-haired man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhang Yuanqing with an intensity that seemed to pierce through his facade. "Although I lied. The missing black card was essentially the same as being empty. There was nothing to fear from your investigation." Zhang Yuanqing held the man's gaze sincerely, stating, "When I opened the package, I found it was empty, except for some protective air cushions. By the way, the package is still in my room. You can check if you don't believe me." If Bing Ji's disappearance was as he suspected, he knew he had to keep this under wraps until his cousin returned home from work to explain everything. In matters of potential risk, it was always safest to discuss with family. The slick-haired man subtly signaled to his female colleague. She entered the room with her long legs, and shortly returned to the living room, nodding slightly to her partner. After a moment of contemplation, the slick-haired man said, "If it's convenient, we would like to inspect your room and your computer. Additionally, please show me your phone. Checking the computer is fine, but please don't open the browsing history or the study materials on the hard drive." Zhang Yuanqing calmly unlocked his phone screen and handed it over. The slick-haired man took the phone while the female investigator re-entered the room. The slick-haired man held the phone in one hand and, after a few swift taps with his thumb, returned it to Zhang Yuanqing, then patiently awaited further developments. A quarter of an hour later, the female investigator emerged. Shaking her head, the slick-haired man nodded slightly, kindly stating, "Thank you for your cooperation. We want to intrude further." Zhang Yuanqing hurriedly asked, "May I inquire about Lei Yibing's situation?" His question stemmed from genuine concern and a desire to maintain his ruse. It would be highly suspicious not to ask about his childhood friend's disappearance. The slick-haired man patiently replied, "Lei Yibing went missing from his dormitory. The surveillance cameras in the hallway did not capture him leaving. According to a roommate, he saw Lei Yibing sleeping in his bed when he got up to use the restroom that night. However, when he awoke in the morning, he was gone." After 24 hours without contact, their counselor notified the school, which promptly reported it to the police. For more detailed information, you will need to contact the local Public Security Bureau. This aligned with what Uncle Lei had said. It appeared the local Public Security Bureau had made no progress. Perhaps this man simply did not wish to share anything further with me. Zhang Yuanqing nodded, "I understand." The slick-haired man, accompanied by his two subordinates, made his way to the security door but stopped midway, turning to say, "If you come across any clues, you must inform us promptly. Do not withhold information from us." As Zhang Yuanqing was about to nod, he heard the man say with a knowing smile, "Otherwise, you might just be the next to go missing." "The next to go missing? What does he mean by that? Is he threatening me? If I don't hand over the black card, will I vanish like Bingo? Speaking of which, what happened to that card?" It vanished into thin air. I can't even hand it over. Thank you for the warning. He returned a smile devoid of warmth. Regardless, it would be best to wait for his cousin to return from work before discussing anything further. Binga surely wouldn't he want that card to fall into the hands of the Public Security Bureau. Otherwise, he wouldn't he have sent it to him. Moreover, as a close friend and childhood companion, he trusted Binga would not betray him. Meanwhile, his grandmother's expression darkened, and she coldly remarked, "No need to see them out. What is wrong with this person, cursing her grandson for no reason?" The man with the slicked back hair smiled, retrieved a business card from the left pocket of his suit, and extended it, saying, "Please feel free to contact me should any matter arise." After Zhang Yuanqing accepted it, he departed with his two subordinates. What could have happened to Abing? The grandmother said with a worried expression after they left. "I must find time to visit Abing's mother." The two families had been neighbors for over a decade. Zhang Yuanqing, looking weary, said, "Grandmother, I didn't sleep well last night. I'm going back to my room to rest. If I don't wake up by noon, don't bother calling me. If grandfather returns, please inform him about this matter and ask him to contact Uncle Lei." He had been out with his aunt until the early hours of the morning, and his old ailment had flared up, leaving him sleep-deprived. The effort to locate Brother Bing at the black card had further strained his mental faculties. His brain was throbbing with exhaustion. After his grandmother nodded, Zhang Yuanqing returned to his room. He shut the door, kicked off his shoes, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Inside the black business car, Li Dongzi sat on the soft leather seat, a gold-handled cane leaning against the side. He swirled the crimson liquid in a stemmed glass he held in his palm. "Guanya, did you discover anything of note in the room?" he asked, turning to the mixed-race beauty beside him. Guanya, reclining languidly, her long legs pressed together, replied with a solemn expression, "I made a significant discovery." "Speak." Li Dongzi urged seriously. The tech-savvy man in the back seat also shifted his gaze from his phone. Guanya said in a grave tone, "The boy has a penchant for mature women in black stockings. His study materials are filled with them, yet his trash can was impeccably clean, which is quite incongruous. He has a wide social circle, participating in various groups, but he's only active in gaming and lewd groups, with notifications silenced for the rest. Apart from his gaming console, his room lacks any other forms of entertainment, suggesting he's somewhat reclusive." "Oh, and Chief, do you know what LSP means?" The mixed-race beauty playfully mimed a suggestive gesture. Her two companions were taken aback. Li Dongzi, interjecting, exclaimed, "Good heavens, I feel like kicking you in the behind. I'm discussing serious matters, and you're spouting nonsense. I've told you repeatedly, refrain from being vulgar or making crude jokes. Such habits are unbecoming and lack elegance." The leggy beauty, undeterred by her superior's anger, chuckled. "Don't be so serious. A bit of levity helps to lighten the mood." She slowly composed herself, adding, "I didn't find anything suspicious on his computer, but beneath a potted plant on the windowsill, I found a letter sent to him by Lei Yibing. Lei Yibing did indeed send him something, presumably a character card, but the profession remains unknown." Li Dongzi paused for a few seconds, closing his eyes in contemplation. "Return there tomorrow. If he hasn't disappeared, that is." Chapter 4. The eerie arrival in a haze. Zhang Yuanqing felt something soft and plump pressing against him, making it difficult to breathe. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a round, exquisite face adorned with a mischievous smile. His aunt chided playfully, "You little rascal, daring to stand me up, I'll crush you under my weight." She leaned forward and sat heavily upon him. Zhang Yuanqing let out a muffled groan, nearly gasping for air, and in his irritation, he arched his back, sending the woman tumbling over. Amidst her startled exclamation, he noticed that the sky outside had darkened. Unbeknownst to him, he had slept from morning until night. Time for dinner. His aunt lay sideways on the bed, delivering playful kicks to his rear. "No need for revenge, all right? I respect the elders and cherish the young. I want to stoop to your level." Zhang Yuanqing slipped to the edge of the bed, donned his shoes, and exited the room. The aroma of a rich meal wafted through the air as his grandparents sat at the dining table. His grandfather, tall and slender with silver hair, wore a serious expression, rarely breaking into a smile. "How do you find the match we arranged for you this time?" His grandmother inquired eagerly at the table. "Quite good, a six-figure salary. An executive at a company, very satisfactory." His aunt nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. "You always say that, yet you end up blocking their number." His grandmother reprimanded, poking her daughter's head sharply. "Be more mindful, consider how old you are." Indeed. Zhang Yuanqing relished the moment, only to receive a sharp kick from Zhang Yuer, igniting a playful skirmish beneath the table. causing it to rattle incessantly. If you're not going to eat, then go back to your room. His grandmother bellowed, prompting Zhang Yuanqing and his aunt to bow their heads and dig into their meals. Grandma, when will my cousin return? Zhang Yuanqing asked. His uncle's family resided across the hall, and recently, his affluent aunt and carefree uncle had traveled abroad, leaving his cousin to dine here. He said he's working late tonight and want to be back, his grandmother lamented. When it comes to work, he's relentless. A stark contrast to his indolent father. Working late. Zhang Yuanqing could not conceal his disappointment. After finishing dinner, he and Jiang Wei retreated to their rooms, leaving his grandmother to clean up the remnants. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Yuanqing locked the door and picked up his phone to call his cousin. Since face-to-face communication was impractical, he opted for a call. However, the moment he dialed, the speaker emitted a notification indicating the phone was off. Is he in a meeting? Zhang Yuanqing sighed, hanging up. As the security captain, his cousin's schedule was hectic, and such instances of being unreachable were commonplace. He had grown accustomed to it. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, allowing his thoughts to drift. If Brother Bing's disappearance was by human design, and the target was the black card, then I must proceed with caution. The most prudent action would be to hand the black card over to my cousin, who could then relay it to his superiors. Given the administrative level of the Shanghai City Security Bureau, the influence from Jiangnan province was limited. However, the dilemma remained. The black card was lost, and that was the most troubling aspect. Zhang Yuanqing raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. A card that could vanish into thin air was a chilling thought. Without recovering it, there was no way to submit it to the authorities. I can only confess to my cousin and let him report it, then follow his lead. After all, I am just an ordinary university student, powerless to act. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing felt a throbbing pain in his forehead, accompanied by warmth. Rubbing it only intensified the discomfort. What is going on? He wondered. Dazed as he left his bed and approached the standing mirror by the window to examine his reflection. The mirror revealed the face of a young man, with delicate features and fair skin, untouched by the harshness of life or the wear of time. Only a vibrant vitality radiated from him. However, at the center of his forehead was an eerie black crescent mark, vividly depicted with irregular patches clearly visible. Beneath the crescent, there was a progress bar indicating 90. What? Zhang Yuanqing staggered back in shock, vigorously rubbing his forehead, yet the mark seemed akin to a tattoo, impervious to his efforts. How could I have such a thing on my forehead? When did it appear? Confusion swirled in his mind, mingling with fear and bewilderment. Wait. Isn't this the black moon symbol from the card? A realization dawned upon him. The black card hadn't been lost. It had entered his body in a manner he could not comprehend, manifesting as the mark upon his forehead. As he pondered, he noticed the progress bar beneath the black moon had surged to 92, accompanied by a wave of heat radiating from his forehead. What is this? A supernatural phenomenon? High technology? A hallucination? At that moment, the contents of a letter resurfaced in his mind. This is a gift that can change one's life. The black card truly is a treasure. Thus, my prior assumptions were correct. Someone coveted this card, and Brother Bing, wanting to thwart their plans, sent it to me, leading to his disappearance. Zhang Yuanqing worried for Brother Bing while simultaneously gazing at the progress bar with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. What would happen when the progress bar reached 100? Having witnessed the extraordinary before him, he was filled with curiosity about the forthcoming changes. After several more stabs of pain, the progress bar beneath the black moon finally completed its journey, reaching 100. In the next moment, an emotionless voice devoid of inflection echoed in his ears. Character card reboot complete. Name, to be named, please name immediately. Race, human. Occupation, night wanderer. Level, 0. Skills, none. Experience, 0. Moral value, 60. Initial value. Beneath the moral value was a note. Never let your moral value drop below 60. In the past, you may not have had a choice, but now please strive to be a good person. Staring at the ethereal blue character attribute panel that materialized before him, Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily dumbfounded, pondering, what is this? System? He ventured. As an adept internet user, he was well-versed in various phenomena. The unfluctuating voice resonated once more. Please name your character immediately. The frozen attribute panel displayed a glowing blue text box. It's not a system. Otherwise, the intelligence would be far too low to communicate. Holding onto a mindset of proceeding cautiously, Zhang Yuanqing extended his finger and wrote down his name, Zhang Yuanqing. Warning, please do not use your real name. Cannot use my real name? Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, then wrote a second name, Primordial Celestial Master. Name successfully registered. The spiritual realm will open in 10 seconds. Primordial Celestial Master. Good luck. As the voice echoed in his ears, Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily bewildered, thinking, what is happening? Open the spiritual realm? Shouldn't you first explain what the spiritual realm is? Before he could regain his composure, the 10-second countdown concluded. Ding! Spiritual realm map opened. Welcome to the Night Wanderer's Shiling Tunnel, number 0079. Difficulty level, S. Type, single, death type. Main quest 1, survive for 3 hours. Main quest 2, explore the 0079 spiritual realm, current exploration level, 0, note. Non-spiritual realm items cannot be brought in. 0079 Spiritual Realm Introduction. Are you familiar with the Shiling Tunnel, one of the 10 bizarre tales of Songhai? The Shiling Tunnel was constructed at the end of the last century. During its construction, a team of workers ventured into the tunnel on a rainy night and subsequently vanished without a trace. The Public Security Bureau organized search parties for several days and eventually found one worker who had participated in the excavation that night, while the others remained missing. Although the survivor was alive, he had suffered some inexplicable trauma that rendered him mentally unstable, driven to madness. No matter how the officers inquired, he could only utter one phrase repeatedly. Do not enter the temple. Do not enter the temple. The voices around him grew fainter, becoming increasingly inaudible, while the surroundings appeared to ripple like a disturbed lake, distorting and blurring. Gradually, the scene stabilized. The dim light illuminated the uneven walls, and beneath his feet lay a pathway of finely crushed stones. Where was he? Zhang Yuanqing looked around in astonishment, realizing he was in an old tunnel, with vintage xenon lights on the arched ceiling casting a faint orange glow. Since this is set in a modern context, a certain degree of fictional liberty is taken. In this world, only the Public Security Bureau exists, and as seasoned readers, everyone should understand. Chapter 5, The Ancient Temple and Abandoned Tunnel. Zhang Yuanqing glanced around in a state of panic, suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar environment, which would bewilder anyone. A tunnel? Is this the Shelling Tunnel from Ghost Stories? As a native of Songhai City, he was certainly familiar with the Shelling Tunnel, one of the 10 great ghost tales. In his childhood, when he misbehaved and refused to sleep at night, his grandmother would frighten him with these stories. Yet, putting aside the fact that ghost tales are mere figments of imagination, just a few days ago, during his return home to pay respects to his father, he had passed by the Shelling Tunnel. The real Shelling Tunnel was nothing like this. So dilapidated? But this is a spiritual realm, not the true Shelling Tunnel. The confined space stirred unease within him as he cautiously proceeded. The only sound accompanying him was the echo of his solitary footsteps. As he walked, he pondered his situation and the information conveyed by the voice in his mind. Undoubtedly, he had encountered a supernatural phenomenon, drawn into a ghostly tale to fulfill a task bestowed by a mysterious power. That voice had given him 2 tasks, to survive for 3 hours and to explore the spiritual realm. The difficulty level was classified as S rank, and it was a solo death type. This death type made him exceedingly anxious. Surviving for 3 hours indicated immense peril ahead. Exploring the spiritual realm presumably meant traversing this tunnel, implying that dangers lurked within. He silently tensed his nerves, while a question flickered in his mind. What reward would come from completing the tasks? Since it was a task, surely there would be a reward. According to the attributes panel he had just seen, his profession was Night Wanderer, but at level 0 instead of 1. Becoming a Night Wanderer must be one of the rewards, but what exactly is a Night Wanderer? Brother Bing was not mistaken. This black card would indeed change his life, yet he had overlooked the latter part of his words, which referred to its difficulty and control. Was that a warning of danger? Zhang Yuanqing pieced together the information he had, analyzing it quietly. Just then, the old xenon lamp beside him flickered erratically, and amidst the interplay of light and shadow, he vaguely discerned the silhouette of a figure wearing a miner's hat standing beneath the light. Cursing under his breath, he jumped in fright, his thoughts abruptly interrupted, as he bolted forward like a startled deer. When he looked back, the xenon lamp continued to shine steadily, no longer flickering. The shadow of the miner's hat seemed to have been merely an illusion. After the scare, Zhang Yuanqing dared not linger in this ghostly place and hurried towards the tunnel's exit. Clop, clop, clop. His footsteps echoed in the silent tunnel, and he did not dare pause, sprinting for 5 or 6 minutes until the arched dome's old xenon lamp flickered again. But this time, no shadow of the miner appeared. Had it not followed him? He felt a slight relief but did not dare to stop, keeping his head lowered as he walked briskly. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the ground, and he caught a heart-stopping detail. The orange xenon lamp cast a long shadow of himself, and beside his shadow, there were dozens of other shadows trailing behind. They had been following me. A chill raced from his feet to his head, causing goosebumps to erupt all over his body, and Zhang Yuanqing turned to flee in a panic. At last, he spotted the tunnel's mouth ahead, where the moonlight lay cold as frost. Zhang Yuanqing burst out of the tunnel, leaning against his knees, gasping for breath. Once he regained his composure, he surveyed his surroundings. The full moon hung like a disk in the night sky, its brilliance dimming the stars. The lush forest bathed in moonlight cast deep shadows all around. He found himself in a desolate wilderness. The xenon lamps within the tunnel flickered a few more times before extinguishing entirely. The vast tunnel mouth lay in darkness, eerily silent, resembling the maw of a beast poised to consume. He needed to leave. A shiver ran down Zhang Yuanqing's spine as he climbed the rugged mountain path. After taking a few steps, he glanced back and saw a row of figures wearing miners' hats, their clothing tattered, standing at the tunnel's entrance with their heads bowed. They stood in the shadow where the moonlight did not reach, silent as if bidding him farewell. Zhang Yuanqing staggered back in shock, then turned and ran up the mountain. The path was flanked by dense foliage, dappled with specks of moonlight, sufficient for Zhang Yuanqing to see the way ahead. Yet the oppressive silence of the mountains was terrifying. There were no sounds of insects or birds, making his footsteps resound unnaturally loud. It was too quiet. In this season, the mountains should not be devoid of even the chirping of insects. He scanned his surroundings, the full moon hanging like a disk, the trees casting dancing shadows. An unsettling feeling that something in the darkness was watching him. He could not tell how long he had been walking until a thin sheen of sweat coated his skin. Finally emerging from the dense forest into an open vista, the moonlight flowed like water, the surroundings eerily silent. At the end of the rugged path stood a long-abandoned ancient temple, quietly looming in the darkness. This ancient temple had been in disrepair for countless years. The front door was painted in peeling black, riddled with holes, and a lantern had fallen to the ground, leaving only its bamboo frame. The plaque still hung there, thick with cobwebs, slanting under the eaves, but the dim light made it impossible to see what was inscribed. The steps leading to the temple door were cracked, with weeds sprouting from the crevices. In this desolate wilderness, far from any village or shop, what could possibly account for the existence of a temple? Wait a moment. A temple. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly recalled the voice from the spiritual realm's introduction. Do not enter the temple. Do not enter the temple. According to that strange voice's warning, he should not enter the temple. Yet, having emerged from the tunnel, it suggested that what he was truly meant to explore was this dilapidated ancient temple. After hesitating at the temple's entrance for a long while, Zhang Yuanqing cautiously stepped forward, crossing the broken threshold into the ancient temple that stood in the darkness. Before him lay a vast courtyard, overgrown with grass up to his waist. An overturned incense burner, half his height and rotting, lay amidst the weeds, weathered by countless years of wind and rain. Underfoot was a path paved with blue stones, with weeds sprouting from the stone gaps. Following the undulating grass with his gaze, he spotted a dilapidated main hall at the end of the stone path, elevated upon a high foundation with 6 steps leading up to it. Through the lattice door of the main hall, a faint yellow light seeped out. A light? The surroundings were eerily silent, desolate, and worn. While the pure moonlight cast down upon this environment, the glimmer of light offered no warmth to Zhang Yuanqing. In fact, it only intensified his fear. Rustle. Treading upon the clusters of dry grass, he maintained his vigilance as he approached the main hall in the wide open space. His footsteps echoed distinctly. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing's ears perked up, hearing an additional footstep behind him. Something was following him. He abruptly turned around. The night was like water, the wild grass abundant, yet there was nothing behind him. Was it an auditory hallucination? Zhang Yuanqing, trembling with fear, stood still for a moment before resuming his hurried pace. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The footsteps resumed. This time he could hear it clearly. Something was indeed following him. Surely, it cannot be this sinister that he encounters something malevolent upon entering the temple. He dared not look back and quickened his steps. The footsteps behind him hastened in tandem. Zhang Yuanqing could no longer contain his fear. As goosebumps prickled his skin, he broke into a frantic run towards the main hall. In the midst of the chase, Zhang Yuanqing swiftly burst out of the thicket, nearing the main hall. With 2 leaps, he ascended the 6 steps, and finally, with a resounding crash, he flung open the 2 lattice doors of the main hall. The footsteps behind him abruptly ceased. Panting heavily, he finally dared to glance back. The moonlight poured into the courtyard, illuminating the wild grass, the stone path, rendering the silence eerily haunting, yet there was nothing behind him. Thankfully, nothing had pursued him. After Zhang Yuanqing steadied his breath, he gently closed the door to the main hall, as if sealing away his fears. He then surveyed the interior. Upon a tall stone pedestal stood a deity draped in a fur cloak and adorned in splendid garments. Her face was round and her elongated eyes exuded a sense of benevolence. One hand held a whisk, while the other was poised in a grasping gesture. As if it once clutched something, now nothingness. Flanking her were boys wielding swords and maidens presenting books. Before the pedestal lay a dusty offering table, upon which rested a candlestick with a candle, 20 centimeters long and as thick as an infant's arm, burning quietly. The flickering candlelight dispelled the darkness and seemed to alleviate the dread that lingered in Zhang Yuanqing's heart, allowing him to regain some emotional composure. On the left wall hung 2 weathered wooden boards, cracked and faded, inscribed with elegant characters. Zhang Yuanqing strolled over to the wall, peering into the dusklit candlelight. The style of the script was classical Chinese. With a decent command of the language, he was able to discern his surroundings through a mixture of guesswork and observation. This mountain was named Sandow Mountain, and the deity worshipped here was the Sandow Mountain goddess. This goddess was a figure from the early Ming dynasty associated with the Song residents, who had practiced on Sandow Mountain, mastering the art of talismans and alchemy. Capable of invoking rain and exorcising spirits, thus safeguarding the region's climate, revered by the populace as divine. After her ascension, the local government erected this temple in her honor, naming it the Sandow Mountain Goddess Temple, managed by her disciples who served as caretakers. Zhang Yuanqing mused that this temple had stood for 5 or 6 centuries since the early Ming period. Just then, his gaze inadvertently drifted beneath the offering table, his heart suddenly tightening. A dark silhouette lay shrouded in the shadows beneath the table. His prior anxiety and the dim candlelight had prevented him from noticing it at first. Gritting his teeth, he approached for a closer look, revealing a skeleton. In his terror, he found a strange sense of relief. Compared to the eerie temple, the skeleton seemed less daunting. As he drew nearer, he discerned the garment draped over the bones, a dusty work uniform. A worker? Was this part of a construction crew from years past? Thus, he had indeed entered a realm of urban legends. As Zhang Yuanqing contemplated this, a more chilling possibility struck him. Perhaps the construction crew, like him, had stumbled into this place, leaving behind their ghostly tale. If the former were true, then this so-called spiritual realm was merely a scene conjured by folklore. Conversely, if the latter held, it implied that the ancient temple had endured, with the crew and he himself being unwitting victims. Considering the historical context of the goddess temple, Zhang Yuanqing leaned towards the latter scenario. A whole construction crew perished within the temple, leaving only one survivor. It was indeed a place where lives could be lost. Now he too was within this temple, perilously close to unknown dangers. He gasped, tension mounting once more, instinctively scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of a chilling detail. This ancient temple dated back to the Ming dynasty, so how could the candles still be burning? Who was replacing the candles in the main hall? The more he pondered, the more horrified he became. And even the benevolent statue seemed to emanate an eerie chill in the candlelight. 3 mud sculptures, though coated in dust, appeared vividly lifelike, each detail exquisitely rendered. Particularly their eyes. They stood upon the pedestal, gazing down at Zhang Yuanqing in the twilight's flickering glow. Chapter 6. The Tale of the Mountain God Temple. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to leave the main hall. A sense of despair enveloped him, akin to a cry for help that went unanswered by the heavens or the earth. The perilous nature of the situation left him with no option for external assistance. He could rely solely on himself. After much hesitation, he steeled his resolve, bent down, and pulled the skeletal remains wrapped in work attire from their resting place. The fabric succumbed easily to his tugging, having decayed over the years. Dragging the remains into the flickering candlelight, he suppressed his discomfort and began his examination. Though the individual was deceased, the body could still convey its story. Understanding the cause of death could help him navigate the multitude of dangers that lay ahead. Several ribs in the sternum were fractured, and there were fine cracks on the right shoulder, though they were not severe. The deceased had certainly suffered grave injuries in life. However, the precise cause of death remained elusive due to the passage of time. Next, Zhang Yuanqing discovered a few brittle, yellowed sheets of paper in the pockets of the deceased worker. They bore the marks of age. The text, written in a meticulous hand, conveyed a sense of urgency. A flicker of hope ignited within him. These papers seemed to be notes left by the worker, potentially shedding light on the history of the ancient temple. by the candlelight. He read intently. Last night, yet another disciple had gone missing, marking the third bizarre disappearance among their ranks. The senior brothers speculated that the Three Taoist Mountain was haunted or that a powerful spirit had arrived, abducting individuals for sustenance. Yet, with many disciples possessing formidable skills and their master renowned throughout the region, it seemed unlikely that any spirit would dare to intrude. As for malevolent ghosts, his talismans for subduing corpses and summoning spirits were more than sufficient. There was no need to burden their master with such trivialities. However, a foreboding feeling lingered in his mind, compelling him to consult his senior brother. Today, another individual vanished, the fifth in total. The master instructed them to keep this from the pilgrims, lest it disrupt the temple's offerings. He must know something. My senior brother and I plan to patrol the grounds tonight. 3 days have passed, and during this time, 3 more have disappeared without a trace. Despite our vigilance, the nights remained disturbingly calm. My ominous premonitions deepened. My senior brother exhibited unusual behavior today. He seemed to have discovered something significant and was visibly enraged. When I inquired, he remained tight-lipped. His mood was not favorable, so I decided to wait until tomorrow to ask again. Today's missing person was my senior brother. I searched the entirety of Three Taoist Mountain, but found no trace of him. I cannot bear this any longer. I must seek out our master for clarity. The brothers in the temple support my decision, as they too are gripped by fear. The handwriting grew increasingly erratic, revealing the author's crumbling mental state. Zhang Yuanqing continued to read. After persistent questioning, the master finally agreed to disclose the truth. My instincts were correct. He indeed knew the reasons behind the mysterious disappearances. However, he cautioned that with so many voices during the day, he would only reveal the monumental secret after sunset, a secret that spanned millennia of rise and fall. After dinner, I awaited his arrival in my chamber, anticipating the dusk like never before since the first disappearance occurred. The notes concluded abruptly. Is that all? This fragment left an unsettling void. Zhang Yuanqing grimaced as he pieced together the information. Over a span of years, disciples of the mountain god temple had vanished one after the other, leaving the remaining members in a state of panic. Their master, the temple's abbot, appeared to possess knowledge of the cause, a reason intertwined with a monumental secret of millennia. If the decline of the mountain god temple could be traced back to its origin, perhaps this would fulfill the second main task. Zhang Yuanqing pondered. He returned the brittle papers to the protective clothing of the skeleton, pushed the remains back under the table, preferring out of sight, and contemplated his next course of action. With limited information from the main hall, the only option was to venture outside and confront the dangers present within the temple. In the tales surrounding the Shiling tunnel, one worker had survived. By following his path, perhaps a means of survival could be uncovered. After careful consideration, Zhang Yuanqing approached the entrance of the main hall, opening the 2 well-preserved lattice doors. The wooden hinges creaked ominously. Bracing himself against the door frame, he peered outside, scanning the silence. The surroundings felt desolate and eerie. Yet no immediate danger was apparent. After a brief observation, he stepped over the threshold. Following the cobblestone path along the left side of the main hall towards the temple's rear courtyard, the moonlight bathed the ground, casting shadows over the undulating weeds. After a minute or two of walking, a cluster of buildings emerged ahead. These were several interconnected single-story dwellings forming a spacious courtyard, adorned with black tiles and white walls. Their ridges aligned like sentinels. Beneath the eaves were lattice windows and doors, some ajar, others askew or tightly shut, their paper coverings tattered by time. As the moonlight shone down like frost on the earth, he surveyed the layout of the mountain god temple's rear courtyard. Beyond the courtyard stood an arched entrance, reminiscent of those found in grand estates depicted in films, linking different sections of the compound. In the neighboring courtyard stood a towering tree, its branches sprawling and gnarled. To his surprise, amidst the overgrown grass, he discovered several skeletons wrapped in work attire. Cautiously, he approached and examined them closely. Every skeleton bore severe damage, with broken bones protruding beneath their protective garments. However, unlike the skeleton in the main hall, the shoulder bones of these remains were intact, free of cracks. These individuals had suffered horrific injuries before their demise. A gust of wind rustled the leaves, and amidst the sound, Zhang Yuanqing discerned a faint, sorrowful whisper. "Help me, help me." In that desolate silence of the night, a chill ran down his spine. He stood frozen, a sense of dread enveloping him until the wind ceased, and the mournful whispers faded away. The neighboring courtyard seemed fraught with danger, yet nothing emerged from within. Exhaling silently, he treaded through the overgrown grass and entered the eaves, determined to explore the courtyard. This appeared to be the living quarters for the temple's disciples, cluttered with dilapidated, dust-covered furniture, the air thick with a faint, decaying odor. Zhang Yuanqing meticulously explored each room, uncovering nothing of significance until he pushed open the lattice door at the far east. The door, long sealed by the passage of time, creaked open, dust cascading down as he brushed off the remnants from his shoulders, his gaze warily scanning every corner of the room. In this forsaken chamber, nestled by the window, lay a body propped against the wall, slumped at an angle. Judging by the clothing and the fallen miner's helmet, it was yet another predecessor. Crossing the threshold, Zhang Yuanqing shivered, an inexplicable chill enveloping him. Cautiously, he approached the corpse, peeling back the tattered garments to observe the skeletal structure. This time, he noted no shattered bones. The skeleton was remarkably well preserved. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the shoulder bones, his pupils dilated. There, on the shoulder of the skeleton, were exaggerated fractures, mirroring those of the body in the main hall, but the damage here was even more severe. Was it mere coincidence that only these two had suffered such injuries? He voiced his unease, feeling a growing apprehension. Subsequently, Zhang Yuanqing discovered that the pockets of the corpse were bulging, as if concealing some object. He reached in and extracted a time-worn ancient tome, a dusty bronze mirror, and a yellow paper talisman. The talisman bore twisted patterns drawn in cinnabar, somewhat resembling runes, which collectively formed a character resembling corpse in traditional script. As he scrutinized the yellow talisman, a bluish message materialized before his eyes. Name, corpse suppressing talisman. Type, consumable. Function, suppress corpses. Description, a powerful talisman crafted by the Night Wanderer, a nemesis to all corpses and spectral entities. Affixing it to the forehead of a spectral entity seals it. Note, it is usable only once. The bluish message resembled his attribute panel, clearly a prompt from the spiritual realm. It was the first time he had encountered such a prompt since entering the eerie ancient temple, indicating the significance of the item. Zhang Yuanqing carefully folded it and tucked it into the pocket of his jacket, zipping it closed. After a moment's reflection, he unzipped it again, recalling a trope from a martial arts novel where a skilled swordsman wrapped his sword with cloth and carried it on his back. One day, a challenger confronted him while he was dining, and the swordsman was left defenseless. The cause of death was the cumbersome cloth. Zhang Yuanqing then picked up the ancient tome and the bronze mirror, but no relevant information surfaced. He set the bronze mirror aside and cautiously flipped through the brittle, yellowed pages of the tome. It read, "It has been 2.5 years since I entered the temple of the 3 Taoist mountains. I have learned to read and write. My senior brother said that once master performs the rites for the souls and returns to the mountain, I can be formally initiated into the practice of the moon-swallowing soul technique. This is the path to becoming a night wanderer. The rebellion of the Yin King has ignited chaos, and as the strongest of the night wanderers of Songfu, master must descend the mountain to guide the departed. Otherwise, with the war unresolved, calamities will return, and the people will find no peace." Zhang Yuanqing felt a twinge of soreness in his shoulder and rubbed it, tentatively concluding that this was a diary. The entries chronicled the author's experiences in the temple and from the handwriting. It was evident that this diary and the papers found on the main hall's corpse originated from the same source. The mention of the Yin King's rebellion hinted at a timeline corresponding to the historical period of the Jingnan campaign. However, he could not ascertain whether this temple truly existed in history, as the diary contained references to the esoteric practices of the Night Wanderer. After stretching his sore shoulder and scanning the room cautiously while listening for any sounds outside, ensuring there were no anomalies, he resumed reading the diary. Soon, he turned to the continuation of the main hall's narrative. The preceding pages had been torn out, and the subsequent content detailed. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the land, I heard a knock at the door. Eagerly, I opened it, only to find not master, but my senior brother who had gone missing the night before. He had been gone for a day and a night, yet I felt no joy, for he was dead. What returned was merely a corpse. His chest was drenched in blood, and his heart had been removed by an unknown. Chapter 7. The return of sand value to 0. A chilling sensation surged from the base of Zhang Yuanqing's spine, coursing through him like an electric shock. He leapt into the air, akin to a startled cat, and involuntarily exclaimed, "Damn it!" This instinctive outburst emerged in response to intense stimuli or fright. He finally comprehended the source of his shoulder's soreness and understood why the corpse by the window carried a bronze mirror. It was to check if a vengeful spirit had settled upon their shoulder. When had it begun to cling to him? Was it upon entering the courtyard or this room? Who had emboldened him to venture forth? Yangjingru, perhaps? His thoughts erupted chaotically, panic crashing over him like a tidal wave. Despite being aware of the eerie and terrifying aspects of the temple and having mentally prepared himself, the genuine confrontation with the supernatural still provoked an indescribable dread. Ah, the talisman. Trembling, Zhang Yuanqing retrieved the yellow paper talisman from the left pocket of his windbreaker and, in a desperate bid for salvation, slapped it onto his shoulder. With a resounding thwack, the talisman adhered to his skin. He cautiously raised the bronze mirror to inspect, only to find the pale-faced man with blackened lips and lifeless white eyes still clinging to him. Futile. This entity was not a corpse or a ghost. The last shred of hope dissipated. Zhang Yuanqing felt the ache in his shoulder intensifying, his limbs growing cold. This was no mere illusion. It was a tangible loss of vital energy. At that moment, he recalled the corpse beneath the main hall table and the tragic fate of the unfortunate soul below the window. He could very well meet a similar demise in this place. A profound chill enveloped him. Suddenly, in this perilous moment, soft footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The sound was light, yet resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. Zhang Yuanqing's heart raced, and he quickly crouched beside the corpse by the window. The footsteps were oddly familiar, reminiscent of the sounds he heard upon entering the temple. As the footsteps drew nearer, he held his breath, every muscle tensed, faintly aware of his own frantic heartbeat. When the footsteps passed by the window, he could not resist the urge to glance at the ground. Moonlight poured in, casting a grid-like shadow upon the floor. The window was low, at waist height. Any passerby outside would surely be silhouetted by the moonlight. Yet he saw nothing. This indicated that whatever passed by was devoid of a physical form. Fortunately, the footsteps continued past the window without pausing or entering the room, gradually fading away. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Zhang Yuanqing strained to listen to the receding sound, noting as it stepped into the courtyard, producing a rustling noise in the overgrown grass. Then, it halted. Moments later, the footsteps resumed, this time with a rhythmic and deliberate cadence. What could it be doing in the courtyard? Gathering his icy resolve, he struggled to rise, peering through the tattered window paper to glimpse outside. In the moonlight, amidst the wild grass, a pair of brand-new Western-style red dance shoes tapped away in the darkness. A moonlit night, a desolate temple, red dance shoes dancing alone. This scene appeared both absurd and eerie. Imbued with an ineffable loneliness? How could there exist a pair of Western-style shoes in a Ming Dynasty mountain god temple? The absurdity of the situation deepened. He quietly crouched back down, biding his time. As moments ticked by, the vengeful spirit on his shoulder continued to siphon his vital energy. The rigidity of his body intensifying, the ache in his shoulder morphing into sharp pain. He felt that if this continued, he would either perish from the loss of energy or succumb to the grievous injury. In this agonizing ordeal, the dance in the courtyard ceased. Zhang Yuanqing still dared not reveal himself, waiting patiently before cautiously peeking out once more through the window. The courtyard lay bathed in moonlight, the wild grass standing still, and the eerie dance shoes had vanished. He exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, but just as he prepared to rise, his knees buckled, and he collapsed into the grass. With his tense nerves finally relaxing, adrenaline fading, he realized his condition was far worse than he had imagined. The stabbing pain in his shoulder felt as if his bones were about to shatter, his knees were stiff, and his blood felt stagnant. Shakily, he grasped the bronze mirror, and within its dusty surface, he beheld his own pallid visage, devoid of vitality, his pupils dim. This was not the face of a healthy individual, but rather that of a waning spirit. On his shoulder, the dark-lipped specter gazed at him, eerily silent. Continuing down this path would surely lead to his demise. Yet what could he do? He was powerless to touch the spirit clinging to his shoulder. The intense pain forced him to lean against the wall for support. Casting his gaze toward the worker's remains, he noted their positions mirrored one another. So this was it. A bitter smile crept onto Zhang Yuanqing's lips. He envisioned his own fate, hearing the sighs of death itself. Yet, Zhang Yuanqing refused to relinquish his will to survive. His mind remained active, akin to an overburdened CPU, searching for hope amid despair. In a flash, the corpse beneath the main hall table flickered through his mind amidst the chaotic flow of thoughts. The injuries on if the main hall serves as a sanctuary, my prospects for survival are undoubtedly amplified, providing refuge even should the wraith of the shoulders attempt to siphon my essence. However, should I find myself pursued by both the wraith and the crimson dancing shoes, my return to the main hall seems improbable. Furthermore, the most sinister and formidable origin of this temple is assuredly not merely the wraith. He did not revel in having averted a life-or-death crisis, for the ancient temple was far from simple. It is crucial to remember that an entire construction crew had perished here before him. After a prolonged respite, he gradually quelled his fear and pondered whether to venture out once more. The voice within his mind resounded again. Main quest I. Survive for 3 hours. Completed. Main quest 2. Explore Spirit Realm 0079. Progress. 20. Yuanshi Tianzuan. Congratulations on completing a main quest. Rewards are being calculated. Acquired item prop. Corpse suppressing talisman. Viewable in inventory. Gained experience. 15. Inventory unlocked. You will receive 36 hours of respite. Spirit Realm 0079 will reopen in 35, 59, 40. The scenery within the main hall contorted, like the surface of water ruffled by the wind. When the image cleared once more, Zhang Yuanqing beheld the brilliant fluorescent lights, the spacious bed, the desk, the PS5 game console, and the open window through which the wind blew, causing the curtains to sway gently. He had returned to the mortal realm. Was he back? He looked around in astonishment, confirming his return to his room before collapsing onto the soft bed. He inhaled deeply, finding even the air to be sweet. It was good to be alive, and the mortal realm was good. After a few minutes of recovery, Zhang Yuanqing sat up and unzipped his windbreaker, discovering that the corpse-suppressing talisman had indeed vanished. The notion of retrieving the item arose spontaneously, and in the next instant, a grid of cerulean squares appeared before his eyes. There were 5 slots in total, and in the first slot lay the yellow paper talisman. It was a peculiar experience, once the inventory was unlocked. The function seemed to become innate, requiring no instruction, and he knew instinctively how to open it. In addition to the corpse-suppressing talisman, he had gained 15 experience. But his level remained at 0, indicating that he had not yet become a night wanderer and was still an ordinary person. Surviving for 3 hours had nearly cost him his life. How was he to complete the second quest? Was this the reality of an S-class difficulty? Zhang Yuanqing became increasingly despairing, feeling that he had been misled by Brother Bing. This tattered card could indeed alter one's life, but it was undeniably difficult to control. He was well aware of his limitations. He was merely a college student who had never even killed a chicken. And it would be difficult to survive the subsequent second quest on his own. As a staunch and upright youth of socialist ideals, he should undoubtedly rely on the nation and the government at this juncture. Thus, he reached for his phone, intending to dial his cousin's number. But his finger paused as it touched the screen. For Zhang Yuanqing realized that he might have a better option. He immediately turned over and found the business card left by the man with the slick-back hair in the desk drawer. The card bore his name and contact information. Tonight's encounter reminded him of Brother Bing's bizarre disappearance. If he had not survived, he too would have vanished inexplicably. It was certain that Brother Bing had already come into contact with the so-called spirit realm, so his disappearance might be due to his entry into a particular spirit realm? Based on this assumption, the investigators from the Public Security Bureau were trustworthy. He chose to contact the man with the slick-back hair for another reason. The man had mentioned that he too might disappear, implying that he would enter the spirit realm. Coupled with his cousin's ignorance of these matters, Zhang Yuanqing had reason to believe that the 3 individuals were specialized personnel who dealt with similar incidents. Having clarified his thoughts, Zhang Yuanqing dialed the number on the business card. After a few seconds of ringing, the call was answered, and a mature male voice with a deep timbre inquired, "Who is this?" Chapter 8. Contact. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuanqing endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Officerly. "This is Zhang Yuanqing." "Oh, it's you." The voice on the other end chuckled. "What brings you to seek me out at this late hour?" Zhang Yuanqing replied with a serious tone, "I have information to report. In fact, before Lei Yibing went missing, he sent me a postcard. Why didn't you mention this before?" Li Dong's voice held no trace of surprise. Zhang Yuanqing hesitated momentarily before revealing his suspicions regarding Brother Bing's disappearance in full detail. After a prolonged silence, Li Dongzi laughed softly. "You certainly have a flair for dramatics." As Guanyu remarked, Zhang Yuanqing was indeed a solitary individual. A typical cheerful and optimistic university student would not harbor such a degree of suspicion. "Apologies." Zhang Yuanqing felt slightly embarrassed and swiftly redirected the conversation. "I encountered some rather bizarre and perplexing events tonight. Do you understand what I mean? From the sounds of it, you've successfully emerged from the spirit realm." Li Dongzi responded with a hint of relief. "Yes, I just got out. I almost perished in there." Hearing this, Zhang Yuanqing felt a wave of peace wash over him. It was evident that the other party was familiar with the spirit realm. Li Dongzi continued, "Congratulations on becoming a spirit realm walker. That is the title we bear. I am also a spirit realm walker, though the distinction lies in my official status." while you are of the unregulated variety. Spirit realm walker. Zhang Yuanqing pondered this term and inquired, what exactly is the spirit realm? He had an abundance of questions and could only begin with the most fundamental. I cannot divulge that information just yet. If you wish to learn more about the spirit realm, you must make a choice, Li Dongzi spoke gravely. The official stance on the spirit realm is twofold. One is to absorb and cultivate, the other is to supervise and control. The former represents joining us as an official spirit realm walker, while the latter allows you to remain an independent practitioner, provided you register with us and vow not to misuse your abilities. However, you will then forfeit any assistance from the official channels. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuanqing declared, I am willing to join the organization, to dedicate my life for the nation and its people. Li Dongzi chuckled. You truly embody the spirit of someone from a family of peacekeepers. Zhang Yuanqing found it difficult to discern whether this was mockery or praise. Well then, rest early. I will come to pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning, Li Dongzi stated. Huh? Not now? Zhang Yuanqing hesitated. Tomorrow? What else do you expect? What time is it now? If you wish to sacrifice yourself for the organization, you must wait until we are operational. Is it that you do not wish to discuss this over the phone, fearing I might backtrack and seek free information? Hence, we must meet in person tomorrow. Zhang Yuanqing could only respond with resignation. All right then. After hanging up, he glanced at his phone, which read 11 p.m. The passage of time within the spirit realm mirrored that of the outside world. Having successfully made contact with the official organization, a sense of relief enveloped Zhang Yuanqing. But the exhaustion born from his struggle for survival in the spirit realm surged within him. He lay on his bed, set an alarm, and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, at 7:15 a.m., Zhang Yuanqing was jolted awake by the alarm, nearly suffering a heart attack in the process. He turned off the alarm, yawning profusely as he got out of bed. His sleep had not been restful, plagued by several nightmares, each involving supernatural entities, waking him multiple times. In the living room, his grandfather sat on the sofa watching the news. His silver hair was sparse, and his tall frame bore a face lined with deep wrinkles, exuding an air of sternness. His grandmother busied herself in the kitchen, preparing breakfast, while his aunt squatted on a chair at the dining table, absorbed in her phone, cheeks puffed out like an adorable hamster. Up so early? His aunt scrutinized her lethargic nephew, teasingly commenting, You look like you've overindulged. Were you up to no good last night? I might just check your trash bin. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yuanqing would have retorted, Going to find something to eat? But today, preoccupied with thoughts of the spirit realm and his impending meeting with the official organization, he had no desire to engage in banter. He slumped down beside her, staring blankly, waiting for breakfast. Soon, his grandmother brought out steaming bowls of rice porridge, fried dough sticks, boiled eggs, and a basket of meat buns. Zhang Yuanqing took a sip of the warm porridge to soothe his throat and cautiously turned to his grandfather. Grandpa, I remember when the construction team at the Xiling Tunnel vanished, the Security Bureau organized a search team. You were involved, weren't you? His grandfather grunted in response. Somewhat puzzled. That was a long time ago. Why are you asking about it now? I saw that story online yesterday. Do you know what happened to the worker who was found? His grandfather furrowed his brow. I forgot. It was so long ago, I can't recall. Didn't they say he went missing again? His grandmother interjected, eagerly joining the conversation. It was quite the bizarre disappearance, causing quite a stir in the police department. The leaders had to come down personally to calm everyone. Is that so? His grandfather denied it. Old Shen, are you losing your memory with age? You told me about this yourself, his grandmother insisted. His grandfather lowered his head to sip his porridge. One must trust in science and not indulge in such superstitions. You've become more gossipy as you age. Found and then vanished again. Zhang Yuanqing took a melancholic sip of his porridge. It was evident that the survivor had re-entered the spirit realm after 36 hours, and this time, he had not made it out alive. His predictions had been correct. The mortality rate at the Mountain God Temple was exceedingly high, and the second mainline task was fraught with peril. To survive, relying on the official organization was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. After breakfast and a quick freshening up, Zhang Yuanqing took the elevator down and waited at the entrance of his community for several minutes. A black business vehicle slowly approached, its doors sliding open automatically. Li Dongzi sat within, perched on a white leather seat, leaning on a cane with his legs crossed. Clad in the same attire as yesterday, a black suit, waistcoat, and white shirt, his hair slicked back neatly, and adorned with meticulously groomed mustaches, he greeted, Get in, student. All right, investigator, Zhang Yuanqing responded with a smile. Once he entered the car, it merged into the morning traffic, cruising at a leisurely pace. Li Dongzi opened the vehicle's refrigerator, inquiring, "Well, would you like to drink? Cola? In that case, you'll have to buy it yourself at the supermarket later." Li Dongzi poured himself a glass of whiskey, adding an ice ball, and leaned back comfortably. "I'm taking you to complete your onboarding paperwork, and will provide you with some basic training. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Dongzi, a level 3 Spirit Realm Walker, team leader of the 2nd Squad in the Songhai Division of the Five Elements Alliance, with a profession as a scout." "Scout? Besides night wanderers, are there other professions?" Zhang Yuanqing adopted a posture of earnest attentiveness. Though filled with curiosity, he refrained from interrupting. As someone skilled in social interactions, Zhang Yuanqing understood that interrupting others was a breach of etiquette, and he would not allow himself to be penalized over trivial matters. Li Dongzi took a sip of his whiskey and stated, "Let me first explain what the spirit realm is." Zhang Yuanqing immediately perked up. Chapter 9. The Spirit Realm. Li Dongzi pondered briefly before stating, "The spirit realm embodies supernatural powers that science has yet to elucidate. Despite our persistent efforts to dissect and comprehend it, a complete understanding remains elusive. The spirit realm exists within reality, yet transcends it. Only the chosen few can enter this realm." He took a sip of his drink, smiling. "You should have experienced it." "That card?" Zhang Yuanqing interjected at the opportune moment. Li Dongzi nodded slightly. "It is referred to as a character card. Those who obtain a character card will unlock trial missions. By completing these trials, one can acquire a corresponding profession, gaining the skills and traits associated with that role. The mechanism by which the spirit realm selects its travelers is still a mystery, and the method of distributing character cards is unpredictable. Sometimes it manifests within your body, at other times you may find it by the roadside, or inadvertently click on a link online. Completing a trial is merely the beginning. To advance and grow more powerful within the spirit realm, travelers must continually accept tasks and delve deeper into its mysteries. However, there is no need for concern. The frequency of task appearances is relatively low, and not every spirit realm scenario poses a lethal threat. In fact, some realms can be quite entertaining. For instance, I am a level 3 scout, and in the past 2 years, I have ventured into the spirit realm 6 times, 3 of which were solitary missions where I nearly met my demise. The other 3 involved group confrontations and cooperative missions, which are comparatively safer and more intriguing. Acquiring superpowers invariably comes at a cost." Li Dongzi paused, allowing Zhang Yuanqing a moment to digest the information. "Is it akin to a game dungeon?" Zhang Yuanqing offered his interpretation. Li Dongzi smiled. "I enjoy conversing with young people like you. Your capacity for understanding is remarkable, and you eagerly embrace new experiences." After expressing his admiration, he nodded. "Exactly. It resembles playing a game, with the spirit realm serving as the dungeon. Some dungeons are designed for solo play, while others accommodate teams or confrontations. Solo dungeons, however, are the most perilous with the highest mortality rates. Team-based dungeons are somewhat better, featuring both death penalties and experience deductions for failures." Zhang Yuanqing inquired, "Why is the mortality rate highest in solo dungeons?" Li Dongzi reflected briefly. "In team-based realms, you will encounter other profession-specific travelers, but in solo dungeons, you confront the challenges of your own profession. Take the scout profession, for example. Its extraordinary abilities include perception, tracking, and analysis. Thus, my 3 solo missions involve playing detective and solving cases, hunting down evildoers in the jungle, and surviving in the wilderness. Moreover, each profession has distinct dungeons for both the extraordinary and sanctified stages. My profession is Night Wanderer, and I delve into supernatural dungeons. Fortunately, there are also team-based dungeons. Otherwise, I would have been terrified in the spirit realm. Will the sanctified stage dungeons change?" Zhang Yuanqing nodded as he listened. "Is it possible that Lei Yibing's disappearance is related to the spirit realm?" He spoke solemnly. He desperately sought confirmation from an authoritative figure to validate his suspicions. If Brother Bing had entered the spirit realm, then perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Li Dongzi contemplated for a moment. After Lei Yibing's mysteriously strange disappearance, officials from the Hangzhou Police Department took over the case. Their assessment is that Lei Yibing has perished within the spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanqing felt his heart momentarily stop. An overwhelming wave of anxiety and panic surged within him. Why? Li Dongzi explained, because too much time has elapsed. In a typical spirit realm dungeon, the duration ranges from several hours to a couple of days at most. Yet Lei Yibing has been missing for 4 days. The extraordinary stage is classified as levels 1 to 3. What about beyond the extraordinary stage? It's unclear, but the dungeons likely extend for longer durations. Perhaps Brother Bing is a formidable traveler in the spirit realm. Zhang Yuanqing could only console himself with this thought. Currently, regarding Brother Bing's disappearance, he felt powerless and lacking in insight to offer any assistance. In comparison, joining the official organization and seeking self-preservation was of utmost importance. By the way, before I introduce you to the official organization, there is another crucial matter. Li Dongzi took a sip to clear his throat. What is your moral value? 60 points. The initial value, Zhang Yuanqing replied candidly. Li Dongzi nodded. For a novice like you, moral value represents the greatest pitfall. This is something you must remember. Why is that? Zhang Yuanqing asked, unable to conceal his confusion. Do you recall the note beneath the moral value? Yes, it states that I should be a good person. Zhang Yuanqing nearly displayed a look of incredulity. Li Dongzi stated solemnly, the initial moral value is set at 60. Falling below this threshold will trigger the spirit realm's penalty mechanism, which will report your location to all spirit realm travelers in the same city and issue a mission to eliminate you. Zhang Yuanqing was left speechless, exclaiming, does that mean I would never be able to do anything wrong for the rest of my life? Well, I'm not saying you should do wrong, but being a saint can be quite exhausting. Moreover, what constitutes the criteria for measuring moral value? If engaging in craftsmanship or sharing inappropriate images is deemed moral degradation, then my life would be over. Li Dongzi chuckled, seemingly amused by the expression displayed by the newcomer, and slowly explained, there's no need to be so anxious. Based on our observations, spirit realm travelers involved in theft, robbery, and harm will have their moral value deducted by 1 to 5 points depending on the severity of the offense. Committing murder results in a deduction of 10 points. For severe consequences leading to multiple casualties, deductions will be assessed according to the gravity of the situation. As for personal moral failures, they do not influence moral value. Furthermore, while moral value can be deducted, it can also be accumulated. This is why I'm encouraging you to be a good person. This mechanism seems deliberately designed to constrain spirit realm travelers. Yet why does the spirit realm impose such restrictions? Morality and law are constructs created by humanity to maintain order. In the natural world, other beings do not require such constructs. In other words, unless the spirit realm's stance aligns with humanity, the existence of moral value appears somewhat unreasonable. Yet the spirit realm is a supernatural phenomenon. Zhang Yuanqing instinctively felt that this limitation was illogical, but since Li Dongzi provided no explanation, it suggested that he too was uncertain about the underlying reasons. From their previous conversation, it was evident that the official understanding of the spirit realm was limited. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly realized, I understand now. It's no wonder this is a major pitfall for newcomers. So how can one accumulate moral value? Newcomers who gain superpowers often utilize their abilities to pursue previously unattainable desires, such as acquiring wealth. The methods for quick financial gain are all outlined in criminal law. What about supporting impoverished young women? I wonder if that would lower my moral value. In the context of the spirit realm, does this constitute a personal moral failure or a violation of the law? This question Zhang Yuanqing refrained from asking, as he did not wish to leave an unfavorable impression on his future superior. Accumulating moral value is as straightforward as lowering it. Simply perform good deeds. In fact, many members of malevolent organizations within the spirit realm are ardent supporters of charitable causes, as donating is the swiftest way to amass moral value. As long as they possess sufficient funds, they can engage in wanton acts of violence. Li Dongzi scoffed, isn't it ironic? You can never truly know the true nature behind those who engage in philanthropy. Even more ironic is that human lives can be quantified in monetary terms. This is the reality, and the spirit realm mirrors it. Additionally, conflicts among spirit realm travelers do not incur any deductions from moral value. Once Zhang Yuanqing had begun to digest this information, Li Dongzi continued, next, let us discuss the official organization. Our official organization is called the Five Elements Alliance. Comprised of 5 major factions, the 100 Flowers Association, the White Tiger Legion, the Crimson Fire Gang, the Water God Palace, and the Central Courtyard. These 5 factions represent 5 distinct vocations: Sylvan Sprite, Scout, Pyromancer, Hydromancer, and Earthshaper. Zhang Yuanqing couldn't help but muse. Does the official organization consist entirely of supernatural entities? Besides the 5 Elements Alliance, there are several other organizations with official backing, which I will share with you in the briefing later, Li Dongzi said, caressing his wine glass. The 5 major factions within the 5 Elements Alliance only coalesced into an alliance in the last 2 decades. Prior to that, they operated independently, and their relationships were far from harmonious. This involves the elemental interactions and the inherent differences between each vocation. Li Dongzi took a sip of wine, shrugging. Take the Sylvan Sprites of the 100 Flowers Association, for example. They're a group of fanatical environmentalists, veritable members of an animal protection league. Good heavens. They even attempted to push the Five Elements Alliance headquarters to enact a ban on members consuming dog meat. Even the Almighty would find their actions excessive. Every time I see their pathological devotion to animals, I can't resist the urge to kick their backsides with my boots. Subsequently, Li Dongzi launched a scathing critique of the other 4 vocations besides the White Tiger Legion. This gave Zhang Yuanqing a more intuitive understanding of the other organizations within the Five Elements Alliance, such as the Crimson Fire Gang, who would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. The Water God Palace, with their gloomy disposition and penchant for cultivating viruses and bacteria, and the Central Courtyard, comprised of property moguls and mine owners. Only our scouts of the White Tiger Legion are wise, composed, and decisive, embodying the perfect vocation, Li Dongzi concluded. Zhang Yuanqing mused. Would the other 4 organizations concur with your assessment? Indeed, it increasingly resembles a game, doesn't it? Some within the Five Elements Alliance even refer to the Spirit Realm as a game server. Spirit Realm adepts possess character panels, items, and must undertake quests, with each distinct Spirit Realm serving as a dungeon. Moreover, there are different vocations. The Crimson Fire Gang are impetuous and prone to violence, akin to berserkers. The Water God Palace possess hydrokinetic abilities, making them water mages. The 100 Flowers Association can raise pets and heal injuries, rendering them clerics and summoners. The Central Courtyard are thick-skinned and resilient, quintessential tanks. Zhang Yuanqing couldn't resist quipping. So, are you scouts the 75 coin eyes in the game? Li Dongzi paused. Gripping the handle of his cane, his expression inscrutable. If I were a pyromancer from the Crimson Fire Gang, I would have already shattered your skull with a single blow. My apologies. Zhang Yuanqing promptly apologized. After the jest, the atmosphere between the two became more convivial. Li Dongzi chuckled. Once you transcend the extraordinary stage, scouts will possess formidable solo combat capabilities. I'm not exaggerating when I say it is a near-perfect vocation. Of course, among the orthodox vocations, Night Watchers are universally acknowledged as the strongest. Yes, I am referring to orthodox vocations, excluding the nefarious ones. Even we scouts must concede that Night Watchers are somewhat more perfect than us. Oh, Night Watchers are powerful? Can they defeat 10 opponents single-handedly? Zhang Yuanqing was secretly delighted. Could you elaborate on the Night Watcher vocation? Li Dongzi smiled wryly but understood the young man's admiration for strength, saying, Night Watchers can exhibit formidable assassination abilities in the early stages of the extraordinary realm, and their explosive power is also considerable. Furthermore, they possess the ability to communicate with souls, reanimate corpses, and control spirits, making them versatile and formidable. However, Night Watchers are exceedingly rare. Currently, the Songhai City branch does not have any Night Watchers, as there are too few Night Watcher trials in Songhai. And the Grand Mystery sect in the capital is constantly absorbing Night Watchers from all over the country. At this point, he naturally inquired about the new employee's vocation, saying, What is your vocation? I hope you are not a pyromancer. I detest crude and volatile youths. Chapter 10, S-Rank Trial Instance. Night Watchman. Night Watchman, Zhang Yuanqing stated calmly. I'm asking about your profession. Night Watchman. Li Dongzi was initially stunned, then straightened his back abruptly, leaning forward with fervent eyes fixed on Zhang Yuanqing. You're a Night Watchman? Indeed, Zhang Yuanqing affirmed with a nod. Hiss. Li Dongzi shifted in his seat, taking a dozen seconds to process this revelation. Then raised his voice, repeating the question, You're a Night Watchman? I just stumbled upon a Night Watchman? This was entirely unexpected. Akin to wistfully hoping for a lottery win and then actually hitting the jackpot. Jackpot. Li Dongzi set down his glass, scrutinizing Zhang Yuanqing repeatedly, his countenance alight with elation. Every Night Watchman was a highly coveted asset, fiercely contested among various Spirit Realm Walker teams and even factions. Li Dongzi knew of a young matron from the 100 Flowers Association who, to poach a Night Watchman informant from the Scarlet Fire Gang, resorted to seduction, betting the informant to induce a change of allegiance, willingly becoming a turncoat. This incident nearly sparked a conflict between the Scarlet Fire Gang and the 100 Flowers Association, requiring intervention from the Five Elements Alliance headquarters. The matter only subsided after the Night Watchman perished in a Spirit Realm mission. Right. I don't know your Spirit Realm ID yet, Li Dongzi said, concealing his excitement, maintaining a composed demeanor before his future subordinate. Zhang Yuanqing puffed out his chest. Focusing his voice, primordial, celestial, venerable. Good name, Li Dongzi said after a few moments of silence, clapping his hands. Hey, that's a bit of an overstatement, isn't it? And why do you look like you want to hit me? Zhang Yuanqing said modestly, if the chief likes it. That's all that matters. At that moment, the black business sedan pulled into the Kangong District Security Department, parking in a space near the green belt. I'll arrange your onboarding right away. The base salary is $20,000 a month, with subsidies for missions and additional performance bonuses for meritorious service. Any questions? Li Dongzi seemed eager to get things settled, betraying an eagerness to secure his prize. A base salary of $20,000 a month? Zhang Yuanqing's eyes brightened. No problem. A monthly salary of $20,000 was a high income, even in a metropolis like Shanghai. Zhang Yuanqing recalled that his mother's management-level salary at her company was only 50,000 to 100,000 a month. Of course, this was the base salary, excluding bonuses, commissions, and shares. He followed Li Dongzi out of the car, around the security department building, and stopped in front of a two-story building. This building was constructed from massive panes of glass, exuding a chic and elite ambience. Upon entering the main entrance, a steel staircase led directly to the second floor. To the left of the ground floor was the office area, where 7 or 8 women sat at desks. There were beautiful young ladies, mature and charming women, and capable and composed women. To the right was the living area, furnished with sofas, round tables, refrigerators, electric stoves, water dispensers, and other amenities. They were either engrossed in their work, watching dramas with headphones, or huddled together in groups of 3 or 5, gossiping. Upon seeing Li Dongzi enter, they merely glanced up before resuming their activities, lacking the usual fear of subordinates toward their superiors. I like this work environment, Zhang Yuanqing muttered. Li Dongzi didn't linger, leading Zhang Yuanqing toward the steel staircase, then turned around suddenly, saying, "These are ordinary staff members, serving only our spirit realm walkers. If you need anything in your life or work in the future, just tell them." A job combined with a secretary? Zhang Yuanqing nodded. The two arrived on the second floor, where the cacophony of chatter diminished. The layout of the second floor was much simpler. The entire left side was Li Dongzi's personal office, while the right side held 9 desks. Most of them were empty, with only 2 occupied. They were the investigators who had visited his home yesterday, the long-legged beauty and the disheveled, vacant-eyed tech geek. Guanya, help him with the onboarding paperwork, Li Dongzi called out from afar, smiling jovially. I've recruited a new colleague for you. The tech geek looked up, glanced at Zhang Yuanqing, nodded slightly, then lowered his head to continue his work. The mixed-race beauty smiled, rising to her feet as she said, "Looks like you successfully completed the trial mission. You MILF-loving little boy." MILF-loving little boy? Zhang Yuanqing's expression faltered for a moment. Then he heard Li Dongzi beside him say, "Guanya likes to joke around. You'll get used to it." He then chided his female subordinate. "Don't say strange things in front of our young college student. He's still a child." The child took the opportunity to glance at the approaching mixed-race beauty, who was wearing an OL suit, her shirt tucked into her skirt, accentuating her slender waist. Her long, shapely legs were encased in black stockings, and her slightly curled hair swayed gently with each step. Her face was sharp and delicate, with Western features, yet her skin was fair and smooth. "Chiefly, I'd like to inquire about matters related to the trial instance," Zhang Yuanqing said, not forgetting his purpose for today. "You can ask Guanya about any questions. I have something to attend to, so I must go and deal with it first," Li Dongzi said amiably, his tone like that of a homeroom teacher addressing a top student. After finishing his instructions, he returned to his office in high spirits, intending to report the recruitment of the night watchman to his superiors. Did the chief take the wrong medicine today? He's practically floating, Guanya muttered. Then turned to Zhang Yuanqing, smiling. "Come with me and fill out a form, then give me your ID card." "I didn't bring my ID card. Tell me the ID number." She led Zhang Yuanqing to an empty desk, sat down beside him, her rounded buttocks compressing the chair cushion. "The chief should have given you basic training, right?" she said, leaning lazily against the back of the chair, a posture that accentuated her ample bosom. Zhang Yuanqing caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance, secretly admiring her. In this era where the average level was only C-grade, an E-grade powerhouse was enough to impress. "Your onboarding is complete. This is the contract, and here's a confidentiality agreement." After Zhang Yuanqing signed the documents, Guanya's smiling lips tightened, and she said earnestly, "I need to explain a few things to you. From today onward, your original ID card cannot be used. The organization will provide you with a new ID card. It will be issued within 3 days and can be used to purchase high-speed rail tickets and airline tickets normally, and it will go through the green channel. You'll receive a new SIM card tomorrow. Why? Zhang Yuanqing didn't understand this operation. When you named yourself, the spirit realm should have prompted you not to use your real name. Zhang Yuanqing nodded. Guanyu said solemnly, there's a reason for this. We divide the professions in the spirit realm into 2 categories. The first category is the orderly professions, which are the orthodox professions. The second category is the evil professions. Spirit realm walkers of the evil professions are either violent and bloodthirsty or perverted and cruel, and they have a common predilection, hunting spirit realm walkers of the orthodox professions, which is us. Exposing one's identity and reality is very dangerous for spirit realm walkers. Is it akin to factional confrontations in games? Zhang Yuanqing's expression grew solemn. Last night, when he was told he could not use his real name, he found it peculiar. Could it be that Li Dongzi and Guanyu are also not their true names? However, rest assured, we are an official organization. Typically, we are the hunters, and they are the prey. Noticing the smile fade from the young boy's face, Guanyu offered a word of comfort. Sister Guanyu must be an exceptional hunter. Zhang Yuanqing sighed in relief, casually offering her a compliment. You are quite the eloquent speaker. Guanyu's smile deepened, and she teased, you speak beautifully. How many girlfriends have you had? Single. Guanyu was taken aback. Your trash bin is so neat. I assumed you had a girlfriend. Again with the trash bin. Do you women have a peculiar affinity for it? Zhang Yuanqing silently scoffed. Guanyu laughed gaily. Would you like me to help you purchase a girlfriend online? Enough. You woman. No, you old matchmaker. Zhang Yuanqing retorted, no thanks. I prefer a realistic girlfriend. Guanyu laughed so hard she nearly trembled. I like you, little guy. All right, no more joking. Let's return to serious matters. In the entire Kangnong district, there are 10 teams of spirit realm walkers, and we are Team 2, consisting of 5 spirit realm walkers. Including you, that makes 6. Among the 5, only I and the team leader belong to the White Tiger Army. You were recruited by the team leader, and once you are confirmed, you will also belong to the White Tiger Army. I hope you keep this in mind. This statement implied that the biases among the factions of the 5 Elements Alliance were deeper than Zhang Yuanqing had anticipated. From now on, I will follow Sister Guanyu. He intentionally omitted mentioning Li Dongzi, as this would likely endear him to her further. Indeed, Guanyu's smile became even more radiant as she remarked. Besides me and Wang Tai, other spirit realm walkers typically do not clock in regularly. As a student, you need not come every day. Do not be overly formal. The team leader is a good person, though when he gets emotional, his speech can be rather peculiar. He also has a strong obsession with elegance. As for Wang Tai, his profession is that of a scholar. He excels in learning and research, serving in a civilian capacity. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him. When you graduate from university, you can seek his assistance with your thesis. However, he is not adept at socializing and detests it. You need not pay him any mind. Treat him merely as a tool. As for me, she said with a smile, I enjoy interacting with energetic young boys. Zhang Yuanqing found it hard to discern whether her words were sincere or merely playful. He quickly labeled the members of the team according to his understanding. The elegant one who occasionally lapses into a translation tone, the socially awkward techie, and the old matchmaker. By the way, what is your zodiac sign? Guanyu inquired. Scorpio. Zhang Yuanqing was puzzled by her sudden question but answered truthfully. Guanyu scrutinized him with a curious gaze. You really have no girlfriend? What does that have to do with zodiac signs? Zhang Yuanqing replied, bewildered. Guanyu appeared incredulous but did not dwell on the topic, casually picking up the form Zhang Yuanqing had filled out. Primordial Celestial Sovereign. 21 years old. Huh, does your ID still hold any weight? Aren't you afraid of being beaten up outside? Night Wanderer. Guanyu's charming face momentarily froze. And she blurted out, you are the Night Wanderer. Zhang Yuanqing relished her expression. No wonder the team leader walks so gracefully. Guanyu mumbled, then beamed. Now we have a Night Wanderer in our team. You must not run off with wild women from other organizations. Zhang Yuanqing noticed Wang Tai, not far away, looking over. Primordial Celestial Sovereign. I shall call you Yuan Shi from now on. Guanyu was delighted as she glanced down at the screen, only to be momentarily taken aback at seeing the level marked as 0. Just as she was about to ask, she noticed the next line reading. Trial Task, Xiling Tunnel. Guanyu's mind went blank, her lips parted, and her expression froze in shock. After a moment, she looked at him with an incredibly complex gaze. Your trial spirit realm is the Xiling Tunnel? Seeing her expression, Zhang Yuanqing's heart raced. He intended to inquire about the trial task. Since it was a dungeon, There must be strategies available. Just then, he noticed the so-called indifferent techie lifting his head to look over, this time filled with sympathy and pity. You, just a moment. Guanya's face paled as she exited the office area, heading towards Li Dong's office. What was that look she had just now? Zhang Yuanqing felt a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, Wang Tai spoke in a detached manner. There are indeed strategies. Submitting details of your experiences in the spirit realm is the duty of every official walker, and the organization will provide corresponding rewards. However, the Xiling tunnel is a bit different. You can see for yourself. He handed over a laptop. Zhang Yuanqing, half curious and half confused, accepted the computer, the screen displaying an open document. Summary of the Night Wanderer Trial Spirit Realms. Wang Village Ruins, C grade. Task requirements: survive until dawn. The dangers in the village stem from hanging ghosts and the desolate graves outside. When faced with the hanging ghost's demands for life, spirit realm walkers must turn upside down to avoid danger. However, those with weak stamina can only rely on their luck. The vengeful spirits in the graves will collectively enter the village at midnight. Spirit realm walkers must promptly head to the small shop to find incense candles. Lighting the candles can prevent being devoured by the horde of ghosts. Lingang Reservoir, B grade. Task requirements: cross the reservoir. During the crossing, water ghosts will attempt to pull you down. Do not resist. After holding your breath for 2 minutes, the water ghost will leave on their own. Ghost Bride, A grade. Task requirements: spend the night with the Ghost Bride until dawn. The Ghost Bride is an incredibly beautiful creature. She treats each groom wildly, and she will not harm her groom as long as he can satisfy her. However, theoretically, no man can last until dawn. This is nearly a guaranteed fatal spirit realm. Thus far, only one brave soul has survived, but he subsequently developed a strong aversion to women. Xiangshui Paradise, B grade. Task requirements. The more Zhang Yuanqing read, the more perplexed he became. These trial tasks seemed too simple, aside from the Ghost Bride requiring extraordinary endurance. The survival rate for the other spirit realm trials seemed quite high. Furthermore, upon reviewing the text, the highest difficulty level was A grade. Yet his trial task was the S grade Xiling Tunnel. As he continued scrolling down, he finally found information on the Xiling Tunnel. Xiling Tunnel, difficulty unknown. Task requirements unknown. The initial incident occurred during the tunnel's construction, where a construction team accidentally entered the spirit realm. A total of 12 individuals entered, but only one survived, suffering severe trauma and an abnormal mental state. 36 hours later, they re-entered the spirit realm and perished within. Note: this spirit realm scenario is extremely perilous. No successful clearance of the Xiling Tunnel has been documented. The last sentence was highlighted in bright red. Zhang Yuanqing was left in a state of daze. Updates will follow later. Tomb sweeping on Qingming Festival consumed the entire morning, and the morning update has been postponed until after lunch. Chapter 11. The BUG-level spirit realm. In a spacious and opulent office, Li Dongzi reclined lazily on the sofa, crossing his legs. With a glass of wine in his left hand and a cigar in his right, he exuded an air of nonchalance. Moments ago, he had reported the news of recruiting the Night Wanderer to his direct superior. Li Dongzi was aware that the young centurion, eager to make a mark as a newcomer and cultivate a loyal following, would find a Night Wanderer with a clean background to be a fortuitous boon, perfectly timed for someone of his distinguished lineage. Indeed, the youthful superior expressed profound admiration for Li Dongzi's efforts, promising to acknowledge his significant contribution. In the hierarchy of the White Tiger Legion, military merit surpassed all else. Suddenly, the glass door of the office was forcefully swung open, and Guanya entered with a clatter of high heels. Li Dongzi frowned slightly, leisurely sipping his drink as he chided, "Guanya, your entrance lacks elegance. Captain, that fellow has entered the trial spirit realm known as the Xiling Tunnel," Guanya stated bluntly. Pfft. Li Dongzi transformed into a figure of indignation. Hastily rising from the table, wine splattering in his wake as he exclaimed, "The Xiling Tunnel? Oh my God, you damned fool. Look at the mess you've created." He brandished his cane and rushed into the office area, where he found the newly recruited Night Wanderer, Zhang Yuanqing, staring vacantly at his computer. Upon noticing Li Dongzi's arrival, Zhang wore a woeful expression and asked, "Captain, do I still have a chance of rescue?" Fearing the response might be bleak, he braced himself for the worst. Li Dongzi regarded him in silence, his expression reminiscent of a man who, after finally winning the affection of his beloved, discovers she is, in fact, his long-lost sister. Meeting the hopeful gaze of the new employee, Li Dongzi inhaled deeply and spoke in a somber tone. The trial spirit realm is the initial solo dungeon for every spirit realm practitioner. Its most vexing aspect lies precisely in this. Within a solo dungeon, no one can assist you. It is the spirit realm's test of your resolve. And the cost of obtaining supernatural powers is one you must bear. Zhang Yuanqing nodded gravely in understanding. Li Dongzi continued, I will report this matter on your behalf, hoping that higher-level archives contain information and strategic advice regarding the Xiling Tunnel. Otherwise, no one can save you. For now, return and await further news. I shall inform you immediately once I have results. Though not a night wanderer himself, as a seasoned spirit realm practitioner, he was aware of the notorious reputation of the Xiling Tunnel. To date, according to official records, no one had successfully cleared this dungeon, and the first kill remained unachieved. Thank you for your trouble, Captain, Zhang Yuanqing replied, his expression stiff with concern. Li Dongzi added, be sure to document your experiences in the Xiling Tunnel in detail. After arranging for a dedicated vehicle to escort Zhang Yuanqing away, Guanyu returned to her desk. She retrieved a notepad bearing the watermark of Aquarius and uncapped a pin adorned with the Virgo motif. Every item on her desk, from the computer to the notebook and the water cup, was adorned with various astrological symbols, revealing her as a devoted astrology enthusiast. Guanyu scribbled on the notepad, primordial celestial master, Scorpio male, attributes, cunning, vengeful, high sexual drive. Note, highly susceptible to the allure of women from other organizations. Having completed her note, the mixed-race beauty sighed, tore off the sheet, and affixed it to the personnel record of Team 2. She meticulously annotated the attributes of each team leader, including those who had departed or perished in the spirit realm. Hey Wang Tai, does that fellow have any hope of clearing the dungeon? Guanyu inquired, tilting her head to address her colleague next door. Wang Tai, his hair disheveled, looked up and replied, the Tai sect might possess detailed information on the Xiling Tunnel, but it's likely to be of little use, otherwise. They would have already arranged for a night wanderer to clear that spirit realm. An S-level trial task should offer decent rewards. Guanyu furrowed her brow. Wang Tai continued, if we could procure a few items for him, there might be a chance for success, but you know how it is, items serve various functions. And our understanding of the Xiling Tunnel is limited. We cannot provide targeted solutions, so the outcome is likely to result in a loss of both people and resources. Of course, Guanyu rolled her eyes. Items themselves are exceedingly rare and precious. It is already a feat for a transcendent-level spirit realm practitioner to possess even one. Unclaimed items can only be obtained through two means: entering the spirit realm to search, or by slaying a spirit realm practitioner in reality to seize their treasures. Only items that are not bound to inventory can be taken. Both options are evidently impractical. The crux of the matter is, without a clear understanding of the specifics of the Xiling Tunnel, who can ascertain which type of item might aid him in clearing it? Should he perish within the spirit realm, the items would be automatically reclaimed by the realm, resulting in a substantial loss. Wang Tai furiously tapped on the keyboard, pulling up a series of data, studying it intently as he murmured, the Qiming festival has just passed, which coincides with the annual opening period of the Xiling Tunnel. Is this fellow just extraordinarily unfortunate? In the office, Li Dongzi opened a chat application and typed a message. Captain Fu, I need to report a matter concerning the newly recruited night wanderer mentioned earlier. His trial spirit realm is the Xiling Tunnel, reputed as a beginner-esque bug-level spirit realm for night wanderers. The Xiling Tunnel first emerged during the tunnel construction period of the last century, where a construction team inadvertently entered and perished within the spirit realm. Subsequently, authorities located a sole survivor, who was teleported back into the spirit realm after 36 hours. Indeed, the trial tasks of the Xiling Tunnel are divided into two phases. Unlike the one-time trial tasks of other professions in spirit realms, I apologize, my excitement clouded my judgment, leading to a misunderstanding when I saw him return from the trial spirit realm, instinctively believing he had cleared it. I am aware that the Tai sect boasts the most comprehensive and extensive collection of night wanderer spirit realm data. The sect leader is the strongest night wanderer of our time. Perhaps the Tai sect possesses relevant information regarding the Xiling Tunnel. If it were you, Captain Fu, I believe the Tai sect would extend some assistance. The principle of the White Tiger Legion is to never abandon or give up on comrades since he has joined. I cannot easily forsake him. I hope for your support, Captain Fu. After composing the message, Li Dongzi reviewed it several times for accuracy before clicking send. He held his wine glass, gazing at the screen with a sigh. Zhang Yuanqing returned home, burdened with thoughts. Entering the password, he unlocked the security door. In the living room, his grandmother was diligently mopping the gleaming floor, while a middle-aged man in a black jacket sat at the dining table. With striking features and dark hair, the man bore deep-set lines on his forehead and fine crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, embodying the passage of time. Outwardly, there was no doubt this was a charismatic older gentleman, likely to be favored by mature women and admired by younger girls with a penchant for older men. However, this middle-aged man was not Zhang Yuanqing's uncle, but rather his cousin. His cousin swallowed a mouthful of the reheated porridge and turned to Zhang Yuanqing, inquiring, "I heard from Grandma that you were looking for me last night." His demeanor was serious, lacking humor, reminiscent of a younger version of their grandfather. Zhang Yuanqing opened his mouth, but shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. The issue from yesterday has been resolved, and the new challenges are beyond your aid. So it's better left unsaid." Furthermore, he had signed a non-disclosure agreement. His cousin glanced at him, leisurely sipping his porridge as he remarked, "It's about Lei Yibing. Isn't it? I heard Li Dongza visited in person yesterday, which indicates his case is rather unusual. Not just you, even I cannot assist." So, his cousin had already inquired beforehand. Zhang Yuanqing nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing his cousin's downcast demeanor, Qin Yuanjun chose not to press further. Assuming his younger relative was concerned about Lei Yibing. At this moment, Jiang Yue, clad in an adorable bear-themed pajama set, emerged from her chamber. Clutching a stack of facial masks, specifically for wrinkle reduction and anti-aging, to be applied morning and night, promising remarkable results. "Your grandmother insisted I help purchase these," she remarked. Her cousin's expression darkened, furrowing his brow in dismay. "Aunt, I have no need for such things." The aunt shrugged nonchalantly, "Suit yourself." Nearby, their grandmother, holding a mop, shot an irritable glare at her grandson and retorted, "If you don't require facial masks, does that imply you would rather I use an iron to smooth out the wrinkles on your face?" Due to her son's unreliability, the grandmother had long since relinquished her ambitions for him, instead focusing her efforts on nurturing the next generation, represented by her two grandchildren. Currently, her granddaughter had been accepted into Shanghai University, while her grandson was employed at the Public Security Bureau, both with promising futures ahead. Yet, a lingering concern troubled the grandmother. The grandson was excessively mature and composed, possessing the face of a 40-year-old at merely 30. The year before, an old friend of her husband's had visited from afar and, upon seeing Qin Yuanjun, had exclaimed in astonishment, "I had no idea you had another son." After a moment's hesitation, her husband had managed to reply, "This is my grandson." The old friend, being quite straightforward, had blurted out, "Your grandson certainly has a rather obstinate appearance." Decades of friendship nearly unraveled in that instant. Qin Yuanjun, resigned, accepted the facial masks, shoving them into his pocket. "All right, Grandma, enough with the nagging. I must head to work. I'm currently preoccupied with a missing persons case." "A missing persons case?" Zhang Yuanqing became immediately alert and inquired, "What is the situation?" Qin Yuanjun bit into a pickled vegetable. "Two individuals have gone missing in the Shelling Tunnel, and they haven't been found yet. We reviewed the surveillance footage, but there's no sign of them entering the tunnel." Suddenly, his cousin interjected, cautioning, "Keep this under wraps. I've signed a confidentiality agreement." The grandmother, upon hearing this, ignited with curiosity, her voice dripping with intrigue. "Is it haunted again? How is it that this place remains open? Every year, a few people go missing in that tunnel." The aunt perked up, sporting a similarly inquisitive expression. "Grandma, please don't pry. It wouldn't be that they accidentally wandered into a mountain goddess temple, would it? Poor souls. I wonder if they'll survive 3 hours." Zhang Yuanqing felt a mix of sympathy and an odd comfort in knowing he was the only one facing misfortune. He had developed a deeper understanding of the spiritual realm. As Li Dongza had mentioned, the spiritual realm had always existed, and perhaps a portion of the missing persons each year vanished into that very realm. In the capital city, within a traditional courtyard, a grand locust tree flourished, its verdant foliage resembling a vast green umbrella. Beneath its shade, an elderly man with silvery hair reclined in a rocking chair, donned in a white tank top and loose shorts, leisurely fanning himself with a handheld fan. The man's gaunt visage bore a beauty mark at the center of his brow, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, casting a mosaic of light upon the ground. From the locust tree, faint sounds of childish laughter could be discerned. "Elder son, a young man from the Fu family has sent you an email," announced a middle-aged man clad in black as he stepped into the courtyard. Regardless of whether they belonged to the Five Elements Alliance or the Tai sect, those who attained the status of elder were renowned spiritual realm practitioners. "Fu Qingyang." The elderly man chuckled softly, keeping his eyes closed as he waved his fan. "What's the matter?" The middle-aged man relayed the contents of the email. He has recruited a night wanderer in Songhai City for a trial in the Shelling Tunnel and seeks information regarding the tunnel, along with your guidance. The elder paused in his fan movements, a moment later realizing, with Qiming just passed, it aligns perfectly with the opening of the Shelling Tunnel. Recently, many will be fortunate enough to acquire Night Wanderer role cards, but alas, it is unlikely anyone will successfully navigate the Shelling Tunnel. The information can be shared, after all. The sect has already abandoned any strategies for the Shelling Tunnel, and the confidentiality level of related documents has diminished. Furthermore, inform that young lad Fu that the place itself is an S-rank trial realm, and due to unforeseen complications, it has become exceedingly hazardous, well beyond the scope of a trial realm. My advice is to abandon that night wanderer. There is no necessity for investment in a doomed individual. The middle-aged man nodded gently, fully aware of the eerie and ominous nature of the Shelling Tunnel as a servant of the Tai sect. An S-rank trial realm is inherently the most challenging for novices, and the Shelling Tunnel is even more peculiar than the typical S-rank realm. Each S-rank trial realm invariably harbors extraordinary elements, whether rare items or vital information of great worth. The Tai sect had dispatched 2 first-level night wanderers to remain stationed in Songhai specifically to unravel the mysteries of the Shelling Tunnel. As S-rank novice trial realms occasionally opened to first-level spiritual practitioners. After months of waiting, the 2 first-level night wanderers finally received a task related to the Shelling Tunnel. However, the outcome was grim. One night wanderer vanished without a trace upon entering the spiritual realm, while the other successfully completed the first task only to perish in the second. Both possessed items of significance. Since that incident, the Tai sect's elders reassessed the Shelling Tunnel, ultimately deciding to abandon any attempts at conquering that realm. Should anyone indeed manage to navigate the Shelling Tunnel and uncover its hidden information, it would resolve a long-standing conundrum for the Tai sect. The middle-aged man remarked with a hint of amusement. The elder offered no commentary, stating slowly, "In a few days, the sect leader will summon all night wanderers to the capital for a meeting. A significant announcement is forthcoming. Prepare yourself and gather your subordinates." With that, he waved his fan dismissively, signaling the man's departure. The middle-aged man bowed and exited. Chapter 12. Detailed information on the Shelling Tunnel after his cousin went to work. Having finished his porridge, Zhang Yuanqing returned to his room to catch up on sleep. He awoke to a dynamic soundtrack and the flickering glow of the television screen. The room's main light unlit. He sat up and glanced towards the window, where his aunt was perched cross-legged in front of the television, engrossed in playing his PS5. Her sleeves were rolled up, exposing her fair arms, and her lithe form swayed gently as she manipulated the controller. Zhang Yuanqing yawned, switched on the light, and approached his aunt to observe her gaming. She was immersed in a horror game with a macabre aesthetic and eerie music. The protagonist, a grotesque little figure, wielded a blood-stained axe, hacking his way through hordes of enemies in a shower of gore. The television's glow illuminated her limpid eyes, adding a touch of exhilaration to her radiant, oval face. "This game is quite captivating. It's perfect for an evening's entertainment and rather cathartic," his aunt remarked without turning around. His aunt possessed 3 principal passions: shopping, watching horror films, and playing horror games. "More like depressing, you morbid woman," Zhang Yuanqing retorted, his words laced with affection. "It is indeed quite intriguing." His aunt glanced back, casting a scornful look at him. "Spare me the pretense." She returned her attention to the game and continued, "Actually, this is a cathartic experience. The monsters in the game are figments of the little boy's imagination. He's a psychiatric patient who's fighting to avoid being consumed by his inner demons. He struggles valiantly, eventually carving a bloody path to the light, resulting in a profoundly moving conclusion." As she spoke, Zhang Yuanqing poured himself a glass of water and responded while drinking, a commendable concept. His aunt hummed in agreement and added, "Each boss embodies a specific pattern. With careful observation, even a small boy can triumph over formidable demons. However, the terrifying visuals and music often instill fear, clouding one's judgment. You should give it a try." Zhang Yuanqing was not in the mood to play games with his aunt. He had been away from the spirit realm for nearly 20 hours, and in a dozen or so hours, it would reopen. Death might await him. He would rather contemplate how to spend his final hours, ensuring he left no regrets. Should he call his mother and berate her? Embrace his aunt in a tearful farewell? Or perhaps join his uncle in a final rap performance? He realized that he had no significant regrets or unfulfilled dreams. As a university student from a reasonably affluent family, his life had been relatively untroubled. Only those who have weathered the storms of life accumulate a wealth of unfulfilled desires. Oh, come on, play with me, his aunt implored, swaying her hips coquettishly. Gazing at her alluring figure, Zhang Yuanqing's expression softened. He sat down beside his aunt and accepted the controller. If life had only a dozen hours remaining, spending them playing a game with her would be a worthwhile endeavor. Under his aunt's guidance, punctuated by her constant chatter and chip munching, Zhang Yuanqing completed the game. He glanced at the time and realized it was already 11 p.m. Excellent, excellent. You have a natural talent, his aunt praised, patting her nephew's shoulder and inadvertently wiping saliva on him. Disgusting, you're so gross, Zhang Yuanqing retorted, feigning revulsion. Nonsense. This is nectar of the gods. You're too oblivious to appreciate the blessing, Zhang Yuer shamelessly declared. Nectar of the gods? What's the price per ounce? Zhang Yuanqing scoffed. Priceless? But I'm willing to offer you a few drops, Zhang Yue pouted, threatening to smear saliva on Zhang Yuanqing. Zhang Yuanqing recoiled. Click. The doorknob twisted, and his grandmother stood in the doorway, frowning at the pair. Zhang Yuanqing and Zhang Yuer immediately sat up straight. Are you going to eat or not? His grandmother chided. Sleeping during the day and playing games at night, trying to become immortals while still human, reaching for the heavens while rooted to the earth? Zhang Yuanqing put down the controller. All right, I'll eat right away. His grandmother gave her daughter a frosty glare, and his aunt slunk back to her room. Dinner had been kept warm, and his grandmother reheated the cold dishes. Zhang Yuanqing hastily filled his stomach, returned to his room, and summoned his inventory to confirm that the corpse-suppressing talisman was still present. He then scrutinized his attribute panel. Afterward, while praying for good news from Li Dongzi, he pondered the events at the mountain god temple. During his game with his aunt, he had a new epiphany. If the spirit realm was also a game, could it possess inherent rules? If he could discern these rules, even a powerless boy might successfully complete the game. Amidst his musings, a piercing ringtone startled Zhang Yuanqing. He grabbed the phone from his bedside table. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. He answered. Hello, is this Zhang Yuanqing? A sultry voice emanated from the speaker. Zhang Yuanqing's face lit up with delight. Did you obtain information about the Shelling Tunnel? He asked eagerly. Guanya hummed in affirmation. The squad leader managed to acquire more detailed information for you. He asked me to send it to your email. I know you young people never check your email, so I'm calling to notify you. Indeed, joining the authorities was the right choice, Zhang Yuanqing thought, his mood instantly brightening. He suppressed the urge to rush to his computer to check his email and said sincerely, Please thank Squad Leaderly for me, and thank you, Sister Guanya. Once I successfully complete the trial mission, I'll treat you to a meal. Successfully complete the trial. Guanya sighed inwardly, hesitating before her voice softened. All right. I'll wait. She had already reviewed the information transmitted by the Tai sect. After reading it, she felt only despair and despondency. No wonder the squad leader had been gloomy all day. In Li Dongzi's mind, this newly recruited night wanderer was likely doomed to fail in the trial mission. After ending the call, Zhang Yuanqing pulled out his ergonomic chair and eagerly booted up his laptop, logging into his email. He located Guanya's email amidst the clutter of unread messages and downloaded the attached document. Shelling Tunnel, Spirit Realm number 0079, difficulty level, S. Type, Solo, Lethal. Main Quest 1, Survive for 3 hours. Main Quest 2, Explore Spirit Realm 0079. The same as my trial mission, Zhang Yuanqing thought. His spirits lifting. This was a positive sign. The closer the description was to his task, the better. The setting of Spirit Realm 0079 is not the Shelling Tunnel, but an ancient temple from the Ming Dynasty called the Three Dao Mountain Goddess Temple. I surmise that this goddess is a night wanderer of extremely high rank, or perhaps she can no longer be considered a night wanderer. It is uncertain whether such a stunningly beautiful goddess truly existed during the Ming Dynasty, or if the spirit realm fabricated her. What followed was an extensive description of the Three Dao Mountain Goddess's deeds, consistent with what Zhang Yuanqing had witnessed in the temple. He continued reading. The task of surviving for 3 hours is relatively simple. Initially, after reviewing the notes, I was plagued by a wraith whose characteristic was to continuously drain the vital energy of living beings until the target perished. Night Wanderers possess a natural suppression over spirits. I dispelled it with little effort, but when I attempted to consume it, I encountered significant resistance. This may be the spirit realm's protection of the wraith. Everyone who reads the notes will be cursed, relentlessly pursued by the wraith. Any method of dispelling it is only temporary, providing approximately 15 minutes of safety. Notably, The overall layout of the mountain god temple consists of a main hall and 2 adjacent courtyards. The candles in the main hall are an extremely powerful artifact with the ability to suppress evil and purify, as long as one remains in the main hall. They are safe. The cost is that the candle dispels the fears within the human heart. Prolonged exposure to its glow renders one fearless. Yet in such a perilous spiritual realm, this lack of fear can prove fatal. Furthermore, it cannot be relocated or taken out of the spiritual realm. After spending half an hour in the main hall, I suddenly heard cries for help emanating from the backyard, interspersed with chilling, otherworldly howls. Hesitating briefly, I resolved to investigate the backyard. The main hall indeed served as a sanctuary, a fact I can personally attest to. Yet I had not anticipated that the source of safety was the candle. I had assumed it was the beautiful mountain goddess. The cries for help originated from the ancient banyan tree, and I did not hear the howls. The eastern courtyard was indeed terrifying. Zhang Yuanqing felt a chill run down his spine, drawing a sharp breath. He inhaled deeply, focusing on the subsequent information, which was crucial. If he could ascertain the situation in the other courtyard beforehand, he could navigate potential dangers during his exploration. The banyan tree is perilous. Do not look back. Do not look back. This banyan tree seemed to possess consciousness, but why did it call for help? As for the terrifying howls, I could not pinpoint their source as they interrupted my exploration. It was a pair of red dancing shoes. They did not attack me immediately. Instead, they beckoned me to dance. Out of curiosity, I acquiesced to their invitation. I could not remember their steps. They were too chaotic and disordered. For someone with no dance experience, it was an impossible task. No, even those with dance experience could not possibly recall those steps. I failed, and the red dancing shoes pursued me relentlessly. I managed to escape back to the main hall, but 2 of my ribs were broken under their relentless pursuit. I believe I have discerned their true nature. They are an extraordinarily fearsome artifact, tracking me regardless of terrain or obstacles, refusing to relent until their objective is achieved. My initial conjecture is that it is a rule-based artifact. Unbelievably, a trial spiritual realm contains such a rule-based artifact. I finally understand why Qian Shouming, despite possessing an artifact, still perished in the mountain goddess temple, and why no one has ever cleared this spiritual realm. What a jest. Those who can enter the Shelling Tunnel are either level 1 early-stage night wanderers or ordinary individuals. How could they possibly clear it? Currently, I remain unaware of the reason behind the decline of the mountain goddess temple, nor do I know the secret that concerns a millennium of rise and fall. I hope to successfully complete the second main quest and bring back the truth for the organization. The documentation concludes here, with no further information. Zhang Yuanqing knows that this night wanderer has likely perished during the second main quest. Chapter 13. Re-entering the Mountain God Temple, the terrifying Mountain God Temple. Zhang Yuanqing leaned back, relinquishing the weight of his body to the chair's backrest. He closed his eyes, merging the information from his materials with his personal experiences. Drawing inspiration from gaming to analyze the Mountain God Temple and seek out patterns. The resentful spirits that cling to one's shoulders can be dispelled with candlelight, granting a safety window of 15 minutes with each dispelling, and one would not suffer immediate harm after being haunted. Caution was advised near the locust tree in the eastern courtyard. One must not look back. What consequences would arise from looking back? And why was this not clearly stated in the materials? The connection between the roar and the locust tree remained uncertain. If they were unrelated, the danger would increase. The true nature of those red dancing shoes was that of a prop, a rule-based prop. It sounded quite sophisticated. It now seemed likely that the construction team predecessors were crushed to death by those red shoes, their bones shattered. Although I have learned some dance moves under my uncle's tutelage, I cannot even manage a level 1 night wanderer. As a mere child, I surely cannot. If my uncle were to encounter the red shoes, he would undoubtedly dance until the end of time. Such a task should be left to my unreliable uncle, as he has spent his life indulging in singing and dancing, neglecting serious matters. Wait. Zhang Yuanqing's eyes suddenly brightened. According to the materials, the fundamental reason for that night wanderer's failure was not only the lack of dance experience but, more crucially, the inability to remember the complex and chaotic dance steps. This was likely beyond the limits of ordinary quick memorization. However, he harbored no such concerns. If he pushed himself hard enough to induce a relapse of his old ailment, his mind could enter an overloaded state, allowing all he had seen and heard to reappear in his consciousness. Moreover, in an overloaded state, his brain would exert control over his body far beyond the norm, making it feasible to execute high-energy movements. The issue lay in the prohibition against bringing non-spiritual items into the spirit realm. My medication might not be allowed. Once my old ailment relapses without medication to suppress it, I fear I cannot predict my own state. There is no need for me to ruminate over such matters. I can simply inquire directly. Otherwise, what is the point of joining the official organization? Zhang Yuanqing grabbed his phone, opened the call log, and dialed Guanya's number. After a few rings, the call connected. Have you finished reviewing the materials? Guanyu was preparing to rest. She was a woman who valued her well-being, detesting late nights and disturbances while sleeping. Yet, she exhibited great tolerance towards Zhang Yuanqing, for who could bear to speak harshly to a boy whose time was limited? Besides, he was handsome and spoke with charm. I have finished, but there are some parts one do not quite understand. Zhang Yuanqing inquired, what are rule-based props? Guanyu explained, there is a vast array of props in the spirit realm, each with its unique functionalities. Our official organization classifies them into three main categories: cost-based, rule-based, and a third category that remains unclear to me due to my insufficient rank. At this point, she added with a smile, rule-based and cost-based props are generally not ranked against each other, as their functions vary, making it impossible to measure them with a singular standard. However, it is universally acknowledged that rule-based props are more troublesome to handle and rarer. Each one is worth a fortune. After a brief pause, she continued, the method to deal with rule-based props is not a secret within the official organization. It involves uncovering their patterns and deciphering their rules. The mention of the red dancing shoes inviting one to dance likely corresponds to its rules. If one can fulfill its invitation, there exists a certain probability of subduing this rule-based prop. Of course, it is merely a probability influenced by many factors, such as its willingness and whether it is unclaimed. Nevertheless, do not take the idea of subduing rule-based props too seriously, she thought to herself. Zhang Yuanqing patiently listened and then asked, there is one more thing. Can medications be brought into the spirit realm? Aside from normal clothing, most items from reality cannot be taken into the spirit realm. Medications can be brought, but they must be those that have been consumed. What about holding it in the mouth? Guanyu was unable to answer. It seemed he would have to try for himself. Zhang Yuanqing replied, I have no further questions, thank you. Guanyu responded with an smiling, take care. Young man, by the way, today is a lucky day for Scorpios. Ah? Zhang Yuanqi was caught off guard, and the call ended before he could respond. He set down his phone, glanced at the time, and noted it was already past midnight. In the morning, he would once again enter the spirit realm. The next day, Li Dongzi, leaning on his cane and wearing polished leather shoes, entered the glass building of the police station. As a leader who did not need to clock in, he was accustomed to arriving an hour late, or sometimes not at all, leisurely enjoying his public salary. He similarly neglected the management of the spirit wanderers under his command, allowing them to operate freely. This was partly because, aside from Guanyu, the others were not part of the White Tiger Legion and tended not to heed orders. Furthermore, the mortality rate in the spirit wanderers' missions was exceedingly high. It was possible that one might not return from their next venture into the spirit realm. Life is short. One must seize the moment to enjoy it. Li Dongzi ascended to the second floor, habitually scanning the office area. Amidst the vacant desks, only Guanyu, diligently working, and Wang Tai, engrossed in research and writing, were present. Guanyu, did you provide him with the materials? I did. Li Dongzi nodded, said nothing further, and turned to enter his luxurious office. Guanyu did not pursue the topic, lowering her head instead. Once inside his office, Li Dongzi approached the liquor cabinet, poured himself a glass of vodka, added lime juice, and took a hearty gulp. Just then, his phone chimed. He set down the glass, reclined in a soft chair, and unlocked his phone. Someone had mentioned him in a chat group called the Kangyong District Spirit Wanderer Management Group. As a first-tier metropolis, Songhai City comprised 16 districts, each with 10 teams of spirit wanderers led by captains. Li Dongzi was the captain of the second team, equivalent to a squad leader in the White Tiger Legion's hierarchy. The captain's immediate superior was the steward, and there were 3 stewards in the Kangyong district. Above the stewards were the elders, who typically remained detached from matters of governance. This level of spirit wanderer was elusive. Above the elder council were the 5 leaders of the 5 Elements Alliance. Legendary figures whom Li Dongzi had never encountered, but knew that the commander of his White Tiger Legion and the matriarch of the Water God Palace were both women. The 5 Elements Alliance privately deemed these 2 leaders as exceptional beauties. The Kangyong District Spirit Wanderer Management Group comprised 14 members, 10 captains, 3 stewards, and 1 night wanderer captain from the Tai sect. Big muscle. Li Dongzi, I heard you recruited a night wanderer? How did he find out? Li Dongzi frowned and replied, none of your business. In the 5 elements, fire overcomes metal, and the scouts of the White Tiger Legion generally loathe the fire masters of the Red Fire Gang, deeming them rude and impulsive, speaking without thought. What? Li Dongzi recruited a night wanderer. The captains in the group reacted like sharks sensing blood, their spirits lifted. Qing Ting, night wanderer? Where has Captain Li been burning incense and praying? How did he manage to recruit a night wanderer? I'm envious. By long, in all of Songhai City, excluding rogue cultivators, there seemed to be no more than 10 official night wanderers, all from the Tai sect. Shui Shangpiao, Li Dongzi. What kind of luck did you stumble upon? I'm so envious I could die. Suddenly, 3 captain-level figures popped up. Tang Wuxiang sent a red envelope. The red envelope was snatched up in an instant. Li Dongzi instinctively grabbed the envelope, discovering others had received over 100, while his was just over $1. Tang Wuxiang, Captain Li, your luck is quite good. Below, a flurry of thank you messages filled the chat. Tang Wuxiang is not only a captain but also the president of a construction company, known for his wealth and reserved demeanor, often expressing his displeasure through monetary gifts. This influential figure has recently surfaced in discussions surrounding the topic of the Night Wanderer. The Boxing King interjected, "What are you all thinking? Have you forgotten the agreement between the Five Elements Alliance and the Tai sect? Any Night Wanderer we recruit must first be absorbed by the Tai sect." Bailong retorted, "Oh, come on, Boxing Brother, your memory fails you. Have you forgotten about our Captain Fu Baifu? Given his connections with the Tai sect, retaining a Night Wanderer should pose no issue." The Boxing King fell silent. Several envious captains, regardless of the Night Wanderer's rarity or professional potential, recognized that with proper cultivation, such individuals could become invaluable assets in the future. Qingding suggested, "By the way, our team in Kongnong District has not had a team-building event for quite some time. Why don't we set a date together?" Bailong teased, "Oh, looks like the flirtatious members of the 100 Flowers Society are at it again. But I have no objections." Shui Shangpiao chimed in, "I happen to have some free time since I'm not running boats lately. It would be great to meet up. Captain Li, my brother has been wanting to share a drink with you, and let us invite that night wanderer along." Tang Guoqiang agreed. "A team-building event sounds splendid. Let's all gather." Since Li Dongzi snatched my red envelope, consider it a confirmation. Li Dongzi grimaced, already in a foul mood, and typed furiously, "In your words, I discern shamelessness, greed, and a wicked intent to undermine. I must have been cursed by the spiritual energy society, as misfortune seems to follow me." Dajiba quipped, "Is that a touch of Versailles I detect?" Shui Shangpiao added, "I wish I could share in that misfortune." At that moment, the night wanderer from the Tai sect spoke up. "We at the Tai sect have no interest in that night wanderer. Have you all forgotten? We just passed Qiming." Qingding inquired, "What do you mean?" Yuanqing explained, "The night wanderer recruited by Li Dongzi has a trial task in the Xiling Tunnel." The group fell silent. While they were not night wanderers themselves, as official spiritual realm practitioners from Songhai City, they were all too familiar with the notorious Xiling Tunnel. Bailong exclaimed, "Surely, it can't be that unlucky." Yuanqing responded, "To save that poor soul, Captain Fu Baifu sought out Elder Sun yesterday for detailed information on the Xiling Tunnel." Dajiba remarked, "Is it even necessary to save him? Since the last century, no novice has ever cleared the Xiling Tunnel. Li Dongzi, you truly are unfortunate. I can only imagine your expression upon discovering that your trial realm was the Xiling Tunnel." The forthright fire master, Dajiba, continued to provoke. Li Dongzi, sitting at his desk, nearly grabbed his cane to confront Dajiba. He took a deep breath, repeating in his mind, "Maintain grace, uphold elegance." Shui Shangpiao suggested, "Since I've unexpectedly received orders to run boats this month, perhaps we should forego the team-building event." Tang Guoqiang lamented, "What a pity." Qingting concluded, "I see, the poor newcomer." Dajiba, ever blunt, tagged Li Dongzi again. "You've caused Captain Fu Baifu to waste a favor. Did you get scolded?" Li Dongzi retorted, "Shut it. One more word, and I'll head to the gym and smash your face in." The rivalry between the Tai sect and the Five Elements Alliance meant they did not share intelligence, and Captain Fu Baifu had to expend a favor to obtain information from the Tai sect. Dajiba taunted, "You can't even defeat me." The other captains fell silent, appearing disinterested in the matter. At that moment, one of the 3 stewards, Fu Qingyang, sent a message, "Are you also idle? Do you need to be sent back to training camp for a refresher?" Li Dongzi and Dajiba immediately fell quiet. After a few seconds, Fu Qingyang sent another message, "Now that you are employed, you are under my command. The White Tiger Legion will not abandon any comrade. This is our creed, irrespective of worth." Li Dongzi sighed, recognizing that he had indeed mishandled the situation. Captain Fu Baifu would not voice his displeasure. But who could say whether he felt any disappointment in his heart? At 10:30 in the morning, Zhang Yuanqing locked his room, tied his shoelaces, and drank 2 large glasses of water. He then opened a pill bottle and placed 5 blue pills in his mouth. Afterward, he lay back on his bed, silently awaiting the activation of the spiritual realm. As time ticked by, approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuanqing heard a cold voice resonate in his mind, initializing spiritual realm. Ding! The spiritual realm map has been fully opened. Welcome to the Night Wanderers Xiling Tunnel, ID 0079. Difficulty level S. Type Solo, Death Mode. Main Quest 1. Survive for 3 hours, completed. Main Quest 2. Explore ID 0079 of the Spiritual Realm, current exploration level, 20. Note: non-spiritual realm items cannot be brought in. Good luck, Yuanshi Tianzun. The ceiling twisted as if disturbed by a gust of wind, and when the scene stabilized, Zhang Yuanqing found himself enveloped in the dim candlelight of the main hall. Chapter 14. Exploring the East Courtyard. Candles, sculptures, skeletal remains, and antiquated lattice doors opened onto a courtyard where wild grasses swayed. A bronze incense burner lay overturned, and flagstone paths glistened under the serene moonlight. A desolate and eerie stillness permeated the air, as if perpetual night held dominion over this place. Zhang Yuanqing raised his hand to his lips and spat out the blue pill he had been holding in his mouth. It worked. I'm a freaking genius. He happily pocketed the pill, feeling a newfound confidence in his prospects. With these, he had some hope of surviving an encounter with the red shoes. He strode directly to the offering table, paused in contemplation, and reached out to grasp the candlestick. Instantly, information materialized before his eyes. Name: Everlasting Candle. Type: Fuel. Function: Exorcism. Purification. Description: a tool left behind by the third Tao mountain goddess, rumored to be refined from the oil of a perpetual flame beast, possessing the power to exorcise evil and purify. Note: sometimes, purifying fear may not be a good thing. Also, it cannot be moved. As expected, information could only be obtained by physically touching the item. He hadn't dared to touch the candle before, so he never knew it was a tool until he read the information. Purifying fear may not be a good thing. According to Guanya's classification, the candle was a cost-type item, and the cost of using it was the loss of fear. But right now, he was terrified and had no suicidal thoughts. He would just huddle in the main hall for now. He sat cross-legged before the offering table, pondering his next move. His immediate goal was to explore the eastern courtyard, to discern the dangers and patterns lurking there, and then to seek ways to restrain and overcome them. The exploration time could not exceed 15 minutes, otherwise, the vengeful spirit would latch onto him, and death would be certain. The blue pill was his trump card against the red shoes, but it might not work. And once he faced the red shoes head-on, it would be a matter of life or death. Let's explore the East Courtyard first, get a preliminary understanding of the environment, and then think about countermeasures. As the moment approached, he still felt a sense of fear and reluctance, not wanting to go outside. Surviving last time was a fluke, and whether he could survive this time was unknown. The situation in the East Courtyard was unclear, making it difficult to assess the degree of danger. It would be easy to die trying. However, in this world, things never go the way you want them to. Although there was no time limit for the task of exploring the ancient temple, theoretically, he could stay holed up in the main hall forever. But no time limit also meant that he would probably never get out if he didn't complete the task. If he dragged it out for too long, his physical condition would decline due to hunger, fatigue, thirst, and other reasons. Going out to explore then would be a dead end. Might as well bite the bullet. Zhang Yuanqing gritted his teeth and strode outside. Wait, I should think about this again. It's very dangerous outside. With one foot over the threshold, he suddenly had second thoughts and couldn't help but look back at the hall, reluctant to leave its radiance. The candlelight was warm, dispelling the gloom, purifying the filth, and instilling unparalleled courage and confidence in his heart. No problem. Zhang Yuanqing confidently stepped out. The moonlight shone like frost. Zhang Yuanqing followed the pebble path to the left of the main hall, returning to the desolate and dilapidated courtyard. The silence of the night, devoid of insects and birds, was frightening. But the silence also brought peace of mind. He was most afraid of hearing the sound of footsteps after going out. 15 minutes. I only have 15 minutes to explore the East Courtyard before the vengeful spirit gets to me. He entered the easternmost room of the courtyard and retrieved the bronze mirror from the corpse leaning against the window, hiding it in his pocket. Then, he cautiously passed through the arched doorway, entering the east courtyard. The east courtyard was much larger than the courtyard. What met his eyes was a desolate garden with a rockery, a pavilion, a small pond, and a large banyan tree with a thick trunk, gnarled branches, and verdant leaves reflecting the bright moonlight. There was an ancient well under the banyan tree. His gaze swept past the rockery and pavilion, and he could see the roof ridge of a building in the depths of the garden. Zhang Yuanqing did not head straight for the building in the depths of the garden, but cautiously walked around the large banyan tree. The information said that this tree was very dangerous, but after walking around it, nothing happened. Checking the banyan tree should also advance the exploration progress. Zhang Yuanqing thought to himself, glancing at the dark ancient well. After hesitating again and again, he still didn't have the courage to rush over and take a look. He had a strong psychological aversion to ancient wells and horror stories. Zhang Yuanqing walked past the ancient well, rustling through the weeds, heading towards the building in the depths of the garden. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from under his feet, scaring him to jump up. Looking closely, it turned out to be a corpse buried in the weeds, wearing an oxidized work uniform. Zhang Yuanqing bent down to check. The skeleton of this corpse was well preserved. It had fallen face down, but its head was facing backwards, indicating that something had twisted its head 180 degrees before it died. What did this? Zhang Yuanqing quietly became vigilant, got up, and was about to continue exploring. Just then, a gust of wind blew, the weeds in the garden undulating, rustling, and the large banyan tree behind him seemed to come alive, swaying its branches in a somewhat distorted manner. Zhang Yuanqing, Zhang Yuanqing. A shrill voice came from behind him. The voice floated over with the wind, as if whispering in his ear, bringing a chilling sensation. Out of instinct, Zhang Yuanqing was about to turn around to be on guard, when information from the notes suddenly flashed in his mind. Don't turn around. Zhang Yuanqing, Zhang Yuanqing. Seeing that he didn't respond, the voice seemed a little anxious, wanting him to turn around quickly. Of course, Zhang Yuanqing wouldn't turn around. He stood still, quietly unzipping the zipper of his windbreaker pocket, took out the bronze mirror, and slowly raised it until it was above his shoulder. The bronze mirror reflected the scene behind him, albeit unclearly. A white-clad woman with disheveled hair emerged from the ancient well. Her face had no features, and she was staring at Zhang Yuanqing with that pale, fleshy face. Holy crap! Zhang Yuanqing's face turned pale, and he ran forward without looking back. Zhang Yuanqing. Zhang Yuanqing. The voice called out again and again, urgently, but could only watch helplessly as he ran further and further away. Soon, Zhang Yuanqing bypassed the rockery and arrived at the depths of the garden, where there was a large house with a straight roof ridge, a foundation built of stone, and walls made of rammed earth. The houses here were more dilapidated than those in the courtyard, with sparse tiles on the roof and many holes. The night watchman in the notes had also been here. He only said not to turn around, but he didn't say that he couldn't go back. The call of the female ghost in the well might only target those who turned around. In that case, I shouldn't encounter any danger when I return later. He took a deep breath in place, calmed the surging fear and horror, and focused his attention on the present. Let's explore this house first. This large house had a total of 3 doors, representing 3 rooms. He carefully approached the leftmost one and pushed open the dilapidated wooden door with force. Creak as the sound of the wooden door opening rang out. Zhang Yuanqing quickly retreated, assuming a defensive posture. After a long while, nothing happened. Summoning his courage, he entered the room. Moonlight shone in through the dilapidated roof, and he tried to open his eyes wide to allow his pupils to gather as much light as possible. This was a kitchen and dining room, with 2 earthen stoves made of blue bricks, pots, bowls, ladles, water tanks, cabinets, and other items that had long rotted and accumulated dust. No danger. I've finally found a container. Zhang Yuanqing grabbed a dusty gourd ladle and couldn't help but think, I heard that virgin boy urine can break evil. He contemplated whether to take a scoop of young boy's urine, but after careful consideration, he reluctantly abandoned the thought. Despite never having courted a girl, Zhang Yuanqing felt he could hardly be deemed a novice. I have indulged you far too much, granting you one opportunity after another to show off. He lowered his gaze, staring at his hands, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. After a thorough exploration, he confirmed that this grand house served as a combination of a kitchen and a dining hall, devoid of anything extraordinary or perilous. Armed with a rusted kitchen knife and a wooden stick, Zhang Yuanqing stepped outside, directing his gaze toward the final elongated structure. Unlike the kitchen that doubled as a large dining hall, this building boasted 4 doors, dividing it into 4 distinct rooms. Zhang Yuanqing could not resist tightening his grip on the stick and knife. Although they might not prove particularly useful, they offered a semblance of comfort. He cautiously inspected the first and second rooms, which were storage areas cluttered with antiquated farming tools, furniture, and donation boxes. Of little value. Zhang Yuanqing then proceeded to the third room. This chamber functioned as an armory, with an array of weapons, swords, bows, daggers, and short knives, hanging from the walls. Many of the weapons had fallen to the ground, their hanging cords rotted away. By the windows stood 2 rows of weapon racks, one of which had toppled over, scattering clubs and spears across the floor. Beside the overturned rack lay 2 corpses. Upon encountering these weapons, Zhang Yuanqing felt no surprise. The disciples of the temple, under the tutelage of the 3 Paths mountain goddess, possessed the ability to craft corpse-restraining talismans, indicating they were not without their own means of defense. It was no wonder they could dance and wield staffs. As was his habit, he approached the bodies to seek information from the predecessors. Just as he neared the corpses, he could not help but exclaim softly. The 2 bodies prostrate on the ground were not mere skeletons but desiccated corpses. Their skin was ashen, wrinkled, clinging tightly to their bones, and their abdomens were sunken. How could there be mummified bodies? Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow. As a student of Shencheng University, he possessed a wealth of knowledge. The causes of mummification fall into 2 categories: artificial preservation and natural desiccation. The former could be Chapter 15. The red dance shoes, a resonant sound, reminiscent of a knock, reverberated once more. What lay beyond the wall? Zhang Yuanqing swiftly exchanged his rusted kitchen knife for a similarly corroded dagger and replaced the wooden stick with a spear. Armed and alert, he stepped lightly out of his room, the moonlight casting a frosty glow in the surrounding stillness. Crouching low, he stealthily approached the window. The paper covering the window had long since deteriorated, and he squatted beneath it, cautiously peeking through a gap in the lattice. The cold, silvery moonlight streamed in through a gaping hole in the roof, illuminating the narrow room. As he beheld the eerie scene inside, a chill ran down his spine. In the dim silence, 3 ancient coffins stood, their black paint flaking away, the lids thick with dust. At the sides lay 2 desiccated corpses clad in laborer's attire, one of which had a brass awl rolling beside it. The awl captured Zhang Yuanqing's attention. It was half an arm's length, crafted from yellow brass. Its handle inscribed with incantations and intricate designs, exquisitely made. Notably, while all other weapons were rusted, this one gleamed with a golden hue, free of tarnish. An inexplicable image flashed in his mind. One hand of the mountain goddess, fingers curled as if grasping something, yet the palm was empty. Another dull thud echoed, drawing his gaze to the central coffin. A creaking sound, like that of old wood protesting, filled the air as the coffin lid slowly slid open. A dark, mottled hand emerged, grasping the coffin's edge, followed by a terrifying figure rising from within. Bathed in the pale moonlight filtering through the roof, Zhang Yuanqing discerned its grotesque form. Shrouded in tattered garments, with a bloated face, advanced decay, and bulging, lifeless eyes. Its hair resembled dried grass, tangled and wild upon its head. It lifted its head towards the moonlight, exhaling a foul breath of death, revealing 2 menacing fangs. A zombie? Indeed, a zombie. Zhang Yuanqing felt a wave of panic wash over him, his mind racing with the realization. So it was a zombie. The purpose of the corpse-restraining talisman made sense now. Doubt began to creep in as he contemplated retreating. He had gleaned enough information, and it was time to return to the main hall. Just then, a weight settled heavily upon his shoulder, a familiar chill infiltrating his being, sending prickles of terror down his spine. The ghostly presence of the shoulder demon had arrived. 15 minutes had elapsed. A sense of dread filled Zhang Yuanqing as he realized the gravity of his situation. In this perilous ancient temple, his mind was strung taut, leaving little room for the passage of time, relying solely on instinct, which was fraught with error. The arrival of the shoulder ghost was a cruel twist of fate, and what followed was the spark to a powder keg. As if sensing the presence of the living, the zombie seated in the coffin ceased its upward gaze, its bulging eyes locking onto the window, fixating on the curious eyes peering in. In a surge of primal fear, Zhang Yuanqing sprang up, turning to flee. The moment he pivoted, the sound of the coffin lid crashing to the ground echoed behind him. He dared not look back, burdened by the weight of the ghost, his feet pounding heavily against the ground. Another resounding crash followed as the door was flung open. As he bolted, he glanced back to see the grotesque figure, clad in ragged clothing, lunging from the house, pouncing towards him like a ravenous beast. Was this truly a zombie? Where was the lifelessness? His face blanched, and he spun on his heel, utilizing momentum to thrust his spear towards the creature's chest. The spears but struck the ground, forming a makeshift barrier. In that instant, he noticed a gaping void in the zombie's chest, as if its heart had been excised. The elder brother? This zombie bore the likeness of the elder brother from the ledger. In the next moment, the zombie charged at him, its spear-like limbs snapping with an audible crack, before shattering with a sickening crunch. Without a moment to ponder, Zhang Yuanqing seized the opportunity created by the spear, rolling beneath the zombie's feet. The stench of decay assaulting his senses, while the sound of a blade cleaving the air echoed behind him. He rolled to the rear of the zombie, leaping up and wielding his dagger. Clang! The dagger struck the zombie's skull as if hitting steel, severing only a few as the full moon hung like a disk in the sky, casting its glow upon the ancient abode, where wild grasses swayed and tree shadows danced. He waited and waited, standing in the overgrown grass for what felt like an eternity, alert to the shifts around him. Yet the elusive red dancing shoes never materialized. These shoes seemed to possess no fixed domain. They initially trailed behind him as he entered the temple, then appeared in the courtyard, and now, their whereabouts were a mystery. Zhang Yuanqing sighed, his health deteriorating with each passing moment, and reluctantly turned back toward the main hall. As he completed his turn, his body froze abruptly. Tap, tap. Between him and the main hall, a pair of crimson shoes glimmering with a faint red light, rhythmically rose and fell, as if an unseen figure was donning them and stepping in place. The sound echoed chillingly in the stillness of the night. Could it not make a more graceful entrance? Each time, it was so terrifying. Zhang Yuanqing felt as though his spirit was nearly frightened away, slowly regaining his composure and swallowing hard. Despite his longing for their appearance, the sight of the eerie shoes made his sanity waver uncontrollably. The red shoes continued their mechanical stepping, the heels striking the ground with a crisp sound, the echoes amplifying the desolation and terror. Suddenly, a flickering azure message appeared in Zhang Yuanqing's vision. Would you care to dance with me? If so, please step in place. This message seemed to converse with him, floating beside the red shoes. Indeed, it was a request to dance. A refusal would result in death. How malevolent these shoes were. Zhang Yuanqing realized he had no choice but to gamble everything, for he had discerned that the red shoes had severed his escape route. Their position lay between him and the main hall. Failing to dance would undoubtedly seal his fate. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it intentional? Did the shoes possess sentience? Zhang Yuanqing steadied his thoughts, calming his emotions, conjuring an image of his father in his mind. Simultaneously, he lifted his foot to step in place. Tap, tap. As if activating a mechanism, with each step he took, the rhythm of the red shoes transformed into a rapid tap dance. They were performing a tap dance. The tempo exhilarating, the resounding beats reverberating through the silent night in the abandoned temple. Under the moonlit sky, on the path of cobblestones, the solitary red shoes danced with an indescribable, enchanting beauty. Zhang Yuanqing widened his eyes, allowing the moonlight to envelop his pupils, fixating intently on the red shoes. He need not consciously memorize, he simply had to imprint their movements in his mind. Meanwhile, his heart raced like an overloaded engine, thrumming wildly, while a cacophony of noise filled his ears and fragmented images flashed through his mind. His brain began to automatically process the external stimuli, the sound of the wind, the gentle sway of the wild grasses, the rhythm of the leaves rustling in the distance, the posture of the red shoes as they tapped. The receptive mind swiftly analyzed and memorized the information. Minutes later, the red shoes finally ceased their performance, stepping back on their left foot and rising onto their toes. This posture appeared peculiar, yet if someone were to wear them, it would constitute a formal curtsy. Quite polite. Zhang Yuanqing, blood trickling from his nostrils, murmured internally. Just as a message floated above the red shoes, "It's your turn." Within those few minutes, the shoes had executed hundreds of different rhythms, surpassing the average person's capacity for recall. Zhang Yuanqing collected himself, retrieving a small pill from his pocket and placing it in his mouth. Subsequently, his mind entered a peculiar state, replaying the scenes from the past few minutes frame by frame. Tap, tap, tap. Slowly, he began to mimic the rhythms with a clumsy posture, cautiously observing the red shoes. If the standard was an identical replication, then even if he memorized all the rhythms and movements, completing the task would be impossible. Noticing no abnormalities, Zhang Yuanqing felt a wave of relief wash over him and focused intently on his dance. With tap steps, spins, small hops, and crossing feet, he danced at a slow pace, his movements awkward and unsightly, a stark contrast to the fluidity of the red shoes. Yet, the slow tempo ensured he would not falter. After several minutes, panting heavily, he replicated all the steps of the red shoes, stopping to catch his breath. Warm fluid filled his nostrils, trickling down his lips and chin. But he paid no heed to wipe it away, his gaze firmly fixed on the red shoes. Whether he could emerge alive from this spirit realm, whether he could successfully complete the trial, it all hinged on this moment. Your dancing skill remains as abysmal as ever. The red shoes emitted this message, then dissolved into a deep crimson glow, fading into the night. Zhang Yuanqing then heard a cold voice echoing in his mind. Ding. You accompanied the red shoes in completing a dance. Congratulations, you have earned their favor. However, due to your lamentable dancing skills, the red shoes will only grant you half an hour of their recognition. Good luck. Zhang Yuanqing collapsed, utterly drained, his complexion pale, and his head throbbed painfully. After half a minute, the symptoms subsided, and he sat up, eagerly opening his inventory. In the second slot lay a pair of new, red dancing shoes. Gazing at them for a few seconds, the item information automatically materialized. Name: red dancing shoes. Type: footwear. Function: tracking. Assassination. Description: the former owner of these shoes was a princess from a western kingdom, renowned for her beauty and dancing prowess, captivating the hearts of the kingdom's men. However, her malicious stepmother, envious of her talent and beauty, imprisoned her in a high tower. The lonely princess danced under the cold moonlight until her demise. These red shoes inherited her will, wandering endlessly and dancing alone. Note 1. Usage Type 1. Throw the red shoes at a designated target, can also track through the target's blood, hair, or other cells, and they will pursue the target indefinitely, ignoring any physical obstacles, until the target is either dead or has danced with them to completion. Type of dance unspecified. Usage Type 2. Wearing the red shoes enhances agility and evasion, allowing one to run without regard for terrain, without expending stamina. The only caution is, one can wear them for only 5 minutes. Exceeding this duration means the shoes cannot be removed, and one will continue running with them until death, or until their feet are severed. Note 2. Don't want to dance with me? All shall perish. What a divine artifact. Zhang Yuanqing, filled with exhilaration upon reading the item attributes, was astounded. Was this a rule-based item? Its power was simply outrageous. The previous talismans and candles had simple descriptions, brief and to the point, while the red shoes information was extensive and elaborate. Just from this, one could discern their uniqueness. Alas, they would only acknowledge him for half an hour. Zhang Yuanqing noted the countdown beside the inventory, feeling a pang of regret. Such a divine artifact, if it could be his, would prove invaluable, both in reality and in future ventures into other spirit realms. Chapter 16. Unexplored territory. Zhang Yuanqing returned to the main hall. Bathed in candlelight, seeking solace from the resurgence of an old ailment while simultaneously undergoing a purification of sorts. Given the time, he anticipated that the vengeful spirit would envelop him within a minute or two. Thus, it was certainly not the opportune moment to venture into the eastern courtyard and confront the zombie. After a brief respite of 4 to 5 minutes, his physical condition deteriorated further. Headaches accompanied by mild dizziness indicated that the corpse poison was gradually corroding his body, manifesting initial symptoms. The flickering candlelight in the main hall seemed insufficient to cleanse the toxins within. There was no time to waste. He needed to leverage the 30-minute duration of the red dancing shoes to swiftly complete the task at hand. Leaving the main hall, Zhang Yuanqing navigated the cobblestone path, weaving through the overgrown grass until he reached the courtyard. Standing amidst the undulating weeds, he opened his inventory and summoned the red dancing shoes. 2 streaks of dark crimson light danced in the night, coalescing into a brand new pair of dancing shoes. Select second form. Zhang Yuanqing silently intoned. The red dancing shoes disassembled once more into dark red glimmers, arcing gracefully around his feet. In an instant, his running shoes transformed into a pair of oversized red dancing shoes. This felt akin to a form of cross-dressing, though he was relieved they were merely red dancing shoes and not high heels. Zhang Yuanqing glanced down at his feet, feeling somewhat out of sorts. He forced himself to disregard this detail, retrieving the corpse-restraining talisman, which he held tightly as he passed through the archway and entered the eastern courtyard once again. In the eastern courtyard, the grass swayed gently under the moonlight, casting a serene glow upon the 2 large houses that stood quietly. Everything was enveloped in tranquility. Cautiously, he surveyed the surroundings, detecting no signs of the zombie. He then cautiously traversed the courtyard, approaching the large house divided into 4 rooms. The room displaying the coffin had its wooden door flung open. He did not need to enter. Instead, he peered through the threshold. Moonlight streamed in through a gap in the tiles, illuminating the corpse, the coffin, the displaced coffin lid, and that brass pestle. Each remained undisturbed in its original position. There was no trace of the zombie within. Could it have returned to its coffin? From his vantage point, he could not ascertain the interior of the coffin. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly noticed the moonlight dimming, a shadow descending from above, enveloping him. The night breeze carried a pungent stench of decay, accompanied by a low, menacing growl. Was it hiding in the tree? Zhang Yuanqing was seized by terror. His heart raced, and he instinctively sought to evade. In the next moment, the red dancing shoes glimmered with dark crimson light, causing Zhang Yuanqing to lose his footing. Before he could process what was happening, he executed a slide, carving a path through the overgrown grass. Bang! The raggedly clad zombie lunged, but missed its target. He had evaded. Zhang Yuanqing scrambled to his feet, elation flooding through him as he felt his heart settle back into place. The red dancing shoes were indeed extraordinary. Their evasion capabilities exceeded his expectations. Without them, he would have certainly been unable to avoid the zombie's attack. His confidence surged. The zombie, its hair resembling dry grass, emitted a roar that vibrated through the air. Its bulging eyes filled with malice. It bent its knees and lunged once more at its prey, moving with the speed of a racing automobile. The rancid wind swept past him, and the terrifying entity was upon him. Zhang Yuanqing's feet twisted uncontrollably, mimicking a ballet dancer's graceful turn, smoothly carving a semicircle as he dodged the zombie as sharp claws and found himself behind it. Instinctively, he executed a splits maneuver, his body collapsing, arms sweeping through the air. He felt a sharp pain in his groin. Zhang Yuanqing grimaced, wanting to scream, but the red dancing shoes propelled him upward. He leaped high, delivering a powerful kick to the zombie's chest. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as the zombie's tattered garments stirred up a cloud of dust. It let out an angry, defiant roar, toppled B in the main hall. Bathed in the dim glow of candlelight, Zhang Yuanqing leaned feebly against the offering table, feeling the insidious encroachment of the corpse poison upon his body. Following dizziness, he now experienced difficulty breathing and a sharp pain in his lungs. Time was running out. I have thoroughly explored both rear courtyards and successfully subdued the zombies. The mission remains unfulfilled, indicating there must be an area yet to be investigated. Every room in the courtyards had been examined. Even the depths of the well had been descended into, leaving no room for oversight. So where could it possibly be? As all possibilities were exhausted, only one remained, however improbable it might seem. It must be the truth. He murmured to himself and slowly braced his body. The unexplored territory was right here, within this very main hall. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze gradually swept across the hall, finally resting upon the clay sculpture of the Three Mountains goddess. A particular detail had piqued his interest upon his first entry into the hall. The sculpture's right hand was empty yet formed into a grasping position, suggesting it once held something. Previously unaware of what she clutched, he now understood. It was the demon-suppressing pestle. With a mindset of nothing ventured, nothing gained, Zhang Yuanqing stepped forward and inserted the golden pestle into the palm of the sculpture, then leapt down from the pedestal and retreated a few paces. Almost at the moment he stepped back, the surface of the pedestal cracked ominously, sending forth a cloud of fine dust, and shortly thereafter, the entire pedestal collapsed, revealing a dark abyss beneath. Chapter 17. The source of the strange. Zhang Yuanqing felt a slight easing in his heart as he realized he had guessed correctly. In truth, once he explored the mountain god temple and dealt with the zombies, the entrance to the cave would open. However, the construction team's predecessors had taken the demon-suppressing pestle before that could happen. If he could not discern this detail and return the pestle, he would likely remain stuck at this juncture indefinitely. Zhang Yuanqing patiently awaited, quietly tautening his nerves and concentrating his energy, not daring to be the least bit careless. For beneath the cave, there likely lay the source of the mountain god temple's decline. After a while, observing that the collapsed cave entrance showed no signs of abnormality, he summoned the red dancing shoes once more, activating their second form to envelop his feet. Approaching the dark and profound cave, he made a gentle leap. With a soft thud, his feet quickly met the ground, the red dancing shoes absorbing the force of his descent. Amidst the scattered stones, Zhang Yuanqing found the demon-suppressing pestle, bent down to retrieve it, and regained control of this formidable artifact. With the red dancing shoes and the pestle, he felt confident in facing the dangers within the cave. Candlelight filtered down from above, illuminating only a limited area, while ahead lay a dark, silent corridor, replete with unknown terrors. In such an environment, it would be exceedingly unwise to proceed blindly. Zhang Yuanqing pondered for a moment, directing his gaze toward the artifact in his hand. The item description indicated that it contained the divine power of the sun god, which could be obtained through a blood sacrifice. Genuine divine power from the sun god should dispel darkness and bring forth light, shouldn't it? It was worth a try. even though the attributes described were somewhat unsettling. Zhang Yuanqing silently exhaled, driving the sharp triangular spike into his thigh. A sharp pain surged through him as blood gushed forth, not flowing down his pant leg, but transforming into streams of crimson that coursed into the brass artifact. He felt a warm force surge from the pestle, coursing through his arm and into his body, his pupils igniting with a faint golden glow, transforming into radiant golden eyes. The pestle did not disperse the darkness but granted him the ability to see through it. Simultaneously, dizziness, difficulty in breathing, and chest pain. Vani, the cave fell into silence as the Huaitree spirit sighed. Your wariness is excessive. From beginning to end, I harbor no malice towards you, nor would I ever wish to harm you. Is it that you cannot harm me, or that you simply will not? Zhang Yuanqing slowly retreated a few steps and replied, Let me venture a guess. Your method of killing involves twisting necks, yet it must be intricately connected to illusions in the mind. Not long ago, you intended to take my life, but alas, I did not turn back. At that moment, the expression on the Huaitree spirit's face shifted dramatically. Observing this change, Zhang Yuanqing understood that his deduction was utterly correct. The records from the Tai sect had distinctly highlighted two crucial points. First, the Huaitree is perilous. Second, do not look back. Thus, his thorough exploration of the ancient well yielded no discoveries, for the well itself was devoid of issues. The true threat lay with the tree. Additionally, his ability to discern the illusion was due to the ghost's invocation of his name, Zhang Yuanqing, rather than that of the primordial lord. Lastly, when Zhang Yuanqing first encountered the ancient well, his mind had wandered to a renowned horror film from a certain island nation, which instilled a psychological dread that prevented him from probing the depths of the well. Subsequently, the ghost that emerged from the well, clad in white, with disheveled hair and devoid of facial features, resonated with the nebulous terror that haunted his thoughts. You feign amiability and engage me in conversation because the illusion can no longer deceive me, for I now wield the demon-slaying pestle gifted by the goddess, rendering me immune to illusions. With an expression of calm determination, Zhang Yuanqing dissected the truth. Luring me closer was merely a pretext to employ another method to eliminate me. If illusions hold no power over me, then it must be physical assault. He glanced at the roots that clung to the cave walls and suddenly struck down with his pestle. Chapter 18. Completing the S-rank trial task. A slender root, no thicker than a thumb, suddenly ignited in golden flames, quickly turning to charcoal. The roots that clung to the stone walls responded to this stimulus, springing to life like a swarm of serpents slithering across the surface. The locust tree spirit, taken aback by the unexpected cunning of this mortal, ceased its pretense upon realizing its deceit had been uncovered and snarled. Since you refuse to come closer, then prepare to die. The ground of the cavern cracked open, debris rising as sturdy roots surged forth like twisted tentacles, lunging toward Zhang Yuanqing. At this distance, even without the red dance shoes, Zhang Yuanqing could escape. He knew the ruse was to lure him in. Instead of retreating, Zhang Yuanqing advanced, executing a deft slide to evade the root's grasp, closing the gap between himself and the locust tree. Then, with a powerful leap, he soared several meters high, narrowly avoiding a sweeping strike. More roots broke through the surface, dancing wildly within the cavern. Zhang Yuanqing maneuvered gracefully among the flailing tendrils, evading capture despite the roots' relentless efforts. Without the aid of the red dance shoes, a novice would face a high mortality rate against this trial. The red dance shoes sprinted along the walls, dodging the entangling roots and strikes. With a spring of his knees, Zhang Yuanqing shot through the roots like an arrow, crashing into the trunk. The tree's face, upon seeing the approaching human, bore an unmistakable expression of terror. Boom! The stones at the base of the roots shattered, and more roots erupted like a geyser, forming a wooden barrier. Zhang Yuanqing thrust the demon-subduing staff with all his might. Golden flames spread across the surface of the wooden wall, inciting furious shrieks from the locust tree spirit. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yuanqing broke through the charred barrier, driving the sharp tip of the staff deep into the trunk. Thud! The three-pronged tip penetrated the trunk, unleashing a radiant sun from the depths of the dark cavern. The golden light distorted the trunk, contorting the face of the spirit into a horrific scream, as wisps of smoke began to rise. In that instant, the souls hidden within the trunk also transformed into vapor amidst the cries. All malevolent spirits were obliterated, vanishing in the golden light. As the brilliance faded, darkness reclaimed the cavern, yet it felt astonishingly clean and clear. Zhang Yuanqing's first concern was not to ascertain whether the locust tree spirit had perished, but to quickly remove the red dance shoes and store them in his inventory. Nearly 5 minutes had elapsed since entering the cavern. Once the red dance shoes were secured, Zhang Yuanqing turned his attention to the banyan tree, now withered. Its bark cracked and parched, roots strewn across the cavern. A chilling voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations on completing the S-rank trial task. The character card is now activated and rewards are being calculated. Items props acquired. Demon subduing staff. Experience points awarded. 100. You have become a night wanderer. Experience points awarded. 20. Character card rewards activated. Reward item. Red dance shoes. Exiting the spiritual realm in 5 minutes. It was finally over. Zhang Yuanqing felt utterly exhausted, as if drained of all vitality. He had successfully navigated the Shelling Tunnel, accomplishing what no one had managed in decades. As the notification chimed, the dark moon mark on his forehead glowed, releasing a strange and mysterious power that surged into his body with an almost overwhelming force. His skin flushed a deep red, akin to a boiled shrimp, as this enigmatic energy coursed through him, infusing every cell and bone, visibly mending his injuries. He involuntarily convulsed, his eyes momentarily revealing 2 illusory dark moons before fading away. The pain dissipated swiftly, replaced by a soothing warmth akin to a hot spring. How delightful! Zhang Yuanqing felt languid and wished to stretch. Instinctively, he looked down, startled to find his body standing motionless. Had my soul left my body? Panic surged within him, and he instinctively sought to return to his physical form. With a mere thought, his spirit sank back into his body. Once re-established in his physical form, Zhang Yuanqing sensed something new within, an innate talent. He instinctively accepted this gift, as though it were part of him from birth. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy and strength, even perceiving an illusion of being capable of obliterating a planet with a single punch. Zhang Yuanqing opened his character attributes panel. Name, Primordial Celestial Master. Race, Human. Class, Night Wanderer. Level, 1. Skills, Night Wandering, Soul Devouring. Spirit of the Dark Moon. Experience points, 20. Moral value, 60. Initial value. Night Wandering, active concentrate the power of the dark moon to envelop oneself. Entering a state of night wandering. During skill activation, briefly become invisible, masking one's scent, breath, and sounds emitted by the body, lasting 6 seconds. Soul Devouring, active consume souls to enhance one's own spirituality. Spirit of the Dark Moon, passive the Night Wanderer's physique is robust, possessing abundant vitality and formidable self-healing capabilities. Under the cover of night, the Night Wanderer's abilities receive a significant boost. He had officially become a Night Wanderer, additionally acquiring 20 experience points, along with item rewards, making the spoils of this trial exceedingly rich. Zhang Yuanqing opened his inventory. Where the red dance shoes lay quietly in the first slot, the 30-minute countdown having expired. He had officially become the master of the red dance shoes. 2 minutes later, having adjusted to his new state, the wounds on his arms had healed. He then turned his gaze toward the stone sarcophagus. The completion of the task indicated an exploration rate of 100, suggesting the sarcophagus was empty. It appeared the locust tree spirit was indeed the temple's guardian. Thus, all characters had been revealed. How had it transformed into a tree spirit, and was its physical form contained within the sarcophagus? Pondering this, Zhang Yuanqing approached the sarcophagus. Intending to loot it, perhaps it contained treasures for burial. With over 2 minutes remaining before exiting the spiritual realm, time was sufficient. For safety, he summoned the red dance shoes once more, opting for the wearing mode. The stone sarcophagus was ensnared by desiccated roots. Zhang Yuanqing wielded the demon subduing staff, severing each of the parched roots until the full form of the sarcophagus became visible. Measuring approximately 2 meters in length, its surface was adorned with intricate carvings. Dust settling lightly on the lid, he gently pushed the lid open and peered inside. As a night wanderer, even without the staff's divine power, he could effortlessly pierce the darkness. Within the sarcophagus lay a female corpse, clad in ancient, decayed robes, her arms crossed over a flat abdomen. Waist as slender as a willow, her figure graceful, showing no signs of decay. The beauty of the corpse was striking, facial contours sculpted to perfection, a delicate nose, sensuous lips pale in hue, and tightly shut eyes framed by thick lashes. An enchanting beauty. Zhang Yuanqing recoiled in shock. A singular thought racing through his mind. Could it truly be the goddess of Sandow Mountain? Compared to the statue in the main hall, this corpse exuded an air of cold elegance, lacking the benevolence of the statue, and displaying the slenderness of a youthful woman. Yet, her features bore a striking resemblance. Could it be that the locust tree spirit spoke the truth? Is the source of the temple disciples' disappearances linked to the goddess of Sandow Mountain? In an instant, he felt an inexplicable terror, questioning his own judgment. for a flawed assumption could herald immense danger. No, that cannot be. My task has indeed been completed, affirming my hypothesis. Thus, the goddess within the sarcophagus must pertain to a hidden task? Zhang Yuanqing regretted hastily opening the coffin. If the goddess of Sandow Mountain lay within, the mountain god temple must conceal even deeper narratives. This could very likely trigger a series of unfortunate chain reactions, such as initiating a hidden task. He contemplated replacing the stone coffin lid when a glimmer of ebony luster caught his eye from the female corpse's lips. Intrigued, he hesitated momentarily before gently grasping her delicate chin and parting her full, sensual lips, revealing the source of the dark gleam. It was a bead of pure, jet-black essence. Name, spirit body crystallization. Type, consumable. Function, none. Description, a soul crystal purified by the power of the sun god, containing immense spiritual energy, a coveted delicacy for night watchers. Note, the Lady of Three Paths Mountain has purged the crystal of all impurities. Consume with confidence. Zhang Yuanqing extended 2 fingers, extracting the bead. It swiftly dissolved into a viscous stream of energy, surging into his brow. Ding, you have gained 22 experience. Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of power coursing through him, once again experiencing the illusion of being able to shatter a planet with a single blow. He felt noticeably stronger, able to discern the enhancement of his skills without even consulting the attribute panel. The Night Watcher's delay time had increased by 3 seconds, from 6 to 9. An unexpected boon. May you repose in tranquility, lady. Zhang Yuanqing silently replaced the stone coffin lid, acting as if he had never opened it. Subsequently, while awaiting the countdown, Zhang Yuanqing felt restless and acutely anxious, fearing some unforeseen anomaly, such as triggering a hidden quest or interrupting his return. Fortunately, nothing transpired. Zhang Yuanqing watched as the timer on the azure panel began its descent. 5, 4, 3. Suddenly, a drawn-out exhalation echoed through the dark, silent cavern. Zhang Yuanqing. The coffin lid was pushed open from within, and a pale, elegant hand emerged, gripping the edge. Then, the beauty within the stone coffin sat up. Her eyes, as deep as pools, scanned the grotto before locking onto Zhang Yuanqing's frozen expression. She gazed at him for a few seconds, then a smirk played on her lips. This smile nearly caused Zhang Yuanqing to meet his maker then and there. At that moment, the scenery shattered like a reflection on water disturbed by the wind, and the countdown concluded. The world blurred. Presently, the image stabilized, and the bright, snow-white light of fluorescent lamps shone from above. A pristine white wall, desk, computer, television, double bed. The curtains swayed in the breeze, and the melodious chirping of birds reached him from outside the window. He was back in the mortal realm. Chapter 19. The call. Zhang Yuanqing sat on the edge of the bed, his heart racing with trepidation. He suspected that if he had returned even a second later, he might have found himself in a lifeless state. After a painstaking effort to calm himself, his gaze fell upon the red dancing shoes at his feet, sending another wave of panic coursing through him. Dispel, dispel, he murmured, watching as the shoes transformed into a wisp of crimson light and vanished. He sighed, almost ready to stamp his foot in frustration. Completely relaxed now, he rose and approached the window, gazing out at the towering buildings, the verdant leaves glimmering with vibrant colors, and listening to the chatter of the elderly in the neighborhood, accompanied by the distant hum of passing vehicles. It was mealtime, and a delivery man clad in a blue uniform sped through the community on his small bicycle. From a neighboring apartment, he could hear the explosive sounds of vegetables colliding with hot oil and the rhythmic clattering of a spatula. Ah, how delightful it is to be in the human realm, in this bustling metropolis. After standing there for several minutes, he finally felt he had shed that unsettling sensation. Once calm, he eagerly approached the mirror to test his newfound abilities. He centered his emotions, calming the turbulent waters of his heart, and silently communicated with the lunar energy within him. Before long, Zhang Yuanqing beheld his reflection slowly fading away, inch by inch, until he vanished entirely. I can truly become invisible, he. After 9 seconds, his form re-emerged in the mirror. A bit tiring, akin to running a few laps on the playground. Next, he tested the strength of his physical body, easily denting a battery and slicing a small wound on the back of his hand with a utility knife, which healed completely in under 5 minutes. Setting aside his supernatural abilities, the increase in his muscular strength alone had already transcended that of an ordinary human. As for his other active skill, Soul Devour, he had yet to find an opportunity to employ it, as there were no spirits nearby. With my body in such formidable condition, does that mean I can endure a longer state of overload if old ailments resurface? No. I should be pondering whether there exists a medical profession among the practitioners of the spirit realm. I must seek someone to examine my peculiar condition. Zhang Yuanqing then opened his inventory to admire his items, though he refrained from taking anything out. The demon-subduing pestle was one thing. But if he took out the red dancing shoes, what if they demanded him to dance along? Gazing at the pestle, he fell into contemplation. If memory served him correctly, the banyan tree spirit had mentioned that the pestle contained the yang spirit of 3 mountain goddesses. Would they come looking for me? The thought sent a chill down his spine. NPCs from the spirit realm shouldn't be able to appear in the real world, right? My chances of re-entering the mountain god temple are slim. I have already thoroughly explored that small shrine, and it couldn't possibly support another quest. Though he spoke those words, uncertainty loomed in his heart, as the image of the 3 mountain goddesses' smiling faces flashed repeatedly in his mind. Later, he would visit his workplace to consult with old CG and the translator about this matter. At that moment, the doorknob rattled several times. But due to Zhang Yuanqing having locked the door beforehand, the person outside could not enter. Zhang Yuanqing, why did you lock the door? Are you up to something nefarious? Came the playful, melodious voice of his aunt. Dinner's ready. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly realized he was ravenous. He quickly responded and stowed away the demon-subduing pestle. Changing out of his blood-stained and dusty clothes into a spring baseball jacket and black athletic pants, hiding the dirty garments away before making his way to the door. His aunt stood outside, peering in with her round, charming face, her expression filled with curiosity. Why did you lock the door? Practicing a secret skill. What kind of skill? Learning to use the techniques of the foreign masters to subdue the foreign invaders. You little rascal, looking for trouble? His aunt shot him a fierce glance, her large, bright eyes sparkling with mischief, devoid of any redness or murkiness. The ancient saying about bright autumn waters aptly described her sparkling eyes. At the dining table, Zhang Yuanqing devoured his meal with great gusto, his appetite having significantly increased. His grandmother beamed with pride at her culinary skills while lamenting that she had prepared too little food that day. You have school tomorrow, so go to bed early tonight. Don't make me wake you up in the morning, his grandmother reminded him. If my aunt doesn't come to my room to play games tonight, I will sleep early. Zhang Yuanqing promptly deflected. A swift kick to his shins followed beneath the table. She has work too. His grandmother turned back to her daughter. If you have to work overtime tomorrow, call me in advance. His aunt was an intern doctor in obstetrics and gynecology at a public tertiary hospital, often idle when not busy. Yet when swamped, she worked harder than many office workers. Make sure to interact more with your male colleagues. There must be many male doctors pursuing you at the hospital. His grandmother inquired with a hint of curiosity. Mom, you're thinking too small. Even the men who bring their wives in for checkups often sneakily ask for my contact information, his aunt replied with a triumphant smirk, hands on her hips. His grandmother raised her hand, and his aunt recoiled slightly, silently continuing to eat. As the mother and daughter conversed, Zhang Yuanqing's thoughts drifted to the tasks awaiting him in the afternoon. After dinner, he planned to contact Guanya to inform the authorities that he had successfully cleared the dungeon, and he needed to draft a report on the instance. He wondered how much credit a first clear report might be worth. He must also mention the awakening of the mountain goddess, as he felt it could be a hidden quest. Once dinner concluded and his hunger satiated, Zhang Yuanqing returned to his room, only to discover that his phone was out of battery. In the flurry of events surrounding the spirit realm, he had neglected to charge it. After plugging it in, he noticed several missed calls, 4 or 5 in total. The caller ID read, Guanya. 2 of the calls were from an hour ago, while he had still been in the spirit realm, and the remaining 3 were from 2 minutes prior. So eager to confirm whether I'm still alive? Zhang Yuanqing mused, tapping his fingers to return the call. In a 2-story building, sunlight reflected off the glass walls. In the spacious, luxurious office, Li Dongza had just finished a simple lunch and glanced at his watch before using his cane to navigate to the work area. Guanya. Is there any news from the primordial side? This was the 3rd time he had asked the same question. Though he did not harbor high hopes, the uncertainty of the situation kept his mind preoccupied. Li Dongza had already drafted an apology letter, awaiting the outcome to confess his mistakes to the centurion. He acknowledged that he had been careless this time, lacking the professional diligence expected of a scout. As for that young scoundrel, Yuanshi Tianzuan, while it was regrettable, the trial task unlocked by the character card was beyond human capability to contend with. His phone is off. Guanya shook her head. I've tried calling him 5 or 6 times. I can't reach him. Li Dongza seemed to have anticipated this, silently exhaling. Let us wait a little longer, just a bit longer. All right, Shencheng. Guanya swept her hair back, wearing a reassuring smile. until the outcome is revealed. Anything is possible, just like SCHR Dinger's cat. Until you open the box, you'll never know if it's alive or dead. Wang Tai, sitting nearby. Couldn't he help but interject, that is not how SCHR Dinger's cat works. From a probabilistic standpoint, without special means or assistance, the likelihood of him clearing the shelling tunnel was nearly zero. Guanya and Li Dongza's faces darkened. Shut up. Did I say something wrong again? Wang Tai lowered his head quietly, feeling the weight of their scorn. What a socially inept individual. Li Dongza and Guanya silently chastised him in their minds. After working together for so long, they had long given up on cultivating Wang Tai's emotional intelligence. Guanya felt an immediate contrast between interesting souls and dull ones. Just look at Yuanqing, handsome with a pleasant voice. If he could become a colleague, work wouldn't he feel so tiresome anymore. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. If he remained unreachable by the end of the day, hope would be lost entirely. Guanya sighed, leaning languidly against the plush chair, her ample bosom stretching the fabric of her white shirt taut. Report to me immediately if there is any news, Li Dongza instructed before turning to leave. Suddenly, the phone placed on the desk by Guanya rang, causing him to halt in his tracks, his gaze fixed upon her device. The caller ID read, Yuanqing Tianzun. Li Dongza's breath quickened. Guanya sprang up from her chair, colliding with the desk, which rattled noisily as its contents toppled over. Her eyes widened in astonishment and ecstasy as she snatched up the phone, glancing at Li Dongza with a tense expression. He commanded, speakerphone. His voice was low and serious. Their faces were grave, as if they were about to negotiate with kidnappers. Once the call was connected, filled with anticipation and restrained joy, Guanya spoke. Yuanqing, I have completed the trial task and emerged from the mountain god temple. Zhang Yuanqing's voice resonated from the speaker. Both Guanya and Li Dongza were momentarily taken aback. Wang Tai, who had been oblivious to the happenings outside, suddenly looked up, astonished, his scholarly demeanor marred by shock. After a few seconds of stupor, Li Dongza's mustache twitched with palpable excitement as he exclaimed, Oh my God! Did you hear my prayers? This is utterly unbelievable. Oh heavens, I can hardly believe this is real. Realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly composed himself, reminding himself to maintain elegance. Li Dongza understood the implications of successfully navigating the Xiling Tunnel. An S-rank spiritual realm deemed insurmountable by the Tai sect had been conquered, inevitably attracting intense scrutiny. Although Yuanqing was a newcomer, it was foreseeable that he would gain renown, becoming a notable spiritual realm traveler. Moreover, the information and artifacts contained within an S-rank spiritual realm represented substantial gains. Both official and unofficial organizations were eager to conquer high-difficulty spiritual realms, especially for a first kill, as it was the swiftest and most effective means of strengthening their ranks. Additionally, and most crucially, the Shunai region housed only a few Night Wanderer trial realms, and the existence of the Xiling tunnel bug had resulted in significant losses of potential Night Wanderers for official organizations. A detail could potentially increase the number of Night Wanderers born each year, although the rewards would not be as bountiful post-conquest as they were for a first kill. The official bodies were primarily concerned with the increase in the number of Night Wanderers. This was enough to capture the attention of the Five Elements Alliance Elder Council. How did you manage this? Guanya murmured. Nothing difficult. I breezed through it. Haha, one simply needs legs to pass. Yuanqing Tianzun replied with a statement befitting his ID. Guanya was momentarily speechless, unable to discern whether he was jesting or engaging in humble bragging. In her mind, Zhang Yuanqing was merely an intelligent university student skilled in social interactions, but certainly not extraordinary. Her fondness for this new colleague was limited to his charming words and humor, not an acknowledgement of his abilities. Now, however, she found herself compelled to reevaluate this newly minted Night Wanderer. Excellent, very well done, Li Dongza exclaimed, tapping his cane eagerly. You must come to the office immediately. All right, Zhang Yuanqing replied. After ending the call, Wang Tai could not contain his thoughts. He possesses extraordinary abilities. It's still unclear in which aspect, but he certainly does. Director, it seems you have stumbled upon a prodigy, he noted. At this remark, Li Dongza's smile broadened uncontrollably. Clearing his throat, he replied with mild annoyance, Prodigy? What do you mean by freak? This is a genius. He then hurriedly made his way to the office, contemplating a more elegant title for his apology letter. Perhaps, my apologies, Captain, for accidentally discovering a genius. His anticipation was palpable. Chapter 20. Winning hearts with virtue. Li Dongza hurriedly returned to his desk, rubbing his hands vigorously. his spirits soaring as he powered on his computer to edit a message. Captain Fu, I have an important report. I just received news that the Night Wanderer I recruited has successfully completed the trial task and returned to reality. Indeed, he has passed through the Xiling Tunnel. He clicked send. In the system of the White Tiger Brigade, unless it is an urgent matter, subordinates are not permitted to contact their superiors directly by phone. Communications are typically conducted via email or messages. Successfully navigating the Xiling Tunnel is significant, though not urgent. Within seconds of sending the message, Li Dongzhe's phone rang, displaying Captain Fu's name. A direct call? Li Dongzhe immediately grabbed the phone to answer. Li Dongzhe, you must be accountable for your words. The voice of a young man came through the speaker, icy and precise. Captain, this matter is indeed surprising. Despite the warning, Li Dongzhe remained remarkably relaxed. I just finished a call with him. Is there a strategy? Fu Qingyang inquired promptly. Please hold on a moment. After a brief silence, Captain Fu's tone softened. I had no expectations and was pleasantly surprised. This individual must possess exceptional qualities to have passed through the Xiling Tunnel. Li Dongzhe, you have recruited a talent for the White Tiger Brigade. I will report this to the Elder Council and commend you for your significant contribution. Oh my God. This is simply marvelous. Li Dongzhe's smile widened, only to be interrupted by a thought. He lowered his voice, asking, should this be kept confidential? The fact that he had recruited a Night Wanderer was no longer a secret among the captain-level figures in the Kongyang district, even if it were deliberately not mentioned. It would inevitably draw attention over time. It wouldn't remain concealed for long, especially since the Five Elements Alliance had a prior agreement with the Tai sect, granting them the right of first selection for any Night Wanderers that appeared nationwide. This agreement left the Five Elements Alliance with merely a handful of their own Night Wanderers. Fu Qingyang scoffed. Why conceal it? The Tai sect has already made it clear they do not want this Night Wanderer, and they cannot retract their statement. What you need to be cautious of is the internal dynamics of the Five Elements Alliance. I do not wish for another incident like that of the 100 Flowers Society to occur. We must win him over with virtue. This aligned with Li Dongzhe's thoughts, and he humbly sought guidance. Please advise, Captain Fu. Offer him a formal position and a raise. Huh, a raise? Is that how we win hearts with virtue? I dislike using money to buy loyalty. For those who gather for profit will disperse for profit. I prefer to win hearts with virtue, but virtue requires time to manifest, while money yields immediate results. Captain Fu spoke calmly. Have him draft a strategy as soon as possible. I need to understand the core information about the Mountain God Temple. And also, repay the favor owed to the Tai sect. Any S-class spirit realm must contain valuable information and intelligence, incomparable to ordinary realms. Understood. Li Dongzhe concluded the call. What a peculiar interpretation of winning hearts with virtue, yet it certainly reflects the style of the Fu family. Li Dongzhe shook his head. This young master Fu hails from a family that fled abroad during turbulent times to escape the ravages of war. After a century of development, they have grown into a colossal financial giant. Later, the Fu family accepted the olive branch extended by the state, returning to the country with substantial wealth to participate in economic development. The Fu family is not only a substantial capital force, but also a lineage of spirit realm practitioners who produce a certain number of scouts each year. They are a formidable family force within the White Tiger Brigade. Young Captain Fu is adept at various financial maneuvers, earning him the nickname Money Young Master among the four prominent young figures of the official organization. At that moment, Li Dongzhe noticed someone mentioning him in the Kongyang District Spirit Realm Practitioners Management Group. Qing Ting. Li Dongzhe, Captain Li. How is your newly recruited Night Wanderer faring? Qing Tang is the captain of the 100 Flowers Society. If it were any other with spirit asking, Li Dongzhe might suspect ulterior motives. However, this gentle and kind female captain is not the type to engage in underhanded tactics. By long. Wow, that's quite a heartless comment. You know it's impossible for anyone to pass through the Xiling Tunnel, yet you still provoke Captain Li? Before Li Dongzhe could respond, Bai Long, who had a history with Qing Ting, jumped in to argue. Dejiba, he surely perished in the Xiling Tunnel. Just yesterday, someone went missing in the area I oversee. That poor soul has yet to be found, and it's likely they met their end in the spirit realm. The straightforward fire master is as irritating as ever. Aside from these three captains, the others remained silent, seemingly uninterested in the matter. My friends, you will envy me in just a moment. Li Dongzhe casually sent a massive red envelope of 1,000 yuan, claiming the first one for himself, receiving a mere 5 yuan. Qing Ting, thank you, boss. By long, boss is generous. Dejiba, Boss, your health must be good. Instinctively, they snatched the red envelope, expressing their gratitude, completing the customary exchange, only to suddenly realize. By long, no way. Dejiba, Li Dongza, what do you mean? Clarify your words. Qing Tik, Captain Li? Li Dongza, thank you all for your concern. My newly recruited night wanderer has successfully passed through the Xiling tunnel. The group fell silent, as if under a spell. Yuanqing, Li Dongza, do not jest. The night wanderer from the Tai sect, who seldom spoke up in the Five Elements Alliance management group, was the first to respond. Unlike the other captains, he could not ignore Li Dongza's message regarding such a significant matter related to their profession. Even if the possibility of it being a joke was high, the other captains remained silent, awaiting Li Dongza's response. At that moment, Captain Fu sent a message in the group. As of today, the first kill of the Xiling tunnel belongs to our Five Elements Alliance. Shortly, I will synchronize the Spirit Realm strategy to the information database. As an S-Class trial Spirit Realm, it can produce night wanderers of a higher quality than other realms, which I believe will greatly aid our organization's plan to cultivate night wanderers. Seeing this lengthy message, the captains were left dumbfounded. Captain Fu, a figure of considerable authority, carries more weight than Li Dongza. If he asserts this, it must be true. The Xiling tunnel has truly been conquered? What kind of anomaly has Li Dongza recruited? In that moment, the captains suddenly recognized the value of this newcomer, realizing he was more than just a rare profession. He himself might be the most worthy investment. Dejiba, I want to organize a team-building event again. Are you trying to poach my crew? Li Dongza's lips twitched. Shui Shangpiao, no more boat trips this month. Let us schedule a gathering. How about today? Tang Yuanqing sent a red envelope. By long, a gathering sounds good. But I believe the 100 Flowers Society shouldn't participate. Qing Teng, Hehe, Quan Wang. I'm curious how that newcomer managed to pass through the Xiling tunnel. Someone capable of such an achievement is surely extraordinary. Li Dongza is quite fortunate to have recruited a talent. Noticing the rising intrigue in the group, Captain Fu sent another message. I will use the strategy for the Xiling tunnel as leverage to negotiate with the Tai sect for night wanderer slots, aiming to assign one to each of your teams within 5 years. Qing Teng, thank you, Captain Fu. Dejiba, wow, this is fantastic news. The atmosphere in the group suddenly became lively. Captain Fu's strategy was brilliant. With this grand prospect, Li Dongza exhaled deeply. Soon after, several captains enthusiastically began discussing long-term plans for nurturing and allocating night wanderers, subtly probing Li Dongza about the identity of the first kill. Is it a man or a woman? What is their age? Yet, Li Dongza remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any details. As the captains engaged in cheerful discussions, Yuanqing of the Tai sect found himself in stark contrast to their buoyant mood. He stared blankly at Captain Fu's remarks, rereading them multiple times until he finally absorbed the gravity of the situation. The Xiling tunnel, which had posed insurmountable challenges even for the Tai sect, had been conquered? How had that novice managed such a feat? As a member of the Spirit Realm and a night wanderer, his thirst for the truth surpassed that of his fellow captains, gnawing at him like 1,000 claws. Yet, this was not the moment for entanglement in truth. It was imperative to report this matter to the organization. Surely, such an exceptional night wanderer deserved a place within the Tai sect. Elder Sun was being foolish. How could he make such reckless promises, causing the Tai sect to lose a valuable talent? Zhang Yuanqing arrived at the police station by taxi, deftly navigating to the rear of the building, entering the sleek glass structure that exuded an air of elitism. Upon reaching the second floor, he immediately spotted the striking mixed-race beauty seated on the sofa, sipping tea. Her long legs crossed in a supermodel pose, clad in a shirt, skirt, black stockings, and high heels. Her slender waist and ample bosom complemented her exquisite makeup and fashionable hairstyle. If there were a standard image of a workplace goddess, Zhang Yuanqing believed it would be her. Fortunately, his aesthetic threshold had been honed to a high degree by his aunt, and he greeted her without faltering. Sister Guanya. Guanya set down her teacup, rising to meet him with a beaming smile. I thought our university student was a little puppy, but it turns out you're a little wolf dog. Congratulations on becoming a night wanderer. Allow me to reward you with a hug. She opened her arms, her embrace inviting. Having already grasped her character, Zhang Yuanqing was unfazed and retorted with a smirk. Demoness, how dare you presume to embrace me? He would not have spoken thus to any other woman. But with Guanya, a seasoned player, a bold approach was the only correct way to interact. Taken aback for a moment, Guanya burst into laughter. Come now. The commander wishes to see you. After taking a few steps, she turned back, her smile softening. You've gained quite a bit in the spirit realm, haven't you? No need to share, though. Concealing one's strength and methods is essential for every spirit realm traveler. I wasn't planning to share, Zhang Yuanqing replied, momentarily surprised before realizing her intent was to advise him to keep some secrets, not to reveal everything. Following Guanya, Zhang Yuanqing re-entered the opulent office, where he found Li Dongzi comfortably reclining in a plush chair, a cigar poised between his fingers. Do you know what I am most concerned about right now? Li Dongzi inquired, rising to move toward the guest sofa while assessing Zhang Yuanqing. What? Zhang Yuanqing inquired in a manner of feigned compliance. My greatest fear is that you would be abducted on your way here. Li Dongzi opened the liquor cabinet, retrieving 3 glass cups. What would you like to drink? Coke. Zhang Yuanqing replied. Guanya, have someone fetch it, Li Dongzi instructed immediately. Indeed, your status has clearly risen, Zhang Yuanqing observed as he took a seat beside Li Dongzi, who sipped his drink and got straight to the point. You are indeed impressive. You have performed exceptionally well. Shortly, I will need you to draft a detailed account of your strategy, but before that, I wish to ask if you discovered anything unusual at the Mountain God Temple. I will update later. This morning, while revising my manuscript, I mistakenly deleted 2,000 words of the main text, mistaking it for a draft, nearly causing me to smash my computer in frustration. The update will be postponed until noon, and as compensation, I will release 2 chapters consecutively. Chapter 21. The difference. As Zhang Yuanqing was about to speak, there was a knock at the office door. The 3 turned their attention to the sound, and Wang Tai appeared at the entrance, clutching a laptop. May I come in and listen? He inquired, remaining silent thereafter, awaiting a response. After a moment's contemplation, Li Dongzi nodded, saying, come in, and while you're at it, assist Yuan Shi in compiling the strategy report. Wang Tai let out a sigh of relief. He was not one to seek out crowds, but the S-grade Xiling Tunnel, as a bug in the Night Wanderer trial realm, presented an intriguing subject that he could not resist eavesdropping on. After Wang Tai took his seat, Zhang Yuanqing recounted his experiences at the Mountain God Temple. He omitted details about the demon-suppressing staff, simply describing it as an artifact capable of restraining malevolent spirits. Similarly, he glossed over the details of the red dancing shoes, stating that he had been trained in singing, dancing, and rap by his uncle from a young age, possessing an extraordinary memory that allowed him to barely crack the rules of the shoes. Of course, he also concealed the exclusive rewards tied to the character card, as revealing that he had acquired the red dancing shoes could expose him. This selective withholding of crucial information was a hint he had received from Guanya. Items governed by rules are exceptionally rare. For the 5 Elements Alliance to exchange 500 yuan and a small banner for an item was an unlikely occurrence. Yet one must remain vigilant. As for the revival of the 3 Paths Mountain Goddess, he intended to address that matter separately for thorough discussion later. During this exchange, Wang Tai listened intently while typing away to record the details. Li Dongzi patiently absorbed the information and, while exploring the handle of his cane, remarked, the artifact that restrains malevolent spirits must be a reward for completing the trial, and it is certainly a high-level item. Guanya chimed in with a laugh. You little rascal, in an S-grade trial, how could there be just a meager experience point reward? Her comments served to instruct Zhang Yuanqing on the art of deception, emphasizing that one should weave truth with a touch of falsehood. Zhang Yuanqing maintained his smile, replying, oh, I forgot to mention the artifact. It indeed is a reward for completing the trial. His demeanor remained unflustered. Li Dongzi, unfazed, continued, in that case, it seems the difficulty level of the Xiling Tunnel has diminished. Why do you say that? Zhang Yuanqing inquired, puzzled. Li Dongzi explained patiently. We jest about the spirit realm being a game, but jesting aside, in the world of the spirit realm, items are scarce, each possessing uniqueness that cannot be replicated. Since you have extracted that artifact, the segment involving the tree demon may vanish, naturally lowering the difficulty of the Xiling Tunnel. As Li Dongzi sipped his drink, Guanya added, let me share some knowledge regarding spirit realm dungeons. They are continually adjusted. For instance, if you conquer the Mountain God Temple and extract an item, its difficulty will inevitably decrease. Conversely, should you perish within the spirit realm and your item be acquired by a peculiar entity within, the difficulty will escalate, with the red dancing shoes serving as a prime example. Additionally, within the same spirit realm, varying levels entail different tasks. I once ventured into a wilderness survival spirit realm, having pre-read the strategy. In the dungeon, the elder was a hunter, tasked with eliminating 9 thugs in the jungle. However, upon entering, I discovered I was merely one of the thugs, and the objective was to survive for 36 hours due to my lower level compared to that elder. Hence, strategies can only serve as references to familiarize us with the dungeon, providing foundational information and danger without diminishing its challenge. Wang Tai interjected. Because the red dancing shoes still exist. Guanya and Li Dongzi exchanged glances with Zhang Yuanqing, falling silent. Wang Tai, oblivious, continued, it's rather strange, with such data, such gains, and such information, it does not align with the difficulty of an S-grade trial. Are you concealing something? That's rather blunt. Such remarks may render everyone uncomfortable. Zhang Yuanqing coughed lightly. It's not concealment. I was about to mention that a tree demon emerged from the cavern, along with a stone coffin. A stone coffin? What lies within? Li Dongzi leaned forward, his tone urgent. Wang Tai ceased typing. Guanya's face was filled with curiosity. In S-grade spirit realms, significant information often accompanies revelations, potentially unveiling astonishing secrets. Official organizations, grassroots entities, and even nefarious groups derive their understanding of spirit realms partly through observation and pattern recognition, and partly from information obtained within the realms, gradually unlocking their mysteries. No spirit realm traveler can resist such temptation. Inside the coffin lies the Three Paths Mountain Goddess. Upon opening the coffin, she awakened. Zhang Yuanqing recalled the moment with lingering trepidation. Li Dongzi's pupils constricted as he gasped. She awakened? He sprang to his feet, unable to remain seated, pacing the office with his cane while furrowing his brow. After a prolonged silence, he spoke gravely. Perhaps we have all been mistaken. Based on the information regarding that goddess, she must be a high-level night wanderer. Now that she has awakened, there are only two possibilities. One, the mountain god temple will undergo a tremendous transformation, no longer serving as a night wanderer trial realm, but as a high-level spirit realm dungeon. Two, the mountain god temple may remain downgraded, yet with her caliber, new, higher-level spirit realm dungeons will inevitably emerge. For the upper echelons of the Tai sect, information concerning the transitions of spirit realms relevant to their profession is of utmost significance. Guanya expressed envy, saying, the more crucial the information, the greater the rewards bestowed by the organization. Will the monetary compensation be substantial? Zhang Yuanqing asked, astonished, before his expression shifted to one of concern. But that ancient relic, having died for centuries, still smiled at me. I can't shake the feeling that she will come looking for me. It leaves me unsettled. If the banyan tree spirit spoke the truth and the demon-suppressing staff contained half of the goddess's yang spirit sealed within, she would undoubtedly seek him out. However, Zhang Yuanqing refrained from disclosing this detail to his colleagues. Wang Tai sincerely reassured him, do not be overly confident. At your level, you are unlikely to encounter such a formidable figure. Silence if you cannot contribute. Zhang Yuanqing expressed his gratitude with a nod, feeling comforted by the words. Guanya asked playfully, is the goddess beautiful? Zhang Yuanqing turned his head to look at her. More beautiful than you. Wang Tai earnestly added. Her research value surpasses yours as well. The old priestess exclaimed in anger, get lost. In the capital city, within a courtyard. The sun shone brightly upon the large locust tree, its leaves shimmering with iridescent colors. A gust of wind rustled through the branches, echoing the laughter of children. Elder Sun sat beneath the tree, fanning himself gently as he rocked in a chair, with a tea set and an old radio resting on a nearby table. A middle-aged man clad in black hurriedly crossed the threshold into the courtyard, whispering, Elder Sun, news has arrived from Songhai. Someone has successfully cleared the Shiling Tunnel spirit realm. The fanning abruptly halted, and the elderly man, his hair white, opened his eyes wide, which gleamed with a dazzling golden light. The children's laughter in the locust tree seemed startled into silence. The elder rose from his rocking chair, fixing his gaze on the middle-aged man. Is it that night wanderer recruited by the Fu family? The middle-aged man nodded in affirmation. The elder was momentarily taken aback. Then he slammed his fan against his thigh, exclaiming in dismay, I was blind, utterly blind. The last time the middle-aged man had witnessed Elder Sun in such despair was during his stock trading days. After a brief silence, the elder said, I recall that the person in charge of the Kangang district in Songhai City is Yuanqing. Inform him that this matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, where would I put my old face? But what? Just as the middle-aged man was about to respond, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out and said, it's a call from Elder Heishan. Answer it. The phone connected, and as the elderly man grasped the device, a furious voice erupted from the other end. Old son, what on earth are you doing? Not only did you recklessly send out the copy of the Shelling Tunnel, but you also promised Fu Qingyang to forego that night wanderer. Do you have any idea how gravely you have erred? Elder Sun was momentarily taken aback. How do you know about this, you old rascal? What does it matter how I know? Do you realize how long Tai's sect has gone without recruiting a prodigious night wanderer? I'm heading straight to the sect leader to lodge a complaint. The call ended abruptly. Elder Sun felt the veins on his forehead throb. Just then, the phone rang again. The middle-aged man glanced at the screen. Elder Hongying. Answer it. Uncle Sun. I heard the Shelling Tunnel has been conquered? That night wanderer you specifically rejected? Uncle Sun, you must offer an apology for this. Elder Sun, I heard you turned away a gifted night wanderer? You insolent fool. When did it become your place as a steward to interrogate me? Ah, Elder Sun. Please don't misunderstand. I'm merely curious. Elder Sun, I heard you. Get lost. Within a few minutes, he received 5 or 6 calls. The middle-aged man in black silently observed Elder Sun, recalling the last time he had lost his composure was during a leveraged stock trade. Elder Sun inhaled deeply. Returning to the previous topic, what were you saying earlier? The middle-aged man hesitated. If Yuanqing knew, it meant everyone else would as well. Elder Sun's blood pressure surged. The phone rang once more. Just as he was about to hang up, he saw it was Fu Qingyong calling. He exhaled slowly, regaining his composure, and answered, You little rascal, are you calling to mock the old man? Mock you? A cold voice resonated from the phone, crisp and clear. I would not engage in such triviality. I am here to repay a favor. The report on the conquest of the Mountain God Temple has been completed and sent to your email. Fu Qingyong continued. I believe this information should be of great significance to your Tai sect. Elder Sun's interest peaked immediately. He hurriedly ended the call and turned to the middle-aged man. How do I access the email? The middle-aged man silently took the phone, logged into the email, opened the document, and then quietly handed it back. Elder Sun squinted, reading the content word by word. He maintained a calm demeanor, his expression betraying no emotion. For an elder-level spiritual realm practitioner, trial-level spiritual realms were mere trifles. However, when he encountered the information regarding the revival of the 3 mountain god daughters, his countenance shifted dramatically. With a sudden jolt, Elder Sun sprang from his rocking chair, his expression grave. Elder? The middle-aged man looked on in astonishment. The ancient day wanderer has awakened. A mixture of solemnity and worry enveloped Elder Sun as he transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring into the sky, disappearing from sight. That direction led to the sect leader's residence. In a small 2-story building, Zhang Yuanqing sat at his desk, adeptly powering on his computer. Following Guanyi's guidance, he accessed the internal forum of the 5 Elements Alliance, browsing through the pin posts one by one. All contained the most fundamental information about the spiritual realm. He first examined the types of spiritual realms. Confirming what Li Dongza had mentioned, spiritual realms are categorized into solo and group types. Solo types typically manifest unique realms exclusive to that profession. For instance, the Night Wanderer's extraordinary solo realm is classified as supernatural. Group types are divided into 2 categories, team combat and team adventure. The former involves practitioners battling within special realms, while the latter confronts dangers within the spiritual realms, some leading to death, others not. The non-lethal punishment mechanism involves the deduction of experience points. Additionally, the scenarios within group spiritual realms vary widely, with diverse gameplay mechanics. Next, he perused a post detailing level classifications, which was straightforward: Extraordinary Stage, levels 1 to 3. Saint Stage, levels 4 to 6. Note: for stages beyond Saint, please click the link below. Zhang Yuanqing clicked the link, only to be met with a prompt indicating insufficient permissions. I detest permission restrictions, he muttered in frustration, reluctantly browsing other posts. Comprehensive Guide to Spiritual Realm Professions, Orderly Professions, Night Wanderer, Scout, Wood Demon, Water Ghost, Fire Master, Earth Creature, Musician, Scholar. Evil Professions, Bewitching Demon, Witch, Illusionist. If memory serves, Wang Tai is a scholar. What exactly is a musician? Only 3 types of evil professions? No wonder Guan Yu said the official organization is the real hunter. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze fell, landing on astonishing content. Note: to query foreign professions, please click the link below. Unsurprisingly, he encountered yet another restriction on permissions. Do foreign spiritual realm practitioners have professions distinct from ours? Zhang Yuanqing raised his head, focusing on Guanya's nape. Is there a distinction between our domestic and foreign servers? Old CG turned around, smiling. Why do you assume our country is the only one that's special? This left Zhang Yuanqing momentarily speechless. He found him chapter 22. The Night Wanderer's Assembly. He opened his mouth, but could not articulate his thoughts. To deviate from the mainstream implied an extraordinary circumstance. Until he discerned whether it was advantageous or detrimental, he refrained from speaking indiscriminately. Moreover, the absence of pertinent information on the forum suggested that the black round moon was not something of a lower echelon that could be comprehended. The higher the level of the matter, the more it necessitated secrecy and understanding that was evident to any ordinary person, particularly since he was still a novice, lacking the capacity and experience to handle unexpected situations. Why was the character card given to him by Binggu so different from those of ordinary night wanderers? This wretched individual shared no information with him and had vanished. Subsequently, he exited the post and clicked on the forum's search bar, intending to investigate the situation regarding the Sandow Mountain Goddess Temple. Upon entering Sandow Mountain Goddess Temple, he retrieved 2 pieces of content. One was a dungeon strategy guide he had previously perused, the 5-Element Alliance version, and the other was an introduction to the Sandow Mountain Goddess Temple. The Sandow Mountain Goddess Temple, located in the early Ming Dynasty in the Sandow Mountain of Songjiang Prefecture, worshipped the deity Sandow Mountain Goddess, who was renowned for her ability to summon rain, exorcise spirits, concoct elixirs, and heal the sick for the benefit of her people. After her ascension, the local government and the gentry pooled their resources to construct a temple in her honor. However, the Sandow Mountain Goddess Temple had long since fallen into disrepair, losing many precious research materials sourced from the Songfu Library. The mere sight of these words left Zhang Yuanqing in a daze, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Did the Sandow Mountain Goddess Temple truly exist? Did it exist in history? If so, did that goddess truly live? Or was she perhaps a real person? Could real individuals appear within the spiritual realm? If she were indeed a living person, would she emerge from the spiritual realm in search of me? Zhang Yuanqing was startled by his own thoughts. Sister Guan, I have a question. He never pondered matters that could be easily inquired about. Guan Yu turned to him. Zhang Yuanqing shared his speculations regarding the Sandow Mountain Goddess with her. Shizhang should have mentioned that the spiritual realm lies between reality and illusion. Lao Siji raised her cup, taking a sip, and said, many scenes within the spiritual realm are based on reality. For instance, locations like Lingang Reservoir and Xiangshui Amusement Park are trial realms for night wanderers that can be found in reality. However, these entities do not exist in the real world. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Therefore, while the Sandow Mountain Goddess indeed existed, the one I encountered was a fabrication of the spiritual realm. Zhang Yuanqing sighed in relief. Old hag, you ought to remain in the spiritual realm, then. In the capital, at Beishuamen Airport, the slender Yuanqing sat in the spacious seat of business class, clad in a black suit and shirt, his hair meticulously groomed, an image of a business elite. Gazing through the small window, he overlooked the myriad of lights below, a dazzling spectacle. He had just reported to the organization about the Xiling Tunnel and would be summoned to the capital by afternoon. However, this trip was unrelated to the Xiling Tunnel. It was called by the leader of Tai to gather night wanderers dispersed across the nation for a meeting. Such large-scale meetings typically occurred only at the year's end, when night wanderers from across the country came to the capital to report on their work. Exceptions usually indicated significant matters. I hope it is not bad news. Yuanqing mused as he gazed at the approaching city lights. The plane landed smoothly, and he disembarked, dragging his suitcase directly to the underground parking lot, where he boarded the designated vehicle. 40 minutes later, the car arrived at a 5-star hotel. Yuanqing placed his luggage and took the elevator to the expansive conference room on the top floor. A banquet was underway, where men and women adorned in black suits, jackets, and long dresses mingled, wine glasses in hand, amidst a backdrop of culinary delights, engaging in lively conversation. Ah, Captain Yuan has arrived. Just as Yuanqing picked up a glass of wine from a server's tray, a man in a black shirt approached him, sporting a fresh crew cut, bright eyes, and a chiseled face, his physique a perfect inverted triangle. Jianji. Yuanqing smiled at his friend. Long time no see. Everyone has been waiting for you. Come on. Let's greet them. Jianji placed a hand on Yuanqing's shoulder, guiding him to the table where 6 individuals, 3 men and 3 women, all of whom had trained as night wanderers alongside Yuanqing at Tai, were seated. They had since dispersed and ascended to captain-level positions. After a few casual exchanges, Yuanqing inquired, what is the reason for the leader summoning everyone to the capital? Yang Qian, with her hair tied in a ponytail and dressed in leather attire, whispered, we were just discussing this topic. All we know is that the confidentiality level is very high. Even the attendants are unaware. Her figure was graceful, her hair cut sharply, and she wore no makeup or jewelry, exuding an air of confidence. The attendants are not even qualified to know? Yuanqing nodded slightly, refraining from probing further. Zhang raised his glass with a smile. We will know the reason once the meeting begins. Pondering it now is futile. By the way, have there been any interesting occurrences lately? With a spirited tone, Yuanqing replied, I have a rather amusing story. Recently, the eldest son of the Xiahou family along the coast was incapacitated by the leader of the Zhisha palace. I heard that by the time the Xiahou family elders arrived at the scene, he was on the brink of death, though he was revived with life essence. He was severely weakened and will likely refrain from venturing out for a long while. If there are any spiritual realm missions in the near future, he will undoubtedly meet his demise. The Zhisha palace? A male classmate glanced at Yuanqing. If I recall correctly, that is a spiritual realm organization in the Songhai region. What conflict did they have with the Xiahou family? Yuanqing shook his head. The individuals from the Zhisha palace tend to be extreme in nature, especially that leader, a complete lunatic. It is no surprise they clash with anyone. However, their attitude towards official organizations remains relatively amicable. They usually keep to themselves. Yuanqing remarked, that leader is a high-level spiritual realm practitioner. Even the attendants may not be her match. As long as she does not overstep, it is best to turn a blind eye. After chatting for a while longer, Zhang surveyed the surroundings and commented, our night wanderers are still too few, merely spectators to other professions making waves and seizing the spotlight. Speaking of which, it has been many years since a remarkably talented night wanderer has emerged from our ranks. Xiao Yang, with her round and charming face, added in a sweet voice tinged with a hint of playfulness, since we are on this topic, I am rather interested in what news you have, Yuanqing. That pertains to us night wanderers. The table turned their attention to him, curiosity etched across their faces. Do you all remember the Xiling Tunnel? Yuanqing inquired. Ah. The novice-level bug realm, where Jiang Lin and Zhao Kai perished. Zhang responded, perplexed. Has this haunted place claimed another victim? From now on, the first kill of the Xiling Tunnel is void. It has been by a newcomer. Yuanqing's words detonated like a silent bomb, leaving the night wanderers at the table momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, Zhang, bewildered, asked, is that true? Xia Bing, her eyes wide, exclaimed in her sweet voice. Yuanqing, please do not jest. The others wore expressions of doubt. Yuanqing nodded affirmatively. This matter has been reported to the organization. You may inquire with your respective superiors. However, if you do not wish to view the attendants should inform you. Skepticism transformed into exclamations of astonishment. The night wanderers at the table expressing shock and excitement. This is a significant event. That brother is impressive. How did he manage it? I just want to see the now. I have no desire to attend the meeting. Wake up. Your authority does not extend to that. Yuanqing glanced around and asked, has this newcomer joined Tai? Is he in the capital? Yuanqing appeared to be in high spirits, shaking his head in regret as he lamented, you are unaware. That fellow has been recruited by the Five Elements Alliance. Fu Qingyang personally called Elder Sun to request the strategy guide. Upon learning that the trial task was in the Xiling Tunnel, Elder Sun immediately declared he did not want this individual. Words once spoken cannot be taken back, alas. The elder has acted foolishly. Indeed, it is quite foolish. I am deeply angered by Elder Sun's actions. Just as he was denouncing the lofty elder, Yuanqing suddenly noticed a middle-aged man in black approaching him, who stated, Yuanqing, Elder Sun has asked that after the meeting concludes, you should not leave but rather visit him. Yuanqing's expression instantly stiffened. The banquet soon approached its conclusion, with the servers collecting the dishes and drinks. The soft lighting transformed into bright, glaring conference lights, as the assembly of night wanderers sat silently at their respective round tables, awaiting the proceedings in hushed anticipation. The silence palpable enough to hear a pin drop. Amidst the prolonged stillness, an elderly man clad in white training attire stepped into the conference room, embodying the hopes of many. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an impressive presence. His face bore no wrinkles, his gaze sharp as a blade, and a golden sun tattoo adorned his forehead, resembling a mark of distinction. Were it not for his silver hair indicating his age, he appeared more vibrant than many youths. He was the grand elder of the Tai sect, known in the spirit realm as the Crimson Sun Executioner. The gathering of night wanderers straightened their backs and sat upright, affording the sect's most formidable night wanderer the respect he deserved. The Crimson Sun Executioner surveyed the assembled disciples and spoke slowly. Not long ago, the sect master, since the fall of the Demon Lord, a grave threat to the Tai sect has been eliminated. However, the Demon Lord's character card has not returned to the spirit realm and remains unaccounted for. Therefore, you are all to exert your utmost efforts in searching for the successor of the Demon Lord. This successor possesses two distinct characteristics. Their occupational mark is not a crescent moon, but rather a black full moon. Upon traversing the spirit realm, they will receive character card rewards unattainable by ordinary night wanderers. Chapter 23. The Homicide on a Clear Monday Morning. The bustling city of Shanghai presented a formidable challenge during the morning rush hour, with congested traffic on both elevated roads and streets causing frustration and elevated blood pressure. While ordinary commuters enjoyed the convenience of the subway, they faced the trials of being jostled on all sides. Amidst the morning sun, Zhang Yuanqing, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, rode a shared bicycle through the vibrant streets of Shanghai, a savory pancake held between his teeth. He effortlessly overtook one private vehicle after another, his youthful exuberance mirrored in the flutter of his bangs. Shencheng University lay a mere 5 to 6 kilometers from his grandmother's home, making the bicycle ride a swift 15 minutes, which was why he typically did not reside on campus. Thanks to his recent promotion to the title of Night Wanderer, he pedaled with an unusual vigor, reaching the university gates in only 10 minutes. Had it not been for the surplus of electric scooters crowding the bike lane, he might have arrived even sooner. Established in the early 20th century, Shanghai University boasts a prestigious history of over 120 years, renowned as one of the nation's foremost institutions of higher learning. In addition to its exceptional faculty, the university is characterized by two prominent features: the blooming of beautiful flowers seeking worthy companions and the valor of warriors unafraid to wield swords. His grandmother had long advised his aunt to be vigilant in protecting oneself at school, and now, in her advancing years, she felt compelled to impart similar wisdom to her grandson. She harbored deep discontent with the state of the world. Upon entering the campus, Zhang Yuanqing traversed the main axis adorned with a statue of the founder, pedaling slowly along the tree-lined path flanked by sycamores towards the academic building. The serene and elegant environment of the campus was a haven of tranquility. Students filmed short videos, engaged in animated conversations on benches, or hurriedly clutched textbooks as they rushed to classes. The broad, pristine streets, lush green lawns, and time-worn dormitories coalesced to create an ambience reminiscent of an upscale residential community. Rather than a traditional university, Zhang Yuanqing secured his bicycle outside the building, shouldered his backpack, and entered the complex. Inside the tiered classroom, he surveyed the scene, students scattered in small clusters, with many having chosen to skip class. Selecting a random seat, he had barely settled when he overheard two boys behind him in hushed tones. "I just saw Su Yinging at the gate, waiting for her sugar daddy again. That's absurd. How could my goddess possibly be kept? Honestly, there's a different man picking her up every Monday, driving a car worth hundreds of thousands. I saw it last week." "Are you sure? It could have been a ride-hailing service. Would you kiss a ride-hailing driver?" "Ugh, when we were in high school, girls liked the academic achievers. Now in university, they prefer wealthy men. When will ordinary guys ever stand a chance?" Su Yinging, the class's belle, was indeed exceptionally beautiful. Unable to resist, Zhang Yuanqing turned around with a playful grin. "Your dream girl could help you stand tall." The two boys appeared taken aback by his interjection. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at them and asked, "What's the matter?" One of the boys, Li Lushing, chuckled. "Zhang Yuanqing, did you stumble upon some good fortune today? This isn't like you." Zhang Yuanqing raised an eyebrow. "Why do you say that?" Before Li Lushing could respond, a bespectacled teacher entered, clutching a stack of books, and the previously chattering classroom fell silent. In the Kenyang district, at the Miley Hotel, the elevator dinged as it reached the 16th floor. Li Dongza, dressed in a sharp suit with a black vest and a white shirt, emerged from the elevator, leaning on a cane. His gaunt face bore a grave expression, while Guanya followed closely behind him. The entire floor had been cleared of guests, with a barrier cordoning off the elevator's entrance. Two security personnel stationed nearby. Guanya, in her high heels, approached and displayed her credentials. The security personnel immediately parted to grant her passage. As they walked down the corridor towards the rooms, uniformed guards busily collected evidence. Taking photograph, the elegant woman in a cheap how furrowed her brows slightly. Ordinary spirit realm practitioners would not dare to harm our officials. Could it be the work of malevolent professionals? Li Dongza replied, "We are still investigating Zhao Yingjun's recent social interactions. If it is indeed the work of a malevolent practitioner, the severity of this incident escalates significantly." The muscular fire master raised his eyebrows, anger flaring. Malevolent professionals? These wretched rats lurking in the shadows dare to kill members of my five-element alliance? I shall ensure they pay dearly for it. The others wore grave expressions, and the racer clad in white, by long, pondered. How formidable is Zhao Yingjun in combat? Li Dongzi turned to Fu Qingyang. Fu Qingyang stated, he possesses a defensive artifact. Upon hearing this, Bai Long's expression grew serious. Although a level 2 scout is not adept at combat, it would not be easy to take him down with a defensive artifact, especially without alerting the guests in the adjacent room. We can preliminarily gauge the assailant's strength based on this. Tang Guoqiang, the construction company owner wearing a miner's hat, solemnly remarked, very powerful. The muscular fire master snorted, reiterating his previous words, powerful, indeed, but regardless of their strength, anyone who dares to kill a member of my five-element alliance must die. Bai Long silently rubbed his forehead, thinking that perhaps it would be best to remove the foolish members of the Red Fire Gang during discussions. Li Dongzi continued, our investigation reveals that Zhao Yingjun has numerous mistresses, particularly favoring college students. We are currently scrutinizing each of his affairs. The muscular fire master furrowed his brows. Why? The hotels where Zhao Yingjun meets his mistresses are not fixed. Yet the assailant managed to locate the hotel address and pinpoint the room number, indicating they possess a considerable understanding of Zhao Yingjun's movements, either someone he knows or someone who has conducted prolonged surveillance. Li Dongzi commented, the person who knows you best is always the woman by your side. We might glean some clues from Zhao Yingjun's mistresses. The captains nodded gravely. Li Dongzi went on, Zhao Yingjun was subjected to interrogation and torture before his demise. Consider this. What did the assailant interrogate him about? What did they uncover? Whether the assailant acted out of vengeance or as a malevolent professional, this is a matter that warrants our utmost caution. The expressions of the captain shifted subtly. Malevolent and lawful practitioners have always been at odds, hunting and tracking one another. Information about official spirit realm practitioners, or even their hiding places, would certainly pique the interest of malevolent professionals. If the assailant is not one of them, then a powerful spirit realm practitioner is risking offense to official organizations by infiltrating the hotel to interrogate and kill. The truth behind this could be even more intricate. Qingting spoke solemnly. We must swiftly unearth the assailant. Upon hearing this, the muscular fire master glanced around and inquired, where is Yuanqing? He could consume Zhao Yingjun's spirit body to obtain his memories, allowing us to identify the murderer. The significance of the Night Wanderer who can control spirit bodies became immediately apparent. Fu Qingyang shook his head. Yesterday, Tai sect convened all official Night Wanderers to discuss matters in the capital. Yuanqing is not in Shanghai. His demeanor remained unfazed throughout. As if the sky were to fall, he would not flinch. A council in the capital? The captains felt a weight in their hearts. If Yuanqing is absent, then the Night Wanderers from other districts are likely also unavailable. Is this mere coincidence? The assailant chose this precise moment to strike, not before or after, but when all the Night Wanderers were gathered in the capital. The muscular fire master erupted. What is Tai sect thinking? Why hold a meeting now? We should have long since cultivated our own Night Wanderers. Li Dongzi, with a sigh of resignation, remarked, the cause and effect are reversed. It is the assailant who chose this moment. Regardless, this is not of paramount importance. Everyone need not worry. We have our own Night Wanderers. Chapter 24. The culprit indeed. I almost forgot about that young man. Li Dongzi's words reminded the captains that the Kangyang District Spirit Team had already recruited a Night Watcher, eliminating the need to borrow one from the Tai sect. The muscular captain's face lit up with joy, and he immediately said, then what are we waiting for? Let's contact that kid immediately. This just proves the importance of cultivating our own Night Watchers. In critical moments, our own people are the most reliable. The other captain's brows unfurrowed. The muscular captain's words made sense. Although the Tai sect's Night Watchers were always cooperative in serious matters, they were, after all, outsiders. Using them was definitely not as convenient as using one of their own. Li Dongzi glanced at Fu Qingyang, and upon seeing him nod slightly, he immediately took out his phone and walked out of the conference room. I'll contact him. After finishing his morning class, Zhang Yuanqing slung his backpack over his shoulder and left the classroom. He planned to skip his afternoon classes and head to the Kangyang District Spirit Team 2's office. His future interactions and focus would shift to the Spirit Team. Zhang Yuanqing was not particularly fond of school and did not have a strong interest in studying. The young people of Shanghai had a kind of laziness ingrained in their bones, lacking in drive and ambition. In this world, only two kinds of people strive: those who have cultivated a positive and upward-looking habit from childhood, and those who were forced to buy life. After becoming a spirit walker, Zhang Yuanqing finally rediscovered his long-lost spirit of striving. Firstly, it was out of mortal necessity, and secondly, it allowed him to fulfill his youthful dream of wandering the world as a swordsman. The spirit realm was full of danger and strangeness, but once one tasted its sweetness, they would never be content to remain an ordinary person again. As he arrived downstairs and prepared to rent a shared bicycle, his phone rang. It was Li Dongzi calling. "Chief," Zhang Yuanqing answered. "Where are you now?" Li Dongzi's tone was rapid and direct. "At school. Shanghai University, right? I'll have Guanyu pick you up right now." "Pick me up?" Zhang Yuanqing sensed the urgency in Li Dongzi's tone and tentatively asked, "What's the matter?" "A colleague has been murdered. We need a night watcher to devour the spirit and retrieve their memories." You can do that, right?" Li Dongzi asked with some concern. I should be able to. I'll give it a try," Zhang Yuanqing said. Devouring spirits was not difficult. It was a night watcher's innate skill. His mind told him he could do it, but he had never actually devoured a spirit to read its memories, so he had no experience and couldn't guarantee it. Then that's settled. Li Dongzi didn't say much more and hung up. Zhang Yuanqing put away his phone and walked towards the school gate. A few minutes later, he stopped at the gate, waiting silently for Guanyu to pick him up. At the same time, he noticed a girl in a pleated skirt standing by the roadside not far away, carrying a designer bag, as if waiting for someone. Su Yingyi? Zhang Yuanqing scrutinized the class beauty for a few moments. Her attire was meticulous, with bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and a bag that all seemed quite valuable, setting her apart from most of the female students at the school. Girls from ordinary families couldn't pull off this kind of look. Sensing Zhang Yuanqing's gaze, Su Yingyi smiled faintly, lifting her hair and straightening her back, striking her most captivating pose while harboring a slight sense of superiority. This boy was quite handsome. So she subconsciously displayed her beauty, but she was no longer in the same world as ordinary college students, so her heart was filled with superiority. Her outfit alone was worth a year's living expenses for an average college student. At that moment, Su Yingyi saw a blue sports car drive up and slowly park at the school gate. The woman driving was wearing a crisp white shirt and sunglasses, obscuring her face. But her fair, sharp chin and delicate, sculpted lips revealed that she was a woman of high beauty. Su Yingyi pursed her lips, changed her pose, and turned the logo of her designer bag towards the sports car. At the same time, she saw Zhang Yuanqing jog towards the sports car, open the door, and get in. The wealthy woman stepped on the gas, driving away with her young companion. Su Yingyi opened her mouth, her face full of surprise. She couldn't tell if this male classmate was a low-key rich kid or one of her own kind, a gigolo or a kept man. Kongyang District Police Department, morgue. Zhang Yuanqing stood beside the mortuary bed and pulled back the white sheet, revealing a gruesome corpse. The deceased's body was covered in bruises and knife wounds, and the gaping wound in his chest was a horrifying sight. If this had been 2 days ago, seeing such a corpse would have certainly made Zhang Yuanqing feel physically unwell, but after the ordeal at the mountain god temple, corpses no longer had such a profound impact on him. "You may commence," Li Dongzi said expectantly, leaning on his cane. Zhang Yuanqing nodded. He examined Zhao Yingjuan's corpse, sensing the lingering spirit within the cold body, gradually becoming active and reviving. A night watcher's aura had a fatal attraction to spirits, able to awaken dormant ones. He silently mobilized the power of Tang within his body, covering his pupils and sclera with a layer of pure black. He reached out and made a grasping motion towards Zhao Yingjuan's body. He extracted a phantom figure. This figure had Zhao Yingjuan's features, but its expression was dull and its eyes were vacant. After death, 90% of a person's consciousness dissipated, causing the spirit to become so dull. With the dissipation of consciousness, memories would naturally be incomplete, leaving only deeply ingrained obsessions. Memories from just before death were often the most vivid and recent, and would therefore be retained. After extracting the spirit, Zhang Yuanqing suddenly felt a surge of hunger. He naturally opened his mouth and gently inhaled. Zhao Yingjuan's spirit turned into wisps of smoke and floated into his mouth. A throbbing pain flared in his glabella, and his consciousness felt as if it was expanding, with many foreign things filling it. Zhang Yuanqing heard soft sobs and whimpering, and a fierce, sinister voice rang in his ears. "I don't have much patience. You better answer obediently." He knew he was reading the spirit's last memories. He slowly opened his eyes, and the surrounding scenery became clear. It was an ornately decorated suite. He slumped on the soft bed, completely naked, with clothes and women's underwear scattered on the floor. Not far from him, near the head of the bed, a young woman was curled up, also naked, with fair, slender legs, a taut abdomen, and a pert chest, displaying youthful and alluring curves. The sobs were coming from her. A woman? Naked? This scene stunned Zhang Yuanqing. He thought, why didn't the chief explain the scene of the crime? How could he show me something unsuitable for children? I'm still a kid. From the deceased's perspective, he looked at the person by the bed, a man with a menacing face. A half-finger-length scar on his left cheek, sparse eyebrows, and a fierce, sinister gaze. He was holding a shiny willow leaf knife. The murderer. Zhang Yuanqing stared at the face, memorizing its features. At this point, he had completed half of his mission. The man pointed the knife at Zhang Yuanqing's chest and said fiercely, "Where is the Holy Grail? Where's the roster?" He seemed to have asked this question many times. His expression full of impatience and his eyes filled with murderous intent. "I don't know. I really don't know. Please, let me go." Zhang Yuanqing heard himself begging for mercy. The man squatted by the bed, completely losing his patience. He rubbed his face wearily, muttering, "I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it. I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it." As he spoke, he thrust the tip of the willow leaf knife into Zhang Yuanqing's chest. A sharp pain surged through him, and his consciousness instantly blurred. Zhang Yuanqing slumped limply to the ground. Watching the man unbuckle his belt, grab the beautiful woman's ankle, and pull her forcefully towards him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 25. Helplessness. I have seen the appearance of the murderer. Zhang Yuanqing's dazed eyes regained their spark as he immediately turned to his two colleagues. As he spoke, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. The shadow of death lingering in his heart, refusing to dissipate. The sensation of devouring spiritual entities was both gratifying and uncomfortable. Li Dongzi and Guanya felt a wave of relief wash over them. Li Dongzi eagerly inquired, "What does he look like? Any distinctive features?" As Zhang Yuanqing recollected. He replied, "Male, aged approximately 30 to 35, of average height but robust, with a half-finger-long scar on his left cheek, sparse eyebrows, and a fierce gaze." Li Dongzi listened attentively, sketching a rough outline of the murderer in his mind. The facial characteristics of the assailant were strikingly distinct, easily recognizable. Once Zhang Yuanqing finished, Guanya asked, "Did he assault the female victim?" Zhang Yuanqing recalled the images just before his memory ended and responded, "There should have been." Guanya confirmed a suspicion in her mind and immediately turned to Li Dongzi, furrowing her brow. "Shichang, I suspect the murderer has some psychological issues." Zhang Yuanqing was puzzled, thinking, what kind of sane person could commit such a brutal act? Li Dongzi nodded, indignant, "That scoundrel deserves to be damned." Noticing Zhang Yuanqing's confusion, Li Dongzi stroked his beard and elaborated, "Do you remember the moral value punishment mechanism?" Zhang Yuanqing nodded. The murderer killed Zhao Yuan's mistress to silence her, which is a normal act. However, assaulting the female victim before murder would incur an additional deduction of moral value. Li Dongzi believed that with this university student's intellect, he would easily grasp the implications. It is indeed possible he is mentally unbalanced. Zhang Yuanqing understood. Criminal acts by spiritual realm practitioners result in the deduction of moral value, so anyone with a sound mind would strive to avoid triggering the punishment mechanism. Killing to silence is a desperate measure, but assaulting before killing, incurring an extra moral deduction. Such actions could stem from two scenarios, either an abundance of moral value leading to fearlessness, or a disturbed mental state that renders the individual unable to suppress their primal instincts. The latter seemed far more plausible. At this moment, Guanya, "Sirios, could you provide a specific description? I understand that it is challenging to articulate, but a point of reference would be ideal." As soon as I entered the room, I noticed Chong Wei engaged in a game with Lai Fu. Splendid. At last, the new criminal sketch was completed, and Zhang Yuanqing nodded in satisfaction. This is nearly accurate, bearing a resemblance of about 70 to 80%. Subsequently, through the comparison with the population information database, they pinpointed the target individual. O Xiangrong, a native of Wushi in Jiangnan province, had long settled in Shanghai. He was incarcerated 12 years prior for the crime of intentional injury and had since disappeared without a trace. Sitting in her office chair, Guanya revealed a smile. "With this information, we should be able to apprehend him by this morning at the latest." "So soon?" "Haha. You must trust in the capabilities of the authorities and our scouts." Guanya rose and made her way outside, stating, "Yuan, your work is complete. You may return to school now. There is no need for you to concern yourself with subsequent matters. Although the Night Wanderer possesses formidable strength, You lack the courage and mental fortitude of a true warrior. Understood. Zhang Yuanqing responded with pleasure. In the glass-walled office, Li Dongzi reviewed the materials sent by Guanya. He accessed the management group for the Lingjing Wanderers in the Kangyang district and synchronized the information about the perpetrator within the group. Dehiba, our new night wanderer, is impressively efficient. The identity of the murderer has been established. Shui Shangpiao, Li Dongzi. What do you think about having a night wanderer subordinate at our disposal? Li Dongzi, it feels quite promising. Tang Wuqiang sent a red envelope. By long, enough with the self-satisfaction. Let us expedite our deployment. Notify the Songhai Public Security Bureau to rigorously inspect all vehicles entering and exiting Songhai, and alert the various district Lingjing teams to be on standby for our pursuit. Hopefully, Xiangrong has not yet escaped Songhai. The murder occurred this morning, and by now, 5 to 6 hours have elapsed. Not to mention Lingjing wanderers. Even an ordinary person with prior preparation could have already fled Songhai by this time. Ordinary individuals can be tracked through surveillance, but it becomes significantly more difficult for Lingjing wanderers. Qing Tang, in comparison to an evil profession seeking to retaliate against the authorities. Escaping Songhai would be a favorable outcome. The former implies that official organized Lingjing wanderers may face assassination. Li Dongzi, he will not leave Songhai. Dehiba, are you so certain? Li Dongzi, if Xiangrong merely intended to kill Zhao Yingjun, he would have acted long ago. Even with our night wanderer, by the time we identified him, he would have already fled Songhai. But why choose this moment to strike? Dehiba, stop teasing us and speak plainly. Qing Tong, so, it is indeed for the purpose of avenging the authorities? Li Dongzi, no, the situation is likely more intricate. My night wanderer gleaned some clues from Zhao Yingjun's memories. Xiangrong interrogated Zhao Yingjun for the Holy Grail and the roster. The Holy Grail and the roster? While other team leaders pondered the significance of these two items, Dehiba quickly interjected with a question. What are those? Li Dongzi ignored him, waiting for a moment. When his colleagues did not offer any insights on the Holy Grail and the roster, he reluctantly decided to move past the matter. Sending a message, let us set aside the Holy Grail and the roster for now and focus on our actions. Chapter 26, on the run at 7 in the evening. Around the dining table, Grandma surveyed her gathered family and cheerfully announced, Yuanzi, your uncle will be returning tomorrow afternoon. Yuanjun, remember to drive and pick him up. Yuer, make sure to come home early after work. Yuer is the nickname of the aunt. Zhang Yuanqing and Zhang Yuer each gnawed on a chicken leg, while Chun Yuanjun sipped chicken soup, all wearing expressions of calm indifference. Noticing their lack of response, Grandma slammed her chopsticks and glared. Did you hear what I said? Oh, understood. Grandma continued. Your uncle and aunt have been traveling abroad for nearly 2 months. He has been indulging in a carefree lifestyle while she has hardly lifted a finger at home. Their absence has made no difference to the household. Their return was no cause for celebration, and it seemed only Grandma was genuinely pleased by the news. Zhang Yuer bit into her chicken leg and remarked, why doesn't he, that disgrace of the family, stay away longer? The house is particularly tranquil without them. Qin Yuanjun glanced at his aunt and replied, don't speak like that. After all, that disgrace is my father. Zhang Yuanqing shot a look at his cousin and added, and he is my uncle. As Grandma's anger flared and she stood up, ready to chastise the unruly descendants, Zhang Wei quickly intervened, introducing a topic that would surely capture her mother's attention. Mom, there are rumors of ghosts at our hospital. Ghosts? Zhang Yuanqing perked up immediately. Indeed, Grandma disregarded her son in favor of this new topic, eagerly asking, oh dear, what kind of nonsense is this? Tell me more. Well, it was Sister Zhou from our department. While on night duty, she heard the sound of children laughing in the office. When she went to check, the laughter ceased. Later, when she went to the restroom, she saw an infant's reflection on her shoulder in the mirror, nearly giving her a heart attack. The aunt proclaimed with conviction, it's not just Sister Zhou. Other colleagues on night shifts have also reported hearing children's laughter in the dead of night. Everyone says it must be the spirit of a child who was aborted. Lingering in the hospital, Grandma listened intently, commenting, how eerie. I suspect that might indeed be the case. When it's your turn for a night shift, you should take Yuanzi with you. Is there more? Is there more? Yes, yes. Grandma's penchant for gossip had been inherited by the aunt. As Zhang Yuanqing listened to the mother-daughter duo chatter away, his initial curiosity began to wane. As a night wanderer, he instantly recognized this as mere rumor and not reality. Firstly, spirits cannot produce sound as they lack physical form and vocal cords. Unless the spirit's power directly impacts a person's psyche, it is implausible. Moreover, the will and spiritual strength of an infant would not allow for the persistence of a spirit postmortem. Lastly, ordinary individuals cannot perceive spirits with the naked eye. Only those nearing death or steeped in negative energy might interact with them. Thus, the notion of many people hearing the laughter of a child seemed absurd. And, "Do be careful not to bring any deceased children home from the hospital," Zhang Yuanqing remarked gloomily. Mid-conversation, Jiang Yuer's expression stiffened, exclaiming, "Mom, he is scaring me again." Grandma playfully swatted her grandson on the head. After dinner, Zhang Yuanqing quietly slipped out of the house and took a taxi to the nearest top-tier hospital. He intended to perform rituals for the departed souls to gain experience points. The soul-devouring skill of a night wanderer is currently the best method for leveling up. And with the next spirit realm opening uncertain, it is essential to enhance his strength before entering. Although both are level 1. The disparity between 99 and 1 in experience points is monumental. Hospitals are prime locations for night wanderers to amass experience, as life and death unfold there. Of course, crematories also serve well, yet in Shanghai, they are located in the suburbs, while the city has few. As he sat in the car, Zhang Yuanqing suddenly recalled the words spoken by Guanya earlier that day. Why is the night wanderer of the Tai sect so averse to consuming spirits? Is it a matter of professional ethics, believing it tarnishes one's moral standing, or is there another reason? Contemplating this, he retrieved his phone and logged onto the official forum for spirit realm travelers, searching for relevant information. The search returned no results. In the suburbs, night began to descend. In a shabby rental in an industrial park, Xiangrong held a large bowl of freshly cooked instant noodles, making his way to a table cluttered with beer cans. With a careless sweep, he knocked the cans and other debris to the floor, clearing space for the bowl. He then retrieved a can of beer from the fridge, devouring the noodles and gulping down the drink. The steaming noodles were scalding, yet they could not harm his resilient oral cells. Xiangrong's sparse eyebrows furrowed with expressions of fury, indifference, and disgust, resembling a patient on the brink of a breakdown. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he paused his chopsticks, his expression contorting into one of rage. He slowly rose, drawing the sword from the sheath at his waist, stealthily approaching the door. Crash! Just as he neared the entrance, the door was violently kicked open, followed by a blinding light as a fiery ball hurtled toward him. The heat rushed at him, causing Xiangrong to halt, swinging his right arm holding the sword. The brilliant blade met the fireball with a resounding explosion, filling the room with vibrant flames. Amidst the sudden illumination, a figure engulfed in flames rushed into the rental, its knee bending as it barreled toward Xiangrong like a missile, more ruthless than his opponent. Xiangrong sidestepped, thrusting his shoulder forward. Bang! The figure was sent flying, crashing against the wall of the hallway, causing it to shudder. Despite the burns covering his right hand and shoulder, Xiangrong gritted his teeth against the pain and dashed toward the window. Unwilling to traverse the cramped and precarious old building's hallway, where being cornered would mean certain death. With the sound of shattering glass, Xiangrong leaped from the 3rd floor. Bang! Bang! Just as he broke through the window, he heard 2 gunshots with hands pressed firmly against the ground. Tang, adorned with a miner's helmet, caused the cement to shatter as earthen hands seized Xiangrong's ankles, displaying remarkable composure. Xiangrong deflected a barrage of bullets with his willow blade, each impact producing a shower of sparks. Subsequently, with a surge of muscular strength in his legs, he shattered the earthen hands and executed a forward roll, narrowly evading a fiery assailant descending from the 3rd floor. Scrambling to his feet, he sprinted towards a woman astride a motorcycle. As they passed each other in the night, Xiangrong's keen blade sliced through the woman's chest, yet met with no resistance. At the moment of impact, her form dissolved into water. Simultaneously, her long blade grazed Xiangrong's abdomen. A crimson torrent erupted from Xiangrong's chest, ignoring the grievous wound. He continued his desperate flight from the compound. At that moment, a stunning woman in a cheongsam leaped from a 2nd-story window, running along the wall with uncanny ease. With a graceful bound, she landed before Xiangrong. With a cry, she spun, her cheongsam billowing, and delivered a powerful kick to Xiangrong's body. Sent flying like a projectile, he crashed through the wall of a residential building and collapsed to the ground. To dare murder an official spirit hunter in my jurisdiction. You are quite remarkable. Li Dongzi, who had been observing from afar, approached with a cane. His expression was grave, his demeanor exuding the calm authority of a mastermind. Now, I shall personally escort you to your demise. A profound sigh echoed through the surroundings as Xiangrong slowly rose. His eyes burned with a crimson intensity. filled with madness and violence, as an evil power stirred within. In a hoarse voice, he rasped, "You shall all perish." Li Dongzi took a step back. "Brothers, that was merely a jest. I am not one to hog the glory." Inside a taxi, Zhang Yuanqing found no relevant information about Zhang Yuanqing. Returning to the forum's homepage, he instinctively refreshed the page and noticed a post marked in red and pinned to the top. Wanted. Level 3 Bewitchment Demon Ouyang Rong. This post had not been present just moments before. Zhang Yuanqing clicked on the post, Ouyang Rong, a level 3 Bewitchment Demon. Murdered Zhao Yingjun, a White Tiger Soldier Scout of the Five Elements Alliance, on April 18th. On the evening of April 19th, at 1905, he escaped the encirclement of the Kangnong District Spirit Team. This individual possesses a terrifying evil power, making him no ordinary bewitchment demon. He has been severely wounded by the Kangnong District Spirit Team and is currently at large. Spirit Hunter teams in all districts are to note that Ouyang Rong is on the verge of losing control. Upon sighting the target, eliminate him immediately. Rewards, 50,000 yuan for providing leads, 100,000 yuan for elimination. The post had been published for less than 3 minutes, yet the comments already exceeded 100. Most comments criticized the Kangnong District Spirit Team for their incompetence in allowing a semi-mad bewitchment demon to escape. Are you kidding me? This kind of dangerous individual could lose control at any moment. Is the Kangnong team just eating and doing nothing? Once he loses control and murders someone, resulting in a nationwide spirit hunt, by the time we arrive, it will probably be a bloodbath. We will be ridiculed by spirit hunters across the country for our poor prevention and control, taking high salaries and doing nothing. We're doomed. Ouyang Rong escaped? Did the squad leader and the others locate the target and launch a capture so quickly? Zhang Yuanqing wasn't sure whether to praise the squad leader and the others for their efficiency or to scold them for their incompetence in letting a ticking time bomb escape. Now that they've engaged, Ouyang Rong's blood, or even flesh and blood tissue, must have been left at the scene. Using the red shoes should be able to find him. Zhang Yuanqing immediately thought of his rule-based item. Chapter 27. The Varieties of Life. Zhang Yuanqing remained silent, contemplating for an extended period, ultimately deciding to keep the existence of the red dancing shoes concealed for the time being. Firstly, the incident concerning Ouyang Rong's escape was only just beginning, and the subsequent actions of the Five Elements Alliance had yet to unfold. As a governmental organization, they might possess alternative methods to trace that beguiling demon. There was no necessity for him, as a novice, to interfere. Secondly, he was merely a level 1 night wanderer, a newcomer among the spirit realm practitioners. If the existence of rule-based artifacts were to be revealed, it could likely attract covetous attention. Therefore, it would be prudent to observe for a while, to see what actions the organization would take next, and then make a decision based on the circumstances. Zhang Yuanqing ceased his musings, gazing out at the nocturnal scenery beyond the taxi window, awaiting their arrival at the destination. At present, the enhancement of his strength was of paramount importance. 5 minutes later, the taxi halted at the entrance of Songhai Pulmonary Hospital. After settling the fare, Zhang Yuanqing entered the hospital with a clear objective, making his way directly to the emergency department building. At this hour, the outpatient department had closed, and the hospital, along with the patients, was primarily concentrated in the emergency section. Inside the emergency department, the atmosphere was bustling, with patients either seated on public benches or navigating between the payment counters and various departments. Zhang Yuanqing maneuvered through the payment hall, weaving through the throngs of people, and found a seat near the restroom. Once seated, he stretched his legs, adopting a patient demeanor. For spiritual entities, the aura of a night wanderer shone like fireflies in the dark, so bright, so distinct. There was no need for deliberate searching. They would come to him naturally. Ordinary spiritual entities only existed for 7 days. Unless a recent death had occurred nearby, they would not approach of their own volition. Thus, hospitals were the optimal locations for advancement. After approximately 5 minutes, Zhang Yuanqing noticed an elderly gentleman in a hospital gown, his gaze vacant and his movements stiff, making his way through the crowd towards him. The old man's form hovered between the realms of the ethereal and the corporeal. The passing patients moved through him as though he were air. He appeared emaciated, his wide eyes unsettling, emanating an aura of pain and regret. This was a vengeful spirit. Typically, when a person dies, they transform into a vengeful spirit. A spirit exuding a peaceful aura simply does not exist, as no one willingly embraces death. Their attachment to life, coupled with their fear of death, ultimately manifests as a powerlessness that fuels their resentment. As the old man approached, Zhang Yuanqing opened his mouth and gently inhaled. The old man's spirit transformed into wisps of azure smoke, wafting into his mouth. A sharp pain surged in his forehead, and his consciousness expanded suddenly, allowing him to access the fragmented memories of the old man. The elderly gentleman had succumbed to late-stage lung cancer. The latter half of his life was marked by the torment of chemotherapy and cancer, characterized by coughing up blood, hair loss, shortness of breath, and pain. His passing was far from peaceful. The last lingering thought was a regret for having smoked. "I will never smoke again," Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed, his face a mask of remorse. The surrounding individuals turned to look at him in surprise. Zhang Yuanqing maintained a stoic expression, feigning ignorance of the previous incident to mask his embarrassment. It was not until the onlookers averted their gazes and the tumultuous emotion subsided that he accessed his attribute panel. The azure light illuminating the screen. Experience for 4. 5. The spirit of Zhao Yingjun granted 2 points of experience, while ordinary individuals only contributed 0. 5. It seemed akin to the difference between standard monsters and elite ones. Moreover, as he progressed, the experience gained appeared to diminish, perhaps even 0. 5 would become elusive. It seemed the path ahead would require the accumulation of small gains. Zhang Yuanqing pondered thoughtfully. Regardless, this tangible and visible enhancement was a source of delight. He returned to his seat, pretending that nothing had occurred. After a few more minutes, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, embodying the archetype of an office worker, approached him in a dazed manner. The surrounding crowd paid him no heed, passing through him as if he were invisible. Zhang Yuanqing employed the same method to absorb the man's spirit, as the spirit transformed into a nourishing force for the night wanderer. Fragments of memory surged forth like a tide. The middle-aged man had perished from exhaustion, a heart attack striking him suddenly, a victim of the infamous 996 work culture. His death had been quite serene, for sudden death occurs in an instant, devoid of any sensation of pain. However, after accessing the man's memories, Zhang Yuanqing learned that his wife had just given birth to their second child, the infant still in swaddling clothes. The man had worked tirelessly to provide for his family, ensnared in the grind of societal expectations. Moreover, the man, born in the 1980s, likely had few siblings. With his passing, his parents would eventually face uncertainty. To earn a living at the expense of one's life rendered all efforts ultimately meaningless. As Zhang Yuanqing's consciousness returned, he was inundated with a profound sorrow and confusion. What significance did such a life hold? He sat in a daze, expressionless for a considerable time. At that moment, a third spirit approached, a young woman with striking features, her impeccably manicured eyebrows and lavish attire exuding an air of elegance. Such a beautiful and youthful life extinguished too soon. What a pity. As she drew near, Zhang Yuanqing noticed the hollow cavity of her chest, her black form-fitting outfit saturated with ethereal blood. Additionally, her occipital region bore the marks of unimaginable trauma. Her hair matted into strands by the blood. She was not clad in a hospital gown, indicating that she had not died during hospitalization but rather had met her end through an accident or foul play. Zhang Yuanqing inhaled gently, absorbing the spirit of the high-quality woman. As the memories that did not belong to him flooded his consciousness, Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily plunged into darkness. Suddenly, he found himself gazing at a pair of long, fair legs, seated on the edge of a bed, as the woman gradually rolled her black stockings up her thigh. Ah, so this is how a woman puts on stockings. Zhang Yuanqing, a 20-year-old who had never experienced romance, found himself enlightened. At that moment, a man's gravelly voice resonated from behind. "Don't message me at night anymore. My wife almost caught me last night." Zhang Yuanqing's heart skipped a beat. A man, a bed, stockings. It was all too easy to deduce what had transpired moments prior. He resolved to be more cautious in the future when absorbing female spirits. It was simply inappropriate. He felt an immense relief that the memories began with the act of putting on stockings. Had it ventured a few minutes further, he might have found himself in a more compromising position. There was no unpleasant taste lingering in his mouth. Thank goodness for that. Lost in thought, he overheard the woman he was inhabiting murmur, "Well then, you should divorce your wife and marry me." The man, hurriedly dressing, scoffed, "I have a son and a daughter. I'm planning for a third child next year. Why would I divorce you? Besides, if I did, I'd have to split my assets in half. Wasn't it agreed that you'd be my mistress for financial support? Once you save enough money, you can marry whoever you wish. Just let me know if you want to sever ties, but don't harbor any thoughts beyond that." The woman seemed to bristle with anger, falling silent. After the man departed, she sped down the streets in her small BMW, venting her frustrations. Tragically, she ultimately succumbed to a car accident, failing to be saved. As the scene faded, Zhang Yuanqing opened his eyes, rubbing his throbbing forehead, a wave of indignation swelling within him. Sister, why go to such lengths? A high-end seafood merchant typically requires only a straightforward auction method. There is a market everywhere. Why quarrel with a man? How many good men can there truly be? Furthermore, marrying a decent person is utterly impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. As he contemplated this, an unsettling realization struck him. Why did he feel such a strong sense of empathy towards women? He was, after all, a man. Moments later, Zhang Yuanqing came to a startling revelation. He had unwittingly been influenced by the high-quality woman, his thoughts becoming increasingly feminine, and he felt a burgeoning desire for wealth and material possessions. The earlier exclamation of never smoking again had also been a result of the old man's spirit's influence. As he began to stabilize his mindset, the fourth spirit approached, a slender, youthful man, easily evoking associations with the term puppy-like. His appearance is not inferior to mine. It's safer and more secure to absorb the spiritual essence of men. If such a situation were to arise, I would be the dominant one. He opened his mouth and inhaled the puppy's spirit into his abdomen. The cacophony reverberated, assaulting the eardrums, while the kaleidoscopic LED lights swirled, creating a dizzying spectacle of visual pollution. As far as the eye could see, there were only swaying figures and bobbing heads, with a pungent odor of smoke permeating the atmosphere. It was a tavern. Zhang Yuanqing felt his body swaying uncontrollably as he seized a glass from the booth and drank heartily with his companions. Amidst the uninhibited emotional release, and the vapid joy intermingling with alcohol and dice, the puppy and his friend did not depart until 2 in the morning. The two summoned a ride-sharing service to return to their rented apartment, where his robust friend assisted him in opening the bedroom door. Although Zhang Yuanqing could not control the body, his consciousness remained clear, discerning that the possessed individual was inebriated to the point of stupor. With throbbing pain in his cerebral blood vessels, he speculated whether the person had died from excessive alcohol consumption or sudden death. As he pondered, the puppy was tossed onto the bed, and his friend removed his shoes and trousers, pulled off his covers, and used a moist towelette to wipe the sweat from his face. This friend is dependable, Zhang Yuanqing mused. As soon as the thought arose, he noticed his friend beginning to disrobe, pulling back the covers, and swiftly stripping the puppy bare. Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily stunned, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, he heard the puppy mumble in a daze, "Husband." The friend pressed down on the puppy's body, raised a jar of petroleum jelly, and said with a breath reeking of alcohol, "Arch your buttocks, let me apply some lubricant." Zhang Yuanqing's mind exploded like a thunderclap. No, no, no. You cannot do this. You cannot do this. In extreme terror and panic, Zhang Yuanqing forcibly interrupted the memory retrieval. In the clinic building, near the restroom, Zhang Yuanqing abruptly opened his eyes, as if awakening from a nightmare, gasping for air as if deprived of oxygen. His face was pallid, his eyes filled with dread, and sweat had soaked through his back. "Young man, are you all right?" The middle-aged woman in the adjacent seat asked with concern. "Have you registered? Where do you feel unwell?" Zhang Yuanqing waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, and rushed into the restroom, turning on the faucet and splashing handfuls of cold water onto his face. It's too terrifying. Men are too terrifying. He had endured a trauma that his gender should not have experienced. Chapter 28, Cousin at the CAF beneath the awning. Zhang Yuanqing cradled a steaming cup of coffee, his gaze vacantly fixed on the street, where the lamplight, car headlights, and shop illuminations intertwined to create a dazzling, bustling nightscape. After a considerable pause, he took a deep gulp, exhaling a heavy sigh, as if he were expelling all the mental pollution within him. The notion of devouring spiritual entities to enhance one's power felt like a treacherous path. He finally comprehended why the night wanderer of Tai sect refrained from consuming spiritual bodies. If the world were likened to a sea of suffering, mortals were but fragile boats adrift, each burdened by their own misfortunes and grief. These tribulations would inevitably be transferred to the night wanderer along with the spiritual bodies. Even a small fraction, when accumulated, could result in profound psychological pollution. Over time, such consequences could lead to severe mental disorders. Yet, the immediate benefits were undeniably tangible. His current experience point stood at 46. Although the duration of his night-walking skill remained unchanged at 9 seconds, his physical attributes had noticeably improved, with enhancements to both vitality and healing capacity. This was a concrete gain. However, he still remained unaware of the cause of that fellow's demise. No, he had no desire to know. He took another cautious sip of his coffee. In the early morning at the villa, a spacious conference room capable of accommodating 30 people was brimming with tension. Fu Qingyang surveyed the long table, his gaze calm yet profound. Reminiscent of clouds pregnant with a storm, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, exuding the aristocratic air of a scion from a prestigious family. When his expression turned impassive, his aura became formidable, instilling a significant psychological pressure upon those present. Despite deploying 5 team leaders, numerous team members, and several security personnel, they had still allowed the seductive demon to escape. Fu Qingyang's demeanor was icily indifferent. I am extremely disappointed in you all. Seated along the sides of the elongated conference table were the participants of this operation, including the 5 team leaders and 12 team members. Among them Li Dongzi and Guanya. In the face of criticism from their superior, the team leaders bowed their heads, refraining from uttering a word. The muscular team leader hesitated momentarily before speaking softly. Captain Fu, Xiangrong seems to have been tainted by some malevolent force, rendering him extraordinarily powerful and dangerously unhinged. Which is why we failed. Moreover, the seductive demon itself is a top-tier professional, Fu Qingyang replied coolly. Failure is failure. Any excuse is merely a coward's refusal to acknowledge their defeat. His sharp gaze swept across the assembly, and none of the spiritual practitioners at the table dared to meet his eyes, except for Guanya. Guanya was distracted, idly playing with her nails. Fu Qingyang continued. Due to your failure, the situation has escalated. A severely injured seductive demon, tainted by malevolent power, is at risk of completely losing control. Given the demon's cruelty, it will undoubtedly lead to significant casualties. Currently, every spiritual practitioner team in Songhai City is engaged in the search. If you do not neutralize Xiangrong within 3 days, you will all return to the training. Si Li Lushing, accompanied by several male classmates, approached with eager expressions. Extending an invitation, we are planning to organize a social event with a few girls this weekend. Would you care to join us? I hear you are a local from Songhai. Organize a social event? This weekend, which is the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yuanqing pondered for a moment before replying. Sure. Li Lishing and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with smiles. Let us at each other as friends. With your presence, I believe the girls will be more inclined to join us. Let us exchange contacts as well. The other boys eagerly pulled out their phones. After Zhang Yuanqing finished connecting with his classmates, the group made their way towards the comprehensive building. Li Lishing remarked, I heard from a fellow local girl that security personnel sought out Su Yingying yesterday, and she ended up crying her heart out in her dormitory. Security personnel? What transpired? The boys were taken aback, as security personnel seemed a distant concern for university students. Li Lishing continued, I heard that the wealthy man who was supporting Su Yingying has encountered some trouble, but the specifics remain unclear. The security personnel were inquiring about his situation. Could it be that he absconded with funds? Given the current economic downturn, there are numerous instances of wealthy individuals facing financial collapse, someone speculated. As Zhang Yuanqing listened to his classmates' gossip, his gaze swept across the bustling crowd of students, where he spotted a familiar figure amidst the not overly crowded throng. It was a striking girl in a flowing white dress, her long black hair cascading down, adorned with delicate makeup, none other than Su Yingying, the subject of their earlier discussion. She was nestled against a man who wore a mask, his cropped hair and sparse eyebrows somewhat obscured, revealing a small scar just above the mask's edge. Zhang Yuanqing's pupils dilated in shock. Xiangrong. Upon scrutinizing Su Yingying, he discerned subtle clues. Although she appeared to be nestled comfortably in Xiangrong's embrace, it seemed more like she was being coerced, her expression rigid and uncomfortable. Chapter 29. The initial battle. How could Xiangrong appear at Songhai University? And even be with Su Yingying? What audacity he possessed to show up at Songhai University while being wanted by the authorities. Was he exceptionally daring or simply deranged? Zhang Yuanqing felt a tension coursing through him as he halted his steps and spoke to his classmates beside him. You all go ahead. I need to make a phone call first. He decided to call for assistance. He moved to the roadside, pulled out his phone, and dialed Li Dongzi. Sorry. The number you dialed is turned off, came the automated voice. He then tried to reach Guanya, but her phone was also off. A meeting? Coordinating an operation? Or perhaps they were lurking near Songhai University. Various speculations flickered through Zhang Yuanqing's mind. If it was the latter, it would not concern him. But if they were unreachable due to a meeting, Xiangrong, being a fugitive, would not linger at Songhai University for long. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. With this thought, Zhang Yuanqing opened his contacts and dialed Wang Tai's number. Thanks to social habits, He had saved Wang Tai's number, despite the latter's aversion to conversation and tendency to brush him off with a dismissive expression whenever Zhang attempted to strike up a chat. What is it? Wang Tai's voice came through, lacking energy. I saw Xiangrong, the one who killed Zhao Yingjun. You're aware of that case, right? I know. But why are you contacting me? You should be reaching out to Zhang. Wang Tai replied calmly as ever. Shouldn't you say something like that's impressive or express some excitement? You're too composed. Zhang Yuanqing complained. I can't reach Zhang or Lao Siji. Who is Lao Siji? That's not the point. Zhang Yuanqing briefly explained the situation and asked, can you reach other team members who are spirit realm practitioners? I can. Wang Tai began typing rapidly on his keyboard. I retrieved Zhao Yingjun's case files. He had many female university students under his patronage, one of whom is from your school, Su Yingying. Based on your feedback, I suspect he is trying to find leverage through the women close to Zhao Yingjun. So Su Yingying was Zhao Yingjun's sugar baby. It made sense why the security personnel had approached her yesterday. Zhang Yuanqing realized. Wang Tai continued. Xiangrong is a level 3 seducer demon, imbued with malevolent power. He suffered severe injuries during yesterday's ambush, significantly lowering his threat level. But he is still not someone you can contend with. My analysis suggests you should keep an eye on him, await official support, and use stealth skills to create diversions. But avoid direct confrontation, otherwise you will meet a grim fate. Although not adept at socializing, Wang Tai proved reliable in his counsel. Zhang Yuanqing feigned interest in the scenery while discreetly following Xiangrong and Su Yingying amidst the crowd. Zhang and Sister Guan are unreachable. Could they be deployed near Songhai? Zhang Yuanqing inquired with anticipation. No, Su Yingying is merely an ordinary university student. She holds no value. Xiangrong. His mind is clearly unhinged, Wang Tai stated. Your classmate is as good as dead. With Xiangrong's cruelty, he will undoubtedly leave no survivors. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing saw Xiangrong embracing Su Yingying as they entered the underground parking garage of the complex. The two descended a steep slope and vanished from sight. They've entered the garage. I must go now. Please inform the other team members as swiftly as possible. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Yuanqing hung up. This secluded area did not afford him the luxury of using passers-by as cover, and entering the underground parking garage would certainly raise suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing removed his backpack and tossed it into a nearby greenbelt, then summoned the power of the Yin to envelop himself in an illusory black mist, erasing his presence. After activating his stealth, he sprinted into the underground parking garage. With the red dance shoes and the night wandering skill, even if he couldn't defeat Xiangrong, escaping would be manageable. Thus, the risk was worth taking. Although Su Yingying was materialistic and superficial, she was still a living being. Within his capacity, Zhang Yuanqing would not stand by and watch her demise, and moreover, dealing with a deranged individual like Xiangrong sooner rather than later would ensure peace. He did not need to consciously suppress his footsteps, as the night-wandering state masked the sounds he made, even concealing his body heat. Upon entering the underground parking garage, he overheard Su Yingying's trembling voice, laced with tears. I don't know where the thing you're looking for is. I only followed Zhao Yingjun for his money. He gives me 20,000 each month to be his girlfriend. 20,000? I barely make that much before my probation ends. You must have it easy. Zhang Yuanqing followed the voice to see Su Yingying pressed against the wall in terror, while Xiangrong stood beside her, wielding a knife. Don't tell me you don't know. Don't tell me you don't know. Xiangrong's eyes glinted with malice, his voice a frenzied whisper. I'll give you one last chance. Has Zhao Yingjun ever mentioned anything about the Holy Grail or the roster? I truly don't know what your Tahi did not attempt to rise. Instead, he continued to roll with the force of inertia, channeling the power of the moonlight, once more slipping into a nocturnal state. As he tumbled, he abruptly vanished from Xiangrong's sight, leaving this enchanting adversary at a loss for a target. After evading the assault, Zhang Yuanqing, concealed in invisibility, crouched beside a white car on the left, leaning against the wheel, gasping for breath. That knee strike had nearly caused his heart to falter. It hurt so much. The pain in his chest rendered his complexion pale. Each breath felt agonizing. Fortunately, the night wanderer possessed robust vitality and remarkable self-healing capabilities, ensuring that his injuries would soon mend. Yet, through the recent encounter, Zhang Yuanqing had come to recognize the disparity in strength between them. This beguiling foe displayed sharp intuition and extensive combat experience, wielding immense physical power, seemingly a melee-oriented profession. At that moment, he heard a thud. Xiangrong leaped onto the roof of a black sedan several meters away. With fierce, Piercing eyes scanning the underground parking lot, he spoke in a chilling tone. The Night Wanderer of Tai sect should not be present at Songhai. Are you the Night Wanderer of the Five Elements Alliance? Humph. A mere level 1 Night Wanderer daring to ambush me. Let me think. A level 1 Night Wandering skill has an invisibility duration not exceeding 20 seconds. How long can you hide? Oh, Xiangrong was certain that his opponent was a level 1 Night Wanderer. Had he been level 2, he would not have gained the upper hand in their previous encounter. If he were level 3, it would be he who needed to flee. Severely injured and weakened, he could not hope to contend with a Night Wanderer of equal rank, for both Night Wanderers and enchanting demons were elite professions. 20 seconds? You overestimate me. I can manage at most 10. Zhang Yuanqing crouched by the tire, holding his breath. This adversary was astonishingly strong and had yet to employ the skills of an enchanting demon. He recalled the information from the official forum regarding enchanting demons. This sinister profession possessed formidable combat capabilities in the extraordinary realm. After killing, they would enter a frenzied state, enhancing their fighting prowess. Furthermore, once combat commenced, enchanting demons could mark their targets through special means. Even if their prey escaped, they would relentlessly pursue. Lastly, the core ability of the extraordinary realm, enchantment. Enchantment was a form of mental control skill, actively released, and combined with superior melee combat abilities, it was utterly perplexing. As the 10 seconds elapsed, his figure materialized. In the next instant, the sound of rushing air echoed in his ears, and Zhang Yuanqing felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing that Xiangrong's attack had arrived. He dared not look, rolling forward to evade once more and slipping back into invisibility. Bang! The white sedan's body was dented deeply from a whip-like kick, the alarm blaring an agonizing wail. Xiangrong's gaze swept coldly across the parking lot, maintaining vigilance while taunting his opponent. By your appearance, you must be a student from Shencheng University. Do you understand that for a spirit realm practitioner, revealing one's identity means endangering their family? Now that I know you are a student, I can take my time to track you down. Kill Chapter 30. Slaying the dance. Xiangrong was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend. This supernatural artifact was audaciously inviting him to dance. With a cold smirk, he dismissed the idea of indulging his adversary in such frivolity during combat. He swiftly bit into his tongue, letting a drop of blood spill onto the gleaming blade of the liuro. As an experienced practitioner of the spiritual realm and a practitioner of the dark arts, he had faced the Night Wanderer numerous times, well aware of the peculiarities of their skills. These supernatural artifacts were notorious for their deceptive nature. Xiangrong had once been ensnared by one for several days, proving to be quite the nuisance. However, their shortcomings were equally apparent, notably their somewhat inadequate lethality. Additionally, supernatural artifacts generally feared the vitality of sunlight, and a mere drop of blood could suppress a suspected vessel of vengeful spirits. The crimson dancing shoes hovered momentarily, seemingly irked by Xiangrong's refusal to engage. A dim red glow enveloped the shoes as they charged toward him with a rapid clattering. Unfazed, Xiangrong awaited their approach, and as they leapt to strike, he calmly swung the liuro, aiming to deliver a crippling blow to the spirit dwelling within the shoes. Yet, his blade passed through the shoes as though they existed in an alternate realm, failing to connect with any tangible resistance. Thud. In the next instant, he felt two forceful kicks to his chest and face, experiencing the same excruciating sensation that had caused Zhang Yuanqing's heart to falter, struggling for breath. His face burned with pain, warm blood trickling from his nostrils. This was no ordinary artifact of the Night Wanderer. Xiangrong's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Was this a manifestation from the void? The characteristics of the artifact bore semblance to that of a foreign profession. How could a level 1 Night Wanderer possess such a tool from abroad? Before he could ponder further, the eerie shoes altered their trajectory, trampling toward him once more. He disregarded the blood on his face, raising his arms defensively. Thud thud. The enchanting creature was knocked off the car's roof. Xiangrong maneuvered through the spacious underground garage, dodging the majority of the shoe's onslaught with agile rolls and evasive sprints, yet he still suffered multiple impacts, each one igniting his previous wounds and causing his organs to bleed. Such incredible strength. Zhang Yuanqing watched in astonishment as the red shoes continued their relentless assault. He acutely recognized the terror of rule-based artifacts. Their pursuit was unyielding and could not be interrupted. The target could only passively endure unless the rules were broken through dance. However, this notion was unrealistic. Even if Xiangrong succumbed to the shoe's demands and danced, he would intervene, ensuring that any misstep would render the effort futile. Nonetheless, Zhang Yuanqing gained a clear understanding of the formidable nature of the enchanting creature. Despite the shoe's force, Xiangrong managed to withstand the onslaught. His physical resilience was remarkable. Xiangrong would not be foolish enough to await his demise. Once he realized he could only endure the blows without retaliating, he would undoubtedly choose to flee. Zhang Yuanqing's mind was sharp. He had to strike before Xiangrong could escape. He sought not to kill, but to restrain this murderous fiend. Thud! Xiangrong was once again caught off guard as the red shoes landed 2 kicks to his face, staggering him backward, causing his vision to blur. An opportunity. Like a leopard, Zhang Yuanqing leapt forth, gripping the demon-slaying staff as he arced toward Xiangrong's rear. He aimed to deliver a powerful strike. Suddenly, a dense misty white light intercepted the staff's pointed tip. This force emanated from a bronze waist token gripped tightly in Xiangrong's left hand, a weathered relic stained with blood. Reminiscent of a seasoned warrior's possession, this was Zhao Yuan's defensive artifact. A defensive tool? Zhang Yuanqing's heart raced as he evaded, circling Xiangrong while repeatedly striking the white light barrier with the demon-slaying staff, creating ripples of luminescence. This time, with the red shoes providing cover, he narrowly evaded lethal strikes. Crack! Eventually, under the relentless assault of the staff and the shoes, the bronze waist token shattered, scattering white light into fragments. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing's time as a night wanderer came to an end, his form becoming corporeal once more. Xiangrong seemed to anticipate this moment, his eyes ablaze with crimson as twisted. Sinister runes manifested. Enchantment. Zhang Yuanqing's mind exploded with confusion, rendering him incapable of thought, as if he had forgotten the battle entirely. A voice echoed in his mind. Lay down your weapon, do not resist. Lay down your weapon, do not resist. Xiangrong grinned wickedly, his blade aimed at the young night wanderer's throat. He would rather endure the terrifying onslaught of the dancing shoes than activate the defensive artifact. Waiting for the night wanderer to attack first, this relic from the scout profession was already partially damaged. Using it prematurely would only prolong its effectiveness for a moment before it crumbled. Thus, he feigned vulnerability, enticing his opponent into a strike. As he had surmised, the inexperienced young night wanderer faltered, unable to contain his impatience, and fell into the trap. Yet just as the blade neared the young night wanderer's neck, Xiangrong witnessed the unexpected collapse of his opponent's body. The blade grazed the scalp, severing a few strands of hair. Unbeknownst to him, the relentless red shoes had appeared on the night wanderer's feet, compelling him into a split and thereby evading Xiangrong's lethal strike. Simultaneously, the night wanderer, previously entranced, was illuminated by a brilliant golden light, instantly breaking free from the enchantment. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself toward Xiangrong. Xiangrong was utterly unprepared for this turn of events, astonished that a mere level 1 night wanderer could shake off his enchantment. At that moment, he remained poised to strike, unable to withdraw, and could only watch helplessly as the brass staff lunged toward his chest. Thud! Flesh tore as the staff erupted with radiant golden light, consuming the vitality within his chest. Xiangrong's vision darkened, his body racked with pain, yet he was a seasoned practitioner of the dark arts, and in the face of death, he summoned his reserves of strength. His right arm shot back, guiding the blade toward the night wanderer's throat. Simultaneously, he tensed his left arm, transforming his fist into a potent weapon, striking toward his opponent's shoulder. Zhang Yuanqing jerked his head back, narrowly evading the lethal blade, only to be struck by Xiangrong's punch, sent flying like a ragdoll. Crash! He collided with a commercial vehicle, shattering the windows, and as his form began to descend, he was gradually erased from Xiangrong's sight, once more entering the state of a night wanderer. Xiangrong, however, did not spare him a glance, staggering towards Su Yingying. His heart lay in ruins. Only the blood of the living could save him. He needed to take a life to enter a state of frenzy, to burst forth from the underground garage, to unleash a bloody rampage upon the campus, leveraging the bloodthirsty nature of the enchanting creature to heal his wounds and reverse his fate. Yet, he understood that such actions would inevitably plunge his moral values below 60, branding him a fugitive within the spiritual realm, hunted by all practitioners in the city. But at that moment, he could afford no further contemplation. Tap, tap, tap. 2 dark red lights materialized, transforming into a new pair of CRI, having suffered a brutal stomping to the face, leaving his visage a bloody pulp. Xiangrong was sent reeling backward. Yet, in his final act, he hurled the willow blade from his grasp. The 40-centimeter instrument of death became a streak of silver hurtling towards Su Yingying. Xiangrong's gaze remained fixed on the approaching blade. Clang! Suddenly, sparks erupted as the willow blade was deflected by a bronze pestle that materialized from thin air, revealing Zhang Yuanqing standing protectively beside Su Yingying. Witnessing this, the hope in Xiangrong's eyes turned to despair and resentment. At that moment, the red dancing shoes descended from above, crushing his face, collapsing his nose, splitting his lips, and causing his eyeballs to burst from their sockets. Xiangrong's limbs spasmed a few times before he finally succumbed to death. Zhang Yuanqing collapsed beside Su Yingying, exhaling a long breath as if utterly drained. A savage energy churned within his chest, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably. This was not fear, but the manic exhilaration brought on by an adrenaline surge. In moments of mortal peril, when self-preservation is paramount, adrenaline is released in abundance, enabling individuals to perform acts of ruthless violence. Colloquially, it was referred to as losing it. The operation had been a success. Before engaging in this battle, he had carefully considered every aspect. The only thing that he needed to avoid was the opponent's bewitchment skill. And he had already made a sacrifice to the subduing pestle before deciding to sneak attack. One of the subduing pestle's functions was purification. Furthermore, the second form of the red dancing shoes was his safeguard for close combat, and they had indeed helped him evade a fatal throat-slitting attack. Marking, bewitchment, berserker rage. Close combat. He had thoroughly analyzed all of Xiangrong's abilities and developed countermeasures. If he still couldn't win under these circumstances, Zhang Yuanqing felt that he should just give up. After catching his breath for a few minutes, Zhang Yuanqing calmed his turbulent emotions and heard the spirit realm notification. Ding. You have slain a level 3 bewitchment fiend, gaining 30 morality points, 15 reputation points. Reputation has been unlocked. Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback and quickly opened his character attribute panel, where he discovered a new reputation section. Reputation? Killing spirit realm walkers from opposing factions would reward reputation? As a veteran gamer, he was familiar with reputation, but he was uncertain of its purpose in the spirit realm world. After some deliberation, Zhang Yuanqing decided to ignore it for the time being and consult the official forum later. Compared to the spirit realm's reputation reward, he was more interested in the spoils of war in the real world. He rose and walked over to Xiangrong's corpse, kicking the eyeballs under the car and dragging the body into the shadows of a corner. He carefully searched the corpse, finding a mobile phone and a wallet. The mobile phone was an old model that could only make calls, but the wallet was bulging. Upon opening it, he found a stack of 100 yuan bills and a fake ID card. Zhang Yuanqing counted the money carefully. For a wanted criminal to only carry a little over 500 yuan was absurd. Confiscated. He took the money and stuffed it into his pocket. Then, he walked to the distance and picked up the sharp willow blade. The moment he touched the weapon, a message appeared in his field of vision. Name, bloodthirsty blade. Type, weapon. Function, bleeding, bloodthirst. Armor penetration. Description, a powerful bewitchment fiend nourished this blade with his own essence blood. Over time, it became extremely bloodthirsty. Its blade can cut through hard steel, and wounds inflicted by it are difficult to heal. It absorbs the prey's essence blood and feeds it back to the owner, making them even stronger. Note, a blade that doesn't want to harm its master is not a good blade. This blade seemed formidable. If it had killed Su Yingying, Xiangrong would have received the weapon's feedback. It was fortunate that he had been vigilant and stayed by Su Yingying's side. Zhang Yuanqing ran back to Xiangrong's corpse, removed the scabbard from his lower back, equipped it, and then inserted the bloodthirsty blade into the scabbard. The blade was currently unowned, and it would be easy to make it recognize him as its master by storing it in his inventory. However, Zhang Yuanqing was hesitant to do so because the note in the item information made him uneasy. The bloodthirsty blade likely belonged to the category of items with a price, and that note was the price for using it. Based on the blade's description, Zhang Yuanqing could roughly guess what the price was. Either anyone who obtained the blade would be cursed and eventually die tragically, or the blade would require the owner to periodically feed it with essence blood, which was the most likely scenario. More essence blood? The subduing pestle was already making him anemic. If he added this bloodthirsty blade to the mix, how would he survive? Just then, Zhang Yuanqing saw the red dancing shoes walking toward him, and a message appeared. Would you like to dance with me? If so, please march in place. He then remembered that he hadn't retrieved the item into his inventory. He was about to refuse and retrieve the item when he suddenly received a notification from the spirit realm. Warning, each use of this item requires a dance. If you refuse, the red dancing shoes will no longer appreciate you and will launch an attack. Zhang Yuanqing opened his mouth in astonishment. This was his first time using the item in reality after subduing the red dancing shoes. and he had not anticipated that using this rule-based item would require such a price. Kill you if you don't dance with me? That was too much of a trap. Zhang Yuanqing stood up with a smile on his face, extremely willing. Soon, the crisp sound of tap dancing echoed in the empty and quiet parking garage. This time, Zhang Yuanqing did not trigger his old injury. Instead, he completed a dance with his extraordinary physique, but his steps were frequently off. Fortunately, as the owner, he did not suffer an attack from the red dancing shoes. After the dance, the red dancing shoes crossed its right foot back and tiptoed, curtsying. Just as he retrieved the red dancing shoes into his inventory, his ears twitched, and he heard hurried footsteps coming from the slope. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Li Dongzi leading Guanya, along with 7 or 8 unfamiliar spirit realm walkers, rushing into the underground garage. Some of them were armed with guns, others with knives, and some were holding cats, fully armed. Thankfully, he had already finished dancing. Zhang Yuanqing was extremely grateful. The entrance to the underground parking garage was teeming with figures. Li Dongzi, cane in one hand and gun in the other, charged into the garage, his sharp gaze sweeping the scene. He first noticed the unconscious Su Yingying, followed by faint traces of blood on the ground and several cars with damaged bodies. As a scout, Li Dongzi could easily discern that a brief but perilous battle had taken place. Su Yingying's survival indicated that the situation hadn't reached its nadir. Several other spirit realm practitioners cautiously and swiftly surveyed the area. Soon, they spotted a figure emerging from the shadows behind a car. Instantly, everyone instinctively aimed their weapons at him. "Don't shoot, it's me." Zhang Yuanqing quickly raised his hands, while simultaneously assessing the spirit realm practitioners besides Guanya and Li Dongzi. A burly man in a gym suit resembled a fitness instructor, standing at least 1.9 meters tall with bulging muscles, exuding power, and wearing red fingerless gloves. A beautiful woman in an ink-painted cheongsam, with a classic updo, possessed an elegant figure. Despite her apparent age, her face was fair and delicate, devoid of wrinkles. A middle-aged man in a miner's hat and dark brown work clothes had dark skin and a weathered face. A young woman in a white racing suit had an oval face, fair skin, and bold, spirited eyebrows, carrying a black longsword. The other 2 armed individuals had unremarkable appearances. Upon seeing Zhang Yuanqing emerge from the shadows, Li Dongzi and Guanya visibly relaxed, as if relieved. After the meeting, they received a call from Wang Tai, stating that Yuanshare had discovered Xiangrong at Shanghai University, who had abducted Su Yingying with malicious intent. Li Dongzi and Guanya were alarmed and immediately summoned the remaining team leaders, rushing to Shanghai University. Li Dongzi maintained a stern expression throughout the journey, worried that Yuanshare might act rashly. Newcomers often become arrogant after experiencing extraordinary power for the first time, coupled with inexperience and a lack of judgment, making them prone to recklessness. Seeing Zhang Yuanqing unharmed relieved them both. "Is he the Night Wanderer?" the impatient musclehead asked Li Dongzi. After receiving confirmation, he scanned the underground parking garage and asked in a rough voice, "Boy, where did Xiangrong escape to?" In his view, a level 3 bewitching imp wasn't something a level 1 Night Wanderer could handle. After a brief confrontation, Xiangrong, fearing the arrival of official spirit realm practitioners, would have hastily fled. If Xiangrong hadn't escaped long ago, they might be able to track him down with the scout's tracking abilities. Li Dongzi, Guanya, and several team leaders stared at Zhang Yuanqing, awaiting his response. "He didn't escape," Zhang Yuanqing declared. "Didn't escape?" Everyone was startled, raising their weapons and glancing around warily. Then, they heard the novice point to the shadows behind him and say, "I killed him." What did he say? The Fire Master musclehead nearly cleaned his ears, suspecting he had misheard. He immediately became enraged, booming, "Don't joke with me. This isn't the time to show off your humor." Li Dongzi and the others were also taken aback, then frowned, looking at Zhang Yuanqing with increased caution. "Why are you so fierce? Can't you speak nicely? You wouldn't happen to be from the Crimson Fire Gang, would you?" Zhang Yuanqing patiently explained, "I'm not lying. His body is behind the car. See for yourself." The musclehead glanced in that direction, where the protruding pillars and car bodies formed intersecting shadows, obscuring his view of the corner. He was about to go over to investigate. "Wait." The middle-aged man in the miner's hat stepped forward, glanced at Zhang Yuanqing, and said to the burly man, "I'll go." Seeing his colleague's solemn expression, as if recalling something, the musclehead warily eyed Zhang Yuanqing and nodded. Zhang Yuanqing noticed the strange expressions on Li Dongzi and Guanya's faces, while the others' gazes were filled with undisguised vigilance. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the miner's hat slowly but steadily approached the rear of the car. Then, he stared blankly at something, his eyes wide with disbelief, like a clay sculpture. Boss Tang, the musclehead, seeing his companion's astonished and bewildered expression, felt a chill and tensed his upper body, ready to act. The Azure Vine White Dragon team leaders immediately became vigilant. Tang Guiqiang's appearance resembled someone under enchantment. But soon, they saw Tang Guiqiang recover, bend down, and drag a corpse out into the light, into everyone's view. The corpse was wearing loose camouflage pants, a black vest, and a black jacket. Its face was a bloody mess, eye sockets empty, but the outline of its features was still discernible, confirming its identity as Xiangrong. The underground parking garage fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at Xiangrong's corpse. Li Dong's expression gradually shifted from solemn to astonishment, and he muttered, "Oh, my goodness, my goodness." Guan Yu looked at the corpse, then at Zhang Yuanqing, and seemed to understand something, becoming thoughtful. The beautiful woman in the ink-painted cheongsam strode over in high heels, stopping beside the corpse. After carefully examining it, she pursed her lips and said, "It's indeed Xiangrong." Then, she looked up at Zhang Yuanqing with a complex expression. The musclehead's eyes widened, and he blurted out, "How did you do it?" The team leaders focused their attention on Zhang Yuanqing, scrutinizing him. Xiangrong had been killed by a level 1 kid, even though he was seriously injured and not at his peak. The second team had achieved a great feat. What good luck had Li Dongza had to recruit such an outstanding subordinate? How did I do it? Isn't it just a matter of having the right shoes? Zhang Yuanqing didn't answer, but instead looked at his superior. Li Dongza immediately stepped forward and coughed. "Yuanshi, well done, you've accomplished a great feat just now. When we couldn't reach you, we were being scolded by our superiors in the meeting room." This effectively diverted attention, and the team leaders' faces relaxed. As if a burden had been lifted, Zhang Yuanqing glanced at him sideways. "Then why did you point your guns at me earlier?" Bewitching imps at the extraordinary level can briefly influence people's minds. If given enough time to repeatedly bewitch and deepen the influence, they can achieve the effect of manipulating their targets. Rather than believing you killed Xiangrong, we thought it was more likely you had been bewitched. The young woman in the white racing suit, carrying her sword, walked over, looked Zhang Yuanqing up and down, and nodded in satisfaction. "We were wrong. Let me introduce myself. Bailong, level 3 water ghost." This female captain had an indescribable air of heroism. She lacked the reserve and shyness often seen in women, exuding confidence as if everyone else was a mere child. "Yuanshi Tianzuan," Zhang Yuanqing replied. The team leaders were taken aback. "Good name." "Indeed, it's good. Just hearing it makes you want to hit him." Bailong laughed. "I'll just call you Yuanshi then." "Good thing. I always thought boys your age would choose some bizarre names." "Like what?" Zhang Yuanqing shrugged with a smile. Bailong paused, not expecting this kid to be so familiar, even questioning her. Logically, when faced with a superior's teasing, shouldn't a normal person be humble or appear restrained? Like Musclehead, Guan Yu walked over with a smile, taking over the conversation for Bailong. "Musclehead. The meaning of my name is domineering muscles." "That's what I mean," Guan Yu said with a pure and innocent expression. Musclehead was speechless. As the conversation unfolded, several official spirit realm practitioners hastily arrived, carrying stretchers and body bags. They had just received a call informing them that the assailant had been neutralized, prompting them to rush over for the purpose of handling the body, while also transporting Su Yingying to the hospital for medical attention. Li Dongza, not wishing to delay any further, stated, "Yuanshi, you will accompany us to review Xiangrong's memories." "No, he must not come," Tang Guiqiang interjected, shaking his head. "Xiangrong has been tainted by malevolent forces, and we cannot ascertain whether his spirit has also been corrupted. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty and savage essence of the demon is laden with negative energy, which is beyond his capacity to endure. Yuanting will return to Songhai this afternoon. It is best to leave it to him." Zhang Yuanqing was immediately reminded of the encounter in the hospital involving the devouring of spirits, and a wave of apprehension washed over him. Yet, he soon contemplated the implications of others witnessing his act of slaying Xiangrong. The existence of the red dancing shoes could not remain concealed. Certainly, it did not imply that exposure would inevitably incite contention and covetousness, but discretion was paramount. "This is not a concern. I will find a way to mitigate it," Li Dongza asserted, his tone resolute. Xiangrong's memories are of utmost importance. The sooner we consult the spirit, the better. We cannot determine how much memory the tainted spirit retains. Tang Guiqiang pondered briefly before nodding slightly. Though he remained unconvinced by Li Dongza's approach, the matter was under the jurisdiction of their team. At that moment, a beautiful woman in a qipao approached. Inquiring with genuine concern, is anyone injured? Do you require medical treatment? Her tone was gentle, and her demeanor warm, as if Zhang Yuanqing were her confidant. Li Dongzi introduced her with a smile. This is Captain Qingting from the 100 Flowers Society, skilled in healing. Within the Five Elements Alliance, the wood spirits are also referred to as restoration mages. Feel free to communicate any injuries you may have. Restoration mage? Zhang Yuanqing mused internally, questioning the legitimacy of such a title. Would she compel others to seize their futures? Li Dongzi continued to introduce a burly man in a miner's hat. This is the formidable muscle of the Crimson Fire Gang, Tang from the Middle Court. Both captains are seasoned practitioners of the spirit realm. Indeed, from the Crimson Fire Gang. Zhang Yuanqing promptly greeted, "Greetings, captains. I look forward to your guidance." The muscular captain nodded in satisfaction. "Shall we add each other as friends?" "That sounds good." Qingting and Bailong nodded in agreement. Tang Wuqiang, though not talkative, was the first to retrieve his phone. Li Dongzi's lips twitched. Once Zhang Yuanqing and the captains had exchanged contacts, Li Dongzi declared, "We will first transport the bodies back. The remaining team members will assist the law enforcement officers in securing the scene. Yuan Shi, you will ride back with Guanya in her vehicle and draft a report." Shortly thereafter, the official spirit realm practitioners drove a business vehicle and a blue sports car into the underground parking garage. "Shichang, may I ride in your business vehicle?" Zhang Yuanqing wished to speak privately with Li Dongzi, particularly regarding the deletion of surveillance footage. "Absolutely not. You are too unkempt at present, lacking elegance," Li Dongzi refused. Then turned to the captains, "Let us return together." Zhang Yuanqing opened his mouth, hesitated, and ultimately resigned himself to watching Li Dongzi and the captains depart in the business vehicle. Guanya cast a fleeting glance in his direction, smiling. "Shichang has taken away all the troublesome individuals. Come, I will take you to delete the surveillance footage." The blue sports car sped along the spacious avenue. Guanya donned sunglasses, grasping the steering wheel, humming a tune, seemingly in high spirits. She remarked, "You are quite fortunate, having just become a spirit realm practitioner and already acquiring a rule-based artifact." She felt fortunate as well, having just been in need of merit and now receiving it. "Were you aware of this beforehand?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired, unabashedly complimenting her. The scout truly is the most perfect profession. As a skilled socializer, he adeptly calibrated his mindset. Previously, it had merely been speculation, a misremembering. Insight was indeed the gift of a scout. Guanya chuckled. "Your ability to grasp my insinuations and conceal rule-based artifacts indicates you are not entirely dim-witted." Zhang Yuanqing immediately broached the subject. "The organization will not force me to surrender the artifact, will they? Not by coercion, however, if you willingly offer it. The organization will gladly accept, rewarding you with merit and monetary compensation. But human nature is complex. As a novice wielding a rule-based artifact, word may spread, and some may be tempted to take risks." Guanya advised, "Shichang may be able to conceal it for a time, but not indefinitely. You might consider seeking an ally. Perhaps someone higher up the chain. Would that centurion provide me with protection?" Zhang Yuanqing pondered, questioning how she could guarantee that a superior would not covet his treasure. That fellow hails from a prestigious family, raised with a silver spoon in his mouth, proud and lofty. "I am uncertain about other officers, but I can vouch for his character," Guanya replied with a smile. "Moreover, he often prides himself on his moral integrity, yet he enjoys spending extravagantly, a wealthy patron. One rule-based artifact would hardly shake his pride. However, he possesses discerning taste and typically prefers elite talent." Zhang Yuanqing acknowledged with a non-committal hum, choosing to sidestep the topic. Guanya hummed twice. "You made quite the impression today. Once your deeds circulate, there will surely be those within the Five Elements Alliance who will covertly seek to undermine you. Be cautious of the charms of beautiful women. There have been instances of seduction. Those two female captains seem particularly interested in you." Zhang Yuanqing proclaimed with conviction, "I am utterly devoted to the second team. I would never fall for such tricks." Unless he could not resist, he added silently, "But you are a Scorpio," Guanya retorted, rolling her eyes. "Huh? What does that have to do with being a Scorpio?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired, bewildered. "Have you never heard the saying about zodiac signs? Pisces men are not to be trifled with. Scorpio men are all too easy to seduce." Inside the black business vehicle, Li Dongzi drove with a beaming smile, gazing straight ahead. "Oh dear, I inadvertently completed everyone's tasks. I apologize, my fellow team members, for not allowing you to gain any merit. What are you so proud of?" The four captains grimaced. "Once the bonuses are distributed, I shall treat everyone to a meal." Li Dongzi chuckled. "Do not envy. It was merely coincidence. This lad fortuitously cleared the shelling tunnel and fortuitously eliminated Xiangrong. It is nothing extraordinary. Your manner of speaking is quite infuriating, the muscular captain grumbled. Be graceful. Do not always be so irritable. I must report to Centurion Fu, he declared. As he pulled out his phone amidst the captain's glaring eyes and dialed Centurion Fu's number. In the incident involving Xiangrong, due to their oversight, Centurion Fu had borne considerable risk. Now that Xiangrong had been eliminated, it was his duty as a subordinate to report promptly. That Yuanqing lad had certainly brought him great honor. Chapter 32. A major incident. The phone rang for an extended period before it was finally answered. The voice on the other end was articulate yet cold. I'm currently reviewing information on Xiangrong and deducing his behavioral patterns. You have 10 seconds. In the official realm of spirit walkers, various teams served as the primary force in handling cases, while the stewards coordinated behind the scenes, only intervening personally in particularly challenging situations. The pressure on Captain Fu was palpable. Li Dongzi cleared his throat and reported in a deep, serious tone, Captain Fu. We have successfully eliminated Xiangrong. This response was evidently unexpected, as silence enveloped the call. After a few moments, Fu Qingyang's voice emerged. Now devoid of indifference, where did you find him? Li Dongzi replied. We neutralized him at Shencheng University. He was attempting to extract information about Su Yingying's Holy Grail and roster, but Su Yingying was unaware. She is merely an ordinary student. Your assessment was correct. Xiangrong had indeed succumbed to mental derangement. Fu Qingyang praised him. Well done, Li Dongzi. Your perceptiveness has thwarted a potential massacre. I shall commend you to the Elder Council. He inquired. Were there any casualties? No, Li Dongzi paused before adding. Captain Fu, we did not inflict any fatalities. Not by your hands? Fu Qingyang's tone was laced with curiosity, as if a realization dawned upon him. I almost forgot. There is an elder from the Water God Palace at Shencheng University. Was it he who intervened? It seems I must pay a visit to express my gratitude. An elder at Shencheng University? Li Dongzi's expression turned to one of astonishment, quickly realizing Fu Qingyang's misunderstanding. He clarified. It was the primordial celestial master who eliminated Xiangrong. He is the night wanderer I recently recruited. A first-level night wanderer dispatched a third-level seducer? The captain fell into silence once more. After a brief interlude, Fu Qingyang instructed, understood. Have him submit a report. After a moment, he added with a hint of humor, well done. Upon concluding the call, Li Dongzi, brimming with exhilaration, tightened his grip on the steering wheel, unconsciously pressing the accelerator. Bailong opened his phone and created a group chat with several team leaders. Look at Li Dongzi. So pleased with himself he might as well be sprouting whiskers. Qingding chimed in. Their team has accomplished a great feat. If I had such a subordinate, I would be equally proud. Within the regulations of the official organization, to foster a sense of collective honor among team members. Any individual achievement resulted in commendation for the entire team, with bonuses and performance rewards distributed accordingly. For Li Dongzi's newly recruited night wanderer, what had begun as mere admiration had now morphed into envy among several leaders. At the Kanyang District Security Bureau, in the morgue, Li Dongzi shut the door, effectively blocking the team leaders from entering. He turned to Zhang Yuanqing. His gaze profound as he spoke. The night wanderer absorbs spiritual bodies to enhance his experience points, but the side effect is long-term mental contamination. If you have attempted to increase your power in this manner, you should grasp my meaning. Zhang Yuanqing nodded. Have you tried using that artifact to purify your thoughts? Li Dongzi prompted, revealing his strategy. Seeing Zhang Yuanqing furrow his brow in contemplation, Li Dongzi chuckled, sensing the artifact's cost was significant. Indeed, excessive use can lead to anemia, causing a depletion of both energy and vitality. Zhang Yuanqing recalled a detail, having discovered a spiritual body crystal within the mouth of the mountain goddess. It was now apparent that this crystal was likely formed from the souls of spirit walkers who perished at the mountain temple. This could explain why the information labeled it as the night wanderer's finest supplement. The impurities within the spiritual body crystal were presumably mental contamination, but the goddess had purified it. Thus, it was logical to deduce that the demon-slaying staff could also cleanse such spiritual contamination. With this thought, Zhang Yuanqing opened his inventory and retrieved the brass staff, exquisitely carved with patterns and incantations. He briefly explained the artifact's effects and costs, stating, if I begin to lose control, use it to stab me, preferably in the thigh. Understood. Li Dongzi accepted the artifact. Zhang Yuanqing approached Xiangrong's corpse, placing his palm against the chest, inhaling deeply his dense, Dark energy surged from his eyes, awakening the remnants of the spiritual body within the corpse. A throbbing pain struck his forehead, and his consciousness expanded as foreign elements forcefully invaded his mind. In a haze, Zhang Yuanqing saw himself in an underground parking garage, witnessing the eerie red dancing shoes. This was the battle that had occurred moments ago. He waited for the confrontation to conclude, and the scene shifted to a dimly lit room where Xiangrong stood before a masked man, holding an exquisite crystal goblet filled with a blood-red liquid. As a seducer, your malice is unadulterated. You possess considerable potential. Drink from the Holy Grail, and you shall become my servant. Every fortnight, you must partake of the goblet's contents anew. Otherwise, even the gods will be unable to save you. Remember my name, Judgment of the Eerie Eye. In a dilapidated rental unit, a man donned in a mask and cap stood in the living room, coldly declaring, "The Judgment of the Eerie Eye is dead. His trusted aide, the Black Wuchang, has absconded with the fallen Holy Grail in the roster, hiding within Songhai City. If you do not wish to suffer a fatal poisoning, assist us in locating him. The spiritual energy shall not forsake you." The scene shifted again, revealing a blue sky and a group of students in uniforms who were mercilessly beating him. The abrupt change in atmosphere left Zhang Yuanqing bewildered. It took several seconds for him to comprehend that he was reliving a moment of school bullying. Is this Xiangrong's past memory? It is surprising that this ruthless villain endured such a plight during his school years. Forgot your money? Xiangrong, do you take my words lightly? If your parents refuse to give you money, will you not resort to theft? You good for nothing? Hit him. Beat him to a pulp. If you don't, you'll never learn. Come, light a cigarette and burn his face. Get away. I'm going to urinate on him. Don't hit me. Please, don't. Zhang Yuanqing felt the intense fear emanating from Xiangrong, instinctively recoiling in trepidation. They were merely children, yet their malice was so pure. In a shabby office, a bespectacled teacher sternly reprimanded, "Why is it always you who gets bullied, and not others? Have you ever considered your own issues? You must learn to get along with your classmates. Do not report everything to the teacher. We are busy too." From Xiangrong's emotions, Zhang Yuanqing sensed a profound anger. Useless. You've been bullied again. If you get hit, hit back. Why are you crying to me? How could I have produced such a failure? A middle-aged man berated, spitting as he spoke. This time, Zhang Yuanqing perceived the overwhelming despair as he adjusted his attire. He eagerly inquired, "What's the matter? Have you uncovered any new clues? You seem to be in a rather poor state." "I am merely a bit disheartened," came the reply. Although his experience points had increased, Zhang Yuanqing found no joy in it this time. Li Dongzi displayed a moment of realization and remarked, "Is it due to Xiangrong's memories?" Indeed, the memories of the spirit are fragmented and incomplete, often retaining only those experiences that are difficult to let go of. For many years, Xiangrong had been haunted by his experiences during his student days, which had a profound impact on his life. Despite the fact that the individual was a despicable criminal, Zhang Yuanqing could not help but feel a profound sense of sorrow. Li Dongzi sighed. "Though I cannot fathom what you have seen in the memories, I can understand. The Night Wanderer of the Tai sect harbors a deep disdain for spirits that consume evil professions, and the reason lies therein. Yuanqing, do you know why the concept of evil professions exists?" He did not rush to inquire about the case's clues, but seized this opportunity to enlighten and instruct him. "In the conflicts among factions, we have slain countless evil professions. After compiling the data from the Night Wanderer of the Tai sect regarding interrogating spirits, we have observed a phenomenon. Every evil profession corresponds to a villain or criminal in reality. In other words, the spiritual practitioners of evil professions are selected from specific groups within the realm." Zhang Yuanqing paused, realizing that they were not simply transformed into bad individuals by becoming evil professions. They were inherently wicked. Yet, their malevolence was not entirely innate, but rather a concoction of humanity's own making. Li Dongzi sighed again. The spirit realm does not actively cultivate evil. The emergence of any evil profession is a product of humanity's own karmic fires. This realization is rather disheartening and lacks positivity, but it reflects the reality of the world. Understand this, but do not broadcast it widely. Zhang Yuanqing nodded in silence. Moreover, let me share another piece of information. You have slain Xiangrong and should have gained some reputation, Li Dongzi stated. Among spiritual practitioners, mutual hunting does not deduct moral values, but possessing reputation will instill caution in fellow practitioners from the same faction. For instance, if you have 10 points of reputation, slaying a fellow practitioner from your faction would result in a deduction of 20 points in moral values. Ah, There is a distinction between lawful and good. Upon concluding these remarks, Li Dongza patted him on the shoulder. All right, let us return to serious matters and not squander time. Are there good individuals among lawful professions, as well as chaotic and neutral ones? Is it possible that there are reformed individuals among evil professions? Zhang Yuanqing withdrew his thoughts, steadied himself, and spoke solemnly, Captain, I believe I have seen something significant in Xiangrong's memories. Significant? Li Dongza chuckled. What could be so momentous from a level 3 seducer? In my years of work, I have encountered numerous significant events. Pray do tell. He was not being arrogant. In Li Dongza's view, Yuan Shi's experience was limited, and his definition of significance might not be accurate. It is as follows. Zhang Yuanqing proceeded to recount the memories he had accessed. A few minutes later, Li Dongza dashed out of the morgue, bellowing to the captains outside. A grave situation has arisen. Chapter 33. The Fallen Holy Grail. On the second floor of the villa, in a small conference room, the setting sun cast a blood-red hue through the glass windows, staining the white wool carpet with a crystalline crimson. Li Dongza, Qingding, Bailong, Tang Wuqiang, and several other captains sat upright at the conference table, representing the leaders of the Yangjing district spirit walkers. Almost all those who could attend were present. Aside from the leaders of the Five Elements Alliance, Yuan Ting, who had just returned from the capital, was also in attendance. As a scout, Li Dongza keenly sensed Yuan Ting's poor mental state and furrowed his brow, asking, Are you injured? With a pale complexion, Yuan Ting languidly leaned against the back of his chair, eyes closed in repose. Upon hearing the question, he opened his eyes and replied with a calm demeanor, No, it's just that elder son placed great emphasis on me during my trip to the capital, believing I will be a pillar for the Tai sect in the future, insisting on personally training me. I've overexerted myself, hence my current condition. The others regarded him with solemn respect. Fu Qingyang glanced at him but refrained from commenting, stating instead, Let us discuss the matter at hand. Yuan Shi saw something in Xiangrong's memories that prompted your urgent arrival. The captains immediately turned their serious gazes towards Li Dongza. This fellow had rushed from the morgue, summoning everyone to Bai Fu's location, claiming there was a significant event. When questioned, he remained tight-lipped, causing anxiety among them. Clearing his throat, Li Dongza surveyed the table of attendees and began, Our night wanderer has gleaned from Xiangrong's memories what the Holy Grail truly is. It is a tool of the Guayan judge, known as the Fallen Holy Grail. The captains on either side of the table exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of gravity and confusion. The Guayan judge was the vice president of the Spirit Energy Association, an organization notorious among spirit walkers, composed of powerful and deranged sorcerers. The Guayan judge ranked 8th on the Five Elements Alliance's bounty board, a figure capable of moving mountains and filling seas. It was unexpected that Xiangrong's case involved such a high-profile individual. Their confusion stemmed from the fact that they had never heard of the Fallen Holy Grail. Is Xiangrong searching for the Guayan judge's tool? Dehiba frowned, bluntly stating that kid's mind is evidently not right. The assembly disregarded Dehiba's remark and turned their attention back to Fu Qingyang. He remained silent for a few seconds, his tone unusually grave as he continued. I will disclose a piece of information to you, but you are not yet qualified to comprehend this level of intelligence, so once you leave this room, keep it to yourselves. At his words, the attendees straightened up, their expressions becoming serious. The Fallen Holy Grail is a rule-based tool associated with the sorcerer profession, possessing a high level of power. Its function is to control spirit walkers. The Guayan judge has enslaved many spirit walkers of other professions using this tool. A significant portion of the fallen we deal with each year is a result of the Guayan judge's actions. According to the intelligence, once contaminated by the Fallen Holy Grail, one is doomed to be enslaved by the Guayan judge for life, with death being the only escape. There is no other remedy. Furthermore, the contaminated must undergo a baptism by the Grail at regular intervals, or they will succumb to madness and die. Li Dongza interjected. Xiangrong is a servant of the Guayan judge. This revelation clarified many things, enlightening the captains. Bailong nodded, then frowned. What does this have to do with his killing of Zhao Yingjun? Moreover, this doesn't seem like a significant event. Zhao Yingjun is also a servant of the Guayan judge. He infiltrated the Five Elements Alliance, posing as a consultant for the Public Security Bureau, while secretly helping the Guayan judge scout for new recruits. Li Dongza paused, speaking with utmost seriousness. Recently, the Guayan judge suddenly perished, and his trusted aide, He Wuchang, has gone into hiding with the Grail and a roster containing the identities of the fallen. Now, not only are fallen individuals like Xiangrong being sought, but the Guayan judge's other vice president, The Gu King, along with his subordinate forces, are also searching for He Wuchang. Once He Wuchang obtains the roster, he will undoubtedly contact these fallen individuals to claim the Guiyan judge's legacy. Zhao Yuanqing's undercover identity is crucial. He may have already established contact with He Wuchang, which is why Xiangrong wishes to trace He Wuchang through Zhao Yuanqing. Everyone was left in stunned silence. A high-level spirit walker like the Guiyan judge had actually died? The impact of this information was overwhelming. Even the usually composed Fu Qingyang appeared momentarily dazed. In the suffocating silence, Fu Qingyang tapped the table, his brow furrowing as he stated, "The roster of the Guiyan judge contains numerous fallen individuals. He Wuchang cannot possibly reclaim all the slaves. Individuals like Xiangrong, who are mentally deranged, are not unique cases." Li Dongzi sighed wryly. Thus, this is indeed a major event. The mood among the captains grew heavier. Fu Qingyang continued. He Wuchang is hiding in Songhai. The upcoming days in Songhai will not be peaceful. I will report this information to the Elder Council promptly, so they can notify colleagues in various locations to be vigilant against potential chaos from the fallen. Starting today, all leave is cancelled, and everyone must keep their devices on 24/7, remaining on standby. The captains nodded solemnly. Fu Qingyang's expression turned stern as he reprimanded. I must criticize all of you for your negligence, complacency, and lack of vigilance. Then, his demeanor softened as he added, in the Xiangrong incident, Yuan Shi Tianzuan has made remarkable contributions. From eliminating Xiangrong to interrogating spirits and uncovering the Guiyan judge's demise, it was all his doing. A group of seasoned veterans is outperformed by a novice, which is quite embarrassing for me as your superior. Li Dongzi and the others showed expressions of shame. What? The one who killed the enchanting Xiangrong is that newly minted night wanderer? Yuanqing was taken aback, glancing around before raising his hand. Captain Fu, are you saying that Li Shizhang's level 1 night wanderer killed Xiangrong? Li Dongzi quietly puffed out his chest, lifting his chin. Dehiba remarked. That kid has extraordinary combat talent. His future accomplishments are limitless. He might even ascend to the saint level, becoming a figure of authority. Several captains nodded slightly in agreement. Captain Qingding explained, he was the first to detect Xiangrong's trail and acted decisively. By the time we arrived, the battle was already concluded. Although Xiangrong was injured and mostly deranged, killing him was still no easy feat. What kind of genius is this? Yuanqing stood in shock for a few seconds, then felt a pang of heartbreak. Elder son is so foolish. Fu Qingyang did not allow the topic to linger, coolly stating, let us adjourn. Li Dongzi and the others promptly rose to leave. However, Yuanqing remained, and once the captains exited the conference room, he suppressed his swirling emotions of regret and frustration. Speaking up, Captain Fu, there is something I need your assistance with. Fu Qingyang regarded him. Yuanqing elaborated. The sect master summoned us to the capital to announce a confidential piece of information. The demon lord is dead. Fu Qingyang was taken aback, his sculpted features overtaken by shock. Even the death of the Guiyan judge had not elicited such a strong emotional response from him. The demon lord, an ID that instilled fear in all official spirit walkers, was a fallen night wanderer known for his erratic temperament, brutality, and bloodlust. His mastery of assassination and concealment had led to the deaths of countless spirit walkers. During the peak of his arrogance, elders of official organizations had to tread carefully, living in the shadows, afraid to reveal themselves in reality. The malevolent organization harbors an equally deep-seated disdain for this individual, as the Dark Lord is indiscriminate in his slaughter, blurring the lines between righteousness and wickedness. It was not until the beginning of last year that he encountered the formidable female marshal of the White Tiger Legion in a high-tier confrontation within the spirit realm, where she dealt him a crushing blow, leading to his subsequent disappearance. And then, Fu Qingyang resumed his indifferent demeanor. The sect leader assigned us a task, to locate the heir of the Dark Lord. Since 2 months ago, all newcomers who have become night wanderers are our subjects of scrutiny, Yuanqing stated. Fu Qingyang frowned slightly. Even if a fortunate soul obtains the Dark Lord's character card, it is of no consequence to the Dark Lord himself. Why does your sect leader wish to find him? Do not tell me it is for the sake of talent. Upon the death of a spirit realm practitioner, all data pertaining to that character is erased, and a new master is sought for the character card. When a high-level spirit realm practitioner falls, the formatting of the character card may retain some remnants, perhaps a certain benefit or a specific privilege. Such character cards are inherently superior to ordinary ones. Yet, in Fu Qingyang's view, this minor distinction hardly warranted such an elaborate effort from the sect leader. considering that even the Dark Lord himself would rank lower than the most powerful night wanderer of our time. Yuanqing shook his head. How would I know? I'm merely following orders. This year, only 4 newcomers from Songhai have ascended to become night wanderers. 1 perished in the spirit realm. 2 joined the Tai sect and were sent to the training camp. The last one is under the command of Li Dongzi. I intend to question him. Fu Qingyang fixed his gaze on Yuanqing, his deep brown eyes sharp and profound. Yuanqing steeled himself to meet his gaze. Very well, but regardless of the outcome, you must inform me first. Do not take him to the capital without permission. At his desk, Zhang Yuanqing opened his computer and pondered for a long moment before exclaiming, Sister Guan, how should I write the report? Guanya, engrossed in a drama, replied dismissively, Didn't I send you the template? Just follow that. It's not about the format, it's the content. Zhang Yuanqing's brow furrowed in distress. He was tasked with writing a report on the slaying of Xiangrong, and the challenge lay, what is it? From the crimson whirlpool of flames emanated a voice. Cold and imposing. My subordinate has released the bait as per your instructions. The 5 Elements Alliance is relentlessly searching for the Black Wuchang. However, I cannot guarantee that the Black Wuchang will remain concealed in Songhai. The authoritative voice continued. I have divined that the Black Wuchang is indeed in Songhai. And his concealment there must have a purpose, the specifics of which remain to be verified. What else do you require of me? Coordinate discreetly with the 5 Elements Alliance in their search for the Black Wuchang. Inform me immediately of any developments during this period. I shall be in the spirit realm and may not respond promptly. Do you have a task? No, I am seeking the resting place of the guys I judge. By coincidence, I encountered someone from the Tai sect. The demise of the guys I judge indeed harbors deeper secrets. The voice gradually faded, and the blood-red flames swirling extinguished. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed twice, and grandmother's voice drifted into the bedroom. Yuanzi, dinner is ready. Her tone carried a hint of lightness, suggesting she was in good spirits. Zhang Yuanqing opened his eyes to find the room enveloped in darkness, the curtains blocking the outside light. How delightful. The exhaustion of the day had finally been replenished. Alas, the moonlight was scarcely visible in Songhai. Otherwise, basking in its glow would have been perfect. Zhang Yuanqing yawned, donned his cotton slippers, turned the doorknob, and made his way to the living room. A rich aroma wafted into his nostrils, and the dining table was laden with an array of dishes, sweet and sour pork, braised meat, roasted duck, black-bone chicken soup, asparagus, and spring bamboo shoots, among others. Grandmother, wearing an apron, scurried between the living room and kitchen, while his cousin lent a hand in the kitchen. In the living room, his grandfather, with hair as white as snow, sat upright on the couch, engrossed in the television. At the dining table sat a middle-aged couple, Zhang Yuanqing's uncle and aunt. His aunt, with delicate features and fair skin, though no longer youthful, had preserved her appearance well. She wore a fitted white dress, her hair cascading in waves, exuding an air of charm. The man beside her resembled Chun Yuanjun, clad in a purple suit and fitted pants, a rose-colored shirt, exuding the flamboyance of a nightclub air, or rather, a gentleman. Zhang Yuanqing's uncle was rather unreliable. In his youth, he played in a band, proclaiming dreams of pursuing poetry and distant horizons. Thus, clad in bell-bottoms, he set off with like-minded friends, embarking on a journey as a wandering singer. Years later, having found no dreams, he returned, battered by the harshness of life. Reluctant to work, carrying a cassette player, dancing wherever he went, spending days either singing karaoke or mingling with dubious friends. Of course, young people in those times were rather aimless. With his good looks and charming demeanor, he managed to marry his affluent aunt. After their marriage, he did settle down for a few years, but once his aunt bore his cousin, his true colors swiftly emerged. He spent his days idly, shunning work for leisure. Yuanzi, do you miss your uncle? His uncle, seeing his heir apparent, was quite pleased. He fancied singing, dancing, and rapping, with a particular fondness for the song Yo Yo Check Now, often accompanying it with his own choreography. In the family, apart from Zhang Yuanqing, no one was willing to indulge him in his rap and dance antics. Thus, his uncle treasured Zhang Yuanqing, viewing him as his successor. Auntie, Zhang Yuanqing greeted, then offered a perfunctory response to his uncle. Your uncle brought you a gift, his uncle said. Oh, my dear uncle, you have finally returned. Why didn't you inform me earlier? Had you done so, I would have gone to the airport to meet you. God will bear witness to that. Zhang Yuanqing's tone shifted dramatically, expressing his fervent emotions. The uncle and nephew erupted into laughter, shaking hands and bumping shoulders. as the uncle threw an arm around his heir's shoulder and sat down. Yuanzi, I've recently traveled abroad and specifically learned rap techniques from the chimpanzees. We should incorporate tongue rolls and lip trills into our singing. It will enhance our presence. I know about tongue rolls, but what on earth are lip trills? Zhang Yuanqing was left astonished. Impressive. Truly, you are my uncle, gifted beyond measure. Uncle, I find myself short of pocket money. A trivial matter. Your aunt has money. I'll have her give you some later. Before long, his cousin and grandmother brought in the last few dishes, inviting everyone to dinner. Where's my little aunt? Zhang Yuanqing inquired. She mentioned there were some matters at the hospital and would return later. Grandmother replied. His uncle raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Hospital matters? Is she on a date with her boyfriend? Grandmother scoffed. Then I truly thank the heavens. Look at her. She won't marry until she's at least 30. What is wrong with the youth these days? None of them seem inclined to marry. Grandmother expressed her dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. His uncle interjected. Speaking of which, Yuanjun is still single too. Yuanjun, why don't you bring your boyfriend home someday for your dad to see? The serious and composed cousin paused in surprise. What? His uncle shrugged. You're already 30 and still without a girlfriend. Your dad can only hope for a boyfriend now. Just as he finished speaking, grandmother rolled up her sleeves, ready to reprimand her son. Mom, I'm just joking. His uncle quickly intervened. You really have no sense of humor. Nowadays, it's all the rage for guys to form CPs. The youth love it. His aunt remained silent, focusing on her meal. She and grandmother had a strained relationship. Harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships are a rarity. Grandmother was hot-tempered, while his aunt had a strong personality. One criticizing the daughter-in-law for her housekeeping, the other resenting the mother-in-law for her meddling. When Zhang Yuanqing was younger, his aunt and grandmother often quarreled, and whenever they clashed, his little aunt would munch on sunflower seeds, watching the drama unfold. Zhang Yuanqing would mediate, saying, "Please stop arguing," while taking the sunflower seeds from his little aunt. His cousin typically did his homework while munching on the seeds. Now, his aunt had outgrown her youthful impetuosity and was reluctant to argue with her mother-in-law. But their relationship remained lukewarm. At that moment, his cousin looked over and asked, I heard there was an incident at your school today? Huh? I'm not aware. I returned early to sleep. Zhang Yuanqing feigned ignorance. Grandmother quickly inquired about the incident, and Qin Yuanjun explained briefly. Upon hearing that criminals had infiltrated the school, grandmother's dissatisfaction with the world grew deeper. Just then, the anti-theft door emitted a beeping sound, followed by the sound of the handle turning. Sitting at the end of the table, near the entrance, Zhang Yuanqing turned to see his little aunt returning. His little aunt was dressed in an off-shoulder lace sweater, revealing her smooth, fair shoulder, paired with a black tank top and light-colored summer jeans, completed with a pair of Chapter 35, the infant spirit. The infant, approximately 50 centimeters in height, possessed an ethereal quality, with sparse fetal hair adorning its head, chubby cheeks, and short, pudgy limbs reminiscent of lotus roots, exuding an undeniable charm. It clung to Zhang Yuer's calf like a koala, tilting its small head and closing its eyes, utterly motionless, as if in slumber. Was my aunt speaking the truth? Was the hospital truly haunted, and was it indeed an infant spirit? Zhang Yuanqing gazed at the diminutive being, his mouth slowly parting in disbelief. What are you staring at? His aunt, noticing her nephew's dubious gaze, quickly shot him a reproachful look. She pulled out a chair, slouched against the backrest, and playfully exclaimed, Mother, I'm utterly exhausted. Please serve me some rice. She feigned helplessness, as if she had no arms or legs. Though grandmother grumbled in response, she dutifully rose and headed to the kitchen. Oh, the family disgrace, you're back, his aunt remarked, simultaneously reaching for the roasted duck while addressing her elder brother. If you remain single for a few more years, you too shall become a family disgrace. At that time, we siblings will join forces to combat the wicked witch, his uncle teased. Just then, grandmother emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of rice, and his aunt immediately adopted a compliant demeanor, wrapping her arms around grandmother S, resting her head on her shoulder. You are the disgrace of the family. I am our mother's cherished maiden, here to suppress scum like you. With this tactic, his aunt endeared herself to their grandparents, securing their favor. Then I can team up with Yuanjun, as he too is on the path to becoming a family disgrace, right, dear? His uncle suggested. His aunt shot him a disdainful glance. Wait, did you forget to add salt, mother? His aunt questioned, chewing the roasted duck with a frown. This duck tastes bland. It's store-bought, grandmother retorted sharply. His aunt furrowed her brows, inhaled deeply, and called out, Why can't I smell anything? The food has no aroma at all. Concerned, grandmother asked, "Are you coming down with a cold?" At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing noticed the infant spirit clinging to his aunt's calf, its tiny nose twitching. It then opened its button-like eyes, staring blankly at its unfamiliar surroundings, seemingly bewildered as to why it found itself there. Witnessing this, Zhang Yuanqing felt an increasing heaviness in his heart. This was no ordinary spirit. Typical spirits lack consciousness, unable to think, acting solely on instinct. The infant spirit did not remain dazed for long. Following some instinct, it twitched its tiny nose and crawled up his aunt's body to her shoulder. Upon spotting the table laden with delectable dishes, Zhang Yuanqing watched as the infant's movements quickened, unsteadily making its way across his aunt's arm to the table. It leaned over, extending its short, pudgy hands in an attempt to grasp a piece of roasted duck, but managed to seize nothing. After repeated attempts, it seemed to realize the futility of its efforts, bursting into loud, sorrowful wails. Immediately, the sound of its cries echoed in Zhang Yuanqing's ears, sharp and raucous. This wretched child is unbearable. He summoned the power of the yin, condensing it in his palm, and reached for a piece of roasted duck, effectively capturing the infant spirit in his grasp. "You all eat first. I'll be in the restroom for a moment." He lifted the infant by the nape of its neck, akin to carrying a small puppy, and entered the restroom. From behind, he heard his aunt's voice. "Oh?" My nose suddenly cleared, and the roasted duck smells delightful now. Before the sink, Zhang Yuanqing held the infant spirit with one hand, observing as it extended its tiny tongue, licking the yin energy from his palm. The yin energy of the night wanderer serves as a potent elixir for spiritual entities. It would follow his aunt home, likely drawn by the essence of his presence imbued within her, an irresistible allure for spirits. However, Zhang Yuanqing found himself puzzled. Infants possess weak spiritual energy. Once they pass away, their spirits dissipate rapidly, within a day or two at most, or even mere hours. Yet, the rumors of hauntings at his aunt's hospital seemed to have persisted for some time. This was illogical. If I don't understand, I shall consult the records. Zhang Yuanqing retrieved his phone, logging onto the official forum of the Five Elements Alliance. Shocking, the Phantom Judge is suspected to have perished. There may be a risk of deranged individuals in the near future. All personnel are advised to remain vigilant. Shocking, the spirit passage has been breached. The identity of the conqueror remains a mystery. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze skimmed over the two pinned posts without giving them much thought. The official organization would inevitably address the Phantom Judge incident due to the potential for deranged individuals. However, the news of the conquered spirit passage was already circulating on the forum, introducing the unfamiliar idea of Yuan Shitian to the official spiritual realm practitioners. Using the forum's search function, Zhang Yuanqing entered the term special spirits. He soon discovered a post elucidating the nature of spiritual entities. Spiritual entities are formed from the residual spiritual energy of sentient beings after death. Lacking most of their consciousness, they exist in a state of stupor, acting on instinct or lingering obsessions. Upon death, any living being's spirit begins to dissipate. An ordinary person can maintain their spirit for a maximum of 7 days, while spiritual practitioners may linger longer, depending on the strength of their spiritual energy. Nonetheless, exceptions exist. As far as I know, high-ranking night wanderers and illusionists can, through special means, sustain their spirits even after their physical forms are destroyed. Upon reading this, Zhang Yuanqing couldn't help but shift his gaze to the infant spirit, concluding that this little one clearly lacked the capability to endure in the mortal realm and could not possibly be a high-ranking spiritual practitioner. He continued to peruse the post. The aforementioned details pertain to ordinary spirits. Next, we shall discuss abnormal spirits, specifically. The content abruptly ceased. Zhang Yuanqing scrolled to the bottom, discovering that the latter half of the post had been locked, requiring a fee for access. So this is the fabled knowledge for a price? With a twitch of his lips, he recharged his Yuan Shitian account with 200 yuan to complete the transaction. It is worth noting that in recent days, administrative personnel have provided him with a mobile phone SIM card and bank account under the name Yuan Shitian. Effectively severing ties with his identity is Zhang Yuanqing. Abnormal spirits are those refined through human rituals, the most renowned being the ghost-controlling techniques of night wanderers. Of course, other professions possess corresponding methods, which shall not be elaborated upon here. Refined spirits have the potential to develop special abilities, regarded as precious artifacts or companions. In the vernacular of night wanderers, these spirits are termed spirit servants. However, it is crucial to note that spirits also vary in quality. Not all spirits can be refined into servants, as those qualifying are exceedingly rare. The post then proceeded to discuss the methods of refinement. Lastly, a reminder, while it is permissible to refine spirits of malevolent professions, enslaving the spirits of ordinary people is a violation of regulations. Posted by Yuanqing. 200 yuan well spent. Upon finishing the post, Zhang Yuanqing couldn't help but exclaim in heartfelt appreciation. This post revealed copious amounts of information to him. Firstly, upon advancing in rank, night wanderers can raise ghosts and refine corpses, and during battles with spiritual practitioners, they can switch strategies between stealthy assassin tactics and summoning techniques. Secondly, this infant spirit is an exceptionally rare spirit servant, truly a treasure found. If it has already developed special abilities, it is indeed a genuine spirit servant, not merely a unique spiritual entity. Thirdly, there are issues at the hospital where my aunt works. My aunt's sudden loss of taste and smell must be a result of its mischief. Hence, its ability involves stealing others' senses of taste and smell? I shall verify this later. If I can nurture this little one, it may prove to be as valuable as a treasured artifact. While Zhang Yuanqing felt elated, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. In my aunt's hospital, there should be a hidden spirit walker, now accompanying her home. The practitioner behind it will undoubtedly not allow such a precious spirit servant to be lost. Troubles are imminent, potentially endangering my aunt. Whether they are official or rogue spirit walkers, utilizing an ordinary person's spirit to forge a spirit servant is strictly against regulations. This matter cannot end well. Tomorrow, I will inform the chief and make judicious use of the resources at hand. Having come to this realization, I felt a significant lightness. Observing the infant spirit nestled in my palm and forearm. Sensing my scrutiny, the little creature opened its large, button-like black eyes, emitting a sound of endearment. Abba, Abba. Noting my indifference, it continued to lick the power of the moon. Its intelligence surpassed that of an ordinary infant, yet it was still unable to communicate normally. I grasped the infant spirit by its nape and turned it over. Come, let me see if you are a little jester or a little troublemaker. From now on, you shall be called Little Jester. I carried the infant spirit out of the bathroom. The family dinner was nearing its conclusion. As I returned to my seat, I discreetly hung the infant spirit around my uncle's neck, continuing to eat as if nothing were amiss. It was an opportune moment to test the infant spirit's abilities using a family member of dubious repute. My uncle, diligently flossing his teeth, remained blissfully unaware of the dead child perched upon his neck. Uncle, would you like a bowl of soup? I asked, as the moment seemed right. I was curious to see if my uncle would, like my aunt, lose his sense of taste and smell. He patted his round belly and shook his head. No, I won't drink it unless you have jianbingguozi. With that, he struck a self-created rap gesture, just as I anticipated hearing familiar lyrics. However, my uncle suddenly placed his thumb in his mouth. Abba, Abba, Abba. Meanwhile, the infant spirit on my uncle's neck emitted a sound only I could hear. Yo, yo, check it out. A set of jianbingguozi coming right up. Uffed. My uncle and I, in perfect synchrony, spat out the chicken soup in our mouths. My grandfather, grandmother, aunt, and cousin wore expressions of pity for our misfortune mixed with disdain for our lack of wisdom. Chapter 36. The interview is the little trickster's ability to steal a target's specific function. Last time, it was my aunt's sense of smell and taste. This time, it appears to be my uncle's ability to speak. Zhang Yuanqing, feigning a cough, felt a surge of excitement. If he could pilfer a mundane person's abilities, could he also take a skill from a spiritual realm traveler? If so, this little spirit servant would indeed possess immense value. At that moment, his uncle seemed to realize this. Recalling his earlier behavior, his face flushed with embarrassment and confusion. Ah, uncle, I never knew you could be so awkward. Zhang Yuanqing secretly reveled in his misfortune. He noticed the infant spirit, perched on his uncle's shoulders, appeared to be quite drained, teetering on the edge of slumber. I was merely playing around, suddenly reminded of how Yuanzi looked as a child and couldn't help but imitate. His uncle, a seasoned veteran of several decades, quickly deflected the blame onto his nephew, showcasing a thick skin akin to a fortress. Zhang Yuanqing was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. At his age, isn't it a bit embarrassing? His grandmother scolded with indignation. Mom, I'm still a child, his uncle chuckled. I will always be your child. Go away, go away. His grandmother replied with disdain. After dinner, his uncle's family returned to their own home. Zhang Yuanqing promptly headed to the bathroom to freshen up, reminding his aunt not to disturb him later before retreating to his bedroom. He needed to rise early the next day to meet Li Dongzi at work and report on the infant spirit, hence the necessity of an early night. However, before that, He intended to attempt to tame the little creature. Zhang Yuanqing sat cross-legged on his bed, the little trickster curled up in his embrace, suckling on one of his thumbs. The power of the yin energy flowed gently like a thread, nurturing the infant spirit within. According to the post descriptions, as long as he successfully refined the spirit servant, maintaining the nourishment of the yin energy would ensure its longevity in this world. Zhang Yuanqing felt as if he had stumbled upon a pre-existing treasure. This little creature seemed rather dim-witted at the moment. He pondered whether its intellect would increase in the future. Zhang Yuanqing collected his emotions and summoned the yin energy. A rich, viscous black light surging from his eyes, gradually replacing his pupils and sclera. Exhaling, Zhang Yuanqing released a puff of light black mist that enveloped the infant spirit. Then inhaled, drawing it into his abdomen. Instantly, he sensed a new consciousness within him, weak and dormant. Following the methods outlined in the post, he activated the yin energy, repeatedly washing over this consciousness, imprinting his essence upon it, compelling it to accept his power and become his spirit servant. This process lasted several seconds before his mental energy settled into a void of darkness. It felt warm and comforting, akin to a slumber in a mother's embrace. His consciousness melded with the infant spirit momentarily. The post's claims proved true. The master could wield the spirit servant's awareness and abilities, momentarily controlling its body. As Zhang Yuanqing acclimated to this new form, an entirely new talent naturally blossomed in his mind, as if it had always been there. This talent was named exchange, allowing one to trade certain aspects of oneself for those of a target. For instance, trading one's sense of taste for another's, or exchanging languages. With a time limit of 3 seconds. Thus, his aunt lost her sense of taste, and his uncle uttered the coos of an infant. However, this exchange was not strictly equivalent. One could trade lesser abilities for more valuable ones. The infant spirit, being too young and limited in intelligence, could only execute equivalent exchanges and did so randomly. The condition for activating the skill was physical contact. If Zhang Yuanqing were to operate it, he could achieve the finesse of trading trivial for extraordinary. Moreover, the infant spirit's current capabilities were restricted to bodily abilities. It could not exchange skills, at least not at this stage. Ultimately, as the master, Zhang Yuanqing could transfer any harm or negative states he endured onto his spirit servant, allowing it to share the burden of injuries. Now I understand why the night wanderer is considered one of the pinnacle professions. It truly is extraordinarily powerful. Zhang Yuanqing mused silently. He allowed his consciousness to return to his body. Eep. The infant spirit wobbled over on its tiny legs, nudging Zhang Yuanqing's hand with its sparse, downy head, yearning to suck on his thumb. This is where you can feast. No, this is where you shall obtain sustenance. Zhang Yuanqing pointed to his chest. The infant spirit tilted its head, gazing at him in confusion, but eventually seemed to grasp his meaning, obediently crawling toward his chest. Get in there. Zhang Yuanqing swallowed it into his abdomen, incorporating it within. The following morning, Zhang Yuanqing arose and entered the bathroom to freshen up. Just as he picked up his toothbrush, he paused, exhaling a breath of yin energy, causing the infant spirit to materialize on the sink. With the nourishment of yin energy, it appeared sprightly, its glossy eyes gazing innocently at Zhang Yuanqing. Let me impart a little life wisdom. This is a toothbrush, and I, your master, am about to brush my teeth. Come, repeat after me. Toothbrush, brush teeth with a toothbrush. Since the little creature was not an unconscious spirit, it would eventually grow and, during that growth, would require its master to instill the correct values. It must learn to be an upright spirit, abiding by the law and rejecting gambling and drugs. The infant spirit tilted its head, staring blankly at him. Toothbrush, brush teeth with a toothbrush, repeat after me. Zhang Yuanqing persisted for a moment before suddenly feeling disheartened, temporarily abandoning his teaching aspirations, as he could not discern who was the greater fool in this exchange, himself or the little trickster. After finishing his morning routine, his phone rang. It was Li Dongzi calling. Hello, director? Yuan Shi, come by in the morning. I need your cooperation on something. What is it? The night wanderer from the Tai sect has some inquiries for you. We can discuss the details when you arrive. What does the night wanderer from Tai want with me? Have they taken a fancy to my unparalleled talents? If that were the case, they should approach me privately. Understood, director. Zhang Yuanqing ended the call. He was already scheduled to report on the infant spirit incident. After having breakfast, he donned his backpack, pretending to head to school. Upon leaving the community, he hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Public Security Bureau. Entering the glass-paneled building, As he approached Li Dong's office door, he overheard laughter from within. "Oh my God, that is the funniest joke I've ever heard. And let me share another amusing story. Do you know Captain Zhao?" "Yes, the one who always mistakenly enters the women's restroom. When he first became a night wanderer, he devoured 7 female spirits in one go, and since then, he has developed a habit of squatting to urinate, which he has struggled to change for many years." Haha. Dear God, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. The previous one doesn't even compare. It's all right. I know many secrets about the night wanderers. I'll tell you in detail later, but you must promise not to spread it. After all, we are not gossip mongers, right? Knock, knock. Zhang Yuanqing rapped on the glass door. Instantly, the jovial chatter ceased, and Li Dong's steady voice called out, "Please, come in." Zhang Yuanqing pushed the door open to find Li Dong's seated on a couch with a man dressed in black formal attire, a black shirt, sharing a drink. This man, clad entirely in black, possessed decent features, though his skin appeared somewhat pale and gaunt, exuding an understated air of nobility. "Here comes our exceptional newcomer," Li Dong's smiled, gesturing toward him, saying, "There's cola in the fridge, help yourself." As Zhang Yuanqing twisted open the cap of the cola bottle and took a sip, Li Dongza introduced. Yuanqing, captain of the Tai sect stationed in Kangnong district, a level 3 night wanderer, is among the elite of our official organization. As a top-tier profession, the level 3 night wanderer stands out in the realm of the extraordinary. Indeed, he is a remarkable individual. Elder son must be quite confused. Yuanqing sighed and shook hands with Zhang Yuanqing. However, Zhang Yuanqing wore an eager smile. Upon meeting Captain Yuan, I felt an inexplicable sense of familial warmth. Could this be the sense of belonging among night wanderers? With outsiders present, Zhang Yuanqing temporarily set aside the matter of the infant spirit. Yuanqing was taken aback. There shouldn't be such a sense of belonging among night wanderers. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly realized it was Captain Yuan who bestowed upon him this feeling of warmth, such as Captain Yuan's personal charm. Hearing this, a smile uncontrollably blossomed on Yuanqing's face. This lad certainly had a way with words. Yet, considering that this was a subordinate of Li Dongza, a wave of regret washed over him. Elder son must be quite confused. Noticing the exchange of glances between the two, Li Dongza cleared his throat and said with gravity, "Today, Captain Yuan is here on official business." He then turned to Yuanqing and inquired, "Shall we meet in my office or the conference room across the way?" Yuanqing replied, "Let us go to the conference room." As he spoke, he picked up the briefcase from the glass coffee table and nodded at Zhang Yuanqing with a smile, saying, "May I have a word in private?" Is he seeking a private consultation? From the director's demeanor, it doesn't seem like he intends to recruit me. What could it be? Zhang Yuanqing thought. Very well. He did not decline, saying, "I would like to visit the restroom first." Yuanqing nodded and exited the office first. Zhang Yuanqing turned towards the workspace, and with a sweeping glance, deliberately ignored Wang Tai, who was engrossed in writing an academic paper. He approached Guanya's desk and joked, "I was expecting a beautiful distraction but encountered a night wanderer from the Tai sect instead." Guanya, cradling her water cup, replied with a smile, "That indicates it's not a beautiful distraction. Scorpio's fortune is quite favorable today, but be especially cautious when conversing with colleagues or superiors, otherwise things could take a drastic turn." She was clad in a white shirt and a short skirt, her elegantly styled wavy hair framing her delicate and fashionable features. With a heart-shaped face, she exuded charm, enhanced by her subtle makeup and mixed heritage. Zhang Yuanqing teased, for instance, "If you were to flirt with me and I were to firmly reject you, would that capsize our little friendship boat?" "No, you wouldn't reject me." "For you are a Scorpio," Guanya replied with utmost seriousness. "Enough already. If you keep disparaging Scorpios, I might have to hit you with a stick," he retorted. However, he had received the hint he desired, and promptly turned, striding towards the conference room door, gently knocking on the glass. "Please come in," Yuanqing responded from within. Chapter 37. The inheritor of the demon lord. Upon entering the room, Zhang Yuanqing beheld Yuanqing seated at the conference table, a cigarette delicately held between his fingers. Reclining languidly against the back of his chair, a smile gracing his lips. Beside this night wanderer lay a pin holder, within which stood a command flag, its iron tip adorned with silk, the flag's surface a deep black, embellished with silver thread depicting cloud patterns, and at its center, the character for command. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to the command flags utilized by ancient military forces. Taking his seat with a straightened posture, Zhang Yuanqing inquired, "Captain Yuan, what brings me here?" I must clarify that I am quite content in Team 2 and have no intention of switching teams. He endeavored to gauge his counterpart's intentions with a hint of jest. You have successfully traversed the Shelling Tunnel, and Commander Fu holds you in high regard, making it difficult for me to sway you. Alas, you may not be aware that when Commander Fu requested that strategy guide on your behalf, elder son of our Tai sect deemed your success improbable and thus declined to pursue you. Now, regrettably, it is too late. There are murmurs within the sect. Many believe you possess considerable potential and may ascend to the ranks of the saints in the future. Oh, I seem to have rambled on. Yuanqing interjected. I tend to be quite talkative. I hope you don't mind. Oh, so elder son's confusion stems from that? Zhang Yuanqing nodded in understanding. Care for a smoke? I'm not much of a smoker. I, too, refrained from smoking at your age. It wasn't until I became a night wanderer and faced the psychological trials that I developed a dependency. Smoking may not be virtuous, but it certainly alleviates stress. Every night wanderer has their quirks. I have a friend named G in his early days as a night wanderer. He was so traumatized that he needed to watch an hour of Teletubbies daily to manage his emotions and quell his fears. Even now, he cannot shake off that habit. Ha ha ha, Captain Yuan, you are indeed quite loquacious, but how could you share your friend's embarrassing tales so freely? Zhang Yuanqing silently critiqued while maintaining a facade of earnest attentiveness. After some idle chatter, Yuanqing finally recalled the matter at hand, cleared his throat, and stated solemnly, We are in search of a fortunate individual, the inheritor of the Demon Lord's legacy. All newly appointed night wanderers this year are under our scrutiny, including yourself. The Demon Lord is an ID of a high-level spirit realm practitioner. The inheritor of the Demon Lord? Zhang Yuanqing responded with bewilderment. I do not grasp your meaning. To clarify further, our official conjecture posits that the issuance of character cards in the spirit realm is not without limits. There exists a certain threshold. Therefore, when a spirit realm practitioner perishes, all that he possesses is reclaimed by the spirit realm, including his character card. Yuanqing lit another cigarette, continuing, when high-level spirit realm practitioners die, the spirit realm does not entirely erase their character cards. Rather, they retain certain unique attributes, which are then bestowed upon newcomers. We refer to this phenomenon as inheritance. Is that so? Zhang Yuanqing pondered. May I inquire who the Demon Lord is and the purpose behind your search for his inheritor? This pertains to my own interests, and I hope you can appreciate my curiosity. Yuanqing was surprisingly candid, stating, I am unaware of the higher-ups' motives in seeking the inheritor of the Demon Lord. For middle-tier officials like us, it suffices to follow orders. As for the Demon Lord, a look of hatred and fear crossed Yuanqing's face as he spoke in a low tone. He is a fallen night wanderer, a sworn enemy of our Tai sect. Numerous official spirit realm practitioners have perished at his hands, those of the Five Elements Alliance, our Tai sect. Even the elders within our sect hold him in great trepidation, which has instilled widespread panic among officials. The sect master once remarked that he's the most formidable and promising night wanderer of the past 30 years. Whether he is truly fearsome is yet to be determined. But he surely embodies a certain theatricality. Zhang Yuanqing inquired eagerly, how does one identify the inheritor of the Demon Lord? Or rather, how may I assist you? It appears that the inheritor has little to do with the Demon Lord himself. Surely, the Tai sect, a righteous organization, would not wrongfully accuse the innocent. Yuanqing replied with equal candor. The inheritor of the Demon Lord possesses two distinctive traits. First, their character card bears a full moon instead of a crescent. Second, upon clearing a dungeon, they receive a unique reward exclusive to their character card. Zhang Yuanqing maintained a composed exterior while internally grappling with tumultuous thoughts. Isn't that precisely my character card? The one Brother Bing sent me. Why does Brother Bing possess the Demon Lord's character card? What is his connection to the Demon Lord? I had always assumed that the unique rewards associated with the red ballet shoes card were standard. But it appears that the inheritance from the Demon Lord has granted me something extraordinary. Fortunately, the rarity of rule-based items has allowed me to conceal the existence of this unique reward from Shi Chong and Lao Siji, who are only aware of my possession of a rule-based item but not of the unique reward. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhang Yuanqing quickly regained his composure, offering a rueful smile. It seems I am not the inheritor of the Demon Lord after all. I have always considered myself special, especially since I successfully navigated the Shelling Tunnel. Captain Yuan, how might I reveal my mark? It does not respond to my will. The mark signifies the spirit realm. And aside from the night, I rebooted my character card, and when I leveled up within the spirit realm, during which the black moon mark becomes visible on my forehead. At all other times, it seems to be non-existent. Yuanqing glanced at the command flag inserted in the pinholder and remarked, "Low-level spirit realm practitioners cannot influence their marks. Such refined attire is a privilege reserved for high-level practitioners. I need not observe your mark. I merely require the ability to discern deception." He gestured toward the pinholder, explaining, "This command flag is a tool borrowed from Commander Fu. Its ability compels obedience and renders lies impossible. The cost, however, is that I too cannot lie." Zhang Yuanqing endeavored to maintain his composure. At that moment, words failed to encapsulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Yuanqing ceased his idle chatter, brandishing the command flag, directing it toward Zhang Yuanqing, and intoned gravely, "Then, I shall now ask you, is your night wanderer mark a crescent or a full moon?" As the words fell, Zhang Yuanqing felt an overwhelming and majestic force envelop him, instilling a profound sense of reverence that compelled him to comply, rendering him incapable of concealment, as though he yearned to divulge all his secrets. His mind tensed uncontrollably, tingling at the scalp. What could be the true purpose behind the Tai sect's search for the inheritor of the Demon Lord? If it were merely to recruit talent, that would not be so vague and ambiguous, as that would be quite ordinary. Surely, there lie deeper motives. The character card was given to him by Brother Bing. It might even involve him. Tension gradually morphed into anxiety. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing recalled the infant spirit residing within him, whose master could transfer received damage and negative effects to the spirit servant, allowing it to share the burden. Although the command flag's power was imposing, it did not inflict tangible harm. The little rascal should be safe. It was worth a try. He promptly settled his emotions and reached out to the infant spirit within him, facilitating a brief connection between their souls. In an instant, the mighty and imposing force surged through his spiritual essence and into the infant spirit. The slumbering infant spirit stirred, seemingly having experienced a nightmare. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanqing felt a wave of relief wash over him as the feelings of awe and fear dissipated. "Crescent," Zhang Yuanqing replied in a subdued tone. Yuanqing remained silent for several seconds, sustaining the gesture of the command flag, and asked, "Do you possess a unique reward associated with your character card?" None. Yuanqing fell silent once more, and after a pause of several seconds, he sighed and withdrew the command flag. "You have passed the screening. I shall relay the results to the organization. The Tai sect places immense importance on the inheritor of the Demon Lord, and similar verifications may follow. Furthermore, should you discern any night watchers possessing these dual characteristics, I implore you to apprise me, for the Tai sect shall bestow a substantial reward. I would not betray myself, even for a king's ransom," Zhang Yuanqing said, breathing a sigh of relief. "I will inform you immediately upon discovery." Yuanqing nodded approvingly. Verily, becoming an heir to the Demon Lord is not invariably advantageous. The spirit realm possesses a mechanism of equilibrium. Those spirit realm walkers endowed with unique abilities are often assigned arduous tasks. Remember, reward and peril are ever in direct proportion. The Demon Lord's heir is indeed to be pitied, Zhang Yuanqing jested, his words sincere. Yuanqing returned the pinholder and command flag to his briefcase and extended his mobile phone. "If you are amenable, let us become acquainted. There are scant night watchers within the Five Elements Alliance. Ergo, there is a paucity of individuals to impart the experience and knowledge of your profession. Should any perplexities arise, you may consult me. You are most benevolent." Zhang Yuanqing acquiesced, scanning the code to add him as a friend. Yuanqing stowed his phone and added with a smile, "A consultation fee will be levied, of course." "A fee is required?" Zhang Yuanqing's countenance fell. "Pray, you have been a night watcher for nigh a week," Yuanqing remarked. "Based on our accumulated experience, neophyte night watchers will re-enter the spirit realm within the ensuing 1 to 2 weeks, most likely in a multiplayer adversarial scenario. Thus, I shall receive a mission within a week at most?" Zhang Yuanqing's mood was a mixture of somber anticipation. "What is the price of this intelligence?" Yuanqing smiled. "This tidbit is gratis." "Gratis? You are most benevolent," Zhang Yuanqing stated immediately. "Then, I have further inquiries for Captain Yuan. Are these also gratis?" "That depends on the merit of your query," Yuanqing responded. "Among the Night Watcher's subsequent abilities, is there one called Solar Divinity?" "Indeed, although the specific tier eludes me." "That suffices. I now possess a perspicuous understanding of my profession's future trajectory. To embody both sun and moon, yin and yang, is quite exhilarating," Zhang Yuanqing declared. "I have no further questions." As he watched the Night Watcher of the Tai sect depart the conference room and descend the steel stairs, Zhang Yuanqing made his way toward the chief's office. The situation at his aunt's hospital still required reporting, but the narrative must be altered. He could not divulge any information pertaining to little Duby, nor reveal that he possessed a spirit servant. Not at this juncture. In the office, Li Dongza heard a bellow from the doorway. I stand at the cusp of the tempest, grasping the sun and moon in rotation. May heaven and earth be well ordered. The song ceased, succeeded by a knock. Li Dongza responded, enter. Chapter 38. Investigation. Li Dongza sat behind an opulent desk, deftly wielding a sharp razor to groom his meticulously styled mustache. Though I found the task of trimming facial hair to be rather cumbersome, it was a necessary sacrifice for the sake of elegance. With a slight smile, Li Dongza scrutinized me and remarked, it seems you've passed the screening of Tai Yimin. Zhang Yuanqing casually responded, Director Shi is indeed aware of Tai Yimin's intentions in seeking me out, yet he provided no prior hints. Such behavior could cost him my cooperation. Li Dongza, focused on the delicate task of grooming, interjected, but such formidable figures are often too distant from us. An elephant may inadvertently crush an ant, but would never intentionally trample it. The demon lord is certainly no benevolent entity. How could Binggu be associated with such a character? Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuanqing continued, Director Shi, could you please inquire about the progress of the Lei Yibing case in Jiangnan province? Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could investigate Lei Yibing's activities and social interactions during his university years. Detailed information would be ideal. Previously, as a novice lacking the necessary skills and experience, I had harbored fantasies of a long-term mission regarding Binggu's disappearance. However, now that I was aware of the truth behind the Demon Lord's character card, I was compelled to re-evaluate the circumstances surrounding Binggu's absence. Why did he vanish? Was he alive or dead? What could be the reason for bestowing the Demon Lord character card upon me? The truth lay shrouded in layers of mystery, intertwined with both Bingji's fate and my own. Even with my current meager strength, I felt compelled to explore and investigate. Binggu had sent me the character card without divulging any information, and while I understood the reasoning behind his silence sometimes, it is not merely a matter of not wanting to speak, but rather that others cannot pry the truth from his lips. Today's inquiry served as a prime example. His reticence was likely for my own benefit, yet he would undoubtedly leave behind clues to gradually guide me towards the truth. Therefore, I required as much information as possible regarding Binggu. Li Dongza pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, I will call on my colleagues there, though this will take some time. In his view, it was only natural for Yuanqing to be concerned about his childhood friend's safety. Yet he believed that as a spirit realm practitioner, being trapped in the realm for an entire week likely meant death. Once the topic of Binggu had been addressed, Zhang Yuanqing steered the conversation to a more serious matter, his expression grave. Director Shi, I have something to report. Seeing his subordinate's solemn demeanor, Li Dongza set down the razor, closed the compact mirror, and straightened his posture. What is it? Zhang Yuanqing recounted the haunting occurrences at the hospital where his aunt worked, inadvertently revealing that he had brought a spirit child home. However, he concealed and modified the information regarding the spirit servant, describing the spirit child as a stagnant entity that had undergone rituals but had not ascended to the status of a spirit servant. As he spoke, Zhang Yuanqing carefully controlled his emotions, ensuring that his expression and tone betrayed no flaws that might alert Li Dongza. He concluded, I suspect that a spirit realm practitioner is conducting experiments to refine spirit servants in the hospital, likely the Night Wanderer. However, I cannot ascertain whether they are wild or affiliated with an official organization. Li Dongza's countenance darkened further with each word, and he could not suppress a tightening grip on his cane. Oh heavens! This is a wretch who deserves to be cast into hell. I will ensure he pays for his actions, I swear. The concepts of consuming and enslaving spirits differ significantly. Spirits inevitably dissipate, while consumption hastens this process. To refine spirits into servants is a violation of humanitarian principles, especially in the case of a spirit child. The prohibition against using ordinary spirits to refine servants stems from a humanitarian standpoint. One must consider how they would feel if their family or friends, upon death, were transformed into spirit servants. I expected you would say, I truly wish to kick him hard with my bee with a piece of candy nestled in her mouth. Her cheeks slightly puffed, she appeared even more sweet and adorable. Guanya, confident in her beauty, found herself still marveling at the unadorned visage of the female doctor before her. She quickly approached, positioning herself in front of the doctor, and cheerfully inquired, Doctor, I am planning to conceive soon. Could you enlighten me on what I should pay attention to? Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanqing had ventured into a secluded corridor, summoning the little rascal. The chubby, delightful baby with sparse fine hair, lay on the floor, gazing at Zhang Yuanqing with innocent, sparkling eyes. Zhang Yuanqing conveyed thoughts of freedom and play to the child. He intended to use the little rascal to draw out the hidden pursuer. The loss of a precious spiritual servant would undoubtedly prompt the individual behind it to search. Once he discovered that the baby spirit had reappeared in the hospital, he would inevitably be drawn in. Even if the plan to lure out the serpent failed, the little rascal would help him locate the mastermind, as it would have a lingering impression of the one who sought to refine it, perhaps even harboring a natural affinity. Having received Zhang Yuanqing's consent, the little rascal joyfully began to crawl down the corridor. Zhang Yuanqing followed closely, reaching the 4th floor, where he pushed open the door to the waiting area and trailed behind as they made their way to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Could that individual truly be in the obstetrics and gynecology department? As Zhang Yuanqing pondered this, he was suddenly greeted by the sound of tinkling laughter. Is that so? You like that brand of skincare products too? I travel abroad often. I'll bring some back for you. It was Guanya's voice. Following the sound, he observed her animatedly chatting with a female doctor, engaging in lively banter. The doctor in the white coat was none other than his aunt. Cursed fate. Zhang Yuanqing lowered the brim of his hat, attempting to divert his gaze from his aunt to avoid any eye contact. Despite donning a mask and hat, given their intimate familiarity, she would undoubtedly recognize him through his eyes alone. At that moment, he noticed the little rascal happily crawling toward his aunt. Chapter 39. That little rascal. Why does he keep going to my aunt? Zhang Yuanqing internally lamented, lowering his hat brim once more, his gaze trailing after the impish spirit. The infant spirit, with its clumsy yet nimble crawling, swiftly approached Zhang Yuer, embracing her leg and clinging to it. Why is it so fond of my aunt? Zhang Yuanqing mused, his expression gradually becoming complex. Zhang Yuer, oblivious, chatted animatedly with Guanya. Didn't your husband come with you? He's still in university. Oh, a university student? My nephew is also a university student, but he's still single. Is that so? Yes, it's quite embarrassing. Zhang Yuanqing thought to himself. You've been working for 2 years since graduation and are still single. Who are you looking down on? At that moment, he noticed the little spirit voluntarily slide down from his aunt's leg, lying on the ground with its head cocked, as if discerning something. Then, it scurried towards the depths of the corridor, heading for one of the clinic offices. A thought sparked in Zhang Yuanqing's mind. He nonchalantly began to follow, tailing the spirit discreetly. After the little spirit crawled into the clinic office, Zhang Yuanqing casually sauntered past, feigning nonchalance. The door to the clinic office was ajar, revealing a young doctor in a white coat seated at his desk. The doctor possessed gentle features and an air of comfortable erudition. At that moment, he sat upright, intently sensing something. The little spirit had climbed onto the desk, amusing itself. It's him. As the spirit's master, Zhang Yuanqing sensed a unique affinity between the spirit and the doctor, coupled with the young doctor's subtle movements. He deduced that this doctor was the spirit realm cultivator, secretly crafting spirit servants. Zhang Yuanqing departed without disturbing the doctor, returning to the waiting area and calling Guanya. The phone rang twice before Guanya hung up. Moments later, the mixed-race beauty strode out, her long legs carrying her swiftly. I've gathered information. The haunting rumors began half a month ago. The number of spirits isn't too high. We can directly access the clinic records and then request a list of obstetrics and gynecology staff. Zhang Yuanqing whispered, I've identified the target. So quickly? Guanya's expression immediately turned serious. Who is it? An obstetrics and gynecology doctor. The name on his badge is Wang Qian. He's in the 4th clinic office on the right side of the corridor. Zhang Yuanqing inquired, what's the next step? Guanya pondered for a few seconds, then said, I'll investigate first, test his depth, and then decide whether to call the squad leader for support. Zhang Yuanqing asked curiously, how do you plan to test his depth? I feel like your words are strange. The seasoned driver chuckled, then her eyes lit up with a faint white light as she scrutinized Zhang Yuanqing. Your physical quality is good, your life force is vigorous, and the Tang power within you is quite substantial, roughly equivalent to a level 1 mid-stage. Your current emotions are curiosity, vigilance, and a faint hostility, but not towards me. Seeing Zhang Yuanqing's mouth widening in astonishment, Guanya smiled. Insight is a level 1 scout skill. I can see through an opponent's approximate level, limited to the extraordinary realm. If I don't come out in 10 seconds, follow me. If I come out within 10 seconds, we'll call for support. She put on her sunglasses, swayed her hips, and headed back to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Zhang Yuanqing watched her enter the clinic office, silently counted to 10, and, seeing that Guanyu had not yet emerged, lowered his hat brim, and began to act. When he returned to the clinic office, Guanyu was sitting across from the young doctor, discussing pre-pregnancy knowledge. You. Seeing Zhang Yuanqing return and close the clinic office door, the young doctor frowned. Guanyu crossed her arms and smiled. We are the Five Elements Alliance, the second squad of the Kangnong District Spirit Realm Cultivators. You are suspected of illegally crafting spirit servants. Please cooperate with the investigation. The young doctor's face darkened as his gaze swept over the two. I don't know what you're talking about. Please don't interfere with my work, or I'll consider calling the police. As he spoke, he stood up and walked towards the door, exclaiming, Don't block the door. I have patients waiting. Seeing the doctor approaching, Zhang Yuanqing quietly tensed his muscles, ready to enter night patrol mode at any moment. He wasn't panicking. Since Guanyu remained here, she must have discerned that the doctor's strength was not great, and the two of them could handle him. Zhang Yuanqing was prepared to meet the doctor's resistance. But at that moment, he saw the young doctor reveal a sorrowful expression and sing in a low, melancholic tone, thinking back to the twists and turns we've been through. Only the two of us understand. Others can't. You say you're tired. Can you let me go? Listening to the sorrowful song, Zhang Yuanqing felt an indescribable sense of sadness, fatigue, helplessness, and despondency. What was the point of clinging on? It was better to let go. So he silently moved aside. No longer blocking the door, Guanyu abruptly stood up from the desk, twisting her waist, spinning, and sweeping her leg, her high heels clicking. Bang! The young doctor, about to flee, was struck in the waist by the sweeping leg, which carried a gust of wind. He grunted and flew backward, crashing heavily into the wall. His face was pale as he clutched his ribs, collapsing to the ground. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly woke up, shaking off the sadness and fatigue. What was he thinking? Why did he feel emotionally exhausted with a man? He looked bewildered. So he's a musician, Guanyu said with a sardonic smile. Not only are you suspected of illegally crafting spirit servants, but you're also resisting arrest and using supernatural abilities against official spirit realm cultivators. She glanced at Zhang Yuanqing and added, causing great trauma to the minds of our official personnel. Now, you're officially under arrest. The young doctor clutched his painfully throbbing ribs, his face pale. You can't arrest me. I'm from the Jisha Palace. The Jisha Palace and the Five Elements Alliance don't interfere with each other. You can't arbitrarily arrest me. Guanyu's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly, revealing a solemn expression. Zhang Yuanqing whispered, Jisha Palace? The Jisha Palace is a local spirit realm cultivator organization in Shanghai. It's unofficial. The Palace Master is a high-level spirit realm cultivator, Guanyu explained. The Palace Master of this organization is a high-level spirit realm cultivator and has signed a non-aggression pact with our branch. The Five Elements Alliance can't arbitrarily arrest or deal with people from the Jisha Palace. The people in this organization are all very extreme. They constantly spout slogans like using war to stop war and using killing to stop killing. The Palace Master is even more of a madman. So as long as they behave themselves, our branch's higher-ups are willing to take a step back and coexist harmoniously. You can't insult our Palace Master, the young doctor said with suppressed anger. The prerequisite for non-aggression is that you behave yourselves. Since you've done something illegal, no one can save you, Guanyu said, her beautiful face covered in frost, her eyes sharp. At that moment, she was no longer just a seasoned driver, but a stern and ruthless law enforcer. No, I didn't do anything illegal. I didn't craft spirit servants, Wang Qian said, defending himself in a low voice. He sat on the ground, not attempting to get up, fearing the rough treatment of the two official spirit realm cultivators. Do you need me to give you a hint? That child. Zhang Yuanqing sneered. He was pondering how to deal with this person. If he was a spirit realm cultivator who had done many evil deeds, then he should be eliminated. If it only involved crafting spirit servants, then it would be handled officially, according to the Five Elements Alliance's rules, and he would try to resolve the matter himself. But he had a question in his mind. From his observation earlier, this person seemed to be able to sense the infant spirit, but couldn't actually see it. Upon hearing the word child, Wang Qian's expression abruptly changed, and he exclaimed, So it is because of this matter. You have misunderstood. I have not created a spirit servant. I am merely a musician, lacking the ability to forge spirit servants. That child was an accident. An accident? Zhang Yuanqing interjected. Indeed. He's the child of my deceased sister. Zhang Yuanqing and Guanyu exchanged glances, the former's fury ignited. You would not even spare your own nephew? Wang Qian appeared incensed by Zhang Yuanqing's words, responding with agitation. No, I said it was an accident. Over half a month ago, my sister fell at home. Her amniotic fluid ruptured, leading to bleeding and injury to the fetus. She was already 7 months pregnant. The hospital performed an emergency cesarean, but the child's condition was dire. To save the child, I requested a device from the organization, hoping to harness its power to rescue my unborn nephew, but ultimately he still perished. By a twist of fate, that device endowed him with spiritual energy, transforming him into a unique spirit. Lacking experience and insight, Zhang Yuanqing glanced at Guanya. The mixed-blood beauty pondered for a moment before affirming, "It seems that the profession of musician does indeed possess nurturing abilities. I have read about it in some documents. Though it is not a skill of the extraordinary stage, not an extraordinary ability, which is why he sought a device from the organization." Zhang Yuanqing mused inwardly. The young doctor whispered, "You came because you heard rumors of hauntings, correct? Because of that device, the spirit has lingered, wandering the hospital day after day. He is still young, knowing nothing, not even aware that he is a spirit. He yearns for attention, instinctively drawn to older women. Which is why those with weakened vitality occasionally sense his presence." Zhang Yuanqing questioned, "So, you intend to do nothing? What can I do? The musician's profession grants me heightened sensitivity. I can sense him, but I cannot interact with spirits like the night wanderer. All I can do is accompany him until his spiritual essence is exhausted and he completely dissipates." A flicker of sorrow crossed Wang Qian's eyes as he spoke. Zhang Yuanqing could not help but steal a glance at the little spirit amusing itself at the desk. No one could see it, no one acknowledged it. Had it spent its days in such lonely fashion? Reflecting on Wang Qian's words, Zhang Yuanqing found everything to be quite reasonable. This was precisely why the hospital was haunted, and why the infant spirit followed its aunt, who bore the essence of the night wanderer, home. It was inherently unclaimed, and the musician uncle could not control the spirit. Zhang Yuanqing looked to Guanya for her opinion. She nodded slightly. The scout could see through some clumsy lies, and Wang Qian's words held no flaws, lacking deceit. Guanya inquired, "What is your sister's name?" "Wang Qian. Please produce your identification." After verifying his ID, Guanya returned it to Wang Qian, stating, "We will verify your sister's situation and report it to the organization, which will contact the extermination palace to validate your claims. Within 24 hours, we will reach out to you again. Until then, we hope you will not leave Songhai." Wang Qian exhaled in relief and nodded slightly. Guanya then requested his phone number before departing with Zhang Yuanqing. Zhang Yuanqing Discord Chapter 40. The Sorcerer, What's the Matter? Zhang Yuanqing felt a sense of foreboding. There has been a conflict among the spirit realm practitioners in Fenghui District, resulting in 1 dead and 1 injured. I need you to come and inquire about the spirit. Li Dong's voice was drowned out by a cacophony of noise, suggesting a heated argument was taking place. As he had suspected, it was indeed about the inquiry. He knew that the inquiry would not be a plea for help, and in other matters, he could not be of assistance, considering he was still just a child. What about the Night Wanderer in Fenghui District? The Tai sect has assigned Night Wanderers to every major district in Songhai. In Kanghong District, it is Yuanting. Naturally, Fenghui District has its own as well. The deceased was a sorcerer, and the spirits of sorcerers are notoriously malevolent and frenzied. Yet this particular sorcerer was somewhat different. The risk of soul consumption is considerable. The Night Wanderers of the Tai sect are reluctant to take such risks, leading to disputes with our colleagues in Fenghui District. Li Dong's tone was tinged with resignation. As he spoke, the din on the other end of the line grew even more intense. The spirit of a sorcerer? Zhang Yuanqing's heart leaped with excitement. He had reviewed numerous professional materials in recent days, and if classified by mental strength, Night Wanderers and illusionists ranked at the top, with sorcerers following closely behind. This could yield a wealth of experience. However, Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow and remarked, "The Tai sect is an official organization. Isn't anyone overseeing this matter? Even if there are risks, those benefiting from official privileges and entitlements should fulfill their responsibilities rather than merely occupy their positions." Unlike the Five Elements Alliance, the Night Wanderers are few in number, with the Elder Council based in the capital. The captains of the Night Wanderers across various districts hold equal rank. Li Dong's voice conveyed a sense of helplessness. Complaints can certainly be lodged, but they must be reported to the capital, and there is no direct oversight in Songhai. Complaints will undoubtedly follow, but for now, we must act. Due to the ferocity of the sorcerer's spirit, Night Wanderers from other districts are unwilling to take risks for incidents outside their jurisdiction. At this moment, the importance of the Night Wanderers from the Five Elements Alliance becomes apparent. "I will come right away," Zhang Yuanqing stated. Just then, he vaguely heard someone speaking over the loudspeaker. "Li Dongza, your actions are inappropriate. Although I urgently need to inquire about the spirit, he is still a level 1. The voice abruptly cut off as Li Dongza hung up the phone. Zhang Yuanqing ended the call, and the old office lady swiveled her chair around, smiling as she said, "From the sound of it, that seems to be Li Yuanfang from Team 2. It's been a long time since Fenghui District's Team 2 has made any contributions. Their performance has consistently been at the bottom, which is why the night wanderers from that district are so arrogant." Li Yuanfang? What a good name, Zhang Yuanqing thought to himself. Guanya added, "The captain of Team 2 in Fenghui District is also one of our White Tiger Legion." The old office lady threw a flirtatious glance his way, hinting that he should forge good relations with the mid-level members of the White Tiger Legion to curry favor. Zhang Yuanqing, with a complex expression, said, "Sister Guanya, you treat me so well. Have you fallen for me and wish for an old cow to eat tender grass?" Across the table, Wang Tai was drinking water and suddenly spewed it out. He stared in shock at his two colleagues, wondering when they had gotten close, as he had been completely oblivious. "Old cow?" Guanya's eyebrows shot up, her smooth forehead twitching with veins, biting her plump lip. "Yuanqing, I feel that before that long vehicle returns, we still have time for a fight. I was wrong." Zhang Yuanqing was flexible in his responses. The black business vehicle drove into the Fenghui District Public Security Bureau. Through the tinted glass, Zhang Yuanqing saw Li Dongza leaning on his cane, waiting early in front of the office building. After disembarking, the two exchanged nods and entered the building together. A few minutes later, they arrived at the morgue. Outside the morgue, in the spacious and bright corridor, 7 or 8 spirit realm practitioners were gathered. Zhang Yuanqing casually glanced over, speculating on their professions based on their appearances and demeanor. Muscular and appearing quite irritable. A fire master for sure. What about the one with a bird perched on his shoulder? As the team leader mentioned. The wood spirits of the 100 Flowers Society love animals. The one with a dull expression was clearly a soil monster. These spirit realm practitioners all bore expressions of indignation. Finally, Zhang Yuanqing turned his gaze to a middle-aged man approaching him. This man appeared to be around 40. With sunken eyes, a hawkish nose, and thin lips, projecting a sharp and serious demeanor. "Allow me to introduce, this is the captain of Team 2 in Fenghui District. A level 3 scout, with the spirit realm ID of Li Yuanfang." As Li Dongza introduced the man, a smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. "Li Dongza, you seem eager to introduce my spirit realm ID to everyone." The middle-aged man sighed, turning to Zhang Yuanqing with a serious face that softened into a smile. "I took this name years ago, inspired by my obsession with TV drama set in the Tang dynasty. You must be the newly recruited night wanderer of our White Tiger Legion, quite young and handsome. I wonder if you have met Deringia. It must be quite awkward. Or rather, amusing." Suppressing a chuckle, Zhang Yuanqing warmly shook hands with him, addressing him as captain repeatedly. This only widened Li Yuanfang's smile, affirming that our own night wanderers are indeed better. After a moment of reflection, he continued, "Li Dongza has briefed you on the situation, I presume?" "Regrettably, the night wanderers stationed in Fenghui District under the Tai sect have refused to conduct the inquiry, leaving us no choice but to seek your assistance." A muscular young man scoffed, asserting that even though consuming a sorcerer's spirit carries risks, it should not lead to fatalities. "Do we not face risks while battling malevolent professions on the front lines? The night wanderers of the Tai sect always act as if they are above us. Every time we seek their help, it feels as though we are begging them." The young man with the bird on his shoulder chimed in. "That's why it's better to rely on our own." Li Yuanfang waved his hand, interrupting his subordinate's grievances, and said thoughtfully, "Although Li Dongza has assured you, I must still caution you that the mental power of a sorcerer is exceptionally strong, and they are often chaotic and frenzied. The deceased was a level 3 sorcerer. His lingering spirit is highly dangerous. Are you confident in your abilities?" The team members turned their expectant gazes toward Zhang Yuanqing. He nodded affirmatively. "No problem, I am confident." The spirit realm practitioners from Fenghui District displayed expressions of relief, and Li Yuanfang's demeanor eased, his gaze towards Zhang Yuanqing reflecting newfound respect. "Thank you for your assistance." He nodded appreciatively. Immediately, Li Dongza led Zhang Yuanqing into the morgue and closed the door behind them, preventing the curious colleagues from Fenghui District from entering. Leaning on his cane, Li Dongza approached a steel gurney and lifted the white cloth covering the body. Upon seeing the corpse beneath the cloth, Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. The body had short, dark green hair, with rough, resilient brown skin. Thick calluses covered the joints of the elbows and knees, resembling armor. The nails were dark and sharply curved, infused with venom. The skin of the face was also deep brown, with dull, vacant pupils resembling snake eyes. and the irises were amber. Li Dongzi, leaning on his cane, explained, the extraordinary sorcerers possess two primary methods. One is to cultivate insects, using them to kill stealthily. The other is to assimilate with the insects, gaining abilities based on their characteristics, thus enhancing their combat prowess. This could include self-healing, vitality, strength, speed, and toxicity. Zhang Yuanqing remarked, that sounds formidable. No wonder it is considered a malevolent profession. It is worth noting that among local spirit realm professions, sorcerers, illusionists, and bewitching beasts are top-tier professions, ranking alongside night wanderers. Therefore, there are only 3 types of malevolent professions, and their numbers cannot compare to those of official spirit realm practitioners. Li Dongzi stated, he was killed during the process of insect assimilation, and his body has remained in this state. He died in a rather undignified manner. Because of the fusion with the insect, his spirit is filled with hostility and beast-like traits, resulting in significant mental pollution. This is also why the night wanderers of the Tai sect are reluctant to engage. Zhang Yuanqing nodded. With the protective power of the demon-subduing pestle, he was unafraid of mental pollution. Li Dongzi continued, stating that the adversary he encountered was also a shaman. Upon our arrival, one was shot dead while the other fled, injured. Initial suspicions suggest that this individual may be a member of the Spirit Energy Society or a subordinate of the Black Wuchang. We must act swiftly to uncover any clues. I believe our colleagues in Team 2 outside are eager for developments. Zhang Yuan nodded, opened his inventory, and handed the demon-busting staff to Li Dongzi. He then approached the humanoid corpse and awakened the residual psychic energy dormant within the body. A shadowy figure gradually emerged, its expression vacant yet tinged with ferocity and darkness. It was even more agitated than the spirit of Bai Ohong, torn between a desire to consume and a reluctance to do so. Zhang Yuan sighed silently, a viscous black light surging in his eyes, filling his gaze as he inhaled deeply, drawing the spirit into his abdomen. A throbbing pain erupted in his forehead, and a myriad of fragmented memories flashed through his mind. These memories were chaotic and disjointed, allowing Zhang Yuan to glean fragments of the deceased's life experiences. Before becoming a spirit realm walker, this shaman was a vagrant, brash, and belligerent, collecting debts for predatory financial firms, overseeing nightclubs, engaging in scams, and coercing women from out of town into prostitution. Despite his nefarious deeds, he led a lavish lifestyle. Through a twist of fate, he gained the favor. Chapter 41. The tempest of misfortune. A resplendent golden light illuminated the sea of consciousness, causing Zhang Yuanqing's pent-up hostility to dissipate. He broke free from the questioning state and beheld the disheveled Li Dongzi, simultaneously acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body, as if he had endured a brutal beating. Truly, every time he consumed the spirit of an evil profession, the night wanderer descends into madness. Li Dongzi tossed the demon-slaying staff back to Zhang Yuanqing, then straightened his attire. He retrieved a packet of wet wipes from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "Wipe your nosebleed. One must always maintain elegance." Zhang Yuanqing accepted the wet wipes, cleaning away the traces of blood. He then opened his attributes panel for a fleeting glance, noting a 5 increase in experience, bringing his total to 52. Subsequently, he organized the fragmented memories. The Spirit Energy Society's Eastern Branch is presided over by 2 vice presidents, the Guileful Eye Judge and the Superior of the Outlawed Fiends. For years, these 2 have vied for the position of president, engaging in both overt and covert conflicts. Following the demise of the Guileful Eye Judge, the vice president sought the Holy Grail and roster, aiming to inherit his rival's legacy and consolidate the Eastern Branch. Thus, he is also in pursuit of the Black Impermanence. The Spirit Energy Society possesses immense influence. Just within the Eastern Branch, there are 2 vice presidents, both high-level practitioners of the spirit realm. Zhang Yuanqing steadied himself and declared, "Captain, I have uncovered a significant lead." He promptly relayed the list he had glimpsed in his memories to Li Dongzi. Listening intently, Li Dongzi nodded. Upon hearing the names on the list, his eyes gleamed with excitement. "Excellent. With this list in hand, we can conduct targeted investigations, avoiding the aimless floundering of headless flies. Indeed, no one knows the enemy better than the enemy themselves." Zhang Yuanqing mused, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. First, it was Xiangrong, then the outlawed fiends. It seems as though someone is delivering clues to us." Li Dongzi smiled. "You have quite the insight. How about drafting an analytical report for me? This will serve as a test of your capabilities." "Elegant, Captain. If you continue this way, you may lose my favor." Zhang Yuanqing's expression suddenly froze. Li Dongzi sighed, Recognizing that Li Yuanfang's team had accomplished a significant feat, he said nothing further. Leaning on his staff as he approached the door and opened the iron gate, members of the second team in the corridor surged forward, their expressions a mix of anticipation and solemnity as they faced the stern Li Yuanfang. "So, what is the news? Any leads?" Li Dongzi replied with a smile. "We have obtained a list of the Black Impermanence's subordinates. Your second team has done well." A smile broke through Li Yuanfang's austere visage. The team leaders of the second squad were elated, their faces radiant with joy. The weight of this list was undeniable. The more significant the list, the greater their merit. Benefiting the entire team. Li Dongzi's voice grew serious. However, the authenticity of the list remains to be verified. Li Yuanfang nodded steadily and then turned to Zhang Yuanqing, saying, "Once the rewards are dispersed, we will allocate 10% to compensate you." "Thank you." His tone was surprisingly gentle. Then, with a hint of envy, he remarked, "Captain Li, you are quite fortunate." The members of the second team regarded Zhang Yuanqing with expressions filled with goodwill and recognition. No one opposed the idea of compensating the captain, believing it was well-deserved. At dinner, Zhang Yuanqing sat at the table, savoring the dishes prepared by his grandmother. Zhang Yuer, while eating, scrolled through short videos, clad in a pink hoodie adorned with fluffy ears. He recalled how his aunt, at 18 or 19, had favored collecting black stockings and short skirts to showcase her mature allure. After turning 25, her style shifted to that of a youthful girl, self-proclaiming as a little fairy. With age, she grew increasingly fond of appearing younger. "Don't play with your phone while eating," his grandmother admonished. "Just a bit longer." His aunt pouted, chewing her food. "Yuanzi, today at the hospital, I saw a stunning mixed-race girl with an incredible figure. Do you know how old her husband is?" Not only was the mixed-race girl stunning, but she was also an adept driver. Zhang Yuanqing inquired, "How old?" "Still a college student," his aunt scoffed. "And look at you, single to this day, not amounting to anything." "You're single too. Who are you to judge?" Zhang Yuanqing shot back, glancing at her. "You don't understand. I choose to remain single to maintain my integrity. Your single status, however, reflects your lack of ambition." Even a punch from Shichu the overlord couldn't withstand it. His grandmother, overhearing, scolded her daughter, "You have the audacity to criticize Yuanzi? He is focused on his studies. What is wrong with that? And what integrity? Do you aspire to be a saint? Next week, you will continue with blind dates. I'm not asking you to marry immediately, but at least find a boyfriend to date." His aunt redirected the conversation, targeting her nephew. "Well, I'm not yet a full-time employee. I too must prioritize my career. Your grandson is 30 and still without a partner." Upon hearing this, his grandmother found merit in her argument and turned to Qin Yuanjun, pondering, "Yuanjun, shall I arrange another blind date for you? Last time, when I sent your photo to a prospective match, they told me they weren't looking for someone older. I'll have Yuer retouch your photo to make you look younger." His cousin grimaced, habitually furrowing his brow, and replied, "As long as grandmother is happy. But I believe Yuanzi has been sleeping during the day and gaming at night, showing little regard for his studies. University is not the end of education but the beginning of societal engagement. With your sister abroad, grandmother, you should supervise Yuanzi more closely. Perhaps we should destroy the PS5. His grandmother, finding logic in this, scolded, "All you do is play games. You're a waste of potential. Must I forcefully destroy your gaming console? Seriously, brother? That's too harsh." Zhang Yuanqing felt a pang of anxiety as his grandmother began her tirade. He quietly summoned Little Mischief, instructing him to climb atop his grandfather's head, allowing him to settle his emotions before taking action to alter his grandfather's hearing. "Grandmother, look at grandfather. He neglects everything, leaving you to manage the household alone. That is simply unfair." His aunt and cousin glanced at him, surprised by his newfound audacity. Hearing this, his grandmother turned to his grandfather, frowning, "Old Shin, why don't you say a word?" "Old Shin? Old Shin?" His grandfather, with a round and adorable baby perched on his head, feigned ignorance, continuing to eat in silence. Zhang Yuanqing discreetly recalled Little Mischief, and his grandfather abruptly lifted his head, as if he had just heard someone call his name, furrowing his brow. "What? I'm speaking to you." His grandmother snapped. "I didn't hear you." "What do you mean? Are you pretending to be deaf? All day, you just stroll around, play chess, and watch television. Am I your servant? You neglect your daughter, grandson. And grandson, I now see clearly where the family's shortcomings stem from." His grandmother's temper escalated uncontrollably. Zhang Yuanqing lowered his head to eat, concealing his achievements and reputation. At Mo's pet CAF, the roller shutter was half drawn, the dim lighting casting a tranquil ambience. where the warm orange glow melded with the elmwood floor. Prominent figures from Fenghui District, Kanyang District, Jinjian District, and Puning District gathered, a total of 11 individuals, convened around a round table, steaming cups of coffee at hand. Undoubtedly, this was a high-level meeting, summoned by an elder figure of considerable authority. Beneath the orange chandelier, at the center of the table, a proud and valiant curly-haired poodle sat, speaking in a human voice. Now that everyone is present, I will be brief. The demise of the guileful eye judge is of great consequence. What findings have you gathered in recent days? This poodle was an elder of the 100 Flowers Society, one of the key figures involved in the guileful eye judge incident, overseeing all spirit realm practitioners in the 4 major districts. A person of significant power capable of directly reporting to the alliance leader. The other stewards remained silent, while the steward from Fenghui District raised his hand and spoke in a deep voice. The individuals under my command have today eliminated a shaman, confirmed to be one of the Gu Kings, and from the spirit's memories, we have obtained a list. He then proceeded to announce the contents of the list. The curly-haired teddy bear's eyes glimmered with approval. Well done. Yes, the spirit of the shaman was exceedingly agitated. And the inquiry of the Night Wanderer from Tai sect requires a considerable cost. We shall provide compensation later. The steward from Fenghui District nodded and added, I believe the incident involving Xiangrong was not a mere coincidence. He was bait released by the Gu King to inform us of the fall of the spectral eye judge. The shaman we eliminated today was also an underling of the Gu King, who seeks to leverage our official power to locate the Black Wuchang. The Gu King is another vice president of the Lingning Association in the Eastern District, and his rivalry with the spectral eye judge for the presidency has been ongoing for quite some time. The two factions are like fire and water. When objectives align, anyone can become an ally. However, the fallen Holy Grail poses great peril and must be safeguarded by our official hands, lest it fall into the Gu King's possession. The curly-haired teddy bear surveyed the assembly and inquired, Does anyone have additional comments? The stewards quietly noted the list. A female steward furrowed her brow and remarked, The case of Zhao Yingjun warrants our caution. I suggest we conduct a screening of all members in the Songhai branch, including the Night Wanderer of Tai sect, as there may be hidden pawns of the Lingning Association among them. The curly-haired teddy bear pondered for a few seconds and slowly nodded. In that case, we will need to employ the tiger talisman. I shall submit a request to the marshal. Once the business was concluded, Teddy turned his head to look at Fu Qingyang, who remained silent in a white suit, and said, I have heard that you recently recruited a promising night wanderer who successfully navigated the Xiling Tunnel? Fu Qingyang slightly nodded, then added, Xiangrong was also killed by him. The curly-haired teddy bear responded, A few days ago, Elder Hongying from the Tai sect contacted me, hoping to acquire that night wanderer. I know Elder Sun has previously expressed disinterest in that young man, but the 5 Elements Alliance in the Tai sect have indeed signed an agreement. Personnel matters fall under Elder Hongying's purview. Elder Sun's word does not hold sway. What is your opinion, Qingyang? Fu Qingyang replied coolly, Just decline her request. If it is inconvenient for you, I can make the call myself. A steward from the 100 Flowers Society chuckled immediately. It is not a major issue. After all, it is just one night wanderer. Giving him to the Tai sect is harmless. And isn't Elder Hongying's favor worth more? Moreover, we have night wanderers from the Tai sect stationed in every district. And they do cooperate actively when we need their assistance, right, Old Zhang? Old Zhang is the steward from Fenghui District. The other stewards remained silent, refraining from commenting on this sensitive issue. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Old Zhang furrowed his brow and said, Since he is a subordinate of Captain Fu, I will refrain from commenting on personnel transfers. However, I must provide feedback on the work attitude of the night wanderer from Tai sect. The shaman we eliminated today was not interrogated by the night wanderer from Tai sect. He refused to cooperate, citing poor condition. My subordinate had no choice but to seek assistance from Team 2 in the Kanyang district, and, they responded with a single phone call, without any complaints. And he is merely a level 1 night wanderer. Personally, I believe there is a distinction between our night wanderers and those from other factions. Fu Qingyang was taken aback. He was unaware of this matter. Upon hearing old Zhang's words, several stewards expressed their opinions. I think we should retain him. The Tai sect does not lack a night wanderer at this time. It is a period of utilizing personnel, and our own people are more trustworthy. The steward from the 100 Flowers Society appeared awkward and fell silent. The curly-haired teddy bear nodded. Then we shall keep him. I will decline Elder Hongying's request. Qingyang. The Ling Jun from Tai sect will arrive in Songhai in a few days to assist us in the hunt for Black Wuchang. You two are contemporaries and have a close relationship. Being one of the 4 young masters, you should take the lead in welcoming him. Fu Qingyang responded with a slight acknowledgement. Chapter 42. The Lady of Sandow Mountain. The following day, Zhang Yuanqing received a message from Guanya. Wang Qian's identity has been verified, and there are no issues. Since it was an accident, it does not constitute illegal crafting of spirit servants. Understood. Please visit the hospital to have Wang Qian fill out a spirit realm walker profile and a guarantee letter for our records, as this is your case after all. All right. Good boy. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Since you've been with the official organization for a while, it's time to expand your network and channels. The Stop Killing Palace is a prominent civil organization in Shanghai. You could consider recruiting Wang Qian as an informant. It might lead to a relationship with the Stop Killing Palace in the future. That's a brilliant idea. This way, future wives won't have difficult deliveries. Haha, you're quite amusing. By the way, isn't it time for your second entry into the spirit realm? Let us hope it's not S rank again. It shouldn't be that severe. But from a probabilistic standpoint, it's not impossible. Both I and the squad leader are eager to see your performance in the second spirit realm. Why? Solo spirit realm tests assess talent, while group spirit realms train abilities. Although the danger level of the instance may not be as high as in solo play, you will encounter other spirit realm walkers, introducing many uncertainties. At that moment, a person's comprehensive qualities will be put to the test. In the midst of their casual banter, Zhang Yuanqing finished his morning routine and took a seat at the dining table. Who were you chatting with, little fairy? His aunt inquired, her curiosity piqued. What does it matter to you? Zhang Yuanqing retorted, playfully pushing her away. Irritated, Jiang Wei initiated a playful challenge, and Zhang Yuanqing bravely accepted, only for both to be subdued by their irritable grandmother. After breakfast, Zhang Yuanqing donned a cap and face mask and departed, taking a taxi to Pingtai Hospital. In the outpatient office, he observed the dejected young doctor and remarked, "You seem to be in low spirits." After a brief silence, Wang Qian, with a sorrowful gaze, replied, "He has dissipated. I can no longer sense him." Poor fellow. Zhang Yuanqing consoled. He was destined to pass away. The separation was inevitable. Wang Qian, still melancholic, continued, "He was my sister's first child and my first nephew. To better care for my sister, my mother quit her job and had prepared a stroller, pacifiers, and clothes long ago. Our entire family was awaiting his arrival, preparing to welcome the next generation. After the miscarriage, my sister was devastated, weeping day and night, while my mother secretly shed tears, feeling guilty for not caring for her daughter properly. For the past half-month, I've been terrified of sensing him in the hospital, as it reminds me of my inadequacies and the pain of my family. Yet, I cannot help but want to be close to him, to accompany him. He is still so small, surely he feels so lonely." Zhang Yuanqing chose not to comfort him further, listening quietly to his heartfelt confession. "In the future, if you perform well, I will arrange for you to meet him, on the condition that you agree to be my informant." Once Wang Qian's emotions stabilized, he stated, "I have 2 matters to discuss with you today. First, to fill out a form and a guarantee letter, after which you will officially be recorded as a spirit realm walker. The authorities will not interfere with you as long as you abide by the rules and do not misuse your abilities. Second, are you interested in being my informant?" The first matter is fine, but regarding the second, Wang Qian scrutinized him. "I'm not just anyone's informant, and I need to report to my superiors for approval. The relationship between the Stop Killing Palace and the official organization is relatively cordial." He did not mind being an informant for the authorities, especially if it were the fierce woman from yesterday. However, this young man appeared to be even younger than himself, and Wang Qian was not inclined to respect him. "That is acceptable," Zhang Yuanqing nodded. "What is your spirit realm ID?" "I need to know who you are," Wang Tai inquired. "Every time I report my ID, I fear being hit." Zhang Yuanqing's expression turned solemn as he stated clearly, "Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Such a grand name. But I've never heard of it." Wang Tai shook his head, casually editing a message to report this to his superior. The relationship between the Stop Killing Palace and the authorities is one of mutual non-interference, but they do not wish to see internal members getting too close to the authorities. Thus, the higher-ups would not agree. Moreover, even if they were to interact with official members, it would require a captain or an executive level. This young man was evidently a grassroots worker, and if he were a well-known spirit realm walker, Wang Qian would certainly have heard of him. Yet, he had no recollection of the name Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, and he felt it would be of little significance to connect with such an official walker. As the conversation continued, he focused on his work. After attending to several patients, his phone rang, displaying the name, the Mad Sage. Wang Qian answered the call, and a deep male voice resonated from the speaker. Sage Hand, are you saying the person you are connecting with is named Primordial Heavenly Sovereign? Wang Qian's ID is Divine Physician Sage Hand. Yes, team leader, he replied. I did not agree to him. I subtly declined. At the same time, he found it somewhat strange that such matters could be communicated via text. Why did the team leader need to call? Recently, Songhai has been unsettled. We need to keep a close watch on the official dynamics. Agree to him, the Mad Sage instructed. Very well. I will respond to him. Wang Qian replied solemnly. Also, keep an eye on him. I mean Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Huh? Why? Wang Qian was taken aback. He was merely an ordinary official walker. I received information from a discreet channel that a newcomer recently cleared the Xiling Tunnel, breaking records, in just a few days ago. He eliminated a level 3 seduction demon. Could it be? His ID is indeed Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Wang Qian recalled the expression of the young man when he introduced his ID, and he felt a surge of respect. As the full moon hung high, an abandoned ancient temple stood silently bathed in moonlight. A lady clad in ancient robes stood proudly atop the main hall, gazing at the radiant moon. This beauty possessed an exquisitely delicate face, eyes like autumn waters, brows resembling distant hills, and lips sensuously plump, exuding an indescribable allure amidst her cool demeanor. This is not the Ming dynasty. Who has drawn me into this realm after my slumber? She murmured, her finely shaped brows knitting in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, she focused her gaze on the round moon. Two brilliant golden beams shot forth from her enchanting eyes, colliding with the celestial body above. Buzz. The entire space trembled violently as the golden light struck an unseen barrier, scattering dazzling golden sparks that transformed the surroundings into a magnificent gilded hue. The two golden beams lasted for a brief moment before gradually extinguishing. The Lady of Sandow Mountain's eyes brimmed with crimson tears, cascading down her fair cheeks. Without retrieving the other half of my young soul, I cannot break through this place. She raised her delicate hand, gently wiping the blood from her face, and let out a cold snort. If I cannot return, then I shall make a scene in this realm. The Lady of Sandow Mountain swiftly formed seals with her hands, her fingers transforming into a sword-like gesture as she suddenly pointed to the heavens. Swish! A terrifying sword aura erupted from her finger, piercing the heavens and creating a gaping hole in the sky. The Lady of Sandow Mountain transformed into golden light, vanishing into the rift in the sky. In the capital, at a courtyard, beneath the locust tree, Elder Sun reclined comfortably in a rocking chair. The sounds of Peking opera wafting from the radio on the tea table. Suddenly, a golden sun emerged from his forehead, trembling violently and exuding a searing, scorching aura. As an overwhelming pressure radiated from the sun's mark, Elder Sun abruptly rose, his expression grave. At that moment, a nebulous and authoritative voice echoed within his heart. The realm of the Night Wanderer has undergone changes. Notify disciples across all regions that recent tasks may encounter anomalies. Report immediately upon discovery. Yes, Master. Mu Qiu, a second-level Night Wanderer of the Tai sect, possessed combat prowess on par with a third-level practitioner from other professions, without the consideration of external tools. Thus, he held a captain's position in the Lusha district of Hang City. Captain, an email has arrived from the Five Elements Alliance's Hang City branch. Please check it. His assistant brought over a laptop. Mu Qiu glanced at the screen and replied nonchalantly. Respond to them, instructing to seek Night Wanderers from other districts. The email requested his presence to inquire about the recent aggressive arrests and interrogations of wild spirit realm practitioners by various branches of the Five Elements Alliance, aimed at filtering out potential fallen individuals. For stubborn dissidents, an on-site execution strategy was to be employed. Among those executed, 9 out of 10 wild practitioners were indeed notorious offenders. However, law-abiding individuals were not opposed to engaging with official organizations. Their reluctance to join stemmed from a desire for freedom rather than fear of authority. Only those with a criminal record feared being summoned for a tea session. Mu Qiu's refusal to inquire was not due to a fear of lingering effects from soul consumption. Rather, he was a man of integrity. Having embraced this profession, he understood the responsibilities it entailed. However, he could not afford to engage in such matters at present, as his solo spirit realm instance was set to commence imminently. Success in this endeavor would elevate him to the 3rd level, placing him among the pinnacle of extraordinary beings. In recent days, he had applied for numerous solo instances to transition from level 2 to 3. Although spirit realms evolved in real time, they also exhibited certain cycles. and the Tai Sect strategy compilation was designed to outpace these changes. Thus, the efficacy of these strategies significantly enhanced his chances of success. At that moment, Mu Qiu heard the familiar notification sound of the spirit realm. Ding, spirit realm map is initializing, entering in 3 minutes. The spirit realm you are about to enter is Night Wanderer Ming Lake Town. ID 0128. Difficulty level S. Type Solo, Death Type. Main task: investigate the mysterious deaths of the townsfolk. Note: non-spirit realm items are prohibited. Introduction to ID 0128 Spirit Realm. It is unclear when the residents began to die one after another, with no one aware of the cause. Some claim it was due to a fisherman retrieving a coffin from the lake. Others say it was the hanging of an owl from the locust tree at the village entrance. Some assert that a serpent with a woman's face emerged from the back mountain, while others whisper of a widow at the village head who has inexplicably become pregnant. Hush, do not speak, do not speak, they are coming. Mu Qiu's complexion turned as pale as paper, his eyes reflecting despair and confusion. When did Ming Lake Town transform into an S-level task? Chapter 43. Changes in Old Ailment. Saturday, 11 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Yuanqing yawned as he rose from bed, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Ever since he became a night wanderer, sleepless nights filled with gaming had rendered him lethargic during the day, constantly battling drowsiness. 2 days had passed since his inquiry regarding the spirit, and Li Dongzi along with Guanya had been frequently venturing out, participating in the search for He Wuchang and his subordinates. This had caused Zhang Yuanqing's combat training to be postponed. According to Li Dongzi's plan, Guanya was supposed to provide combat training to Yuan Shi next, given the physical prowess of the Night Wanderer. It would not be difficult to grasp the basics of combat in a short span. However, due to the Holy Grail and roster incident, this had to be deferred, especially since the second team's personnel were in short supply. Zhang Yuanqing had previously inquired with Li Dongzi about the teammates who had never made an appearance. But Shi Zhang's expression had turned awkward, as if he bore some unspoken burden. Understanding, Yuan Shi Tianzuan refrained from pressing further. Additionally, Wang Qian from the Jisha Palace had surprisingly agreed to become his informant, showing unexpected cooperation. Following the incident with O Xiangrong, the administration at Shanghai University had tightened, prohibiting boarding students from going out at night, thus postponing any social gatherings. After a brief wash, Zhang Yuanqing returned to his room as lunch was not yet ready, and began to amuse the infant spirit. At that moment, he was preparing for a Zhuazhou ceremony for the little one. After surpassing 50 experience, the purity and thickness of the Tang power had increased, and he discovered that the infant spirit nourished by this power exhibited a slight enhancement in intelligence. He arranged textbooks around the round and adorable infant spirit, mathematics to the left, language arts to the right, and English and physics in front and behind. My dear child, with such exceptional talents and knowledge, you cannot fall behind. Choose one. The little spirit, with its sparkling eyes, tilted its head in contemplation for a long moment, finally grasping Zhang Yuanqing's intent, and quickly crawled towards the physics textbook. Ah, a promising child indeed. Just as a smile blossomed on Zhang Yuanqing's face, he saw the little one bypass the physics book and embrace the PS5 console instead, only to tumble down due to its inability to grasp the physical object. Useless creature. You are nothing like me, Zhang Yuanqing reproached angrily. By your age, I was already composing poetry in 7 steps. He sighed in disappointment, realizing that to enhance the infant spirit's intelligence and nurture it into a talented individual, he needed to master the Night Wanderer's skills in nurturing spirits. This necessitated an upgrade. Calculating the time, the second spirit realm task was approaching. After lunch, Zhang Yuanqing entered his bedroom, poured warm water into a teacup, opened the bedside drawer, and retrieved a white medicine bottle. Honestly, I've been so busy lately that I forgot to take my medication. It's already been 2 days. He muttered to himself as he tipped the bottle and poured several small pills into his palm. Suddenly, his expression froze. Right, I've delayed for 2 days. Yet why has my old ailment relapsed? My condition has evidently worsened. The frequency of attacks should only increase. It cannot be postponed. Is it because I have become a night wanderer and my physical condition has changed? Upon reflection, he realized that since his ascension to the night wanderer, he had not experienced an episode. Could it be that he was cured? A wave of joy surged through him, yet uncertainty lingered, leading him to contemplate a trial. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and envisioned his father's blurred visage in his mind. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as his heart raced, and his mind surged with chaotic noises flooding in, various fragmented images reviving. Yet, in the next moment, The cacophony transformed into order, and the images ceased to be jumbled. No, it was not that the sounds and images became orderly. Rather, his brain's capacity to process information had enhanced. He could hear his uncle dancing in the living room, with the background music being Jianbing Guozi. His aunt was in the bedroom watching a television drama, occasionally complaining, "It's too noisy, keep it down." The sound of his grandmother washing dishes echoed from the kitchen. Analyzing the creaking noises from the bed downstairs, Zhang Yuanqing confidently deduced that the mistress was lying down. The brain's information processing continued. Guanya always exuded an inexplicable confidence, while Zhang appeared notably courteous towards her. A stark contrast to his demeanor towards me and Wang Tai. When I mentioned those teammates, Zhang's expression was one of awkwardness and helplessness. Wang Qian's attitude had shifted somewhat. He had been dismissive towards me yesterday. The little spirit held a special fondness for my aunt, calling out, "Auntie, auntie." Just then, the bedroom door swung open suddenly, shattering Zhang Yuanqing's enigmatic state. "Come on, accompany me to the mall," Zhang Yuer exclaimed in a sweet voice. Her attire consisted of a knee-length pleated skirt, white sneakers, and a loose light blue top. With her sweet and adorable appearance, she exuded a forest-like charm, appearing exceptionally well-behaved. Zhang Yuer's gentle demeanor was a significant factor in her popularity on the matchmaking market. Confident men found beauty in such gentleness easy to manage, while insecure men perceived such charming women as less intimidating. Zhang Yuanqing stared blankly at his aunt, feeling warm blood suddenly gush from his nostrils. Shanghai Airport. In the underground parking lot, Fu Qingyang, seated in a business vehicle, waited impatiently, frowning as he dialed his assistant's number. Once connected, he asked in a low voice, "Why haven't they come out yet?" He was there to pick someone up. The flight had landed over an hour ago. Yet his assistant had yet to bring the person out. Fu Bai's time was invaluable. He could not afford to squander it on trivial matters. "Sir, the assistant replied in a hushed tone. "He's gotten involved with a beautiful woman and is lingering at the airport, claiming he wants to exchange feelings." A vein throbbed on Fu Qingyang's forehead. "Tell him to come out himself, or I will go in and drag him out." The assistant acknowledged and promptly hung up. A few minutes later, the assistant led a young man into the underground parking lot, approaching the business vehicle. The young man wore loose cream-colored trousers and a light blue top, his attire flowing elegantly as he walked, exuding a carefree demeanor. His features were handsome. His eyes half squinted in a smile, emanating an air of inherent languor. Approachable, languid, harmless. This was the impression the young man left. Fu Qingyang remarked coldly, "No wonder you are a notorious playboy. Women are drawn to you wherever you go." This man, equally renowned as a playboy, lived up to his name, being a quintessential dandy. His father was the master of Tai, with a prestigious lineage, and coupled with his exceptional talents, he attracted countless admirers. If mere lechery sufficed to stand alongside Fu Qingyang, he would not be worthy of such recognition. He was called a playboy not merely for his romantic pursuits but rather for his profound understanding of women, earning him a stellar reputation in their circles. In response to the mockery, Ling Jun squinted and smiled. "Do not speak so mundanely. Beauty is an art piece, requiring careful appreciation and gradual understanding to unveil their splendor. This is elegance." Fu Qingyang frowned. "Your elegance has cost me an hour and delayed important matters." "Brother Qingyang, life is not solely about career. There are many beautiful things worth discovering," Ling Jun replied with a narrowed smile. "I am already aware of the matter concerning the eye judge and will assist you wholeheartedly. My father is particularly concerned about the death of the ghost eye judge." "Why is that?" Fu Qingyang inquired. "The death of this individual occurred closely alongside that of the demon lord, leading my father to suspect a connection between the two." "Why does the master obsess over the demon lord's death and the search for the demon lord's successor?" "Because before the demon lord's demise, he left behind something significant within his character card." "What is that?" "I can only tell you that it represents the ultimate and embodies the essence of the spirit realm." Ruinfa Mall, at the milk tea shop. Carrying a multitude of shopping bags, Zhang Yuanqing settled down and lifted his glass, taking a hearty sip of milk tea adorned with ice cubes, letting out a satisfying sigh. In that moment, he felt revitalized. Accompanying his aunt on a shopping spree was exhausting not merely in a physical sense, but also due to the mental strain it imposed. Fortunately, the graceful figures of the young ladies provided a respite from such fatigue, and as Zhang Yuanqing savored his milk tea, his spirits soared. He confirmed to himself that his peculiar ailment had seen significant alleviation. Not only had the frequency of his episodes diminished, but he also found it increasingly easier to provoke his old malady at will. Most importantly, the symptoms that followed, such as headaches and nosebleeds, had notably lessened. Perhaps in the future, He could wield control over the fervor of his intellect. For writing papers, he could simply enlist Wang Tai's assistance. He chuckled to himself. No, that would be too unambitious. Zhang Yuanqing quickly banished this tempting thought from his mind. Alas, this month's salary was insufficient. His aunt lamented. Zhang Yuanqing cast her a sidelong glance, dismissively retorting, "When has your salary ever sufficed? You spend all of Grandpa and Grandma's money." His aunt, still an intern doctor, earned a meager wage, yet she lacked for nothing in terms of luxury items, as most of her expenses were covered by her grandparents. With substantial savings, having a successful eldest daughter and a wealthy son-in-law, they were not short on funds, leaving their resources to be squandered by their youngest daughter. Zhang Yue pouted, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Indeed, who can blame Aunt for being useless? Unable to earn a living, I must rely entirely on my parents. As they chatted idly, Zhang Yuanqing took out his phone, habitually logging into the official forum to see if any intriguing posts awaited him. The official forum served two primary functions: 1. To disseminate important announcements and information, and 2. To facilitate communication and sharing among practitioners of the spiritual realms from various locales. In Zhang Yuanqing's view, the forum was a rapid avenue for expanding one's knowledge. Soon, a particular post captured his attention. Night Wanderer profession witnesses a surge of entirely new A and S level spiritual realms, with reports of disappearances among night wanderers across various regions. Chapter 44. Expansion of scope. The post states that recently there has been a significant alteration in the realm of night wanderers, with many previously cataloged spirit realm dungeons undergoing changes in difficulty level, transforming into entirely new challenges that have yet to be conquered. Their difficulty has escalated to levels A and even S. Many night wanderers scheduled to enter the spirit realm have unfortunately been assigned to these dungeons, resulting in casualties. The poster is one of the forum administrators, which to some extent makes this an official announcement. The emergence of numerous S and A-level exclusive dungeons for night wanderers startled Zhang Yuanqing. The spirit realm is designed with a balance and matching mechanism. Level 1 is dungeons suitable for Level 1, Level 2 has its own, and so forth. Occasionally, a Level 1 wanderer might enter a Level 2 dungeon, but the tasks assigned would be relatively simple. In essence, while the tasks presented by the spirit realm may be exceedingly challenging with a high mortality rate, it is improbable for a Level 1 wanderer to receive tasks meant for Level 3. Furthermore, within the corresponding dungeons of one's level, there are 5 classifications of difficulty, ranging from S to D. The S level represents the pinnacle of difficulty, with a terrifyingly high mortality rate but the most generous rewards. Zhang Yuanqing later reflected on the trial task in the Xiling Tunnel, noting that even without the red dance shoes, the probability of newcomers completing it was less than 10%. The sudden appearance of so many unexplored A and S level dungeons would surely result in numerous fatalities. His first thought was, "Oh no, I am about to enter the spirit realm too. Is it too late for me to change my class?" His second thought was, I will most likely be entering a multiplayer dungeon next. Then, it should be fine. He felt a slight sense of relief and then scrolled down the post to read the opinions of official spirit realm wanderers regarding this situation. The post, once published, triggered a considerable uproar within the official organization, with officials from various branches closely monitoring the situation, resulting in thousands of comments below. Long days ahead, no wonder. My night wanderer informant suddenly went silent today. Past hardships, what? You have a night wanderer informant? Dude, you've hidden that well. Out of control, something feels off. While the dungeons in the spirit realm are not fixed and continuously change, such abrupt alterations seem unpredictable and unreasonable. The unfortunate one, could this be caused by the demise of the Demon Lord? I heard from someone in the Tai sect that the Demon Lord perished not long ago. Ting, who told you about the Demon Lord's death? Was it Yuanqing? The stance of the Five Elements Alliance on this matter primarily revolves around gossip and speculation, as this issue pertains to the exclusive dungeons of night wanderers and does not significantly affect them. However, some expressed anxiety. Please call me Queen. We cannot conduct our investigations without the night wanderers, and with the recent death of the eerie judge, various regions are on high alert for the deranged. Songhai is particularly burdened with the task of hunting down the Black Wuchang. At this critical moment, if the night wanderers' dungeons face issues, could it lead to a shortage of personnel? Qing Tong. Such a situation could indeed arise. But not every night wanderer will enter the dungeons in the near future. The frequency of spirit realm tasks is not excessively high, so there is no immediate need to worry about mass casualties among the night wanderers. Please call me Queen, but eventually, they will enter the spirit realm. And with so many unexplored dungeons appearing at once, the number of night wanderers may significantly decrease in the upcoming period. Sacrifices are an inevitable aspect of tackling the challenges within the spirit realm. The queen's words were indeed insightful. Ultimately, he would have to face a solo dungeon. And the thought of in a level dungeons was daunting, especially since he played the role of the demon lord. Zhang Yuanqing's mood grew increasingly heavy at this thought. Exiting the forum, he opened his messaging app and sent a message to Yuanqing, Captain Yuan. I saw the pinned post on the forum. What is going on with the changes in the difficulty of the Night Wanderer's Spirit Realm dungeons? I'm willing to pay a consultation fee. Professional matters should be directed to professionals. Yuanqing replied promptly. I don't know. The official Night Wanderers group is in chaos. Colleagues who are about to enter the Spirit Realm or will do so soon are quite anxious, as S-level dungeons are not something anyone can easily conquer. And even levels require a stroke of luck. I am also unclear about the specifics. The Elder Council is currently gathering data, and an announcement should be made by tonight at the latest. Yuanqing was not in a good mood, as a close colleague had entered the spirit realm that morning and had yet to emerge, leaving their fate unknown. In half a month, he too would face a solo dungeon, but the deviation in time would not exceed a week. All right. Zhang Yuanqing refrained from further inquiries. Over the next half-day, Zhang Yuanqing intermittently refreshed the official forum, eagerly awaiting the latest news, completely devoid of any desire to shop. As the sun set, his aunt linked her arm with his as they headed home, while Zhang Yuanqing carried numerous shopping bags. Hey, have you gotten stronger? Jiang Yue, squeezing her nephew's bicep, remarked. It's so firm. If you were Guanya, I would say my strength exceeds your imagination, or I have even more formidable attributes, Zhang Yuanqing responded nonchalantly. Physical fitness is the foundation of revolution. I've been exercising lately. After dinner, Zhang Yuanqing returned to his bedroom, locked the door, and awaited the Tai sect's announcement. He could imagine that at this very moment, official night wanderers across the nation were similarly glued to their phones or computers, waiting for the organization's updates. Finally, at 9:30, as he continuously refreshed the forum, he stumbled upon a prominently pinned post. Recent Spirit Realm Anomaly Declaration and Bounty Announcement recently. An unexpected change occurred in the Night Wanderer Spirit Realm. Following investigations by the Elder Council, it has been confirmed that the anomaly was triggered by the awakening of a high-level boss within the Spirit Realm. As of now, intelligence gathered indicates that 7 Spirit Realm dungeons have had their levels altered, as follows. Minghu Town, ID 0128. Difficulty Level S, Night Wanderer Exclusive Dungeon, Ming Dynasty Mass Grave, ID 1180. Difficulty Level S, Night Wanderer Exclusive Dungeon, Shencheng Reservoir, ID 1910. Difficulty Level A, Night Wanderer Exclusive Dungeon, Yishan Ghost School, ID 0046. Difficulty Level A, Night Wanderer Exclusive Dungeon, Fengwang Tomb, ID 0277. Difficulty Level A, Night Wanderer Exclusive Dungeon, Jinshui Amusement Park, ID 6203. Difficulty Level S, Multiplayer Dungeon, Death Type, Scream Escape Room, ID 2097. Difficulty Level A, Multiplayer Dungeon, Non-Death Type, Apartment 13, ID 1404. Difficulty Level B, Multiplayer Dungeon, Non-Death Type, as of today. The Yishan Ghost School and Shencheng Reservoir have been cleared, while the remaining 5 major Spirit Realm dungeons have yet to be conquered. The Elder Council has announced a bounty. Clearing an S-level dungeon earns B-level merit. Clearing an A-level dungeon earns C-level merit. And clearing a B-level dungeon rewards 50,000. This post has been reposted from the official Tai Sect forum, notably in the merit classification of the official organization. A level merit is typically awarded only to those who have sacrificed, benefiting their families. Recipients of B-level merit often suffer irreparable injuries, while C-level merit represents the limit achievable by ordinary spirit realm wanderers, albeit still challenging, usually requiring teamwork to attain. The highest S-level merit has only been achieved by 5 alliance leaders, with only a handful of exceptional elders attaining a level merit. Thus, the value of B-level merit is self-evident. By the time Zhang Yuanqing finished reading the post, the comments had already surged into the thousands, the impact far surpassing that of the earlier post. The official wanderers of the 5 Elements Alliance realized that this situation was no longer mere gossip, as 2 of the dungeons classified as altered by Tai Sect were multiplayer types. The multiplayer classification implies that wanderers of other professions also have the chance to enter. The future is still long. Those 2 multi-person spiritual realms contain supernatural elements, right? My heavens, Even the multi-person realms have been affected. Fortunately, only the Golden Water Amusement Park is classified as S level. Please refer to me as Queen. Firstly, no one knows how long this chaotic mutation will last. What we observe is merely the current change. If more multi-person instances infused with supernatural elements are impacted, we will be in grave danger. Furthermore, even if it is not fatal, the experience points deducted upon failure can significantly regress our strength. The cost is considerable. Days of suffering, alas, just this noon. I was enjoying a gossip, and suddenly this happened. What should I do? I am about to enter a multi-person spiritual realm soon. Surely, I won't be this unfortunate. Right? Little Pig George, if these spiritual realms are not conquered promptly, within 6 months, the number of official night wanderers will dwindle sharply. And other professions may also be affected. What kind of boss is so ferocious as to compel Tai sect to issue a bounty? Qingting. Everyone, take note. This bounty is announced to night wanderers nationwide. If you have contacts among night wanderers or know any wild night wanderers, please relay this information. White Dragon, is the person above foolish? The of night wanderer instances is the responsibility of the night wanderers themselves. What we should truly focus on is the of multi-person spiritual realms, as that pertains to our very lives. Days of suffering. Indeed, indeed. I am willing to reward generously for of Golden Water Amusement Park, the Scream Room, and the 13th apartment instance. Has the multi-person spiritual realm been affected? Zhang Yuanqing's gaze became somewhat vacant. At that moment, a shrill ringtone pierced the air. It was a call from Li Dongzi. Zhang Yuanqing answered the phone, calling out, "What is up?" Li Dongzi spoke gravely. "Are you checking the forum today? If you are referring to the mutation in the night wanderer's spiritual realm, I am already aware." Zhang Yuanqing sighed. "Do not worry excessively. If the sky collapses, there will be taller people to bear it. Perhaps by the time your solo spiritual realm arrives, Tai sect will have these high difficulty instances. Have faith in the official organization," Li Dongzi reassured. He lightened the mood with a jest, "Of course. If you have confidence in yourself, you could also be the one to the instances. However, that is exceedingly challenging. Was the captain calling to comfort me?" Zhang Yuanqing probed. "Regarding 2 matters. First, you are about to enter an instance, right? Based on past experiences, it should be a multi-person instance. You are aware of the level matching mechanism. Captain Fu discovered that the Golden Water Amusement Park is an extraordinary spiritual realm instance. To be on the safe side, he used his authority to retrieve the old for you, which you may use as a reference." Li Dongzi added solemnly, "Remember, it is merely a reference, as the spiritual realm has already changed. Placing too much trust in the old could be fatal. Captain Fu, who oversees countless bunny girls, still remembers a lowly figure like me?" Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of gratitude. Li Dongzi comforted him once more. "We are simply being cautious. Do not feel too much pressure. The number of extraordinary multi-person spiritual realms is diverse, and the likelihood of matching with the Golden Water Amusement Park is exceedingly low." "Let us hope so," Zhang Yuanqing replied. "You do not know, my character card is that of a demon lord." Zhang Yuanqing inquired, "What is the second matter?" "The second matter concerns Lei Yibing." Chapter 45, Clues of Brother Bing. The matter of Brother Bing filled Zhang Yuanqing with a flicker of joy as he inquired, "Has there been any progress from the Hangzhou branch? Have they uncovered anything?" He silently lamented the inefficiency of his colleagues in Hangzhou, taking 3 days to yield results, which clearly indicated their lack of concern for Brother Bing's disappearance. It had been nearly half a month since Brother Bing went missing. Had the Realm Walkers from the Hangzhou branch conducted their investigations diligently, they should have provided feedback and ample information when Li Dongzi entrusted the case to them. Clearly, they presumed Brother Bing had perished in the realm, deeming further investigation unnecessary. "Some information has indeed come to light," Li Dongzi said after a brief pause. "Lei Yibing's social connections are rather straightforward. He is a reclusive individual, preferring solitude and keeping his distance from classmates. He maintained a low profile in school, never stirring up trouble. However, upon deeper investigation, colleagues from the Hangzhou branch discovered that in the past 3 years, 2 individuals who had provoked him met their demise under circumstances that could be deemed reasonable." Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow at this revelation. Once Li Dongzi finished speaking, he immediately countered, "That is not accurate. While Brother Bing may not be the most sociable person, he is by no means reclusive. His approach to work is anything but low-key. Having grown up together, I know him well. When he gets angry, he won't even bother to say, 'What are you looking at?' He simply acts. As for the alleged violent behavior attributed to Brother Bing, I neither refute nor comment on the details." "Are you referring to the Fire Master?" Li Dongza could not help but interject with a chuckle before steering the conversation back on track. Thus, the Lei Yibing you speak of differs from the impression held by the students. Who do you think is at fault? Zhang Yuanqing paused in contemplation. Perhaps it is Brother Bing who has changed. Indeed, Li Dongza responded, agreeing with a thoughtful hum. You attended the same high school. If there were any abnormalities, you would have sensed them. This implies that Lei Yibing's transformation began upon entering university. There must have been some incident between graduating high school and starting college that triggered this drastic change in his character. However, there are too many potential factors. Without more clues, it is impossible to speculate. Zhang Yuanqing acknowledged Li Dong's analysis, but found it perplexing that, despite their brotherly bond, Brother Bing had not informed him of his becoming a realm walker. The realm does not impose a silencing mechanism, if one desires. They could even promote the realm while parading around the world with a megaphone, though no one would believe it. Is there anything else? Li Dongza continued. There is, but I'm unsure if it's significant. Does Lei Yibing have a habit of keeping a diary? Who writes a diary these days? Zhang Yuanqing replied. Colleagues in Hangzhou found a diary in his dormitory. He didn't write often, but the night before he vanished, just before sending you his character card, he penned an entry. Where's the diary? Zhang Yuanqing inquired. It is in his university dormitory. The colleagues in Hangzhou examined it and deemed it of little value. However, at my request, they took photographs, which I am sending you now. If memory serves me right, tomorrow marks the 14th day since you emerged from the Xiling tunnel. Yes, tomorrow is the deadline. I must enter the realm tonight or by tomorrow, Zhang Yuanqing affirmed. There will be a brief buffer period upon the realm's opening. Remember to call me with updates or contact Guanya. Understood. After concluding the call, Zhang Yuanqing opened the messaging app and received a compressed file from Li Dongza. After decompressing it, he found over 30 images. Seated at his desk, Zhang Yuanqing began to read the diary. The entries were indeed infrequent, sometimes weekly, sometimes monthly, detailing only trivial matters. Initially, he read attentively, but upon realizing the earlier entries held no substantial value, he flipped to the last image. The internship is approaching in the second half of the year. Time flies. Unbeknownst to me, I am about to bid farewell to my university life and step into society. Last night, I dreamt of childhood memories with Yuanzi in the alley, reminiscing about our clandestine readings of forbidden books, schemes to swindle pocket money from my father and his uncle, and the games we played. The content was brief, merely a few lines. Zhang Yuanqing gazed intently at the screen, suddenly leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes. Brother Bing had indeed left me a clue. The following day, Zhang Yuanqing awoke at 9:30 in the morning. It seemed the time to enter the realm was upon him. After breakfast, he donned a mask and a baseball cap, taking a taxi to Lei Yibing's home. The alley where he had spent his childhood was called Yinping Community, built half a century ago. Each residential building bore the marks of time, uniformly 6 stories tall, devoid of elevators, with tangled cables coiling around the walls. After alighting from the taxi, he glanced around. Aside from the fresh coat of paint on the outer walls and the addition of a security booth at the entrance, little had changed over the years. During his middle school years, rumors of impending demolition had circulated, yet after nearly a decade of waiting, the shadow of a demolition crew remained elusive. Zhang Yuanqing crossed the street and purchased a bag of loquats, a pineapple, and 3 Kate mangoes from a fruit shop. Ascending the narrow corridor, he paused before apartment 402 and rang the doorbell. Moments later, footsteps approached, and the security door opened to reveal a woman in her 40s, her expression one of shock. Yuanzi? She gasped. She appeared somewhat unwell, with heavy dark circles under her eyes and a gaunt face. Aunt Zhou, I've come to check on you and Uncle Lei, Zhang Yuanqing said pleasantly, suppressing a sigh within. Aunt Zhou's gaze fell upon the fruits he carried, and a smile of relief graced her lips as she urged, come in. The apartment was a 2-bedroom layout of over 80 square meters. Zhang Yuanqing settled on the sofa in the living room, cradling a glass of warm water poured by Aunt Zhou as he listened to her sorrowful recounting of recent events. Aunt Zhou, I believe the Public Security Bureau will find Brother Bing, he reassured her. Your grandmother visited me a few days ago. She mentioned that old Chen told her that no news is not necessarily bad news. Aunt Zhou sighed before adding, stay for lunch. No, I have class later. Zhang Yuanqing shook his head. Having grown up inseparable from Brother Bing, they often shared meals and slept together, but today, with the impending entry into the realm, he wished to minimize his time outside. Aunt Zhou, I'll go spend some time in Brother Bing's room, he said, not forgetting the purpose of his visit. He pushed open the door to Brother Bing's bedroom, a small space furnished with a double bed, wardrobe, desk, and television. His gaze swept quickly across the room before he pulled out a large cardboard box from beneath the bed. The box contained a jumble of items: a small game console, a dinosaur machine, a Chinese yo-yo, a telescope, water margin hero cards, a wooden top, a whistle, Dragon Ball comic books, and the erotic history of Emperor Yang of Sui by Qi Dongyaran. Each toy held a story, such as the telescope, which reminded him of the nearby red light district where, as night fell, the salons would glow with enchanting lights, and the elegantly dressed women would lounge enticingly on the sofas, their curves visible even through glass doors. Once, when Brother Bing was still in elementary school, he had stealthily approached Zhang Yuanqing, claiming to have seen his uncle sneaking into his salon. Zhang Yuanqing, disbelieving, set off to confront his uncle, who was startled and offered him 20 yuan as hush money. Later, as they licked ice pops, both boys found the business amusing. Thus, they began to stake out after school, but this time they did not spot the uncle. Instead, they encountered Brother Bing's father, who was equally alarmed and handed them a few 10-yuan notes for discretion. In due course, the elderly father and uncle reformed their ways, evading capture until one fateful day when Zhang Yuanqing pilfered his aunt's pocket money to purchase a telescope, clandestinely observing from a distance. Thus, he acquired another opportunity for hush money. Consequently, the box contained the preserved childhood of Binggu, along with that of Zhang Yuanqing. He gazed vacantly at the toys of his youth, feeling the swift passage of time and the inexorable changes it wrought. What was he lamenting? He was not yet at the age to reminisce about the past. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he stifled the flood of memories surging within his mind. He then picked up the chronicles of Emperor Yang of Sui, shaking the pages. Amidst the rustling of the leaves, a slip of paper fell out, inscribed with a densely packed series of numbers. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yuanqing exhaled slowly, relieved to have set down the heavy burden on his heart. The numerical sequence on the slip was a code that only the two brothers could decipher. Influenced by his grandfather, Zhang Yuanqing had been captivated by crime dramas and detective-themed animations and novels in his youth, fantasizing himself as a formidable law enforcer. During his middle school years, he and Binggu once read a renowned foreign detective novel, drawing inspiration from one of its cases, and concluded that the great detective Zhang Yuanqing and his assistant Bing must surely have a secret code. Thus, he devoted considerable effort to developing a system of codes. For instance, the first number corresponded to a line, the second to another line, the third to a page, with 7 characters forming a group, and the format of the second group of numbers being a reversal of the first. Their inaugural game utilizing this code was based on the Chronicles of Emperor Yang of Sui. As Zhang Yuanqing recalled the coding format and cross-referenced the book, time slipped by unnoticed. Eventually, he succeeded in piecing together the entire message. The first line of numbers read, 6203, 2 brothers in a lifetime. The second line stated, Yuanzi, find it. I have left everything there. Chapter 46, The Second Awakening of the Spirit Realm. Finding it, I left everything there. Zhang Yuanqing gazed at this phrase, remaining silent for a long time. Ah, Binggu, you have truly presented me with a perplexing conundrum. With a sigh, Zhang Yuanqing redirected his focus to the clues. One life, 2 brothers, this was Bing Ji's catchphrase during his sophomore year of high school. If it were merely an expression of sentiment, it would not have been embedded in a code. Lu Erling San. A sequence of numbers? Could it be a password? What is it referring to? Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow in contemplation for quite some time, massaging his temples in frustration. He felt he had gleaned numerous hints, yet it seemed as if he had obtained nothing at all. He silently complained. However, this aligned with the conventions of detective novels. To prevent secrets from being leaked, the assistant Bing had left clues comprehensible only to the great detective Zhang Yuanqing, which he would naturally decipher upon fulfilling certain conditions in the future. After all, the great detective is still a fledgling. The so-called everything should relate to the Demon Lord character card that Binggu sent me, connected to his disappearance and his peculiar behavior during university. Given the stature of a being like the Demon Lord, what exactly is it? This truly piqued his curiosity. Zhang Yuanqing tore the note into shreds, exited the room, and entered the bathroom. The sound of swirling water whisked away the fragments of paper. Uncle Lei was occupied with work. It served to somewhat numb his sorrow over the loss of his son, highlighting how arduous life must be for Aunt Shou, a housewife. Zhang Yuanqing bid farewell to Aunt Shou and left the Silver Peace community, standing by the roadside outside the neighborhood. Contemplating. This matter must not be disclosed to Shi Chang and Lao Cg. I can only investigate it myself. There are only so few clues, and there's no use in hurrying. The most pressing concern now is the second spirit realm mission. Leveling up is paramount. Zhang Yuanqing increasingly recognized the significance of strength. If a multi-person spirit realm is not death-inducing, then it is punitive. Failing a mission results in the deduction of experience points, and if things go awry, my abilities might even regress. Rewards depend on the difficulty level of the instance itself and the performance of the participants. Currently, my experience points stand at 52. And I wonder if the second spirit realm will allow me to ascend directly to level 2. Theoretically, this is implausible. During this period, he had inquired and learned that as long as one survives a single-person spirit realm, the rewards are relatively bountiful, thus the leveling speed should not be slow. Yet seasoned wanderers like Guanya and Li Dongza have been stuck at level 2 and 3 for quite some time, attributed to 2 reasons. First, the spirit realm instances they entered were of low levels, with tasks not being challenging, resulting in rewards far less extravagant than S-level ones. Second, multi-person instances can lead to both success and failure. Put simply, one might encounter incompetent teammates who cause point deductions. At this moment, the ride-hailing car finally arrived, and Zhang Yuanqing opened the door and climbed in, returning home. "Grandma, I'm back from class," he called toward the balcony. "Your uncle came by. I hope you can find him after you return," his grandmother, who was washing the mop, responded. "No, I'm quite tired from class and don't wish to accompany him in singing and dancing. I heard your aunt recently gave him a sum of money." "Grandma, I went to Uncle S' house to play." After a satisfying visit at his uncle's house, Zhang Yuanqing returned to his room and opened the forum. The post he had shared from the official Night Wanderer forum yesterday remained pinned, but a new post had appeared below it. In morning, a colleague sacrificed in a multi-person spirit realm. Upon clicking in, the post recounted that a colleague from a certain division had received a task for an S-level instance, the Golden Water Amusement Park, and had informed his superiors before entering. He had not emerged since, and it had been over 24 hours since he entered the spirit realm. Days of hardship. I am due to enter a multi-person spirit realm soon, and I am quite anxious. Please call me Queen. In the short term, it seems unlikely there will be any strategies available, so you'll have to fend for yourself. However, with so many multi-person spirit realms, it's unlikely you would be that unfortunate. The future is long, Queen. While the likelihood may be slim, if one does encounter it, it is a certain death. Moreover, S-level spirit realms are exceedingly difficult to navigate. Dragging on for a year or so could spell doom for countless individuals. This news sparked considerable panic and discussion within the forum. "I have an ailment. In the extraordinary phase, are there any colleagues with exceptional talents? Wild cultivators are also acceptable. Such individuals have impressive backgrounds and a higher chance of being assigned to S-level spirit realms. They might even manage to navigate S-level instances." Days of hardship. Keep a close watch on these individuals. Days of hardship. Good idea. Among the vast population of wanderers, many like Days of hardship were preparing to enter the spirit realm, all liking the suggestion, believing it to be a sound approach. Genius players of the same level were deemed more significant in their eyes than stewards or elders, as the latter could not enter lower-level instances. The In Mountain Ghost School and the Xin Feng Reservoir had already been conquered, while the Golden Water Amusement Park, being a multi-person spirit realm open to all professions, despite its S-level designation, theoretically had a higher probability of being conquered than the exclusive Night Wanderer spirit realm. This the future is long seemed to lack an understanding of mathematics. As Zhang Yuanqing scrolled through the comments, he shared his perspective. At that moment, a notification popped up from his chat application. Wang Qian, an informant from the Zhisha Palace, sent a message. "Wang Qian, can you procure the old strategy for the Golden Water Amusement Park?" Zhang Yuanqing, are you entering the spirit realm soon? Wang Qian, my next spirit realm is a Bard exclusive instance and not in the near future. I wanted to inform you that if you can obtain the old strategy, it could yield a tidy profit. How so? The anomaly surrounding the Night Wanderer exclusive spirit realm need not be reiterated. The Golden Water Amusement Park is a multi-person spirit realm at the extraordinary phase, appealing to the broadest audience. In the black market, its old strategy has already reached a price of 300,000. Strategies for spirit realm instances are strategic resources, one of the cornerstones of official organizations, built upon the sacrifices and efforts of countless official wanderers. Zhang Yuanqing had never seen 300,000 in his life. Wang Qian continued messaging. The channel I am in contact with is currently seeking old strategies. As a member of the official organization, if you can procure the old strategy, I can assist you in selling it for 73. I have. 70% is 210,000. Zhang Yuanqing instinctively replied, then swiftly retracted the message. Wang Qian sent a question mark, expressing confusion. Zhang Yuanqing, I have an old version, but I want to sell it. Wang Qian, why not? Zhang Yuanqing, I don't wish to earn money in such a manner. Wang Qian did not press further, indicating that the original Celestial Master's family was relatively well off and possessed a commendable moral compass, which was a positive aspect, as no one desired to engage with cold-hearted and ruthless individuals. How much is the new strategy for the Golden Water Amusement Park worth? Zhang Yuanqing inquired via message. The strategies for S-level Spirit Realm instances are exorbitantly priced, but there is no standardized pricing. The specific amount can be negotiated with the buyer. However, I suspect with your credentials, you might not have access to S-level instant strategies. The extraordinary phase, S-level, and trial tasks are distinctly different. Wang Qian, I have patience waiting. We can chat later. If you change your mind, remember to contact me. I am currently in need of funds. Wang Qian has been short on money lately. Doctors do not earn high salaries, and due to moral value restrictions, most opportunities for easy profits are eliminated. After this casual exchange, Zhang Yuanqing recalled the strategy for the Golden Water Amusement Park that Li Dongzi had provided. He found himself intrigued by this instance. Exiting the chat application, he opened his email and downloaded the attachment. Golden Water Amusement Park, Spirit Realm ID, 6203, difficulty level, B. Type, multi-person punitive, main task, experience 2 or more amusement park attractions. Upon entering the instance, the ethereal realm will prompt you with various attractions, including a roller coaster, a swinging pendulum, a pirate ship, a haunted house, a Ferris wheel, and a detective mystery house. Most of these activities test the capabilities of teamwork. The most perilous of all is the haunted house's ghostly marriage, wherein the ghostly bride selects the most dashing male player as her groom, resulting in the immediate elimination of the chosen one. Therefore, upon entering the haunted house, one must incessantly chant, "I am an eyesore." When all male players proclaim, "I am an eyesore," the ghostly bride will make a random selection, turning the situation into a matter of appearances. Female players, however, enjoy the safest passage, easily progressing through this challenge. Zhang Yuanqing meticulously reviewed the rules of each attraction and, upon reaching the ghostly marriage, mused that elimination was merely a triviality. This ghostly bride was far less formidable than the one in the trial task, although the previous version serves merely as a reference and should not be relied upon. It proves invaluable for swiftly grasping the instance's context. It is no wonder that some would invest a staggering sum of 300,000 to acquire it. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing's expression shifted, and he swiftly scrolled the document back to the top. Jinshui Amusement Park, Ethereal Realm number 6203. Lu Erling. He was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought for an extended period. Was it mere coincidence? Did Lu Erling refer to Jinshui Amusement Park? Was Soldier Brother stationed at Dongxi? No, that was implausible. Zhang Yuanqing shook his head. The Ethereal Realm instances are randomly assigned. Thus, this alone defies logic. What if I do not enter Jinshui Amusement Park? Then Soldier Brother's arrangements would be in vain, unless Soldier Brother could foresee which ethereal realm I would enter. Chapter 47. Golden Water Amusement Park. In a luxurious apartment near the Security Bureau, Guanya abruptly sat up in bed, her remnants of sleep dissipating in an instant. Yuan Shi, she shouted several times, but received no response. Frustrated, she ran her fingers through her hair, cursing her misfortune and lamenting the ill fate of that young man. Typically, an ordinary realm walker might never encounter an S-rank task in their lifetime. Perhaps only once if fortunate, and meeting it would be a defining moment. Yet Yuan Shi had just survived a bug-level trial and immediately plunged into a multi-person S-rank challenge. What an absurd name to choose, Yuan Shi Tianzun. Who could possibly bear such a title? In a fit of anxiety, Guanya disconnected the call and dialed Li Dongzi's number. "You won't call me after work, so let me guess what happened." Li Dongzi was about to display his humor laced with elegance when Guanya abruptly interrupted him. "Yuan Shi has entered the instance, Golden Water Amusement Park." "What?" Li Dongzi's voice shot up an octave, all elegance forgotten. Guanya could hear the clattering sounds on the other end, likely him hastily getting up and knocking things over. Oh my god, Li Dongzi muttered repeatedly, his mind in disarray, fearing the worst. He recalled the dire situation of the multi-person instance at the extraordinary level, where an S-rank had appeared. Both he and Captain Fu had originally intended to provide Zhang Yuanqing with the old strategy to ensure stability. Preparedness was key. Little did they know that the young man would truly enter an S-rank instance. At that moment, Li Dongzi once again recalled the fear and anxiety that the Xiling Tunnel had instilled in him. Taking a deep breath, He suppressed his rising worries and the overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations, whispering, "I understand. I am equally concerned, but no one can assist him now. All we can do is pray that he is not a fragile soul, and await the dawn." Instances at the extraordinary stage do not last long, as walkers at this level require sustenance and rest. If all goes well, they might conquer the instance within 24 hours. Conversely, if the duration extends, it would indicate a dire fate. This is why posts and forums boldly assert that those official walkers have already made the ultimate sacrifice. "I see." Wanya sighed and hung up the phone. She threw herself onto the soft bed, spreading her limbs wide in a starfish shape, staring blankly at the ceiling. The purple silk nightgown clung to her body, accentuating her gentle curves, the hem barely covering her thighs, revealing her long, smooth legs. "This is infuriating," she murmured softly. Li Dongza hung up, remaining silent for a few seconds before illuminating his phone screen and dialing Captain Fu's number. The young captain had previously mentioned, in passing, that should Yuan Shi Tianzun enter the spirit realm, he should be notified. Fu Qingyang was currently overwhelmed with the Black Wuchang incident, yet still managed to keep an eye on that young man, indicating the importance he placed on the matter. At the villa, on the open-air balcony, Ling Jun lounged lazily in a single chair, a laptop resting on his lap. He shifted his gaze from the screen to Fu Qingyang, sighing. "I heard from Elder Sun that the resurrected boss is the Three Paths mountain goddess from the Shi Ling Tunnel Temple. She has been rampaging through the Night Wanderer spirit realm, causing high-level powers to leak and invade lower-level instances, resulting in changes to the instances. Alas, her ability to traverse the spirit realm indicates her level is beyond our expectations." Holding a tall wine glass, Fu Qingyang took a sip of the crimson liquid and replied coolly, "What does Tai Sec plan to do?" "I informed Uncle Son of the intelligence regarding the mountain temple immediately. You should have been prepared." Ling Jun shook his head. "For spirit realms that have already altered their difficulty levels, we have no means of counteraction. We can only hope that the Night Wanderers can clear the instances soon and provide a strategy. We at Tai Sect still have many talented individuals. Among the wild Night Wanderers, there are quite a few experts. As for that Three Paths mountain goddess, it depends on whether my father and the elders can encounter her in the spirit realm and eliminate the source, or perhaps meet her at a comparable level within the realm to counterbalance the spirit realm. While it is rare for bosses to traverse different spirit realms, it is not unheard of. Similar phenomena were observed years ago by the authorities. This is also one of the factors for the alterations in spirit realm instances. Moreover, due to the rarity of this phenomenon, officials speculate that traversing spirit realms requires a significant cost, though this remains unverified. Regardless, I am merely a beast king. The affairs of the Night Wanderers do not concern me." Ling Jun shrugged. At that moment, a statuesque bunny girl approached, respectfully offering a phone and softly saying, "Young master, your call." The playboy mused. Master Qian is amidst a sea of flowers, surrounded by admirers. One cannot help but envy. Fu Qingyang ignored him, recognizing it was a call from Li Dongza. A flicker of interest crossed his mind as he answered, "Speak." "Captain, Yuan Shi has entered the Golden Water amusement park." Fu Qingyang's expression momentarily froze in surprise before quickly returning to normal. "Understood. Inform me tomorrow morning." After hanging up, he furrowed his brow. "The Night Wanderer under my command has entered the Golden Water amusement park." Ling Jun was taken aback and offered consolation. Take heart, take heart." Fu Qingyang shot him a cold glance. "How do you know he cannot survive?" Ling Jun burst into laughter. "Shall we place a bet?" Fu Qingyang fell silent. Ling Jun, sensing the tension, thoughtfully analyzed. He has cleared the Shi Ling tunnel and has experience with S-rank strategies. According to the spirit realm's matching mechanism, such a walker is more likely to be assigned to high difficulty instances. However, if he fails a few times in a multi-person instance, his rating will decline. Unfortunately, the Golden Water amusement park is a death-type instance, leaving him with no escape. Before him, the scene sharpened from a blur to clarity as Zhang Yuanqing found himself in the plaza of the amusement park. The towering Ferris wheel loomed before him, its massive structure slowly turning, adorned with shimmering lights. Below the Ferris wheel lay an open bumper car arena, flanked by a swinging pendulum and a pirate ship. Opposite the Ferris wheel, a serpentine steel track twisted, an empty roller coaster racing along the rails as if it were occupied. His gaze swept across the amusement park, taking in the carousel playing gentle music, the freefall tower, and the haphazardly arranged canopy buildings. He stood at the center of the plaza, beneath the deep night sky. The amusement park was a dazzling spectacle, lights intertwining to create a dreamlike palette. Every attraction was in motion, music playing, and though it appeared devoid of people, it felt as if a crowd thronged everywhere. Lonely yet bustling, enchanting yet eerie. How beautiful! Zhang Yuanqing heard a voice beside him murmuring. Turning to look, he found a young girl, not long past childhood, with long, straight black hair cascading over her shoulders and a delicate oval face. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with reflected lights, resembling the most exquisite gems in the world. The girl's figure was still youthful, reminiscent of early spring willow branches. In an era where permed hair was commonplace, her natural long black locks were indeed a rarity. Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback by the girl's exceptional beauty but quickly shifted his attention to the other realm walkers present. There were 7 realm walkers who had entered the Golden Water amusement park. At this moment, they surveyed their surroundings, gazing at the attractions, their expressions grim. Zhang Yuanqing empathized with the sentiment of frustration. Clearing his throat to capture the attention of the crowd, he proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, I am delighted to be here at Jinshui Amusement Park. In the tasks that lie ahead, we shall confront peril together. Though we are but strangers, we are now the closest of allies. Let us introduce ourselves, fostering a better understanding among us. I shall begin. I am Wang Tai, a seasoned realm walker. Having traversed 4 solo realms and 7 group realms, and I once conquered an A-grade dungeon. An S-grade. I am quite curious to discover its true difficulty." His calm demeanor and confident tone seemed to instill a sense of reassurance, dispelling the anxiety that lingered in the air. During such times, a self-assured companion can provide immense comfort. Zhang Yuanqing, well-versed in the art of social interaction, understood how to enliven the atmosphere and cultivate camaraderie. He opted to share only his name, deliberately omitting his profession, as he recognized the sensitivity surrounding occupational identities. Mentioning one's profession could provoke suspicion among the more guarded individuals. Seeing Zhang Yuanqing set the tone, someone quickly chimed in, "Those who can enter an S-grade realm are certainly no novices. If we unite our efforts, we will surely prevail. It's nothing insurmountable. I am known as Fire Demon." The speaker, a young man with fiery red hair, appeared gaunt, his small, sharp eyes and slanted eyebrows imparting an impression of impatience and brusqueness. He must be a fire mage, the others collectively thought. A man clad in black trousers and a black hoodie, with a somber countenance, introduced himself in a subdued tone. "I am Yibo. I am Xiaolingxi," chimed a gentle-voiced girl with long, straight black hair, her smile radiating purity and sweetness. A middle-aged man, somewhat awkward and taciturn, raised his hand and shyly stated, "I am regretful to be a father." What? Although the IDs in the realm are often peculiar, Zhang Yuanqing found the uncle's name excessively flamboyant. Noticing the bewildered expressions on the faces of others. "What sort of name is that?" murmured a young man in tight pants and bean-shaped shoes. Before lifting his chin and declaring loudly, "I am Qi Tian Desheng. You may call me Desheng." The group then turned their attention to the final member. A mature woman aged between 30 and 35, voluptuous and alluring, with fiery red lips and subtle eye makeup. She exuded a sense of experience. Fire Demon and Qi Tian Desheng frequently stole glances at her, while the dark-clad Yibo wore a grim expression, attentively listening to the modestly named regretful father. She smiled charmingly and said, "I am she sure." Her gaze lingered on Zhang Yuanqing, playfully inviting, "Young man, would you take care of me? You're older than my aunt." "She sure? Aren't you afraid such an ostentatious name might overshadow you?" Zhang Yuanqing thought, stifling his internal critique while exuding confidence. "Fear not, we are comrades, and we shall stand together." Simultaneously, he began to glean insights into the woman's character. She was adept at leveraging her feminine allure. Following the introductions, the initial awkwardness among the group began to dissipate. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yuanqing took the lead, stating, "The S-grade dungeon is fraught with dangers. Before we face the impending threats, shall we discuss our strategy?" The group offered no objections, and she sure, her eyes sparkling, sweetly inquired, "Are there any members from the official organization present? I have heard that anomalies have occurred at Jinshui Amusement Park, altering the difficulty level. If only we had access to the old strategies." Chapter 48. S-rank difficulty. No one responded to Shisher's inquiry, except for a young girl named Xiaolingxi, who seemed hesitant to speak. Trust was still lacking. Was it a reluctance to reveal her official identity, or was it that, apart from me, none of the adventurers present had any official background? Zhang Yuanqing pondered whether to offer a hint when he heard Yibo, clad in a black hoodie, speak in a cold tone. "We have been in the spiritual realm for several minutes, and it has not provided any hints. This means that to succeed, we must rely solely on ourselves. If you have any information, it is best not to withhold it. We are all in the same boat." Xialingxi raised her hand slightly and whispered, I know a bit about the old version of the dungeon. The content in the spiritual realm introduction has changed. Is she a member of an official organization? Zhang Yuanqing scrutinized the girl. Upon hearing this, he both furrowed his brows. The introduction to the spiritual realm has changed. I think I understand the reason behind the difficulty adjustment in the Golden Water amusement park. Does anyone remember the content of the introduction? I forgot, muttered the red-haired fire demon, scratching his head. She sure glanced at him and subtly distanced herself, softly laughing. An indescribable presence has arrived here, and it is she who altered the difficulty level of the Golden Water amusement park. She instructed the spirits within the park to help her find someone. A person whose name consists of 4 characters. Who could it be? Regrettably, as a father, someone couldn't help but interject, I think the specific identity is not important. This person should merely serve as a background story. What matters is whether the spirits in the amusement park have become exceptionally powerful due to that presence's influence, thus raising the difficulty to S rank. Daodu, dressed in tight pants and a small suit, brightened at this thought. I think you make a valid point, uncle. You are quite clever. Ibo slightly nodded in acknowledgement of the middle-aged man's statement, saying, then, we should avoid projects with horror elements and opt for simpler facilities to minimize risk. He turned to Xialingxi and asked, do you know the detailed strategies for the old version? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanqing intended to preemptively share the old version's information before the girl could speak, to maintain his influence over the discussion. However, at that moment, a notification sound echoed in his mind, reminding him of the spiritual realm as prompt. Due to your outstanding performance just now, you have triggered a hidden mission. You are appointed as the team leader. Note: there is an evil individual hidden within the team. Please ensure that the number of team members is 3 or more, or you will be punished, and your current level experience will reset to 0. Please keep your character identity concealed. A hidden mission? In his mind, a curse word flickered past. Outwardly, he remained composed, yet his heart sank. The dangers within the dungeon were formidable, and now there was a werewolf among the team, escalating the difficulty dramatically. My hidden mission is to ensure that the number of members is no fewer than 3. Thus, it follows that the evil individual's task is to reduce the team size to fewer than 3 or even lead to total annihilation. To ensure the success rate, it would be best to identify and eliminate the villain in advance, but without the ability to prove my identity and with insufficient trust among the team members, I might end up being falsely accused of being the wolf instead. For a moment, Zhang Yuanqing felt that no one could be trusted. Not even the sweet girl named Xialingxi, who suddenly seemed like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wait. The Golden Water amusement park is a multiplayer spiritual realm aimed at all professions. Could there be an evil profession among the team members? Given the opposition between factions, an evil profession would certainly be a villain. A ruthless thought crossed Zhang Yuanqing's mind. Using the red dance shoes to expose the team members' identities would make it clear who the evil profession was. No, that would be too reckless. It would leave no room for maneuvering. And is it truly that simple? What if I guessed wrong? He silently exhaled, abandoning the idea of summoning the red dance shoes. If there were no evil professions in the team, this action would equate to directly turning against the members, rendering any future endeavors moot. In other words, I must guide the members through the projects while simultaneously identifying the evil individual. Truly, this is an S-rank multiplayer spiritual realm, as challenging as the Mountain God Temple, albeit in a different sense. The dungeon had yet to commence, yet Zhang Yuanqing felt the weight of his responsibility already. I know some of the old version strategies, but I do not remember every detail. Xialingxi said, oh, little sister, you are remarkable. You must be a member of the official organization. Would you mind if I accompany you? She sure remarked. One was overly naive, and the other harbored ulterior motives. Zhang Yuanqing scrutinized the 2 women with an impassive demeanor. He Bo, donning the black hoodie, cast a cold glance at Zhang Yuanqing and inquired, what are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing replied, my preliminary assessment is that the difficulty increase pertains to facilities containing supernatural elements. Therefore, other projects might not have changed significantly. Thus, we can select a project with a very low difficulty based on the old version strategy. A hint of approval flickered across Ibo's gloomy expression as he nodded. That is precisely my point. No wonder you are a seasoned player with experience in multiple spiritual realms. He then addressed everyone. Does anyone have any objections? The group nodded in unison, appearing devoid of opinions. Ibo asked, little girl, which facility do you think we should experience? Xialingxi pressed her lips together, her bright eyes scanning around before she pointed to the undulating steel tracks. That one is the simplest. Upon seeing the roller coaster, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. And Shisher's smile faltered. Why? The method to clear the old version was quite simple. Once on the ride, keep your eyes closed throughout. And after the roller coaster completes 3 laps on the tracks, it will end. That, the young socialite, Qi Tiandesheng, glanced up at the towering steel tracks, feeling a bit apprehensive, and pointed to a nearby carousel, asking, what about this one? I think this seems quite safe. Xiaolingxi shook her head, her expression serious as she replied, the carousel is only suitable for children. If adults ride it, they will never come down. Though there is no substantial danger, it will keep spinning indefinitely. So going on it would mean total annihilation? Qi Tiandesheng silently stepped back, falling silent. If everyone has no objections, then let's choose the roller coaster, he both stated nonchalantly. Suddenly, he scoffed, to be matched into the Golden Water amusement park. I can't guarantee how clever they are, but I can assure you that none are fools. Hebo's remark seemed to be a subtle contest for influence against me. Xiaolingxi appeared innocent at first glance, but could someone simple truly be matched into an S rank? She sure had been probing others' identities from the beginning. Her flirtatious demeanor might well be a fade. Regrettably, as a father, with an outwardly simple and honest appearance, he could incisively analyze that the supernatural elements were the key danger, revealing that his inner self was not as unassuming as he appeared. Qi Tiandesheng seemed a bit timid, somewhat lecherous, lacking in standout qualities, yet he was not a troublemaker. Among these individuals, I felt that the fire demon was the safest, provided I could confirm he was indeed a fire master. Conversely, if he were not, he would be the most dangerous. Zhang Yuanqing assessed his companion's characteristics, raised his hand, and concurred. I have no objections. Let's go with the roller coaster. Unbeknownst to him, he had relinquished a portion of his initiative, no longer taking the lead in every matter, yet maintaining a certain level of engagement. He had reviewed the strategy and knew that Xiaolingxi was not lying. While the roller coaster appeared thrilling, it was, in fact, the simplest to navigate. Of course, whether the roller coaster's mechanics remained unchanged was uncertain. Would other facilities not also have variations? I have no objections. I have no objections either. All right. Regardless of what we play, it's all for fun. After reaching a decision, the group proceeded towards the roller coaster, following the guidance of the signposts as they traversed the passage and entered the building beneath the tracks. In a modest chamber, to the left of the entrance stood a row of lockers, while the ticket booth occupied the right side. As the crowd entered the hall, an ethereal prompt echoed in their ears. Ding! You have received a roller coaster experience ticket. Please ascend to the upper level within 5 minutes. Ding! All excess items have been secured. Kindly retrieve them from the lockers after the event concludes. Excess items. Zhang Yuanqing instinctively reached for the blue pill in his pocket, relieved to find it still there. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, he heard the fire demon exclaim, "The inventory cannot be accessed." Panic ensued as everyone attempted to summon their inventories, only to discover that such a function seemed to have vanished. The Monkey King's voice trembled. I can't use my skills either. What about you? Zhang Yuanqing felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Instinctively, he attempted to activate Night Wander, yet the power of the moon was firmly sealed within him. Others tried various methods, and indeed, they found themselves devoid of skills. This phenomenon cast a somber shadow over the spirit realm travelers, without their abilities. How were they any different from ordinary people? At that moment, the father figure spoke up. While active skills are unavailable, our passive abilities remain intact, and our physical prowess has not diminished. Since we are here, let us proceed. Zhang Yuanqing took the lead, ascending the steps. The others followed, their hearts laden with trepidation as they reached the rooftop, which featured a platform laid with 2 iron tracks, upon which a 2-seater roller coaster quietly awaited. The team gazed at the coaster in silence, none daring to voice their thoughts. Ah, this is where I, as the captain of the Chinese team, must set an example. It aligns with the persona I initially presented. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. The last time I rode a roller coaster was during my student days. I always relished sitting in the front row. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he took his place in the front row and fastened his safety belt. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group as they all boarded. I have a fear of heights. She sure feigned a pitiful demeanor, hesitating between Zhang Yuanqing and Hebo. In that moment of indecision, the long-haired Xiaolingxi swiftly seized the seat beside Zhang Yuanqing, leaving Shisher with no choice but to sit with Hebo. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at her, to which she responded with a sweet smile. Once everyone secured their safety belts, Hebo in the second row calmly advised, Remember to close your eyes and do not open them no matter what happens. Of course, if anyone wishes to test the rules with their life, I welcome that too. Your words are quite unpleasant, Fire Demon retorted, pouting. Zhang Yuanqing turned to survey the team. In the second row sat Bo and Shi Shi, while the third row accommodated the father figure and Fire Demon. The somewhat timid Monkey King appeared to be ostracized, occupying the fourth row alone. At that moment, the tracks electrified, and a thud resonated from beneath the coaster as it began to move slowly. Zhang Yuanqing returned his gaze forward, observing that everyone had closed their eyes. He followed suit, feeling the coaster ascend the tracks, initially at a leisurely pace, seemingly climbing a steep slope. Once the roller coaster reached its zenith, it halted. In the next instant, a powerful sensation of weightlessness engulfed him, accompanied by the roaring wind and Shi Shi's startled gasp. Zhang Yuanqing tensed, listening intently to the sounds around him, counting the seconds. After approximately 2 minutes, the speeding coaster began to decelerate and eventually came to a stop. Zhang Yuanqing opened his eyes and saw the coaster had returned safely to the rooftop platform. With nothing amiss, he exhaled silently, only to be startled by a scream from behind him. His heart raced as he turned to see a horrific sight. Bo in Chapter 49, Predicament? The blindfold rule nullified? The amusement park's upgrade to S-rank alters ride regulations? The assembly gazed upon the cadaver of Bo and the severed head cradled by the fire fiend, their countenances etched with disquiet, as the roller coaster ground to a halt. The 6 spirit realm walkers simultaneously received a notification. Next round commences in, for 5 minutes until the next iteration. Seated in the rearmost row, the great sage equaling heaven observed the headless corpse of Bo before him, his expression taut with apprehension. Should the blindfold rule prove ineffective, another among us will perish in the ensuing round. We must swiftly ascertain the regulations. Have any of you gleaned any insights? The fire fiend, his visage still bearing traces of terror, cast the head from the vehicle, turning back with palpable agitation. With eyes sealed shut throughout, how could one possibly discern any rules? He exclaimed. A father's love furrowed his brow in consternation. If the blindfold directive has indeed been altered, we must redetermine the stipulations. Otherwise, further fatalities will ensue in the forthcoming rounds. Shi bit her vermilion lips. From the moment we resolved to board this roller coaster, I have maintained vigilance along our trajectory. Yet I have unearthed no information or clues of value. The absence of leads implied an inability to formulate a targeted strategy, compelling them to resort to the rudimentary method of trial and error. However, the price of such experimentation, the great sage equaling heaven's countenance darkened. An S-rank spirit realm would scarcely furnish explicit instructions for passage. Were it so facile, it would scarcely merit the designation of S-rank. Stelling C, after a moment's contemplation, offered her perspective. I apologize, it is my fault. We were misled by outdated guides, squandering an opportunity to discover the rules. Her eyes welled with tears, her demeanor one of profound remorse. The great sage equaling heaven hastened to interject. It matters not. Dwelling on this serves no purpose. The absence of information does not preclude recourse. Let us avail ourselves of the remaining time to deliberate. He paused before continuing. If the blindfold regulation has indeed undergone alteration, 2 possibilities emerge. First, the roller coaster's rule has become the death of 1 per round, as evidenced by Bo's demise. Second, by keeping our eyes shut, we have forfeited opportunities for observation. Shi Shi's pupils flickered with newfound admiration. Thus, we must refrain from closing our eyes henceforth. Zhang Yuanqing, listening to the discourse of his comrades, allowed his thoughts to wander. First, we must exclude supernatural elements. Though my active skills are suppressed as a night wanderer, my perception of spiritual entities remains. Were a spirit from the amusement park responsible, I could not possibly remain oblivious. As it stands, the roller coaster still spans 3 rounds. Given that this aspect remains unaltered, why then has the blindfold rule shifted? Perhaps the killings are not rule-based. Zhang Yuanqing's mind reeled as a possibility dawned upon him. Could the culprit be a rogue element concealed within our ranks, a malefactor commencing their depredations? Yet, how could they accomplish such a feat? At this juncture, a father's love turned to the fire fiend, inquiring, "Why did you not alert us to Bo's demise until after the vehicle came to a halt?" The fire fiend's eyebrows arched in response. "What are you implying?" The middle-aged man, retaining his unassuming demeanor, replied calmly, "I merely harbor curiosity." The fire fiend glared at him, retorting vehemently, "I was, of course, aware." The head landed squarely in my lap. Yet, dared I speak? Dared I open my eyes? Were I to utter a warning, I might have been the next to fall. A father's love offered no further comment. Zhang Yuanqing pressed. At what juncture did he meet his end? Or rather, when did the head descend into your embrace? The fire fiend responded without hesitation during the ascent of the second incline. Zhang Yuanqing immediately turned to Shishir. You were adjacent to him. Did you perceive anything amiss? Shishir shook her head. I suffer from acrophobia. I was consumed by fear and failed to observe the events around me. Zhang Yuanqing's brow furrowed deeply. Based on the seating arrangement, the most likely culprits are Shishir, the fire fiend, and a father's love. The great sage equaling heaven, situated across an aisle, can largely be excluded. Given the physical attributes of an extraordinary individual, it seems improbable that he could unfasten his safety harness, traverse the row in front of the fire fiend and a father's love, and dispatch Hebo in the second row. Quite apart from the likelihood of detection by the two individuals, the roller coaster's momentum alone would have sufficed to hurl him from the vehicle. With these thoughts in mind, he turned his gaze toward the petite maiden. Given her stature and arm length, the act of turning to commit murder would necessitate unfastening her safety harness, thus diminishing her plausibility. Next, he must corroborate the fire fiend's account and ascertain whether Hebo genuinely perished at the stated juncture. Availing himself of the interval before the commencement of the second round, Zhang Yuanqing closed his eyes and conjured the visage of his father within his mind. Should Hebo's demise not have transpired during the roller coaster's high-speed traverse, the malefactor's act must have occurred during the initial, gradual ascent, when the roller coaster's momentum was minimal. Possessing the capacity to capture sounds, he could directly pinpoint the culprit. As the contours of his father's face gradually materialized, Zhang Yuanqing's heart pounded, his mental faculties surged, and the images from his initial entry into the spirit realm replayed frame by frame. He meticulously scrutinized these images, awaiting the critical moment. Finally, they boarded the vehicle. As the two-person roller coaster commenced its languid ascent, Zhang Yuanqing's visual input ceased, as his eyes were now shut. However, auditory input persisted. He discerned the heartbeats and respiration of the 7 individuals. Subsequently, Shishir emitted a brief cry of alarm. The roller coaster plunged forward, hurtling toward the second incline amidst a cacophony of sound. At that precise moment, a heartbeat in the rear row vanished. Ah, what ails you? Xielingxi exclaimed, staring in bewilderment at the blood trickling from his companion's nostrils. The other members ceased their debate, directing their attention to him. It is nothing. Zhang Yuanqing waved his hand, wiping away the blood while enduring the throbbing in his cranium. I have been prone to nosebleeds since childhood, particularly in the presence of comely maidens. Xielingxi blushed at the remark. Shishir and the fire fiend cast dubious glances in his direction. A father's love merely glanced at him before diverting his gaze, while the great sage equaling heaven seized the opportunity to steal surreptitious glances at Xielingxi's features and Shishir's bosom. Zhang Yuanqing maintained a composed demeanor, inwardly cursing his predicament. The circumstances of Hebo's demise attested to the malefactor's possession of extraordinary means of execution. To decapitate a victim silently and without commotion was a chilling prospect. He must devise a means to thwart this individual. One fatality per round would reduce their ranks to a mere 4 individuals after 3 rounds, with at least one further recreational activity remaining. How could they possibly proceed? Such a scenario would almost certainly lead to their demise. Whether the perpetrator was a malefactor or the roller coaster's inherent regulations, the outcome remained the same. Zhang Yuanqing's anxiety intensified, and beads of perspiration formed on his brow. Each individual was suspect, including Xielingxi beside him and the great sage equaling heaven in the rear row. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze swept across the assembly. Xielingxi, her brow furrowed in thought. Shishir, her countenance etched with unease. The middle-aged man, maintaining his silence. The great sage equaling heaven, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. And the fire fiend, muttering under his breath. In that moment, he perceived them all as actors, each harboring ulterior motives. The peril within this instance extended beyond the recreational facilities, encompassing the very individuals within the spirit realm. Yuan Shi Tianzuan cursed inwardly. Simultaneously, a question resurfaced in his mind. Why was Hebo the victim? Was the malefactor's choice random, or was there a discernible motive? Were he a werewolf with a single opportunity to eliminate a target at random, whom would he select? This line of reasoning provided Zhang Yuanqing with an answer. He would eliminate the most astute member of the group. In that case, he would be the next to fall. A chill ran down Zhang Yuanqing's spine. Chapter 50. The captain's authority. Hebo and his companion were both proactive, setting the pace, analyzing, and asserting dominance. embodying the essence of the leading figure within the group. With Hebo now deceased, he was undoubtedly the next target. Meanwhile, Shisher, with a sense of urgency, urged, "There's only a minute left. Make a decision quickly. What shall we do next? Should we continue with our eyes closed, or should we open them?" Xiaolingxi raised her hand slightly, suggesting with trepidation, "How about we vote?" The fire demon declared loudly, "I choose to open my eyes. I do not wish for another head to roll into my lap, nor for a comrade's head to be inexplicably severed. By opening our eyes, we might have a sliver of hope to deduce the rules." She sure cast an expectant glance at Zhang Yuanqing, and upon seeing his silence, she added, "I also believe that opening our eyes is a better option. The sensation of having them closed is utterly dreadful." The father, after a brief moment of silence, concurred, "I agree." Xiaolingxi chimed in, "I also concur." Seeing this, the great sage Qi Tian realized that his vote would hold no weight. "It appears I have no choice. Open our eyes. If the rules of the roller coaster have indeed changed, that would be one matter, but if my suspicion is correct, and it is an evil being committing the murders, have you considered the consequences of opening your eyes?" Zhang Yuanqing felt a chill in his heart. He nearly revealed the truth about the traitor within the group. Yet the spiritual realm had provided a warning to conceal their identity. This was both a safeguard against the malevolent entity and a protection for the captain. For this was not a game from reality where everyone was aware of the wolves from the outset, needing only to find them. As a hastily assembled team, could one simply trust everything said? The concealment of identity was evidently a balancing mechanism of the scenario. To disclose it recklessly could trigger a punishment mechanism. However, they could not afford to let things continue, for the stakes were far too high. An idea struck him, albeit a perilous one. Zhang Yuanqing ceased his hesitation and spoke solemnly. "Is there a possibility, if I may suggest, if the rules of keeping our eyes closed have not changed, have you considered the repercussions? In the previous round, only Hebo perished. There remain 2 rounds ahead. At worst, we could lose 2 more individuals. The choice between total annihilation and the loss of 2 lives is one that hardly requires elaboration." The group fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Observing their quietude, Zhang Yuanqing released a breath of relief and continued, "I have another proposal." Shisher's face lit up with delight. "What is it?" "Let us designate one person to remain on the platform as an observer while the others keep their eyes closed and ride the roller coaster. This way, we will have someone watching, and those on the ride will not face the risk, thus averting total annihilation." The group paused momentarily, the fire demon furrowing his brow, exasperated. The scenario information does not explicitly state that we must experience the attraction together, but it does not state we can either. You must understand what this implies in terms of risk. The spiritual realm will not straightforwardly divulge all the rules, allowing you to proceed step by step. Such conveniences are rarely afforded. For instance, while the information suggests forming a team, it does not inform you of the consequences of not doing so. Perhaps nothing happens. Or perhaps abandoning the group leads to death. "I understand," Zhang Yuanqing responded slowly. "Therefore, I will bear this risk. I will remain behind." Upon saying this, he fixed his gaze intently on his teammates. At this moment, anyone who opposed him would be deemed the murderer. "I have no objections. Neither do I, young man. We are counting on you. Wang Tai, do take care." No one voiced dissent. The murderer was more astute than he had anticipated. Zhang Yuanqing thought resignedly, sighing inwardly as he unbuckled his safety harness and stepped out of the roller coaster. If remaining posed a risk, then the murderer could essentially claim 2 lives this round. In light of the majority approval, choosing to go with the flow was a prudent choice. Thus, the murderer displayed cunning. Yet for Zhang Yuanqing, staying behind, though perilous, was a certainty of death if he remained on the ride. At that moment, the countdown reached its conclusion, and with a thud, the roller coaster began to move slowly. Zhang Yuanqing's body tensed as he remained vigilant to any lurking dangers. His gaze sharpened on the roller coaster as it ascended gradually. Sound offered no feedback. Yet the visuals would certainly convey information. Should the murderer dare to strike, he would immediately trigger his old ailment, exposing the perpetrator. He did not believe the murderer could kill by mere thought, as this would contravene the balancing mechanisms. Upon reaching the apex, the roller coaster suddenly plunged downward, executing a free-fall motion, eliciting another startled scream from Shisher. Thunderous roars echoed. Under Zhang Yuanqing's watchful eyes, the roller coaster raced along the undulating steel tracks. And after 2 minutes, it began to decelerate, returning to the platform. As soon as the roller coaster came to a halt, the teammates promptly opened their eyes, scanning their surroundings with taut expressions. No one died, This time, no one died. She sure exclaimed joyfully. The others wore expressions of elation, their previously tense visages relaxing. Xiaolingxi blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with a smile, "Did you observe anything noteworthy?" The teammates instantly turned their gaze toward Zhang Yuanqing, their expressions imbued with anticipation. "Just as I suspected, it is not the rules that dictate the killings, but rather the murderer," Zhang Yuanqing stated. "I saw nothing," he subtly hinted to his teammates. If the rule of keeping one's eyes closed had not changed, then how did he meet his demise? Think for yourselves. Upon hearing this, the teammates fell into a sudden silence, their minds racing with contemplation. In the ensuing 5 minutes, they exhibited an unusual quietness, devoid of conversation or debate. And then, under Zhang Yuanqing's watchful gaze, they completed the 3rd round. "Phew, it's over." Shisha eagerly unbuckled her safety belt, leaping down from the roller coaster in a manner akin to flight. Zhang Yuanqing observed her, waiting for the remaining teammates to disembark before cheerfully stating, "Now it is my turn. Please wait here for a moment." The roller coaster slowed, coming to a halt on the rooftop platform. Zhang Yuanqing unfastened his safety harness and joined the waiting teammates. As his feet touched the concrete ground, an overwhelming sense of relief and fatigue washed over him, as though he had narrowly escaped a great calamity. Having finally completed an amusement ride with only one teammate lost, within a manageable scope, he sighed, nearly facing total annihilation. This S-rank task was indeed formidable. Zhang Yuanqing felt wearied by the thought. Upon witnessing the similarly exhausted expressions of his comrades, a sense of equilibrium was restored within him. At that moment, a notification echoed in Zhang Yuanqing's mind. "You have completed the initial task, roller coaster. You have successfully activated the series of heart-stopping tasks. The subsequent entertainment facilities are the haunted house and the roller coaster underground parking lot, ghost marriage, and the detective reasoning hall. Please proceed to the 2nd location within half an hour. Ghosts, a haunted house." Upon hearing the notification, Zhang Yuanqing's expression abruptly stiffened. Xiaolingxi, she sure. The middle-aged man, the fire demon, and the great sage Qi Tian slowly saw their smiles fade. The roller coaster is part of the heart-stopping series, and within this series lies a haunted house. Zhang Yuanqing swiftly turned to the long-haired girl. Simultaneously, another notification resonated in his mind. "Ding. You have successfully led your teammates to complete a task. You now have one opportunity to exercise the captain's authority. Please identify the hidden malevolent entity among the teammates. The designated individual will face obliteration. Failure to make a selection within 30 seconds will be deemed a forfeiture of this opportunity." Chapter 51. The underground parking lot. Zhang Yuanqing listened to the alert sound in his ear, maintaining an expression of calmness, while internally he experienced an epiphany. He had previously found it peculiar that the scenario had assigned him the role of a captain, yet demanded secrecy and forbade the expulsion of a traitor. What significance did such a captaincy hold? Now he comprehended. The captainess' authority lay within this very scenario. I possessed the power to eliminate, and naturally, the villain must wield similar means, hence the ambiguous demise of the river god. However, my authority can only be exercised upon the completion of a task. The murderer must also have conditions to activate their abilities. What could those conditions be? It is improbable for an elimination opportunity to be handed out freely. Zhang Yuanqing's mind raced. I have already retraced the events since entering the scenario and found nothing unusual. The conditions for the murderer to trigger their power must be subtle, known solely to them. Who would their target be? Zhang Yuanqing's thoughts surged with intensity as he quickly pinpointed 3 individuals, Xiaolingxi, the fire demon, and Shi Shi. Among these, he most desired to eliminate the girl with long black hair, despite her being a delicate beauty deserving of sympathy. The mention of a haunted house and the subsequent experience had provoked a momentary impulse to strike her down. Yet, this was merely a fleeting whim. The previous version of the guide did not elaborate on such series of events, at least, it was not recorded. This change must have arisen from the adjustment in the difficulty of the Jinshui amusement park. Xiaolingxi likely remained unaware of this. Given the S-level difficulty of the spiritual realm, it seemed that regardless of our choice of entertainment facilities, we would inevitably end up in the haunted house. Perhaps merely with a variation in the sequence. Currently, the information at hand was scant. Deducing the identity of the villain was nearly impossible. Relying half on inference and half on guesswork, with minimal certainty. Should I misidentify, I would lose a team member unnecessarily, putting myself at a disadvantage. However, if I do nothing, the next casualty would surely be me. Perhaps I might even be fortunate enough to reveal the murderer. Caught in a dilemma. He was torn between taking a risk based on instinct or proceeding cautiously while observing. Both choices carried their respective risks. Since I, as the captain, cannot make a decisive choice, what thoughts might the traitor harbor at this moment? Zhang Yuanqing contemplated from a different angle. His hidden task must involve killing. Yet it remains uncertain whether he knows of the captain's existence. Let us not dwell on that for now. Earlier, I mentioned not having observed any anomalies. The unchanged guide is a clear indication. The murderer is not foolish. He must realize my suspicion regarding a traitor within the team. Consequently, he will likely act with caution, seeking an opportune moment to eliminate me. When would such a moment arise? This detail is crucial. The character's identity represents a hidden task, not the main quest. The murderer must also consider that killing too quickly would heighten his risks in the subsequent tasks. The Jinshui amusement park is of S-level difficulty. I refuse to believe the villain's task is simply to reduce the number of team members. If it were that straightforward, it would not be classified as S-level. Continuing along this line of thought, upon realizing the inevitability of confronting terrifying supernatural tasks, the murderer is unlikely to engage in frequent killings as he requires companions. Needs expendable pawns, and someone like me, who demonstrates capability, would be a prime candidate. Therefore, the timing for my demise should occur either after clearing the haunted house or during the process. These are merely my conjectures, awaiting validation, making the underground parking lot an ideal testing ground for him. With half an hour remaining before the next task, I shall seize this opportunity for further probing. Having reached this conclusion, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to forego his captaincy for this moment. Damn, it seems I cannot escape the haunted house after all. In the plaza, the fire demon, receiving the alert from the spiritual realm, found his composure unraveling. He glared at the lovely young girl, exclaiming, "By my grandmother, you are going to get us killed." Xiaolingxi pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. I didn't want this either. I had no idea the S-level spiritual realm would turn out like this. I've never been here before. Frustrated, the fire demon tugged at his fiery red hair, cursing, "Had I known, I wouldn't have listened to you. This is a mess. What do we do now? The haunted house is bound to be perilous. What did the old guide say? I think we should discuss this as a group." Xiaolingxi shook her head. I don't know. There are too many attractions at the amusement park, and I only remember a portion. Don't know? Do you think I will believe that? Am I a 3-year-old child? The fire demon erupted in anger. Why are you so fierce? Xiaolingxi's eyes brimmed with tears. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, likely still a high school student, and after being berated by the fire demon, she looked both aggrieved and innocent, on the verge of tears. Enough. A rare voice broke forth from a simple, kind-hearted middle-aged man, who stepped forward to halt the quarrel. He calmly addressed the fire demon. No one can fully understand the amusement park after the difficulty change. This is not her fault. Besides, we chose the roller coaster through a group vote. The middle-aged man made a reasonable point, yet the fire demon, blinded by anger, disregarded the advice, glaring back. What I say is none of your concern. Do you think you can play the good guy here? I'm not playing the good guy. I merely wish for you to be silent. If you refuse to quiet down, I can assist you. The outwardly honest middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a hint of menace. Zhang Yuanqing recognized the moment had come for him to intervene. Promptly stepping forward to position himself between the two, smiling as he said, "Let us all remain calm. If this continues, we'll lose track of time. Uncle, grant me a favor. After we clear the Jinshui amusement park, I'll treat you to drinks. Fire brother, once we leave the spiritual realm, feel free to reach out to me. I'm from Yancheng, and the white-cut chicken there is simply the best, tender, juicy, and incredibly delectable." His light-hearted banter diffused the tension in the air. The fire demon and the middle-aged man took the opportunity to let the matter slide. The group of 6 followed the directional signs, departing the plaza and traversing through the brilliantly illuminated amusement park. A cool breeze gently swept by, the dark sky resembling an endless black velvet curtain, devoid of stars and the moon. The enchanting and radiant lights of the amusement park served as the only source of illumination in this realm. Abandoned roller coasters thundered along their tracks. The swinging pendulum and pirate ship swayed incessantly, and the carousel revolved slowly amidst joyous music. Unmanned bumper cars collided chaotically across the arena. The atmosphere abruptly shifted from a fairy tale dream to an eerie nightmare. During this journey, no one spoke. The mood among the team members was exceedingly silent and tense, with everyone maintaining a certain distance, neither too far nor too close. Clearly, they had grasped my subtle hint and begun to harbor doubts regarding the river goddess Death. Next, I must test them one by one. Alas, concealing my identity is quite troublesome. Zhang Yuanqing had indeed ceased to concern himself with whether his identity as captain would be discovered, for it held little significance. Once the villain recognized a suitable opportunity, he would undoubtedly be the first to strike, without hesitation. He swiftly approached Xielingxi, inquiring, Lingxi, are you a high school student? Where are you from? I'm from Jiangnan province. My brother Wang Tai is in his senior year. Such a coincidence. I'm a student at Jiangnan University. Shall we exchange phone numbers? After we clear the Jinshui amusement park, I could assist you with your homework, providing one-on-one tutoring. Sure. But do you have a girlfriend? Why do you ask? If you have a girlfriend, it would be inconvenient for me to receive private tutoring from you. Why is that? Sure. What is your occupation? I'm a nurse. A nurse? A nurse in uniform, perhaps. One who administers injections? A look of profound admiration graced Zhang Yuanqing's face as he declared, I hold nurses in the highest esteem. Sure, her eyes shimmering with allure, responded with a coquettish purr. Laden with innuendo, there's really no need for such reverence. I find myself drawn to a man's wilder, more unrefined side, one who would command me without restraint. Zhang Yuanqing paused momentarily before replying with a smile, we should find time to sleep together. Zhang Yuanqing then approached the man who was a disgrace as a father and inquired casually, Sir, do you happen to have a daughter? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and grunted in affirmation. Zhang Yuanqing, feigning curiosity, probed, I dare say your relationship with your daughter is rather strained? The middle-aged man's previously affable countenance darkened instantly, his tone turning icy as he retorted, that is none of your concern. My apologies. After distancing himself from the middle-aged man, he swiftly caught up with the red-haired youth ahead. This individual was gaunt and lean, with small, sharp eyes and steeply angled eyebrows, giving off an air of impetuosity and crudeness. Following a few flattering remarks from Zhang Yuanqing, the fire mage beamed. Finding the young man's words pleasing to his ears and expressing a willingness to converse with him. When Zhang Yuanqing inquired about his opinions of their teammates, the fire mage responded boisterously, these teammates of ours are quite peculiar. The little girl is putting on an act, and the big-breasted woman seems like she would sleep with anyone. But when I asked her on the roller coaster platform if she wanted to go down and have a quickie, she completely ignored me. That old man looks like the least trustworthy of the bunch. As he spoke, the fire mage glanced back at the spirited young man, Qi Tian-Dashing, who was fawning over Xielingxi, regarding him with disdain. He's just a useless egg. Wang Tai, brother, I find you the most agreeable in this team. You flatter me. Fire mage, I find you to be the most reliable as well. Zhang Yuanqing finally approached the spirited young man in his trendy shoes and skinny jeans, saying, Dasheng, may I have a word with you in private? Qi Tian-Dasheng cast a reluctant glance at Xielingxi before following Zhang Yuanqing to the side. What is it? He asked, directing an inquisitive gaze at the socially adept young man. What do you think of those two girls? Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. Qi Tian-Dasheng glanced at Xielingxi, pretty, with a perky little butt, but small breasts. Then he looked at Shishir, big breasts, round hips. But she doesn't seem to like anyone. As for the fire mage and the middle-aged man, Qi Tian-Dasheng considered the former to be hot-tempered and difficult to get along with, keeping his distance. The latter was taciturn but occasionally offered valuable advice. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly whispered, if I die, do everything you can to take out that old man. He's an evil class. Qi Tian-Dasheng was taken aback, his eyes widening slightly. He instinctively opened his mouth, then quickly closed it, his expression turning wary and cautious. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the underground parking garage on the west side of the amusement park, stopping at the entrance of the ramp. Through the downward slope, the group could see the garage lit by bright lights, with rows of dusty cars arranged in an orderly fashion. The garage was eerily silent. Zhang Yuanqing looked at Xielingxi, speaking for the group. What's the strategy for this level? Chapter 52. Everyone must die. As the eager gazes of the crowd fell upon her, Xielingxi gently pressed her lips together and spoke in a clear, sweet voice. In the previous version of the strategy, the realm walkers were required to navigate through an underground parking lot. During this process, an automaton would appear every 3 minutes, relentlessly pursuing any realm walker who entered the parking area. Those who were caught would be eliminated. The objective was to locate the controller before anyone was eliminated, in order to shut down the automaton, which was hidden within one of the vehicles in the parking lot. The irritable fire demon suddenly realized, so our goal is to find the controller to deactivate the automaton, right? Wang Tai, what are your thoughts? The others, deep in contemplation, turned their attention to Zhang Yuanqing, eager to hear the insights of this capable young man who had deftly navigated the crisis in their first task. "The approach you propose to extract the core is rather crude, Firemaster," Zhang Yuanqing interjected. In the previous version of the amusement park, elimination meant a deduction of experience points rather than death. However, with the difficulty now escalated to S level, the correct interpretation is that every 3 minutes, one person will perish. Shisher's charming expression shifted. "We have at most 18 minutes. The remorseful father slowly shook his head. "No, we should strive to avoid any fatalities in this round. The greater the number of people entering the haunted house, the higher the probability of survival." "Father, you nearly implied it outright. Haunted houses require cannon fodder." Zhang Yuanqing sighed. "Lingxi, will our skills be sealed in the parking lot?" Lingxi reflected for a moment before replying. "The strategy does not mention that." The fire demon pondered and suggested, "Once we enter the parking lot, we should split up to expedite our search for the key." The great sage shook his head vigorously. "In such a perilous place, splitting up is tantamount to courting death." The fire demon glared disdainfully, retorting, "Are you simply afraid of dying, you useless wretch?" Anger flickered in the great sage's eyes, but he held back, coldly stating, "Regardless, I do not recommend splitting up. Dividing our efforts would be prudent, provided there are no traitors among us." Zhang Yuanqing interjected, cutting off the burgeoning dispute. "Let us proceed inside. Formulating a strategy is contingent upon having sufficient information." He led the way down the steep slope into the brightly lit underground parking lot. As he descended, Zhang Yuanqing surveyed his surroundings, a grimace flickering across his face. The underground parking lot was vast, reminiscent of a large commercial complex, with vehicles parked neatly in their designated spaces. The variety of models was impressive, yet a thick layer of dust coated their roofs. As Lingxi and the others entered the parking lot, the fire demon's expression darkened. "With so many cars, how will we find it in time?" Shisher, her enchanting gaze filled with concern, suggested, "Shall we split up?" The others fell silent, for they all simultaneously received the dungeon notification. Ding. The team has entered the underground parking lot. Experience begins, and excess items have been cleared. Hint 1, controller. Hint 2, car key. Good luck. Countdown, 002. 55, their active skills were once again sealed. The inventory was inaccessible. Cursed be the seal on their abilities. The expressions of several teammates shifted, but Zhang Yuanqing's attention was captured by the 2 hints. Was there a hint? The previous strategy did not indicate that this level contained any. S-level dungeons typically do not provide overt hints. Realm walkers must observe, reflect, and deduce patterns to uncover paths to survival. The fact that the underground parking lot offered such conspicuous hints regarding the controller and key indicated a high level of danger. For otherwise, the realm would not provide such clues. Zhang Yuanqing muttered, "Everyone, the situation is rather dire." The group paused, breaking free from their panic over the sealed skills. And after scrutinizing the dungeon hints, their expressions turned grave. The car key. The impatient fire demon strode toward the nearest van, attempting to unlock the door, only to find it locked. He turned sideways, elbow raised, seeking to shatter the glass. Clang. The glass rang out loudly, yet did not shatter. Not even a crack appeared. "If we cannot break this, it seems we must first find the car key to locate the controller." The fire demon spat in frustration, exclaiming, "I propose we split up." Zhang Yuanqing scanned the crowd, noting their shared inclination, and promptly said, "Agreed, but do not stray too far. Ensure that you remain within sight of your teammates. Time is of the essence. Let us act." The countdown loomed like a specter, compelling the 6 realm walkers to cease their hesitation and commence their search in the parking lot. The expansive parking lot lay silent, save for the sound of their footsteps. Zhang Yuanqing deliberately lingered at the rear, ensuring all teammates remained in view while simultaneously seeking the car key. This task felt amiss. The underground parking lot was so vast that it seemed implausible to locate the controller within 3 minutes. It was unlikely they would find it here. Lost in thought, Zhang Yuanqing suddenly heard Lingxi crouching down to peer beneath a car, and moments later, she joyfully exclaimed, "I found the car key. It's under this SUV." She lifted her delicate arm, brandishing the key triumphantly. Simultaneously, she pressed the unlock button. The parking lot remained eerily silent. With no response from the vehicles, Lingxi's expression shifted to disappointment as she dejectedly remarked, "The car isn't near me." Seeing this, the group resumed their search. And soon, the great sage called out, "I found the car key." He pressed the unlock button, and the nearby van emitted 2 beeps, its taillights flashing. The group rushed over, flinging open the 4 doors, their gazes scouring the interior. The remorseful father sighed in disappointment. There's nothing here. Wait a moment. Xiaolingxi's keen eyes caught something as she leaned into the vehicle, perking up her small backside to retrieve a card from beneath the seat. It was a metallic card, its surface adorned with a layer of gold paint, featuring an illustration of a crystal-clear pool of water at its center. Gazing at the card, the group noticed a piece of information materializing before them. Lifespan essence. Type: potion. Function: healing. Description: a potion imbued with immense vitality, capable of healing all external wounds. Note: as a consumable, it bears no cost. Lifespan essence? Shishi's eyes brightened. I recall that lifespan essence is an item associated with the bard class. I never expected to find a consumable in the car. Do you think there might be others in the other vehicles? If so, their chances of successfully clearing the dungeon would increase significantly. Is lifespan essence related to the bard class? I remember that the bard's extraordinary ability is singing. Zhang Yuanqing restrained his impulse to inquire, for Wang Tai was a seasoned realm walker with ample experience, a reliable ally. I should keep this for now. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at the countdown. We must continue searching for the car keys. Our time is limited. The group dispersed once more, swiftly scouring for the elusive car keys. As Zhang Yuanqing searched for the car keys, he pondered. Providing both hints and consumables indicates that the peril of this level may exceed expectations. The murderer likely senses this as well. I hope he refrains from further bloodshed and spares the lives of his teammates. Otherwise, escaping this haunted house would be impossible. As moments slipped away without the discovery of the 3rd car key, the anxiety among the realm walkers intensified, their search growing increasingly frantic. At that moment, the ever-watchful Qitian de Sheng exclaimed, "Time's up." In the next instant, the thunderous roar of an engine echoed from afar, sending a chill down everyone's spines. They turned toward the sound, and at the entrance of the underground parking lot, a towering figure emerged. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, its body was encased in metal, and its eyes glowed ominously red, clutching a 3-foot-long chainsaw in its grasp. "Everyone is doomed. Everyone is doomed," echoed the electronic voice from its chest. "Transformers!" shouted Xiaolingxi. With a deafening roar, the engine surged as the automaton glided forward, covering dozens of meters with alarming speed, barreling toward the group. "Scatter!" Zhang Yuanqing bellowed. The group erupted in all directions, akin to bowling pins struck by a ball. Xiaolingxi seemed to lag behind, her reflexes not as swift as the others. In her attempt to evade, she was struck by the robot, letting out a muffled groan as her chapter 53, a method to break the impasse. Thump, thump, thump. With rapid footsteps, the remorseful father, hunched low, sprinted forth, colliding his shoulder against the automaton's steely frame with savage force. His physique, capable of collapsing a wall, merely staggered the construct. Da da da. The chainsaw grazed Xiaolingxi, biting into the concrete, its high-speed rotation carving a deep furrow. Zhang Yuanqing, galvanized into action, surged forward, his leg muscles taut, and seized Xiaolingxi, yanking her back towards the rear, entrusting her to Shi. Simultaneously, he grappled the automaton's chainsaw-wielding hand, roaring. "Altogether, wrest the weapon from its grasp." His voice reverberated like a clarion, rousing the bewildered firebringer and great sage, who lunged at the construct. The volatile pyromancer slammed into its back, while the great sage and Zhang Yuanqing jointly seized the chainsaw, striving to disarm it. "You shall all perish. You shall all perish." The automaton's chest-mounted speaker blared, followed by static. With a mechanical whir, its arm twisted, flinging Zhang Yuanqing and the great sage away. The latter landed heavily, disoriented. The former, adjusting his center of gravity midair, executed a series of backflips to dissipate the force, landing gracefully. A wood sprite? Is this creature a wood sprite? Zhang Yuanqing, witnessing this, immediately identified the great sage's vocation. At the extraordinary stage, a level 2 wood sprite, also known as a wood ape, possessed innate climbing prowess and exceptional agility. The maneuver to dissipate force could not be achieved through mere strength. It required specialized technique. The wood sprite seemed the most apt explanation. Bang, bang, bang. The remorseful father rained blows upon the automaton's steely form. However, the construct merely swatted him aside before resuming its relentless pursuit with the chainsaw. Amidst the peril, the unassuming middle-aged man displayed a combativeness and nimbleness at odds with his demeanor, his eyes narrowed with a fierce glint. Utilizing the parked vehicles, he dodged the chainsaw's swipes through sprints, dives, and rolls, narrowly escaping each attack. Damn your ancestors. The firebringer cursed as he charged, leaping into the air and driving both feet into the automaton's back. Yet, the construct's braking system, akin to a vehicular one, caused its frame to shudder. Remaining rooted to the spot, it swiftly retaliated, sweeping its chainsaw-wielding arm back. Instinctively, the firebringer raised his hand in defense. Thwack! His hand was instantly severed, falling to the ground. The firebringer collapsed, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. At this juncture, Zhang Yuanqing and the great sage, having regrouped, intervened once more. One engaged the automaton, while the other dragged the wounded firebringer away. Clang, clang. Zhang Yuanqing's fists hammered against the steely chest, causing his bones to ache. His fists, capable of felling an octogenarian, were rendered insignificant. The hunted now numbered 2. Zhang Yuanqing, leveraging his night wanderer physique, narrowly evaded fatal blows while his mind raced. We can't win, we can't escape. This is a total annihilation scenario. How can we survive the automaton with our skills suppressed? Even an S-rank spirit realm wouldn't set up an impossible task. There must be a way to break the impasse, one I haven't yet discovered. If only there was a sanctuary like the one in the mountain god temple. A flash of inspiration struck him. Into the cars. Get inside the cars. The others paused, then understood. The great sage, like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, fumbled for his car keys and pressed the unlock button. A car, recently opened, beeped twice a dozen meters away. The great sage instinctively dashed towards it, but remembering the firebringer, he returned and helped him towards the vehicle. Xiaolingxi, pale, retrieved her keys and pressed the unlock button. A black SUV beeped nearby, its tail lights blinking. It's here. Sister Shishir, let's go quickly, Xiaolingxi exclaimed. Shishir sprinted towards the vehicle, with Xiaolingxi hobbling behind, calling back, this way, this way. You go first. The middle-aged man ducked under a chainsaw swipe, his voice low. Seeing Zhang Yuanqing hesitate, he frowned. You're too green. You don't fight like an experienced spirit walker. If I leave, you'll surely die. Can't I just be a non-combatant? Zhang Yuanqing retorted silently, but refrained from bravado and fled towards the SUV. He yanked open the back door, jumped inside, and shouted, hurry. The remorseful father abandoned the automaton and sprinted towards them. Vroom, vroom. The automaton's engine roared, its wheeled feet propelling it forward. The remorseful father's face was contorted in exertion, veins bulging, but he couldn't outpace the automaton. Zhang Yuanqing yelled, switch sides. He slammed the door shut and opened the opposite one. The remorseful father dove to the left, evading the sweeping chainsaw, scrambled around the vehicle, and dove through the open door. Bang! The door slammed shut. The automaton, venting gas from its ankle vents to arrest its momentum, halted beside the car. Inside, all four held their breath. After a tense half-minute, Zhang Yuanqing exhaled, relieved. Gazing at the automaton standing guard outside, he smiled. It seems my hunch was correct. Shishir beamed at him. You're amazing. Truly an experienced spirit walker. The remorseful father glanced at him. Did he see through my inexperience? Zhang Yuanqing smiled. I'm just observant. Xiaolingxi blinked her limpid eyes. Are you a scout? Of course not. Would I be a mere 75 gold piece I? Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. Xiaolingxi didn't press, instead saying sweetly, thank you, uncle, thank you, Wang Tai, for saving me earlier. The remorseful father nodded slightly. We're companions. Mutual aid is how we overcome adversity. Zhang Yuanqing's response earned him the girl's gratitude and admiration. The automaton remained outside, preventing their departure. Zhang Yuanqing took the opportunity to close his eyes and reflect on the events since entering the parking lot. Xiaolingxi doesn't seem suited for close combat. She sure is cautious. Her vocation is unclear. The firebringer is likely a pyromancer. His temper might be feigned, but not perfectly. The remorseful father. He reminds me of Oxiangro. I couldn't discern the middle-aged man's vocation, but his fierce aura and close-quarters combat skills suggest a similarity to Oxiangro. If he's an enchanting demon, is he too amiable? Then again, Oxiangro was mentally unstable, so he can't be the standard. If the uncle is an enchanting demon, given the factional conflict, he's likely malevolent. Should I eliminate him after the mission? To clear the underground parking lot, we need manpower to find the keys and cooperate against the automaton. Under these circumstances, the chance of a murderer striking is greatly reduced. As he pondered, he heard Xiaolingxi exclaim with delight, Oh, I found another card. Your conditions have been met. Will you eliminate a team member? If a choice is not made within 30 seconds, it will be considered a forfeiture of this opportunity. Ding. You have forfeited this opportunity. Inside the vehicle, everyone's attention turned to Xiaolingxi, who withdrew a metallic card from the visor of the passenger seat. Its surface, adorned with gold paint, bore the inscription, "You have received an opportunity to use a prop." An opportunity to use a prop? Zhang Yuanqing observed Shishir, Xielingxi, and the middle-aged man, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Compared to the life essence, the card granting the ability to use a prop appeared far more significant. A well-utilized prop could resolve a troublesome situation, while the life essence, although life-saving, could not alleviate a crisis. At that moment, the automaton outside shouted that everyone would perish, unwillingly sliding away. Simultaneously, they noticed a countdown reappeared, but this time, the limit was 2 minutes and 40 seconds, shortened by 20 seconds. What is happening? We lost 20 seconds. Shishir's beautiful eyes widened. Does the automaton's appearance shorten the time by 20 seconds? There is another possibility. Xielingxi speculated. Opening a car costs 10 seconds. The four fell silent. Regardless of the explanation, neither was favorable. Shishir's expression turned pale. S-level instances are too challenging. I never wish to experience such a thing again in my lifetime. Chapter 54. Finally dead, facing the intense gazes of his teammates. Zhang Yuanqing articulated his thoughts. I possess an item that can ensnare the automaton, granting us ample time to locate the controller. The weight of fatherhood made Shishir and Xielingxi furrow their brows. Meanwhile, Huayemo and Qi Tian Desheng appeared utterly perplexed. An item? Haven't our skills and items been sealed? With a beaming smile, Shishir explained, earlier, when we were in the car, we discovered a card stating that we could use an item once. The prospect of utilizing an item brought momentary joy to Huayemo and Qi Tian Desheng, only for it to be replaced by skepticism. The latter cautiously inquired, you mean to say you intend to use the item to confront the automaton alone, buying us time? Huayemo recalled the automaton's ferocity and quickly shook his head. That suggestion is unreliable. Unless our active skills are unsealed and combined with the item, it may be possible to contend with that robot. This time, Xielingxi concurred with Huayemo, softly voicing her concerns. Brother Wang Tai, that sounds perilous. We are all transcendent phase spirit realm walkers, and the items within our reach are of a similar tier. Can an extraordinary quality item truly vanquish the automaton? Items are categorized by type rather than tier, yet the spirit realm walkers understood that tier is a hidden attribute. The items acquired at the transcendent phase generally belong to this level. With a touch of paternal concern, Zhang Yuanqing remarked, this idea is quite audacious. If a single item could effortlessly resolve the danger, this card would not exist in the vehicle. He cautioned Zhang Yuanqing not to misjudge the situation and squander the precious card. An S-rank mission could not possibly be so straightforward. Clearly, the team members deemed Wang Tai's notion impractical, yet due to the prestige Zhang Yuanqing had forged, they only offered rebuttals without fervent opposition. Ordinary items would certainly not suffice. Yet rule-based items could indeed be formidable. Confronted with his teammate's skepticism, Zhang Yuanqing, well aware of the capabilities of the red dancing shoes, smiled slightly. As seasoned spirit realm walkers, you dare question my judgment? Let us not forget that we are all in this together. I would never gamble with my own life. His expression radiated confidence, and his tone remained remarkably composed. At this moment, Wang Tai's consistent demeanor came into play. The team members furrowed their brows in silence. Although still somewhat doubtful, they refrained from voicing outright dissent, primarily because they either lacked items or possessed no powerful means to confront their foe. Zhang Yuanqing urged, time is of the essence. Let us search for the car keys. The 6 spirit realm walkers swiftly sprang into action. In the ensuing moments, Zhang Yuanqing discovered 2 sets of car keys. Shishir found one, Qi Tian Desheng found another, and Xielingxi located one as well. Each retrieved the keys corresponding to their respective vehicles and began unlocking them. Aside from the young girl's car, which contained a metallic card, the others yielded no significant findings. The card in Xielingxi's possession read, you have 1 opportunity to transfer aggro. Regrettably, the vehicles in the parking lot were immobile. Zhang Yuanqing lamented internally, just as a resounding engine roar echoed from afar. The group, akin to startled deer, instantly before them stood a towering steel figure. Suddenly frozen as if its power source had been severed, all movement ceased, and the crimson light in its eyes extinguished. The red ballet shoes delivered several kicks to the unmoving being, and upon witnessing its dazed state, they paused in confusion and dashed back to Zhang Yuanqing's side. It has come, it seeks to dance with me. Zhang Yuanqing felt a wave of relief wash over him, though a subtle twitch flickered at the corners of his mouth. Success! Xielingxi exclaimed joyfully. She and the others exhaled a weary breath, their faces blossoming with smiles of elation. No one had perished. They had successfully navigated through the ordeal. Just as they were about to express their gratitude and admiration to Zhang Yuanqing, they suddenly noticed that the once motionless automaton had reignited its crimson glare, its engine roaring back to life as it surged towards them like an arrow. What is happening? The group's expressions shift. Chapter 55. Why? This question resonated in the hearts of all. Why was the controller ineffective? And why did he, as a father, feel compelled to save this young girl? Zhang Yuanqing could not comprehend it either, yet his attention was wholly fixated on the sound emanating from the speaker embedded in the chest of the Autobot. Demon Lord? It had just uttered the words Demon Lord. Why would a robot's voice system utter such a term? Suddenly, he recalled the message left by Soldier Brother. Could it be that the item Soldier Brother had instructed him to seek was this very Autobot before him? A wave of astonishment washed over him. Bang! The red ballet shoes soared, delivering a kick that sent the Autobot sliding half a meter to the side. Zhang Yuanqing snapped back to reality and shouted, "Quick! Get back into the car!" Without needing his reminder, the fire demon, and Tian Desheng had already flung open the car door, ready to dive into the vehicle for refuge. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at the dazed Xiaolingxi, lifted her, and tucked the upper half of the guilt-ridden father under his arm, hastily entering another car. Bang! The car door shut, effectively sealing the danger outside. Zhang Yuanqing let out a silent sigh of relief and turned his gaze toward his two companions. The guilt-ridden father, despite his grievous state, had not succumbed immediately, though it was merely a matter of time. Xiaolingxi emerged from her stupor, her eyes filled with complexity as she gazed at the middle-aged man and softly asked, "Why? Why risk your life to save me?" In response to the girl's inquiry, the guilt-ridden father's complexion was ashen, but his tone was surprisingly calm as he retorted, "Does saving someone require a reason?" Xiaolingxi was taken aback. "Uncle, such words hardly seem to befit you." Zhang Yuanqing thought, his emotions in turmoil. In that moment, this simple and unadorned answer stirred something within him. The guilt-ridden father spoke softly, "You need not feel grateful, nor should you feel guilt. My act of saving you bears little significance to you. For someone like me, death could be a form of liberation. If you were aware of my past deeds, you would harbor no sympathy for me. Of course, I do not seek any." His voice was weak and intermittent. "Wang Tai, you mentioned. I wish to ask you for a favor. If you manage to escape the amusement park alive, please find someone for me and convey a message to him. In return, I will share something with you, something pertinent to the mission." "Why me?" Zhang Yuanqing queried, lifting his gaze to glance at Xiaolingxi beside him. The guilt-ridden father's face grew increasingly pallid as he weakly replied, "She is affiliated with the authorities." Xiaolingxi understood the strategy, hence his suspicion that the young girl was connected to the authorities. His affairs must not be known to them? A fleeting thought crossed Zhang Yuanqing's mind, and he nodded. "Very well, I agree, provided I can leave the amusement park alive. The person I want you to find is Master Wuan. Please relay a message to him." The guilt-ridden father paused, his eyes reflecting confusion, loathing, and sorrow. "I apologize, but I still do not know if the fault lies with me or this world." Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily stunned and replied, "I will remember." The guilt-ridden father nodded in satisfaction. "I will provide you with an address and that compensatory information. Lean in." Zhang Yuanqing bent down, bringing his ear closer. After a few seconds, he straightened up and murmured, "All right, as a trade. I will ensure this matter is taken care of." A look of peace washed over the guilt-ridden father's face, and he could no longer maintain his strength. The flicker of life in his eyes extinguished in an instant. Xiaolingxi's eyes turned red, tears cascading down her cheeks. Zhang Yuanqing could not discern whether her tears were genuine or feigned. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "He is a seducer, and he just told me so. I am unclear why he saved you, but perhaps it truly has little to do with you. You need not feel guilt. Every wicked profession has its own tale." Xiaolingxi sniffled and nodded obediently. "I understand. He exudes a strong aura of malevolence. I have known for some time that he is involved in dark dealings. What shall we do next?" She comprehended that the guilt-ridden father was engaged in nefarious activities. Zhang Yuanqing's eyes darkened as he recalled Xiaolingxi's demeanor and actions, then turned to look outside. Through the car window, the red ballet shoes were locked in fierce combat with the Autobot. According to their observations, the Autobot would relentlessly pursue the spirit realm travelers for 5 minutes each time it appeared. Yet the time had long since elapsed, and this steel monstrosity showed no signs of retreat. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze shifted from the battling red ballet shoes and the Autobot to the car positioned diagonally behind them. where she sure was knocking on the window, casting an anxious glance their way, seemingly calling for help. Behind her, the fire demon and Qitian Dixing were embroiled in a heated argument. The escalating situation had caused an internal conflict among the three. She sure must have been seeking his assistance, but the distance rendered communication impossible. If this continued, they would be trapped in the car. Zhang Yuanqing surmised that their fears extended beyond the Autobot. They were also apprehensive of the red ballet shoes, as time was swiftly running out. He fixed his gaze upon the delicate and charming young girl beside him and asked, "You have witnessed the situation outside. What are your thoughts?" Regardless of whether the girl feigned weakness or was genuinely fragile, her presence in the amusement park indicated she was no fool. A competent leader must seek counsel from the wise. Xiaolingxi maintained her frail demeanor, sobbing, "To resolve the crisis, we must first identify the core issue. We need to comprehend why the Autobot is acting so unscrupulously." Zhang Yuanqing nodded. "Indeed, this Autobot is unscrupulous, resorting to deceit and ambush." "Please continue." "I pressed the controller earlier, and it did indeed cease movement, indicating the controller is functional. The Autobot cannot possess the intellect to deceive us. This means we have already managed to deactivate the Autobot once," Xiaolingxi explained. "I noticed that after the power was restored, its speech changed. Could it be that the Autobot's control system is altered? We may need to deactivate it once more." "Deactivate it once more." Zhang Yuanqing silently mulled over her words, refraining from further inquiry, for Xiaolingxi could not possibly know. Nevertheless, her analysis provided him with ample inspiration. The Autobot must be connected to the information left by Soldier Brother. To unravel the mystery of Soldier Brother's disappearance and the matters concerning the Demon Lord, he needed to seize control of the Autobot. Upon entering the Jinshui amusement park, he had not forgotten the clues left by Soldier Brother. Yet he had not actively sought them out. Given the S-level difficulty, merely completing the mission was already a stroke of fortune. Aimless exploration seemed an invitation to an early demise. The clues from Soldier Brother could only unfold with fate. Now, this situation was fortuitous, for it intertwined the mission and the clues, provided he could navigate the crisis. Among the information left by Soldier Brother, aside from the spirit realm number, there was only the phrase, "In a lifetime, 2 brothers," and "deactivate it once more." It seemed he had discerned the application of that phrase. Zhang Yuanqing resolved to give it a try and pushed open the car door. "You!" Xiaolingxi gasped, letting out a short cry. In the nearby vehicle, she sure froze, and Qitian Dixing and the fire demon fell silent. Why had Wang Tai emerged? Was he intending to retrieve the ballet shoes? Zhang Yuanqing closed the car door and approached the Autobot, halting 5 or 6 meters away. With a deep breath, he shouted, "In a lifetime, 2 brothers." His voice echoed throughout the underground parking lot, and then an unbelievable scene unfolded. The Autobot, which had been previously agitated and ferocious, suddenly powered down as if severed from electricity. Subsequently, the speaker embedded in its chest emitted a voice, password correct. The steel armor covering its chest clicked and parted, revealing internal wiring in a black, square box. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanqing stepped forward, contemplating how to prevent the Autobot from launching a surprise attack. He summoned the red ballet shoes to envelop his feet, ensuring he was fully prepared to evade, and then continued to approach. As Zhang Yuanqing approached the Autobot, he removed a square box from his possession. Its exterior was crafted from a black metallic composite material, and the front featured a speaker along with 2 buttons. Judging by its appearance alone, it resembled a miniature speaker, roughly the size of half a palm. At that moment, a piece of information surfaced in Zhang Yuanqing's vision. Name, Cat King speaker. Type, audiovisual equipment. Function, audio playback. Introduction, once upon a time, there was a Cat King who adored melodies and vowed to challenge the God of Light. The God of Light severely punished this arrogant feline, sealing its soul within a musical instrument. For many years thereafter, the Cat King existed in solitude within the instrument until a musician from the east obtained it and transformed it into a speaker. Note 1. When the drums sound, you shall gain unparalleled fighting spirit, and your enemies will be struck with fear. Note 2. When the Swana plays, you will be invincible. But be sure to conclude the battle within 3 minutes. Otherwise, the Swana-S sound will be repurposed for another occasion. Note 3. Meow, 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 meow. Whoever dares to confine me again shall face my wrath. Note 4. I will sing whenever I wish, and I shall sing loudly. This was a tool, a price-type item, left to me by Bingo. According to the notes, the speaker contained 2 types of audio. One was drum sounds, which amplified combat prowess while intimidating foes, and the other was the Swana, which required an urgent conclusion to combat within 3 minutes, lest it herald my demise. But what did this have to do with Bing Ji's statement about leaving everything behind? Moreover, what was the meaning of notes 3 and 4? Zhang Yuanqing examined the speaker in his palm with curiosity. Overall, this item appeared promising, classified as a price-type auxiliary tool. Having not yet experimented with the suona and drum sounds, it was difficult to assess its efficacy. Nevertheless, the effort Bing Gu had taken to conceal it here indicated its significance. As for what Bing Gu had hidden within it, further exploration was needed. At that moment, upon confirming that the Autobot had indeed been neutralized and showed no signs of revival, Shi and the others finally emerged from the vehicle. We have successfully cleared the underground parking lot. Wang Tai, we owe it all to you. The Monkey King beamed with joy. Shi approached with a playful sparkle in her eyes and said sweetly, Brother Wang Tai, I knew you wouldn't let us down. I was calling for help from inside the car. You heard me, didn't you, brother? Zhang Yuanqing glanced at her. This lady, in her 30s, could easily be mistaken for his mother if she aged a bit more. How did you know how to deactivate the Autobot? What is this? Fire Demon scrutinized the speaker intently. It is an item, an auxiliary tool, Zhang Yuanqing replied with a smile, choosing not to answer the first question. Overall, I consider this a good acquisition. I hope there are no objections. Just as Fire Demon was about to speak, Red Dancing Shoes approached with a click of her heels, promptly stating, since you resolved the situation, the item rightfully belongs to you. That is reasonable. Reasonable indeed. Shi and the Monkey King nodded in agreement. As Zhang Yuanqing prepared to store the Cat King speaker in his inventory, an unexpected prompt appeared. Unable to store this item. Unable to store? Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, then realized the implication of note 3. How frustrating. This item could not be tucked away in his inventory, meaning he had to carry it with him at all times. At that moment, the group received a notification from the spiritual realm. You have completed the underground parking lot task. You are now embarking on the heart-stopping task series, with the entertainment venues being roller coaster, underground parking lot haunted house, ghost marriage, and detective mystery house. Please proceed to the third venue within half an hour. Besides this information, Zhang Yuanqing received another prompt. Ding, you have successfully led your team to complete a task. You have one opportunity to exercise the authority of the captain. Please identify the hidden villain among your team members. The designated individual will face annihilation. If no choice is made within 30 seconds, this opportunity will be forfeited. This time, Zhang Yuanqing did not hesitate, silently muttering, forfeit. Upon leaving the parking lot, the evening breeze wafted gently. The amusement park lights shimmered as always, and soft, melodious music floated in the distance. Zhang Yuanqing, followed closely by Red Dancing Shoes, glanced around before addressing his companions. Please wait a moment. I need to step away. Facing their scrutinizing gazes, he smiled and explained. Retrieving the dancing shoes requires a certain cost, one that is not suitable for your eyes. The others nodded, half convinced. Zhang Yuanqing found a secluded spot, ensuring no one was around, and set the speaker aside, accepting Red Dancing Shoes' invitation to dance. Suddenly, the night was filled with the crisp sound of tap dancing. Just then, the speaker unexpectedly began to play music. Dancing is better than chatting. Dancing makes one feel at ease. Keep dancing. Love is better through dance. This is how we connect. What is happening? Why did it suddenly start playing music? Zhang Yuanqing, caught in the rhythm of his energetic dance, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as the song startled him, almost causing him to lose his footing. So this was the meaning behind note 4? How vexing. Not only was I caught in an awkward dance, but this embarrassing music would surely be a source of ridicule if anyone saw me. Zhang Yuanqing thought, his emotions swirling. The resounding song drowned out the tap sounds. Red Dancing Shoes seemed displeased, her taps growing even more vigorous and loud. Minutes later, as Zhang Yuanqing concluded his dance, Red Dancing Shoes automatically returned to the inventory. Upon his return, he couldn't shake the feeling that the others were regarding him with peculiar glances. The 5 of them followed the signs deeper into the amusement park. The further they ventured, the dimmer the lights became, and their mood grew increasingly somber. The third challenge was the haunted house, the only section of the park imbued with supernatural elements. According to the spiritual realm's description, the park had transformed into an S-level dungeon largely due to the changes in the spiritual atmosphere. After walking for 4 or 5 minutes, they arrived at a quiet alley, where the architectural style leaned towards the Republican era, with white walls and black tiles, surrounded by tall courtyard walls. Under every eave, white lanterns swayed gently. The ground beneath their feet had, unbeknownst to them, shifted from concrete to cobblestones. The faint music that had been playing behind them vanished as they entered the alley. The night was dense, and the white lanterns cast an eerie glow, surrounding them in an unsettling silence. Shisher clutched Zhang Yuanqing's arm tightly, glancing around nervously, saying, "I'm not afraid of murder, but I can't stand this atmosphere." Although Xielingxi did not cling to Zhang Yuanqing's arm, her face had paled slightly, and her expression was tense. The Monkey King and Fire Demon, being somewhat bolder, still wore anxious expressions, occasionally glancing back as if they felt something was following them. Only Zhang Yuanqing remained calm. The heavy aura of this place strangely comforted him, akin to returning home. Perhaps it was this composure that drew Shisher and Xielingxi to him, seeking a sense of security. Before long, they arrived in front of a large courtyard. Unlike the other houses, this one hung red lanterns, their candlelight resembling blood, casting a crimson hue over the entrance. A double happiness character was affixed to the door, and red couplets adorned the entrance, indicating that the inhabitants were likely celebrating a joyous occasion. They had reached their destination. The group exchanged glances, finally turning their attention to Zhang Yuanqing. He stepped forward a few paces and knocked on the door, calling out loudly, "Is anyone home? I am here to marry your young lady." As soon as his words fell, the door creaked open, and a chilling wind rushed out from within. As the deity of nocturnal wanderings, Zhang Yuanqing felt the hairs on his back stand on end, whispering, "A ghost is approaching. The update will be delayed. It is certain that I will not be able to post by 9:30. I have not typed a single word of this chapter and am still pondering the plot. I previously mentioned that I no longer have any manuscripts saved, yet many remain skeptical. The update will be postponed, but I will strive to publish it before midnight." Chapter 56. The wedding invitation. Within the pitch-black courtyard, a red lantern floated towards them, emanating a scarlet hue. Strangely, its glow seemed trapped within the lantern, failing to illuminate the surroundings. As it reached the threshold, it paused before Zhang Yuanqing, separated from the ominous light by merely a door sill. Zhang Yuanqing could distinctly sense the presence of a ghost beyond the threshold, a chillingly sinister apparition. Yet, no matter how intently he gazed, the shadowy figure remained obscured from view. Silently, he summoned the power of the moon, poised to devour the spirit at any moment. The night wanderer inherently suppressed spiritual entities, provided their rank did not exceed his own. From the darkness, a hand emerged, and by the feeble red light, Zhang Yuanqing discerned a hand of a bluish-black hue, its nails as dark as night. This ghostly hand clutched a stack of red-covered invitations, seemingly intent on delivering them to Zhang Yuanqing. He refrained from accepting, thus. The ghostly hand persisted in its offering, both parties locked in a silent standoff. After an extended pause, Shisher's trembling voice broke the tension, softly urging, "Wang Tai?" She feared that Wang Tai might unknowingly trigger a crisis, leading to dire consequences. Sighing, Zhang Yuanqing reluctantly took the invitation, and the ghostly hand immediately retreated, the lantern drifting away into the depths of the courtyard. Zhang Yuanqing descended the steps, rejoining his companions and raising the invitation in hand. "There are 5 in total. They appear to be intended for us." He distributed the invitations among his teammates, who unfolded them to reveal red backgrounds with black lettering detailing the bride's name and birth information, while the groom's side remained blank. The bride was named by Lon. An alert echoed in their minds. "Ding! You have received the ghost bride's wedding invitation. Please fill in your name. The ghost bride will select her groom in 1 hour." Filling in a name and being chosen by the ghost bride, what would that entail? Grasping the invitations, their minds raced with possibilities. Zhang Yuanqing, having misrepresented himself as Wang Tai during introductions, found himself conflicted. Should he write Yuan Shi Tianzun or Wang Tai? He could not ascertain whether using a false name would incur punishment. As he pondered what name to inscribe, a thought struck him, leading his gaze to his companions. "Do you recall the introduction from the amusement park? An indescribable being arrived here, seeking assistance from the spirits within the park to find a particular young man, whose name consists of 4 characters. Shisher and the others remembered, though they could not fathom his reasoning for mentioning it. Xielingxi, quick-witted, glanced at the invitation in her hand. "Are you suggesting there may be a connection between the two?" The young girl followed this line of reasoning, her face paling. "The indescribable entity is instructing the ghost bride to search for a certain young man, yet she is asking us to fill in our names? Does this imply that the young man sought by the ghost bride is a spirit realm traveler? How could that be possible?" She sure exclaimed in shock. They had all traversed numerous realms. Typically, introductions served merely as background information, outlining the nature of the locale and its history. They believed that the entity's search pertained to a figure within the spirit realm, perhaps even a monster, with no relation to the players. A mere spirit realm traveler could hardly possess the power to alter the essence of a spirit realm. It's merely a coincidence. After all, it is a ghost marriage. Necessitating names, the Monkey King furrowed his brow. Yet, Zhang Yuanqing sensed that it was no mere coincidence. The old strategy guide had not mentioned the wedding invitation, which had emerged only after the realm's transformation. Coupling this with the realm's introduction, he could not dismiss the connection. Zhang Yuanqing felt an unsettling familiarity with the information presented in the realm's introduction. That day, she arrived at the Jinshui amusement park. Suddenly, the voice emanating from his pocket's Cat King speaker interrupted his thoughts. The group turned to his pocket, only for the speaker to fall silent. Why has it stopped? Zhang Yuanqing mused, waiting a few moments before dismissing it. Let us proceed to fill in our names. He unfurled the invitation, attempting to inscribe Wang Tai with a pointing pen. His reasoning was that since the spirit in the ghost house had requested names, it implied she could not perceive the true IDs of spirit realm travelers. Otherwise, the invitation would be redundant. Thus, it could be inferred that the realm allowed travelers to disguise their IDs, albeit without explicit mention, requiring players to deduce and comprehend it themselves. In truth, writing Yuan Shirtian Zun would pose no issue. It merely risked creating distrust among teammates. As Zhang Yuanqing contemplated, he saw his finger strokes coalesce into black letters, Wang Tai. Subsequently, he fabricated a birth date and gender, although he did not alter the gender. His 4 companions followed suit, utilizing their pointing pens. Xiaolingxi tiptoed, nervously stealing a glance at Zhang Yuanqing's invitation before penning her name. Hesitating slightly at the gender section, she ultimately wrote male. Once the invitations were completed, Zhang Yuanqing tucked his away and stepped over the threshold, stating, "Let us enter. It's best if you all follow closely behind me." Noticing the tension on his teammates' faces, he attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. "I have a strong birth chart. Even female ghosts would consider maternity leave upon meeting me." The group stood silent, contemplating whether this was the right time for such humor, given the presence of a ghostly bride within. Was this joke not sufficiently amusing? Zhang Yuanqing scanned their expressions, choosing silence as he entered the estate. Beyond the threshold lay the outer courtyard, expansive and adorned with a stone-paved path, flanked by corridors adjacent to the outer walls. As the group crossed the threshold, lanterns illuminated eerily under the eaves, casting a deep crimson glow against the pitch-black night, the lanterns resembling crimson eyes, silently observing the intruders. At the path's end stood a grand hall with curving eaves, its lattice doors tightly shut, yellowish light seeping from within. Upon crossing the threshold, Zhang Yuanqing's eyes brightened. "Check your skills and inventory for any seals." The fire demon and others paused, either sensing their abilities or inspecting their inventories, only to discover that this task had not sealed their skills or items. A mix of joy and concern washed over them. The joy stemmed from the newfound confidence in the face of danger, while the concern arose from the implication that the unsealing of items and skills signified an extraordinary level of peril within the ghost house. Under Zhang Yuanqing's guidance, the group advanced cautiously, their footsteps the only sound breaking the stillness of the night. Suddenly, the concentrated group was startled by a piercing scream. The fire demon turned furiously, glaring at Shishir. "What are you screaming about?" Shishir, her complexion pale, pointed tremblingly down the corridor, whispering, "There, under the lantern, there's a woman." The group turned abruptly, only to find the lanterns hanging silently, devoid of any ghostly figure. This interruption heightened the already palpable tension among the 4, their anxiety amplified. Zhang Yuanqing remained relatively unfazed. Having endured a previous supernatural realm, and being a night wanderer, he felt no genuine fear of spirits. To him, ghosts and machines were not dissimilar. Here, the air was thick with ghostly energy, yet it dulled his perception. He could not sense spirits that were too feeble or distant. Nevertheless, he could wield the demon-suppressing staff and felt unthreatened by the ghost bride's impending arrival. While reassuring his companions, he led them onward. "Have you noticed? The task only grants a 1-hour window before the ghost bride selects her groom. Blind fear serves no purpose." He diverted his teammates' attention with information, alleviating their emotions. "My thoughts were that, in the coming hour, our actions would set the standard for the ghost bride's selection of a groom. Yet, it remains uncertain whether being chosen as the groom signifies survival or demise. Moreover, the atmosphere here is laden with malevolence, concealing numerous dangers. Perhaps, before the hour elapses, we might face utter annihilation. I ponder whether the ghost bride is still a connoisseur of beauty. If so, as the most handsome member of our team, I feel an immense pressure. Soon, they arrived at the grand hall, where Zhang Yuanqing stepped forward to push open the tightly shut lattice door. The creaking sound echoed ominously in the night. Inside the hall, candlelight flickered, a red carpet stretched across the floor, and crimson drapes adorned the columns. At the end of the carpet stood two grand armchairs, flanked by an altar laden with candles and fruits, while a bright red character of joy graced the wall. On either side of the carpet, 7 or 8 paper figures stood, clad in the garb of ancient servants, their features vividly alive, with lips painted a striking red. Most disconcertingly, the heads of these paper figures twisted at unnatural angles, their hollow eyes fixated on the entrance, staring at the group as they entered. With a thud, Xiaolingxi retreated in terror, her small hand pressed to her mouth to stifle a scream. In that moment, Zhang Yuanqing felt a shiver run down his spine. Not from fear, but rather from the realization that these paper figures were all apparitions. After a careful assessment, he let out a sigh of relief. These were merely minor spirits. While I might be at a loss against the ghost bride, it is utterly intolerable that you little spirits dare to be arrogant before me. Drawing upon his Yin energy, he concentrated the darkness within his gaze. With a firm resolve, he commanded, "Begone." In an instant, the paper figures tumbled to the ground. Swept away by a chilling gust, their wails echoing faintly as they scattered in panic. The onlookers, including Shishir, Xiaolingxi, the fire demon, and the monkey king, were left in stunned silence. Chapter 57. The betrothal gift. As the chilling winds dissipated, tranquility returned to the hall. The candles flickered softly, their shadows dancing as the oppressive aura that had enveloped the space began to lift. Though Xiaolingxi and her companions lacked the intuition of a night wanderer, they could sense that the great hall had become safe once more. The fire demon surveyed the scene, a hint of astonishment and delight in his tone as he inquired, "You are the night wanderer? You truly are the night wanderer." It was evident what Wang Tai's profession was, given that merely reprimanding had sent the malevolent spirits fleeing. Is it so strange? The Jinshui amusement park possesses supernatural elements. It is quite reasonable to encounter a night wanderer here, Zhang Yuanqing replied with a smile. As for the other entertainment options, I cannot guarantee their safety. But I assure you, I can protect you until we encounter the ghostly bride. The 4 teammates exchanged glances, joy illuminating their expressions as they realized they had a rare profession among them. In a realm rife with phantoms, having a night wanderer as a guardian was far more reliable than most tools. After all, the night wanderer was indeed a specialist in this field. Instantly, the way they regarded Zhang Yuanqing was suffused with trust. "We have only 1 hour. Let us not dawdle. Let us search for clues," Zhang Yuanqing urged, his gaze sweeping across the hall. With his night vision, he swiftly pinpointed the offering table behind the grand chair. Approaching the table, he discovered a red paper hidden beneath a blue and white porcelain plate filled with peanuts and longans. Lifting the red paper, he examined it under the candlelight. Betrothal gifts, a balance pole, a golden hairpin, medicinal wine, and a wedding quilt. The others gathered around. Xiaolingxi pondered, her bright eyes darting with thought. These items are not traditional betrothal gifts, yet since they are listed, we must seek out these 4 items as substitutes for the betrothal gifts. If we acquire them, it equates to possessing the new groom's betrothal gifts. What happens if we fail to find them? Qi Tian dashing asked. Naturally, death awaits, the fire demon replied. Once we find these gifts, the ghostly bride will choose one among us. Why only one? Why not all of us together in the bridal chamber? Zhang Yuanqing jested, attempting to lighten the mood. The teammates, however, remained expressionless. With a roll of her eyes, Xiaolingxi continued, "The task's framework is becoming clear. In 1 hour, the ghostly bride will select a suitor based on the possession of betrothal gifts. Thus, we must locate these 4 items within this mansion. Yet, whether the chosen one has a chance at survival or is doomed remains uncertain." The fire demon scrutinized the young girl. "You truly do not recall the details of the strategy? Your analysis is quite astute." Xiaolingxi pouted, feigning innocence. "I genuinely do not know." Zhang Yuanqing's gaze flicked over the number of team members, a chill running through him. Following the current clues could lead to 2 outcomes. The first, they find all 4 betrothal gifts, and thus, everyone meets the requirement, awaiting the ghostly bride's favor. The second, only 4 gifts ensure that 4 individuals meet the requirement, leaving the rest to certain death. The first scenario seemed manageable, however, the second. Zhang Yuanqing mused, if that were the case, the team would inevitably face internal strife, potentially leaving no more than 4 survivors. It was no wonder that items and skills were unsealed. They were being pushed towards mutual destruction. An S-level dungeon truly was fraught with peril. In such a scenario, how many members would remain? As the leader, he had a hidden mission that required at least 3 members to survive. Additionally, the notion of being chosen by the bride had a misleading allure, creating an illusion that only the selected would have a chance at life. Yet, Zhang Yuanqing was certain that those chosen by the bride faced certain doom. The reasoning was simple. Firstly, the previous version had established this, and secondly, if only the selected could survive, the hidden mission would be rendered meaningless, regardless of their efforts. Only one would remain at this juncture. What difference did it make whether they lost members or not? Of course, if the ghostly bride were a fickle heartthrob, that would be another matter altogether. The bride's selection might claim only one life, but the dangers within the haunted house were not limited to her. There was also the threat of internal conflict among the team and other vengeful spirits lurking in the shadows. As the leader, this dungeon proved exceedingly challenging. If they emerged victorious without substantial rewards, it would be utterly unjust. Thankfully, he possessed the demon-subduing staff. Even facing the ghostly bride, he felt no fear. Lost in thought, Zhang Yuanqing instinctively glanced at his teammates, only to find their expressions heavy with trepidation, their vigilance towards one another palpable. None were foolish. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Time is of the essence. Let us locate the betrothal gifts. Stay close to me and do not disperse. Ordinary vengeful spirits dare not approach me." In such circumstances, his words carried weight, as they relied on his profession. They promptly navigated around the shadow wall behind the hall, entering the inner courtyard. The view before them revealed a winding corridor adorned with red lanterns, the deep crimson candlelight casting shadows upon the trees, flower beds, and rockeries. In the distance, an archgate connected to other courtyards. The orderly arrangement of eaves and roofs stood resolutely against the night. The ghostly bride is indeed the daughter of a prominent family. Zhang Yuanqing reflected inwardly. Given the mansion's scale, it was unmistakably a 3-compound residence. He surveyed the layout of the buildings and turned back to caution his companions. "The aura here is quite heavy. Stay close to me." His words halted abruptly, for behind him was emptiness. Not a single teammate remained. A chill of dread washed over him. Taking a deep breath, he pressed on, determined to find them. None among them were night wanderers. Even with their skills and tools unsealed, their means to confront spiritual entities were limited. If they encountered a particularly troublesome, vengeful spirit, any of them could perish at any moment. He traversed the garden and spotted a dimly lit room ahead, the flickering candlelight casting an eerie glow through the lattice window. The other rooms lay in complete darkness. Zhang Yuanqing approached cautiously, attuning himself to the atmosphere within. The room exuded a chilling aura, yet no vengeful spirits lingered. Stealthily, he pushed open the lattice door, revealing a scene within. It appeared to be a woman's chamber. To the east stood a bed with a low-hanging canopy. At the center, a round table, and by the window, a dressing table with a bronze mirror reflecting the doorway. A gold balance pole lay quietly before the dressing table. Zhang Yuanqing crossed the threshold, shutting the door behind him as he approached the dressing table to lift the golden balance pole, which was no more than half an arm's length and as thick as his thumb. This item was traditionally used to lift the bride's red veil, symbolizing a harmonious union. It was not particularly challenging to find. Just as Zhang Yuanqing prepared to leave the room, a sudden crackling sound erupted from his pocket. The King Cat speaker was emitting a voice. That day, she arrived at Jinshui amusement park. This contraption always seemed to speak at the most inopportune moments. What was it trying to convey? After all, it was part of the amusement park. Perhaps it had some insights to share. Zhang Yuanqing's attention shifted to the speaker, eager to hear what it would say next. The King Cat speaker did not disappoint. The voice continued. The spirits in the haunted house trembled in fear, crawling upon the ground. The great being did not trouble the feeble, vengeful spirits. She instructed the bride to seek out a young man, whose name is Yuan Shitianzun. Zhang Yuanqing's mind buzzed as if struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily stunned. They were looking for me. Who seeks me and why? Shock and confusion surged within him, only to be swiftly replaced by realization. It was the Three Mountains goddess. The official communique from the Tai sect stated that a formidable entity triggered the spiritual realm's upheaval. The Golden Water Amusement Park's description mentioned that this being, after a protracted slumber, was astonished by the novelty of the modern world. These details align with the Lady of Three Dao Mountain. I awakened her, and she seeks me due to the presence of half her young spirit within the demon-subduing pestle. Damn it, can't this old crone just leave me be? I'm still a child. Zhang Yuanqing was acutely aware that continued advancement would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the Lady of Three Down Mountain. Ideally, this would occur after he had ascended to a higher rank, allowing him to broker a deal with her using the yang spirit within the pestle. However, the old hag's influence was far-reaching, capable of affecting even lower-level spiritual realms. Damn, should have known the task couldn't be so simple. Now it seems that retrieving the demon-subduing pestle would only expose my identity. The lady seeks him solely for the pestle, in a spiritual realm influenced by her. She would likely descend the moment I retrieve it. What would become of me then? The morality of the realm's bosses is questionable, and she might casually crush me like an ant. After careful deliberation, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to conceal his identity and continue the task without employing the demon-subduing pestle. Exposing himself could lead to a direct confrontation with the formidable Lady of Three Down Mountain, fraught with uncertainties. Conversely, if he could complete the haunted house task, all would be well. Only in dire circumstances would he resort to using the demon-subduing pestle. With his course of action decided, he felt a sense of calm. As he turned to leave, he noticed in the copper mirror that the door had been opened. Startled, he quickly turned around, only to find the door firmly shut. What was happening? Zhang Yuanqing bewilderedly turned back, refocusing on the copper mirror. His pupils contracted. Within the mirror, a woman in a white dress appeared, her hair disheveled. She crossed the threshold and entered the room in a peculiar manner. The room reflected in the mirror seemed different from his own. The woman moved strangely toward the vanity. Taking a seat, Zhang Yuanqing finally understood her odd gait. She was walking backward. The ensuing scene would have driven an ordinary person mad with terror. The woman in the mirror raised her hand and detached her head, cradling it in her arms. Her hands were cyanotic, with long, sharp, jet-black nails. The dark hair cascaded, revealing the woman's face, ghastly white eyes, pallid complexion, and ink-black lips. She stared intently into the copper mirror, as if gazing at Zhang Yuanqing in another world. This female ghoul is aesthetically challenged. Zhang Yuanqing retreated hastily, intending to flee the room. However, the disheveled hair in the mirror came to life, rising like tentacles and piercing the mirror's surface. The copper mirror rippled as strands of hair penetrated, ensnaring Zhang Yuanqing's wrists and body, constricting him and threatening to drag him into the mirror. Humph! Viscous black light surged in Zhang Yuanqing's eyes as he opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. Spirit Devour. This skill, which could suppress vengeful spirits, only slowed the hair's advance. It could not devour the female ghoul in the mirror. This ghoul is formidable. Not an ordinary vengeful spirit. Zhang Yuanqing shuffled forward, inching closer to the copper mirror. He swiftly considered his options. He wanted to avoid using the demon-subduing pestle if possible. The bloodthirsty blade was a physical damage item, ineffective against spirits. The red dancing shoes also dealt physical damage, and stopping would have no effect on a spiritual entity. After careful consideration, he decided, it has to be you, little goofball. Zhang Yuanqing exhaled a wisp of energy, summoning the little goofball. Aba the rotund, adorable infant spirit landed on the vanity, stretching languidly. Then it saw the female ghoul in the mirror. Instantly, like a startled cat, the infant spirit, with a speed uncharacteristic of its age, scrambled down the vanity and cowered behind Zhang Yuanqing, crying piteously. Useless thing, Zhang Yuanqing cursed. Get up there. He transmitted an order to attack. Aba. Obedience was in the spirit servant's nature. The infant spirit furrowed its brow, let out two fierce cries, grabbed Zhang Yuanqing's pant leg, climbed onto his shoulder, and leapt forward. The plump little body penetrated the copper mirror, plastering itself onto the female ghoul's face. Zhang Yuanqing immediately composed himself, transferring his consciousness to the infant spirit, effectively swapping places with the ghoul's perception. The ghoul's sinister visage became vacant, as if it had suddenly lost its mind. The deadly, wire-like hair lost its strength and fell limply. Well done. Zhang Yuanqing immediately summoned back the little goofball, placing it on his head, and turned to flee. The infant spirit's ability only lasted 3 seconds, but it was enough for him to escape the room. Bursting through the door and crossing the threshold, Zhang Yuanqing heard the door slam shut behind him. Turning back, he saw that the room's candlelight had been extinguished, leaving it pitch black. A chilling wind swept through the inner courtyard, where many vengeful spirits lurked in the distance, craving the night watchman's aura yet wary of his power. I must find them quickly, before they all die. Zhang Yuanqing swiftly left the garden, passing through the archway into the adjacent courtyard. He soon spotted Xiaolingxi. The young woman stood at the corner of the courtyard, leaning over a water vat, her upper body submerged. Her hands gripped the edge of the vat as she struggled, seemingly pulled down by something within. Despite her efforts, she couldn't pull herself out. Gradually, her struggles weakened. Zhang Yuanqing approached slowly, detecting a scent of alcohol. Looking down, he saw a dark liquid swirling in the vat, and a floating infant spirit with an attached umbilical cord. The cord was wrapped around Xialingxi's neck, pulling her down into the water. Zhang Yuanqing scooped up the little goofball, disregarding its struggles, and tossed it into the water vat. Upon seeing a fellow spirit, the umbilical cord infant released Xialingxi and bared its teeth at the newcomer. Zhang Yuanqing grabbed Xialingxi's shoulders and pulled her out of the vat. Cough. Cough. Xialingxi coughed violently, her face flushed. Her bangs and side hair clung to her forehead and cheeks. After a few seconds, she regained her breath. Seeing Zhang Yuanqing's face, she cried with joy, "Brother Wang Tai, you came to save me. Wah. I never want to enter a spiritual realm related to the night watchman again. It's too scary." This was her first time in a with supernatural elements. "How did you get here?" Zhang Yuanqing asked, his gaze fixed on the water vat. The two infant spirits were fighting in the alcoholic liquid, biting and grappling, stirring the dark liquid into swirling patterns. Xialingxi stood on tiptoe and peered into the vat. Remembering the liquid she had swallowed, she gagged. Too disgusting. Too disgusting." After expressing her disgust, she answered Zhang Yuanqing's question. "Brother Wang Tai, I followed you out of the hall, but a fog rolled in, and I realized you were all gone. I went to look for you, and somehow ended up here. Then I smelled the aroma of alcohol and followed it to this vat. I thought it was part of the betrothal gifts. As soon as I opened the lid, a rope reached out and dragged me into the water." She looked at the umbilical cord infant in the vat, recalling the liquid she had choked on, and her face turned pale. Too disgusting, too disgusting." Zhang Yuanqing silently calculated the time and scrutinized the young woman. "You held your breath for quite a while." Xialingxi shook her head lightly and replied in a delicate voice, "I possess an artifact that can restore vitality. Without it, I would have long succumbed in that water tank." As she spoke, she raised her snow-white wrist, revealing a verdant jade bracelet. A bracelet that restores life. Could this girl also be a wood spirit? Her demeanor does not quite suggest that. Zhang Yuanqing simply acknowledged her with a grunt, not paying much attention to the bracelet, and said, "Come, let us seek them out. I hope we are not too late." Xialingxi collected some liquid, while Zhang Yuanqing summoned for the first time in his life the playful spirit of his peers, and together they ventured along the cobbled path deeper into the residence. "By the way, hand me that card." "Huh? What card?" "Do not feign ignorance. The card you brought out from the parking lot. I saw you stashing it in your back pocket." Chapter 58. The Bride. Next, they found the fire demon beside the desolate stage in the west courtyard. The stage had been abandoned for many years, with tattered drapes hanging down and dust accumulating both on and off the stage. He sat there in a daze, his vacant gaze fixed upon the stage as if a grand performance were unfolding in the emptiness. Zhang Yuanqing's expression darkened in his eyes. He saw the fire demon enveloped in a heavy aura of negativity, his soul teetering on the brink of departure, a mere breath away from death. He hurried over, placing a hand on the fire demon's shoulder, his own dark energy swirling and continuously drawing in the malevolent essence, consuming and digesting it. The fire demon shivered, a glimmer of vitality returning to his hollow eyes. He instinctively exclaimed, "So cold, so cold." Shivering, he glanced around, spotting Zhang Yuanqing and Xialingxi nearby. "Where have you two been? I haven't seen anyone since we left the main hall." Everyone had scattered. Zhang Yuanqing waved a hand to interrupt his inquiries, asking, "How did you end up here?" "I lost track of time after we separated and followed the sound of someone singing," the fire demon recalled. "I saw the stage and a woman performing, but then, I can't remember anything after that." He shuddered, now realizing there had been no singing woman on the dilapidated stage. Looking at the night wanderer beside him, he expressed his gratitude. "Did you save me?" It was evident. Zhang Yuanqing smiled. "Phew." The fire demon sighed with relief, reflecting on his earlier ordeal, a wave of dread washing over him. "My skills and tools were utterly useless against the vengeful spirits. Thank you, Brother Wang Tai. Though every profession has its unique traits." It was likely that the vengeful spirit's silent control over the fire demon stemmed from sheer level suppression. Paranormal creatures are enigmatic and unpredictable if one's expertise does not align. Confronting them can be quite troublesome. However, they do possess a flaw. Their means of harm are not very intuitive, lacking the directness of a dagger's thrust. The three found a gold hairpin in the cobweb-laden dressing room beside the stage. With the gold hairpin in hand, the fire demon felt a sense of relief, finally asking, "What about Shi and the great sage?" Xialingxi shook her head. "Not found yet. Let us hope they are as fortunate as you." The fire demon shot her a glance. Do you wish for their demise? Xiaolingxi, appearing pitiful and aggrieved, retorted, How could you say such a thing, brother? We are comrades. The fire demon dismissed her, irritated by their previous quarrel and her exasperating demeanor. Of course, it was also because the girl did not pique the fire demon's interest. Otherwise, things might have turned out differently. The trio departed, heading to another courtyard, which turned out to be larger than anticipated. The backyard was segmented into smaller courtyards, some serving as gardens and others as stages. After walking for a while, Zhang Yuanqing, with his night vision, spotted a figure stumbling toward them from a distance. The individual, dressed in tight pants and trendy shoes, was none other than the great sage. What are you doing here? He exclaimed, approaching with surprise. Zhang Yuanqing's dark gaze scrutinized him for a moment, confirming his identity. The four gathered and recounted their respective experiences. After getting separated, the great sage had mistakenly entered a courtyard, where he found a room lit by candlelight. Upon pushing the door open to investigate, he discovered it was empty, with a neatly folded wedding blanket on the bed. He speculated it was part of the wedding gifts, but, respecting his instincts, quietly retreated. This was when he encountered Zhang Yuanqing and the others. The fire demon exclaimed in disbelief, The most timid person ended up the safest? What nonsense! I am cautious. Not timid. The great sage protested, attempting to redeem himself. There is truth in that. Sometimes those who survive are not the smartest or most capable, but rather those who are the most cautious. Zhang Yuanqing interjected, turning to the great sage and asking, Where is the wedding blanket? The great sage glanced back. Led by him, the four arrived at the courtyard, where they indeed saw a room glowing with candlelight. Noticing the fear in his companion's eyes, Zhang Yuanqing sighed. I will retrieve it for you. This is the domain of the Night Wanderer. He stepped into the room, and as he crossed the threshold, the lattice door closed automatically behind him. Outside, Xiaolingxi and the others watched as the door shut, and Wang Tai vanished from view. The dim candlelight inside cast no shadow of him. After an anxious few minutes, the lattice doors suddenly burst open, and Wang Tai emerged, clutching the wedding blanket, looking somewhat disheveled, his clothes torn and stained with blood. Great sage, catch! Zhang Yuanqing tossed the wedding blanket to the great sage, who caught it with delight, holding it tightly. Just as he was about to inquire about what transpired inside, Zhang Yuanqing urged, Let us go find Shi. With no further questions, the great sage followed his companions deeper into the courtyard. The night was thick, devoid of stars and moonlight. The only illumination coming from the crimson lanterns hanging from the eaves, casting a sinister hue over the desolate surroundings. Occasionally, a chilling breeze would sweep through, causing the lanterns to sway ominously. Come here. I'm over here. Suddenly, a sultry voice echoed from ahead. Zhang Yuanqing and the others turned to see Shi standing beneath the lantern, beckoning them closer. She stood there, her body rigid like a clay figure, her wave stiff and her smile eerily fixed. Shi, the great sage breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her unharmed and began to approach. But the fire demon pressed a hand on his shoulder. At the same time, Zhang Yuanqing's voice cautioned, Look at her shoes. Shoes? The great sage squinted, his pupils constricting slightly. She wore a pair of red embroidered shoes. She is not Shi. Come here, come closer. Shi continued to wave, her smile still unnaturally rigid. Ignore her. Keep moving. Zhang Yuanqing whispered. Seeing the night wanderer's serious demeanor, the great sage quickly averted his gaze, feeling a surge of anxiety. The group continued walking for a short distance until Zhang Yuanqing remarked, Do you remember when Shi entered the residence? She mentioned seeing a woman standing beneath the red lantern. At this, the fire demon couldn't help but glance back, catching a glimpse of the woman standing in place, no longer waving, silently watching them. This is truly unsettling, he muttered. Why does she resemble Sister Shi? Xiaolingxi queried, perplexed. Zhang Yuanqing looked ahead and sighed. You'll understand if you go see for yourselves. What do you mean? Initially, the three were baffled. But as they walked a bit further, they faintly noticed a figure dangling from the eaves. Sister Shi? Xiaolingxi gasped. It was indeed Shi, hanging lifelessly. Her beautiful face contorted in a ghastly expression, her eyes wide and bloodshot, her complexion pale, and her lips slightly parted. The sight was horrific. The great sage and the fire demon were struck with shock and fear, unable to fathom that she had perished silently in that place. Zha's sudden expansion in the center of his brow heralded an influx of memories that did not belong to him. He glimpsed fragments of the past involving Shi, a level 2 water ghost and a realm walker from Nanhang City in Tang province. She was an unofficial member of a certain grassroots organization of realm walkers. In reality, she worked as a nurse while maintaining relationships with several men, including the head of her department, a wealthy businessman, and a manager of a realm organization. A staunch advocate of non-marriage, she held a skeptical view of love, perceiving men merely as resources, and thrived as a charming socialite. In the final moments of his memory, Zhang Yuanqing beheld a spectral figure clad in a bridal gown, and the vision abruptly ceased. Had she been murdered by the ghostly bride? Zhang Yuanqing's eyes widened in astonishment, a chill running down his spine. It seemed implausible. Why would the ghostly bride act prematurely? Was she not waiting for a suitor? If she could strike at any moment, how could they possibly proceed? Furthermore, if the ghostly bride had taken action, why had she targeted Shishir alone instead of him or the others? Or perhaps she simply had not made her move yet? At that moment, he overheard the voices of Xielingxi and Qi Tian discussing. Why was her gender crossed out? I don't know. Perhaps after death, it is all erased? Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback and immediately responded, show me. Xielingxi handed over the wedding invitation. As Zhang Yuanqing focused on the document, he noted with a peculiar expression that Shishir's gender had been emphatically crossed out. Xielingxi, with wide eyes, inquired, Brother Wang Tai, what did you see in Shishir's spirit? Qi Tian and Hua Imo turned their gazes towards him. She was killed by the ghostly bride. What? The three were struck with horror, glancing around warily. If the ghostly bride were to act, it would be unlikely for any of them to survive. Even in an S-level mission, despite its high difficulty, there should be some semblance of hope. I have a theory, though the logic seems flawed. Zhang Yuanqing pondered for a moment, turning to the astute Xielingxi. May I see your wedding invitation? Oh, she complied, retrieving the invitation tucked into her waistband. Zhang Yuanqing accepted it, unfolding it to reveal a strange expression. Gender, male? Huemo and Qi Tian leaned in to see that the gender section indicated male. Qi Tian lamented, you seem so delicate and lovely, yet you are a boy. What is this? Xielingxi blushed, explaining, I thought the ghostly bride was seeking a husband, so the groom must be male. If I had written female, it would not align with the rules and would be disqualified, right? Huemo and Qi Tian fell into contemplation. If Xielingxi's gender was marked male, then Zhang Yuanqing's hypothesis seemed validated. The old version allowed women to pass directly, while the new version spelled doom for them, as this was an S-level realm. It wouldn't be that easy to succeed. Zhang Yuanqing's deduction was confirmed. She sure had been directly obliterated by the ghostly bride, as she did not meet the criteria for a groom. He articulated his reasoning, and upon hearing it, Xielingxi looked crestfallen, saying, I only speculated and did not dare to confirm. Had I known, I would have warned Sister Shishir. What you say is true. The three men's minds synchronously echoed this thought. Now, only 4 remained in the team, and if the ghostly bride were to strike again, surely only one could perish, which was a small comfort. Acknowledging their past acquaintance, Zhang Yuanqing gently laid Shishir's body on the ground and surveyed his remaining 3 companions. Time is short. We must find the bridal chamber. Although they had not been counting the time, they could roughly estimate that nearly an hour had elapsed since entering the house. Xielingxi, Huemo, and Qi Tian quickly cast aside thoughts of Shishir, steeling themselves for the task ahead, each carrying their respective bridal gifts. The quartet pressed onward into the depths of the house, traversing in silence through various gardens, the only company being the red lanterns. After wandering for quite some time without locating the bridal chamber, they suddenly spotted a courtyard ahead, with upturned eaves, doors adorned with auspicious characters, and warm candlelight spilling forth. The path leading to the main house was lined with a crimson carpet. At the appointed time, the bridal chamber had appeared. Observing the tense expressions of his teammates, Zhang Yuanqing whispered, let us proceed. He had initially intended to lighten the mood with a jest about the ghostly bride possibly being of voluptuous beauty, but upon seeing the grave faces of his companions, he wisely abandoned the notion of attempting to ease the atmosphere. As of now, they remained unaware of the ghostly bride's selection process, whether it was a choice of one among 4 or all were to be claimed. Likewise, they were uncertain of their own survival. Upon entering the courtyard and stepping onto the crimson carpet, Zhang Yuanqing paused before the door, inhaled deeply, and pushed open the lattice door with determination. With a resounding bang, the 2 doors swung inward, and as Zhang Yuanqing crossed the threshold, he scanned the room's layout with taut muscles. The decor was dominated by celebratory red, with auspicious characters adorning the walls, a round table in the center, and 2 candlesticks illuminating the space with flickering red candles, atop which rested several dishes of green porcelain filled with longan and peanuts. To the east stood a grand bed, draped in auspicious scarlet curtains and sheets, yet devoid of blankets. The bedside was bare, lacking the anticipated bride clad in a wedding gown, draped in a red veil. The ghostly bride was absent. Zhang Yuanqing's taut nerves began to relax, and he exhaled heavily. Turning to speak with his teammates, he suddenly realized he was alone in the bridal chamber. Where had his 3 companions gone? Only I have entered the bridal chamber? A sudden jolt of realization struck Zhang Yuanqing, and he muttered, "The ghostly bride is quite the trickster, assigning each of us our own bridal chamber." The situation aligned with his earlier hypothesis, for bridal gifts corresponding to 4 grooms, with the others presumably dead. Now they awaited the arrival of the bride. Yet he wondered who she would choose. Zhang Yuanqing turned to close the door, silently summoning the little spirit to perch atop his head. Preparing for whatever might come, he gently patted the infant spirit's head, gazing at the festive room, and inexplicably recalled a humorous anecdote he had seen online. Reflecting that just after marriage, he was already a husband and father, with the ghostly bride seemingly reaching the pinnacle of life. Moreover, his son was not even dark-skinned. The candlelight shimmered brightly, illuminating the room, and Zhang Yuanqing initially intended to gauge the passage of time by observing the burning candles. However, the candles exhibited an otherworldly quality, showing no signs of consumption no matter how long they burned. He lost track of time, and after an indeterminate period, the door was suddenly blown open with a loud bang by a chilling wind, extinguishing the candles in an instant, leaving the bridal chamber cloaked in darkness. Zhang Yuanqing's heart raced, and the infant spirit atop his head began to tremble violently, engulfed in sheer terror, as if facing doom. He stiffly turned his neck to gaze at the open door, outside which the darkness was impenetrable. With his night vision, he faintly discerned a figure clad in bridal attire, veiled in crimson, gracefully approaching along the red carpet toward the bridal chamber. Updates will be delayed. I plan to combine 2 chapters for you to read through this instance in one go, to be updated before noon. As the concluding chapter of this instance, it is quite significant, so I shall deliberate carefully. Chapter 59, The Detective Reasoning Hall, Final. A profound darkness surged outside, deeper than mere shadow. Zhang Yuanqing possessed eyes that could pierce the night, yet he found himself unable to fathom the terrifying aura that enveloped him. All he could make out was a figure clad in a bridal gown, advancing with a measured pace as it crossed the threshold. In that moment, Zhang Yuanqing experienced the most profound terror of his life. This fear was not akin to the horror of being drained by a vengeful spirit or the panic of being pursued by a zombie, but rather an overwhelming dread that exploded within his heart while his body remained paralyzed and unresponsive. It was a sensation of utter helplessness and despair. The powers of the Night Wanderer were rendered ineffective at this moment, completely subdued. The little fool was too frightened to even cry, while the portly companion trembled incessantly. And moments later, his useless master joined him in shivering. Darkness seeped into the room. The figure in the wedding dress approached step by step, a dense miasma of death saturating every corner of the chamber. At that moment, the King of Cats speaker, nestled in Zhang Yuanqing's pocket, blurted out once more. Regardless of the occasion, she has arrived, bringing unparalleled terror. The groom sat at the edge of the bed, contemplating his plan, appearing calm, yet inwardly terrified. Just then, the speaker emitted a crackling noise, interrupted for a brief moment before returning, but the content that followed left Zhang Yuanqing astounded. The groom appears calm, yet he is filled with indescribable joy, for the bride is beautiful and graceful, a rare match, indeed. The message abruptly ceased, filled with disbelief. Zhang Yuanqing couldn't fathom if that was indeed the intended message. The statement was rife with contradictions, leaving him speechless as he averted his gaze from the ghostly bride. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead and trickled down as his body quivered slightly. Then, with his head lowered, he noticed a pair of red-embroidered shoes halting before him. As time ticked by, Xiaolingxi sat frozen at the edge of the bed, her delicate features enhanced by the bridal decor, momentarily resembling the bride herself. In the original strategy, those chosen by the ghostly bride were doomed, a fact that likely remained unchanged in the new version. Whoever she selected would meet their demise. Xiaolingxi swallowed hard. She had always been aware of the ghost house strategy, though she had kept it to herself, initially planning to leverage it once inside. However, upon discovering that Wang Tai was the Night Wanderer and that the task had changed, with additional elements such as dowries and wedding invitations, she realized the old strategy had become obsolete. Therefore, she refrained from mentioning it again. Xiaolingxi felt a deep-seated fear. Although she had undergone 2 solo and 2 group spirit realms, facing dangers along the way, especially in solo realms, which were notorious for their lethal outcomes. Her profession allowed her to navigate the solo realms with a sense of thrill, far removed from sheer terror. The Jinshui amusement park had been her first encounter with supernatural elements, and it had been utterly terrifying. The fear it evoked was not merely a matter of life and death, but the very essence of ghosts stirred primal human fears. "I will never watch a horror film again," she vowed silently. In the bridal chamber, time seemed to lose its meaning. Amidst the seemingly endless torment, Xielingxi suddenly heard the prompt sound of the spirit realm. "You have completed the Ghost House, Minghan task. You are now entering the heart-pounding task series, which includes Roller Coaster Underground Parking Ghost House, Minghan, Detective Reasoning Hall. Please proceed to the 4th location within half an hour." "It's over?" Xielingxi was momentarily stunned. Then an overwhelming joy surged within her, akin to emerging from a long, dark night, making her wish she could cheer aloud. Finally, it was over. This terrifying supernatural ordeal had come to an end. Then came the second thought. Who has died? Eagerly, she pushed open the lattice door and stepped outside, scanning her surroundings. The night was somber, lanterns hanging from eaves, yet silence reigned. Soon, however, footsteps echoed behind her. Xielingxi turned to see the fire demon with red hair emerging from the bridal chamber. The fire demon's face was alight with joy, his eyes seemingly brimming with anticipation. It appeared that either Wang Tai or the Monkey King had met their demise. Seeing him alive, Xielingxi subtly furrowed her brow. The fire demon, in high spirits, remarked, "The most perilous phase is behind us. The upcoming Detective Reasoning Hall should pose little challenge. If we manage to escape, we will achieve an S-rank first kill. I can hardly wait for the completion rewards. Oh, and the strategy, just the strategy alone will allow me to indulge for quite some time." Xielingxi shot him a glance, replying coolly, "We are not entirely clear on the strategy for the ghost house. Wang Tai knows it best, and the value of the strategy you've written is likely diminished." The fire demon shrugged. "Even so, it remains precious." Before long, they heard more footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, they were met with surprise. "You?" The fire demon hesitated for a brief moment before regaining composure and chuckling. "Looks like the Monkey King is staying here as the groom. That cowardly fellow. If he manages to leave the spirit realm alive, that would be quite unfair." "Wang Tai?" Xielingxi beamed with a sweet smile. Zhang Yuanqing nodded slightly, addressing the fire demon with a somber tone. "Regardless, we are companions. There's no need for jests." Of course. Whatever you say, let South leave this place. I can't stand another moment here. The sooner we finish the task, the sooner we can part ways." The weight of those final words hung heavily in the air. Thus, under Zhang Yuanqing's guidance, the three traversed through the inner courtyard, the grand hall, and the outer courtyard, encountering no crises along the way. They swiftly exited the ghostly residence. The trio hurriedly left the dark alley, not pausing for a moment, displaying a remarkable synchronicity, as if they all bore psychological scars from the experience. 10 minutes later, following the roadside signposts, they arrived at the Detective Reasoning Hall. It was a white structure, robust columns supporting a triangular roof, embodying a classic Western architectural style. The wrought iron gate stood wide open, and a fountain graced the front yard. "Do you need a moment to rest?" Zhang Yuanqing halted outside the iron gate, inquiring of his companions. Xielingxi and the fire demon shook their heads. The terror of the ghost house had primarily drained them mentally rather than physically. The 10-minute journey had sufficed to soothe their emotions, and they were eager to conclude the nightmarish tasks. Entering through the grand entrance, they passed the fountain and stepped into a building reminiscent of a museum. The hall of the Reasoning Center was adorned with square tiles, and 8 magnificent crystal chandeliers hung from the dome, casting a brilliant light. Display cases lined the hall, housing a variety of items, pipes and canes, bow ties and soccer balls, symbols of dancing figures, and bound volumes of exoneration records. While the pipes and canes were expected, the presence of bow ties suggested a playful twist in this narrative. As a fervent enthusiast of reasoning, aspiring to emulate his grandfather and become a distinguished sheriff, Zhang Yuanqing was no stranger to these artifacts. Their gazes swept over the display cases before quickly shifting to the center of the hall, where 6 statues draped in red cloth stood. The fire demon observed the covered sculptures, his eyes flickering momentarily before he spoke. "What is the task in this segment?" "Reasoning?" "I detest tasks that require mental exertion." Xielingxi remained silent, deep in thought. Zhang Yuanqing pointed at the 6 statues, smiling as he remarked, "Isn't the question already presented to us?" As his words fell, the trio received a simultaneous task prompt in their minds. Ding. "Welcome to the Detective Reasoning Hall. The detective reasoning hall serves as a crucible for intellect, where physical confrontations are strictly prohibited and violators face eradication. The captain is instructed to unveil the red cloth. Xiaolingxi and the fire demon remained motionless, while Zhang Yuanqing stepped forward confidently to uncover the red cloth draped over the statue. 6 identical sculptures stood before them, each adorned with a nameplate reading: civilian, neutral, guardian, traitor, and villain. Is there a villain among us? This revelation elucidated why the roller coaster strategy had not altered. Despite the death of Hebo Wangtai, you were eager to alert us back then. The fire demon suddenly grasped the situation and regarded Zhang Yuanqing with astonishment. You are the captain? Zhang Yuanqing turned back with a smile. Weren't you already aware? The fire demon fell silent. At that moment, the prompt resonated in their ears. Ding. The captain's task is announced. Caution, there is a villain hidden among your ranks. Please ensure the number of team members is no less than 3 or face punishment, resulting in the loss of current experience points. Additionally, guard your identity closely. Ding. Each member possesses their own role. The captain must deduce their identities and affix the corresponding nameplates. Any misplacement will lead to the failure of the detective reasoning hall mission and the eradication of all members of the captain's faction. Each team member has the right to defend themselves. Please complete the deduction within half an hour. Failure to do so will result in the annihilation of the captain's faction. There are 2 things in this world that should never be directly gazed upon: the sun and the human heart. Timer starts. 0:30. 00. Zhang Yuanqing mused, pondering why the hidden task required concealing identities. Simultaneously, he sensed an additional item in his inventory. Upon inspection, he discovered a gray item, non-usable, alongside a stack of nameplates that appeared normal. He retrieved the 6 nameplates, each inscribed with the names of his teammates. Time was limited, so he decided to commence his deductions with the deceased ally, seeking approval from Xiaolingxi and the fire demon. Shall we? Indeed, that saves time. The fire demon acquiesced. Xiaolingxi nodded. Zhang Yuanqing fanned out the nameplates, quickly extracting the one labeled guilt-ridden father. To be prudent, I shall commence with the most reliable. Guilt-ridden father was a neutral, and he explicitly informed me before his demise. To be honest, I initially had doubts, as he belonged to an evil profession. It was then that Zhang Yuanqing truly confirmed that everyone had received the hidden task. He was an evil profession? The fire demon exclaimed. Could he have been the villain? Since his death, no one in their team had died without cause. There is a reason why villains do not kill indiscriminately. I will elaborate later. However, guilt-ridden father is not the villain, for after the underground parking lot task concluded, I discreetly inquired with Ling. Zhang Yuanqing stepped forward and affixed guilt-ridden father's nameplate to one of the neutral sculptures. Ding. Deduction correct. Subsequently, an inscription appeared above the sculpture bearing the nameplate. Neutral. There exists a captain and a villain among your team. You must choose your faction before the first task concludes. Do not reveal your identity. This is the hidden task of the neutral. Zhang Yuanqing smiled back at the girl. It seems, Sisterlingxi, that you are also a neutral. Yes, I am with you now, Xiaolingxi replied with a bright smile. Choosing a faction requires caution. I had no knowledge of who was the captain or the villain at that time. A wrong choice could lead to death. Thus, I proposed the roller coaster for the first task, as it was the simplest without external influence. If its strategy had remained unchanged, it would serve as the optimal battleground between the captain and the villain. Based on the outcome of their contest, I would select my faction. Brother Wangtai, you were quite clever, devising a solution, so I chose to align with the captain's faction. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled and affixed Xiaolingxi's nameplate. This girl had been exceptionally obedient since the roller coaster incident, showing him ample goodwill. Their previous conversation during the private lesson had been a test for Zhang Yuanqing, to which the response was positive. Good, good. Ding. Deduction correct. The hidden task of the neutral reappeared. Zhang Yuanqing extracted the nameplate of Shi, asserting, this woman was merely coasting through the task. During the roller coaster, she was passive, and when facing the Autobot, she did not take action. Her behavior throughout the night lacked motivation, leading me to conclude she is a civilian. What do you think, Fire Demon? Zhang Yuanqing inquired. The Fire Demon frowned. That reasoning is too hasty. It could equally apply to the villain. Zhang Yuanqing laughed. No, it is not hasty, but I cannot disclose my reasoning. He affixed Shishi's nameplate to the civilian sculpture. Ding. Deduction correct. Civilian. Your identity is civilian. Please identify the captain before the first task concludes and receive his protection. Do not reveal your identity. In addition to the earlier reason, Zhang Yuanqing had 2 more justifications for determining Shi as a civilian. Firstly, during the reflection on past events, he noted she sure consistently probing others' identities. She first inquired if Xielingxi was an official, then wavered between himself and Hebo during the roller coaster. This detail was difficult to discern without his ability to reflect. A villain, aware of the captain's presence, would not engage in overt probing. Secondly, during that probing conversation, Shishi's response was, "No need for respect, be rude and wild." This was a subtle indication of her civilian status. Civilians do not require respect. They are perpetually treated with rudeness and wildness. However, Zhang Yuanqing initially interpreted this as an expression of dependence until he recognized her civilian identity. He dismissed Hebo, who was the first to die. Zhang Yuanqing gazed at the fire demon. "Brother fire demon, which are you, the traitor or the villain?" The fire demon's expression soured, and he declared solemnly, "I am the guardian." "Nonsense." Xielingxi rolled her eyes. "You, with those thick brows and large eyes, are the least likely to be a good person. You've been nothing but a troublemaker, a real nuisance." The fire demon remained unfazed, rationally defending himself. "Brother Wang Tai, I truly am the guardian. I knew you were the captain long ago. I realized it during the roller coaster. Think about it. If I were the villain, I would have killed you long ago. Just like I did with Hebo, ha ha ha. What are you laughing at?" The fire demon frowned. "I am a seasoned expert, having navigated countless spiritual realms. Any deception is futile against me." Zhang Yuanqing chuckled before coldly asserting, "You seemed rather disappointed when you saw me emerge from the haunted house." "Disappointed? I was thrilled." The fire demon retorted angrily. "If I had intended to kill you, I would have acted already. Isn't that logical?" Xielingxi hesitated, having discerned that the fire demon was not benevolent. However, she lacked substantial evidence and feared misguiding the captain with incorrect assertions. A single misidentification could lead to the annihilation of the captain's faction, including herself. Thus, her heart raced with anxiety. "Then explain why you misled us during the roller coaster. Claiming the strategy of closing one's eyes was ineffective? Do not speak to me as if I am a fool. We are not novices here," Zhang Yuanqing remarked, his skepticism evident. Fire demon inhaled deeply, striving to temper his fiery temperament, and patiently explained, "I concede that I misjudged the situation. My impatience clouded my judgment. However, this is a matter of capability and does not imply any intent to harm anyone. What advantage would I gain from the demise of my comrades? The roller coaster was merely the first task. How could I possibly navigate the subsequent challenges alone?" No. Zhang Yuanqing interjected, shaking his finger with a smile. "I never claimed your suggestion to open your eyes was intended to annihilate the team. What ill intentions could you possibly harbor? You merely sought to identify the captain." Fire demon's expression shifted. Yet, Xielingxi chuckled. "At that moment, I advised you all that if the roller coaster strategy remained unchanged, opening our eyes would spell disaster. Comparatively, losing one team member per round seemed the more rational choice. Curiously, however, everyone opted to agree to the suggestion to open their eyes." Zhang Yuanqing huffed. "You were not so foolish. Each of you harbored ulterior motives. Some sought self-preservation while others aimed to unearth the captain. Fully aware that the captain would certainly oppose such an act, Fire Demon fell silent. Xielingxi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she remarked, "Brother Wang Tai, you are truly remarkable." Her words were sincere. She had proposed the vote, not aligning with any faction, but supporting the idea of opening their eyes to test the captain's abilities while fearing vehement opposition that might attract the suspicion of nefarious individuals and lead to her erasure. Regardless of the vote's outcome, she would still choose to close her eyes. Western Beauty and the regretful father likely shared similar thoughts. What Xielingxi had not anticipated was that Brother Wang Tai had already discerned their motives, instilling her with newfound confidence in the unfolding deductions. Fire Demon remained silent for a moment, reverting to his previous refrain, "I am truly a good person, not a villain. Otherwise, I would have killed you already." "You would not," Zhang Yuanqing countered, shaking his head. "After the roller coaster, I realized I had exposed myself. From that moment on, it was a matter of playing my cards openly. I had to ensure my own safety. Upon entering the underground parking lot, I repeatedly emphasized that we were all in this together and must unite our efforts. Fortuitously, the parking lot task required manpower, and I was genuinely pleased, knowing at least we were initially safe. Later, when Xielingxi received permission to use items, I promptly volunteered for the task of dealing with the Autobots, informing you all of the lethal cost associated with those dancing shoes. All of this was to instill a sense of caution in the murderer, to make them feel they could afford to bide their time, as I still held value for them, allowing them to reap the benefits without haste. Fire Demon-'s expression darkened, his anger barely contained as he fiercely declared, "I should have killed you sooner. I should have done it back in the underground parking lot." Xiaolingxi encouraged, "You could still strike now." Fire Demon shot her a resentful glance, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. "Wang Tai, you are formidable. I concede defeat. I am indeed the villain." Zhang Yuanqing let out a chuckle, producing Fire Demon's name card and affixing it to the traitor. Xiaolingxi gasped, her face paling. "You." But immediately she observed Fire Demon's countenance shift drastically, despair and panic flooding his eyes. The previous ferocity and rage seemed to have been a fade. This revelation left Xiaolingxi momentarily stunned. Ding. Deduction successful. Treasonous individual. Your identity is that of a traitor. You must identify the villain before the first task concludes, assisting them in concealing their identity and eliminating the captain. The captain's demise will complete the task, rewarding you with an item. I did not claim you were the villain. You are unequivocally a traitor, Zhang Yuanqing spat. Fire Demon appeared drained of vitality, his gaze vacant as he murmured, "How did you know? Your behavior was too conspicuous. Had I been the villain, I would have certainly sought to disguise myself, avoiding attracting any attention, blending into the background. It is the most prudent course," Zhang Yuanqing stated, stroking his chin as he contemplated the traitor's task. "Thus, identifying the villain becomes quite clear. I surmise correctly that it is the Monkey King." He scrutinized the dazed Fire Demon, sneering, "I harbored suspicions about every member of our team, testing each in turn. Ultimately, I found myself torn between you and the Monkey King. Before arriving at the detective reasoning hall, I remained uncertain as to which of you was the villain until I recognized the traitor's existence, at which point the truth dawned upon me. Xiaolingxi was correct. You acted like a stirrer, too much like a wolf. You were the first to propose opening your eyes, seated behind the river god." Relentlessly targeting Xiaolingxi. "After I hinted that danger lurked within our team and sought a conversation with you, you immediately displayed a fade of goodwill towards me, the behavior of a guilty murderer. I must admit, your disguise was quite convincing. This very reason left me uncertain as to who among you and the Monkey King was truly the villain. Now, however, I understand that your actions were all intended to serve as a shield for the Monkey King, diverting my attention as captain and prompting me to suspect you instead." Fear flickered in Fire Demon's eyes. This young man's intellect was astute. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at Xiaolingxi, noticing the girl's eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him, prompting a satisfied nod from him as he continued, "When we entered the underground parking lot, you and the Monkey King had a disagreement. He wished to act in concert, while you insisted on separating. Thus, a divergence of opinions arose." Fire Demon gritted his teeth. "After the roller coaster, you hinted that danger lurked within our team, and I realized my behavior was too evident, possibly arousing your suspicion. The villain possesses the power to kill, and the captain undoubtedly does as well. I feared for my life. So I suggested to the Monkey King that he eliminate you in the underground parking lot, but he refused. He deemed the parking lot too perilous, believing it unwise to strike at that moment, as it was not his feelings that were at stake. That scoundrel completely regarded me as a disposable pawn. Later, after successfully navigating the underground parking lot, I was relieved when you did not kill me. Then came the haunted house, where I similarly hinted to him to kill you. Yet he still refrained." Zhang Yuanqing laughed. "Of course, he would not kill me. Do you think I would reveal my identity as the Night Wanderer? Back in the parking lot, I was filled with trepidation, but upon entering the haunted house, I knew with certainty that I would not perish. You all require the Night Wanderer's protection. You are well aware that the Ghost Bride would undoubtedly choose me. As long as I am present, you can largely navigate the haunted house effortlessly. Would killing me not be akin to digging your own grave?" The Night Wanderer Xiaolingxi leaped with a small cheer. The Fire Demon glared at the two of them, sneering, "Do not rejoice too soon. I acknowledge your prowess and concede defeat. But so what? Our entire team consists of only 3 of us. The captain's duty is to ensure that the number is at least 3. Do you dare to eliminate me? You are so astute. You must understand the essence of the hidden mission. The nefarious ones will be eradicated, and the outcome is annihilation. The traitor also runs the risk of being miskilled. Thus there will be no other punishment. What punishment could outweigh death? Now, even if you expose my identity as a traitor, I shall face no consequences, for you have relinquished your authority as captain. Of course, you still have one last chance. But you cannot kill me unless you wish to forfeit your current experience points." Once he returns to reality, he would use his channels to investigate the identities of these two and sell their information to the evil profession. It is quite common to harbor grudges in the spirit realm. The conclusion of a dungeon does not signify the end of matters. The Fire Demon has eliminated many who have borne grudges within the spirit realm, and he possesses considerable experience in dealing with foes from the same faction. Xiangxi was momentarily stunned, her joyous expression freezing in place. Zhang Yuanqing remained silent after completing the haunted house task. He chose not to exercise his captain's authority for this very reason. Do not rush. There is still one last person, Zhang Yuanqing remarked calmly. He affixed the final card to the guard. Ding, reasoning successful. Guard, your identity is that of a guard. Please protect the captain within the team, ensuring he is not slain by the nefarious ones. If you are killed by the nefarious ones, deaths due to the mission do not count. All your abilities will be suspended. Upon the captain's victory, you will be revived. If the captain fails, revival will not be possible. Indeed. Zhang Yuanqing observed the information with a mixture of astonishment and nonchalance. At this juncture, he could ascertain that the river god was actively vying for authority at that moment. The motivations of the guard and the traitor were identical. Both served to shield their respective masters from harm. In the initial self-introduction, the river god exhibited a demeanor inclined towards coldness and gloom. Such an individual's style is typically solitary, unlikely to seek a leadership position. Yet later, he altered his approach, contending for authority with Zhang Yuanqing. This transformation must have been driven by some underlying motive, which led the nefarious ones to suspect the other as the captain and choose to eliminate him first. In contrast, Zhang Yuanqing displayed a sociable nature prior to everyone receiving the hidden mission, without any significant shift during that period. To return to the main point, the hidden mission is merely that hidden. They are not long-lost brothers. Engaging in such perilous acts without sufficient assurance is unthinkable. Hence, Zhang Yuanqing was not surprised. However, for the guard, this remained a gamble. The advantage lay in winning by dying once, thus evading the subsequent crisis of the S-grade spirit realm. The downside was the possibility of perishing in the attempt. Nevertheless, considering the high mortality rate of the S-grade spirit realm, what could be worse than entering this place? Zhang Yuanqing was astonished not because of the revelation of the guard's information, but rather due to the unexpected ability of the spirit realm to resurrect. Perhaps this resurrection capability is limited to the dungeon, yet it remains remarkable. As he beheld the emerging guard information, the fire demon's complexion gradually paled. His lips began to tremble, and his pupils quaked violently, engulfed by an overwhelming terror. The dungeon prompt echoed, "You have completed the Detective Mystery House task. You are now engaged in the heart-pounding task series, which includes Roller Coaster Underground Parking Haunted House, Ghost Marriage, Detective Mystery House. You have completed this series of tasks." Zhang Yuanqing received a prompt, which was one more than what Xiangxi and the fire demon received. Ding, you have successfully led your team to complete a task. You have one opportunity to exercise your captain's authority. Please designate the nefarious one hidden among the team members. The designated individual will face annihilation. If no choice is made within 30 seconds, this opportunity will be forfeited. Zhang Yuanqing's expression remained unchanged as he calmly declared, "Fire demon." In that moment, the terror in the fire demon's eyes erupted. No. With a scream, his head severed from his neck, rolling to the ground. A fountain of blood spraying 2 to 3 meters high, a scene of grisly horror. The fire demon's head, eyes wide open, continued to move as his lips quivered. Ding. Congratulations. Why Chapter 60. Return listening to the ethereal notification sound resonating in his ears. Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of anticipation for the experience points reward from the S-rank dungeon. He had consulted with Guanya and Li Dongzi. Typically, when a new realm walker first receives their character card, they earn about 0 to 5 experience points after completing a trial mission. Subsequently, by completing a multiplayer realm, they could expect approximately 5 to 10 experience points. In contrast, a solo realm yields about 10 to 15 experience points. This implies that even with a 100 completion rate, a realm walker would need to engage in over 10 multiplayer realms or nearly 10 solo realms to level up. The difficulty of leveling up is thus evident. Zhang Yuanqing's trial realm was of S rank, and upon completion, he was rewarded with 20 experience points. Following this, he triggered a hidden quest, extracting a spirit crystal from the lips of the mountain goddess, which granted an additional 22 experience points. One shrine was equivalent to 4 or 5 multiplayer realms. Under normal circumstances, to reach level 2, he would need to participate in at least 5 multiplayer realms or 3 solo realms. He pondered whether the Jinshui amusement park could propel him to level 2 in one go. With eager anticipation, he awaited the reward calculation. Calculating rewards. Obtained items. Elvis speaker, red veil, experience points rewarded. 40, main quest calculation completed. Ding. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Rewards are being calculated. Obtained items, steadfast gem, experience points rewarded, 25, hidden quest calculation completed. Ding. Congratulations on your promotion to level 2 Night Wanderer. Ding. Character card rewards activated. Obtained item, disguise ring. Calculation complete. Exiting the realm in 5 minutes. The rewards surpass those of the Xiling Tunnel. As expected from an extraordinary S-rank dungeon, he accumulated 65 experience points and 4 items, an impressive windfall. Zhang Yuanqing stood in astonishment, his heart racing fervently within his chest. He soon felt a searing heat at his brow, indicating that the black moon mark was about to manifest. This was troubling. The black crescent must not be seen by outsiders. Startled, he instinctively glanced at Xie Lingxi, who appeared lost in thought, her pupils unfocused as she gazed into the void. Likely assessing her character panel and quest rewards, entirely oblivious to her surroundings. Zhang Yuanqing sighed in relief and turned away. Suddenly, the scorching black moon mark erupted with formidable lunar power, surging through his body and permeating every cell and bone. He involuntarily convulsed, sensing a transformation in the fabric of his existence as his genetic sequence was restructured. 3 entirely new innate skills seamlessly integrated into his being. Name, Primordial Celestial Lord. Race, Human. Class, Night Wanderer. Level, 2 skills, Night Wanderer, Soul Devourer, Lunar Spirit, Moon Howl, Charm. Spirit Talisman, experience points, 23, moral value, 90, reputation, 15, Moon Howl, active borrowing power from the lunar force, dramatically enhances personal attributes for a duration of 15 minutes. Post-skill, a 3-hour state of lethargy ensues. Note, this skill can only be activated at night. Prerequisite action, look up and howl at the moon. Charm, active, induces hallucinations in the target, leading them astray. Note, this technique is favored by spirits to bewitch mortals. Spirit Talisman, active, a unique script to the Night Wanderer, capable of drawing talismans and formations. Note, currently, it can only inscribe scripts targeting spirits. Zhang Yuanqing focused intently, intuitively grasping the essence of his skills without needing to activate them. Moon Howl and Night Wonder were incompatible active skills. While in Moon Howl state, Night Wonder could not be utilized, and vice versa. If Night Wonder represented the pinnacle of assassination skills, then Moon Howl compensated for the Night Wanderer's close combat deficiencies. Charm leaned towards control and support, lacking direct lethality, yet enhancing the Night Wanderer's versatility and operational scope. As for Spirit Talisman, it could be employed to create talismans and inscribe formations, not merely restraining vengeful spirits, but also nurturing and refining them. Finally, he could further cultivate his little companion, Zhang Yuanqing thought with delight, and promptly opened his inventory to inspect his items. Aside from the Elvis speaker, the dungeon had rewarded him with 2 items, one being a consumable. Name, Red Veil. Type, decorative item. Consumable. Function, summoning. Description, the veil worn by ghost brides in the Jinshui amusement park's ghost marriage scene, imbued by an indescribable entity. It is an inseparable part of the ghost bride, only obtainable by those who successfully deceive her. Note 1. Wearing the red veil summons the ghost bride. This item can be used 3 times. Note 2. Ha ha ha. I laugh at the goddess's lack of cunning, mocking her for attempting to outsmart without success. Note 3. Using the red veil in the realm carries a chance of attracting the attention of that entity, having read Note 2. I trust you will use it cautiously. This item even came with a taunt? If the mountain goddess sensed it, she would surely be furious. Zhang Yuanqing gasped, feeling both elated and pained. He suspected that the ghost bride was either at the peak of extraordinary or had touched upon the saintly realm. Such a summoned creature could undoubtedly serve as a life-saving measure. The painful aspect was that this item would have little harm but significant insult to the mountain goddess. The exquisite goddess would likely hunt him throughout the realm. He silently resolved to never use it within the realm. Name, Steadfast Gem. Type, Gem. Function, buff. Defense, description, an item for the Earth Monster class. It condenses the power of the Earth, enhancing strength and defense. Note, heaviness comes at a cost. Name, Disguise Ring. Type, accessory. Function, transformation. Description, a magical ring that can alter one's appearance, allowing for the adjustment of facial features at will. Note, do you not have a clear idea of what you look like? The rewards for the Demon Lord's character card granted 1 item per dungeon entry? This is quite extraordinary. The function of the disguise ring was simple and straightforward, whereas the cost associated with the steadfast gem felt somewhat dubious. He contemplated testing it out. Zhang Yuanqing retrieved the gem from his inventory. It was the size of an egg, with an earthy hue, exuding an indescribable weightiness. Upon grasping the steadfast gem, he felt a surge of weight and power, an inexplicable sense of security swelling within him. However, he also felt slowed, as if a massive mountain pressed down upon him, rendering his movements exceedingly sluggish. How could one fight while holding this gem? The pros and cons were glaringly evident. This was a conventional item, unlike the extraordinary demon-subduing pestle and red dancing shoes. As he pondered, he suddenly heard cheerful exclamations. Brother Wang Tai, can you imagine? I received 35 experience points, 1 item, and 1 consumable. So generous, truly befitting an S-rank realm. Xiaolingxi, having concluded her reward assessment, appeared as joyful as a child receiving a lollipop, bouncing on the spot. Brother Wang Tai, what rewards did you obtain? How much experience did you earn? Do you have any items? The young girl blinked her lively eyes, looking at him expectantly. With 2 items already in her possession, 1 gifted by an elder and 1 acquired in a solo realm, she had now obtained a 3rd, making her collection quite impressive at such a young age. Your expression of pride is practically etched upon your visage. Zhang Yuanqing nodded slightly. Indeed. My rewards are modest, comprising 65 of experience points, 3 items, and 1 consumable. Xiaolingxi appeared bewildered, her small face stiffening, her mouth gradually agape, gazing at him with a vacant stare. I can distinctly sense an animosity towards the affluent emanating from you. Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of delight. Xiaolingxi murmured, how can this be? Why are your rewards so disproportionately higher than mine? The spiritual realm is unjust. Zhang Yuanqing reassured her, perhaps. The spiritual realm wishes to expose you to the disparities of the world. Xiaolingxi, on the verge of tears, lamented, if only you knew this was only my 2nd foray into the spiritual realm, the sense of disparity would be even more palpable. Zhang Yuanqing chose not to further diminish her spirits, patiently awaiting her return. Simultaneously, he contemplated the subsequent benefits following his successful completion of the S-grade spiritual realm. Having secured the 1st kill, future adventurers would undoubtedly receive diminished experience rewards, and item rewards could not be as bountiful as the 1st kill. Nevertheless, the rewards would still exceed those of a typical spiritual realm, making strategy imperative. The Cat King speaker, left behind by Brother Bing, seemed to harbor valuable information. Upon returning to reality, he intended to thoroughly investigate this item, as it might yield useful insights. The responsibilities entrusted to me by my father at his deathbed still await fulfillment. Brother Wang Tai, why have I not seen Yibo? Can we perhaps exchange phone numbers? Xiaolingxi glanced at the dwindling countdown, suddenly speaking. Yibo should still be by the roller coaster. Didn't we already exchange numbers? The number I provided you is fictitious. Oh, mine was genuine. No, yours must also be false. Xiaolingxi scrunched her nose. Zhang Yuanqing cast her a glance. Thinking that they were merely online acquaintances in the spiritual realm, destined to part ways after the instance. Why maintain contact? You are still quite young. When you reach 18, we may engage in more profound exchanges. It is best for spiritual realm adventurers to avoid excessive interaction in reality, even among allies, Zhang Yuanqing remarked nonchalantly. I will find you. Xiaolingxi huffed. No sooner had she spoken than the scenery of the detective reasoning hall blurred like ripples on the surface of water. The image sharpened from a haze, revealing Zhang Yuanqing's familiar desk, double bed, lamp, and television. He had returned to reality. The room was enveloped in darkness, silent, with curtains drawn tightly, soundproof glass insulating him from the outside commotion. The electronic alarm clock on the bedside table indicated it was 5 in the morning. Although he had spent 5 hours in the spiritual realm, Zhang Yuanqing felt as though eons had passed. He pulled back the curtains. The sky was a deep blue, with scant traffic on the streets, sanitation workers leisurely riding their garbage trucks. The breakfast chain on the street had already opened, steam wafting generously from its entrance. Zhang Yuanqing switched on the light, standing before the full-length mirror by the window, scrutinizing his reflection. His skin had paled, his features unchanged, yet he sensed an increased refinement, an odd aura emanating from his brow. After a moment of contemplation, 4 words flashed in his mind. Sinisterly noble. I recall that Yuanqing possessed a similar aura. The higher the rank of the Night Wanderer, the more pronounced the aura. Clearly, this transformation stemmed from the potent influence of the Tang power following his upgrade. In the future, I too might smile with an alluring charm, but no, I must refrain. Should I attract the attention of younger women, it would surely be a headache. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled softly, approached the bedside, and retrieved his phone from the cold sheets. Illuminating the screen, he discovered an unread message. You're out. Call me immediately. Everyone is waiting for you. Guanya. What if I hadn't emerged? By dawn. She should reach out to confirm whether I perished within the spiritual realm. Zhang Yuanqing exited the messages and dialed Guanya's number. Chapter 61. Report in a luxurious apartment suite. Guanya sat on the bed, hugging her knees, with a tablet before her playing a heart-wrenching urban drama. After being unsettled by Yuan Shi, sleep eluded her, and the show failed to capture her attention. She had been sitting for 5 or 6 hours. Her backside sore from the prolonged stillness. Sighing, Guanya pinched the bridge of her nose, her delicate features betraying a hint of fatigue. With her constitution, going 2 days and nights without sleep was hardly an issue. It was the distress that weighed heavily on her. Previously, while idly browsing a forum, she had merely lamented the capriciousness of fate upon learning of someone's demise in a dungeon. Yet, unexpectedly, a friend of hers had become embroiled in turmoil, the outcome uncertain. To be candid, Guanya held a certain fondness for that young man. He was handsome, youthful, and brimming with potential. His words laced with humor that only endeared him more to her. Most importantly, he had a knack for seizing opportunities. In Team 2, Wang Tai was a taciturn individual, while Li Dongzi prided himself on his elegance, believing that crude jokes were unbecoming of a gentleman. Only Yuan Shi could withstand her playful banter and engage in witty repartee. However, this amusing lad was now at significant risk. Though Guanyu had never faced an S-level challenge, there was a cousin in her family, an extraordinary talent who had repeatedly matched with S-level dungeons during her ascension through the supernatural and saint stages. Each encounter was fraught with peril, and she had once elaborated on the formidable nature of S-level realms. Different S-level realms tested varying domains, and successfully clearing one did not guarantee success in another. Every individual has their limitations, and no one is without flaws. Yuan Shi's ability to conquer the red dancing shoes relied on his formidable memory, as he himself claimed. Yet this skill might not suffice in the Golden Water amusement park. Guanya had already braced herself for the worst. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone echoed through the bedroom, startling Guanya. Huh? A call at this hour? Her beautiful eyes widened as she leaned to glimpse the illuminated screen. Yuan Shi. In that moment, she could almost hear her heart pounding violently. Fumbling, she grabbed her phone, inhaled deeply, and answered, Yuan Shi? Upon uttering those 2 words, Guanya held her breath. Sister Guanya, I cleared the Golden Water amusement park, came the familiar voice through the speaker. Guanya sat there, bewildered, her mind echoing a singular thought. He had once again conquered an S-level realm. Sister Guanya, are you listening? Zhang Yuanqing's voice jolted her back to reality. You cleared the S-level realm again? You little rascal, do you understand what this means? Sure, Zhang must be overjoyed. Indeed, she could already envision what he would say. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. He would exclaim, Oh my God, Almighty, have you heard my fervent prayers? You must have additionally. I am not a little rascal, he mentally corrected himself. Guanya laughed heartily, playfully kicking her long legs. Just don't tease him in front of Shi Zhang, or he might retaliate fiercely. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled in response. But Guanya's curiosity got the better of her. You haven't checked the forum, have you? Another official entered the Golden Water amusement park last night. I believe his name was Both colleagues about to enter the realm are in a frenzy. Can you share some insights about the Golden Water amusement park? Realm strategies and items held an irresistible allure for adventurers, akin to a stunning beauty for a lovesick fool. No, I cannot divulge that information, Zhang Yuanqing firmly refused. Guanya was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Yuan Shi's refusal. She thought their bond was stronger than that. Unless you send me a photo of your legs in black stockings as a reward, Zhang Yuanqing jested. Guanya let out a soft laugh, her smile returning. A photo is rather mundane. Why not take a cab to my place now? I'll show you something to your heart's content, and even gift you a pair of stockings to take home for your milk tea. Zhang Yuanqing earnestly replied, I believe using stockings for milk tea is a waste. Better to use them for cleaning my firearm. Guanya lay back on the bed, her laughter causing her chest to tremble. How can you say such things in front of a lady? Do you have more? At 7:30 in the morning. The first thing Li Dongzi did upon waking was reach for his phone on the bedside table, checking for missed calls and unread messages. Disappointment washed over him. Such an unreliable child, Li Dongzi sighed, staring at the ceiling for several seconds before rising to dress. His movements were elegant, deliberate, unhurried. No matter how dismal his mood or heavy his heart, he refused to abandon grace. At the dining table, Li Dongzi savored the breakfast prepared by the housekeeper. Though his mind was elsewhere, an S-level dungeon should have concluded by now. If there was no news by noon, his mood darkened further, and the food lost its flavor as he set down his chopsticks. Please clear the dishes. The busy housekeeper acknowledged him and turned to tidy the table when the sound of the employer's phone ringing emanated from the bedroom. I'll go answer it. She turned toward the bedroom, only to see the employer springing from his chair, his expression agitated. No, don't. Then, this poised employer dashed into the bedroom without a hint of elegance. Li Dongza rushed to the bedside, noticing the caller ID read Yuanqing. His breath quickened as he grabbed the phone, inhaling deeply to maintain a calm tone. Yuanqing, have you emerged? Sure, Zhang. I am alive and well, Zhang Yuanqing replied. His tone weary. I just came out and immediately called you. He had been engrossed in conversation with Guanya, losing track of time. Li Dongza's tense expression relaxed as he promptly inquired, were you hurt? Did you experience any severe mental shock that could leave psychological scars? Indeed, in the amusement park. The ghost bride professed her deep affection for me, insisting I be her only choice. It was truly difficult to resist her charms, and I felt quite guilty, leaving me with profound psychological trauma. It seemed there were no serious issues, which relieved Li Dongza. A faint smile graced his lips. Now that you're out, take the time to rest at home. You can come to the company in a few days, but the strategy needs to be written and sent to my email promptly. Regarding rewards and contributions, I will apply on your behalf. By the way, do you need any cola at home? I can have a few cases sent over. Strangely, Shi Zhang did not exclaim. Oh my God, Zhang Yuanqing mused silently, preferring the stubbornness with which he insisted on buying it himself. Li Dongza, after hanging up. Li Dongza inhaled deeply, unable to contain his emotions any longer. Oh my God, Almighty, have you heard my fervent prayers? He had been mistaken. This young man was not merely talented, but gifted. Clearing one S-level realm might involve an element of luck, but succeeding in two was no simple matter. He could very well be groomed as an apprentice steward. There was even hope for him to ascend to the ranks of the elders. Among the younger generation of realm adventurers in the Five Elements Alliance, Fu Qingyang was the most likely to become an elder. Yet even he had only cleared an S-level realm once. On the second floor of the villa, at the dining table, Fu Qingyang, clad in a white suit with a stylish short ponytail, held a knife and fork, expressionless as he sliced a fried egg and steak. Opposite him, Ling Jun, dressed casually in a loose t-shirt and shorts, devoured his meal ravenously. Just then, a bunny girl approached, cradling a phone in her hands, softly stating, "Young master." A call from Li Dongza. Fu Qingyang glanced at the phone, setting down his knife and fork to observe his oblivious friend, engrossed in his meal. What is it? He answered the call, his voice cool and detached. Centurion, the primordial celestial master has emerged, having conquered the Golden Water amusement park. When Li Dongza uttered these words, his voice resonated with exceptional clarity. Ding dong. Fu Qingyang cast a fleeting glance at the dandy whose knife and fork had clattered onto the table. A smile curling at the corner of his lips. I see now. He handed his phone to the bunny girl, his expression light with mirth. I should have wagered with you. Though the words were spoken, his tone was imbued with such delight that not an ounce of regret was detectable. I have always believed that those several S-rank spiritual realms should ultimately be conquered by our Tai sect. Ling Jun, however, was filled with profound frustration. Lamenting, elder son is being foolish. Fu Qingyang replied in astonishment. You are aware of this matter too? Oh, this is a new meme from our Tai sect forum. I often browse the forum, Ling Jun explained. Do you not fear repercussions for speaking ill of the elder? Not at all. Elder son seldom ventures online, and he hardly knows how to use a phone. Ling Jun resumed, picking up his knife and fork, stating, however, this time it may be hard to keep it under wraps. During the passage through the Shiling tunnel, he was a potential asset yet to be observed. Now that he has conquered another S-rank task, it confirms that this young man possesses both intellect and potential. His future achievements will surely be remarkable. Alas, I find myself somewhat resentful of elder son now. Returning to the topic, should he accomplish his third S-rank task with an A rank as a foundation, he might soar to great heights. Conversely, should he falter, he may meet an untimely demise. What are you doing? Fu Qingyang continued walking towards the exit. I must report to the Elder Council and request that the merits and bonuses be expedited before you Tai sect undermines my efforts. I must first win them over with virtue. Oh, and regarding the strategy for the Golden Water amusement park, additional funds will be required. In a villa by the lake, the morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Xielingxi emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her youthful figure still in the process of maturation. While she lacked the voluptuousness of a mature woman, her youth radiated beauty, with delicate pink knees. The artificial lake shimmered under the sunlight, a lake of golden water bordered by newly sprouted willow trees, creating a picturesque scene. At that moment, luxurious cars cruised along the lakeside road, heading towards the villa. Knock, knock. The bedroom door echoed softly. Xiaolingxi lifted her teacup, taking a sip. Her voice cool. "Come in." A female assistant in a tailored suit entered, stopping respectfully behind her. "Miss, here are the materials you requested." Xiaolingxi did not take them. Instead, settling onto the sofa by the window, still wrapped in her towel, crossing her delicate legs, exuding an air of cold elegance akin to a female CEO. She said softly, "Relay the information to me." The assistant opened the documents, stating, "Wang Tai, a member of the second team in the health and wellness sector of the Five Elements Alliance's Songhai branch. His superior is Level 3 Scout Li Dongza of the White Tiger Legion, and his profession is scholar. This is basic information. We can only obtain fundamental details such as photographs and real identities, which are not accessible. Within the official organization, such basic data is public and belongs to personnel records. However, knowledge of real identities can only be accessed by direct superiors or the Elder Council." "Scholar," Xiaolingxi acknowledged with a thoughtful hum. Embodying a commanding presence as she said, "Please investigate the other members of the second team further and examine Wang Tai's social circle. Keep a vigilant eye on the official forums of the Tai sect and the Five Elements Alliance. Notify me immediately if there are any updates regarding the conquest of the Golden Water Amusement Park." The assistant nodded in compliance. Xiaolingxi continued, "Arrange for a vehicle. I need to visit Songhai. Additionally, under the name of the Xie family, send a formal greeting to the Songhai branch of the Five Elements Alliance. I wish for Wang Tai of the second team in the health and wellness sector to receive me." The assistant gazed out the window, hesitantly stating, "The family elders are soon to arrive. Wouldn't it be prudent to meet them first? There is a banquet at noon to celebrate your accomplishment in conquering the S-rank spiritual realm." "They are merely eager for the strategy," Xiaolingxi retorted with a huff, her demeanor shifting from aloof to that of a delicate young girl. "I am only 17. Is it wrong to seek a little fun? My ancestors dote on me. They would never scold me." The assistant sighed in resignation. After reporting to Officer Xiang, Zhang Yuanqing changed into her pajamas, tousled her hair, and feigned drowsiness as she yawned, turning the doorknob to step into the living room. Her grandmother was in the kitchen, her grandfather had stepped out, and her cousin Qin Yuanjun had already finished breakfast. At the dining table, only Zhang Yuer sat perched on a chair, delicately pinching a youtiao. She had a habit of nibbling with her mouth closed, her round face making her appear like a little hamster enjoying its meal. Upon hearing the sound of the bedroom door opening, Zhang Yuer looked up, calling out sweetly, "I'm going to eat all the youtiao, so that you have to drink plain porridge." Suddenly, words failed her as she stared blankly at Zhang Yuanqing. "What are you daydreaming about?" Zhang Yuanqing sat beside her. Zhang Yuer turned her head away, refusing to look at him. "Hint, why are your ears so red? Mind your own business." Chapter 62, Conversations from the Past After Having Breakfast. Zhang Yuanqing proceeded to wash up in the restroom. Upon returning to his room, he opened his computer and began drafting a strategy guide. From a purely financial perspective, selling the guide privately would undoubtedly yield the highest profit. The official rewards tend to be modest, ranging from several 100,000 to a few million. However, many things are beyond monetary valuation, such as merit. Merit can mobilize official resources, grant access to privileged information, enhance promotion opportunities, and facilitate requests for official assistance, none of which can be purchased with money. Moreover, having achieved 2 S-rank spiritual realms, he felt it was only right for the officials to reciprocate. Zhang Yuanqing's fingers danced across the keyboard. Golden Water Amusement Park Strategy, ID 6203, difficulty level S. Type, multiplayer spiritual realm, death type. Main quest, complete 2 or more amusement park attractions. The first attraction I experienced was the roller coaster, and the strategy remains unchanged. Simply close your eyes during the ride to pass through unscathed. Yet, the reality is far from what one might imagine. And I shall elaborate on this further in the text. Unlike the previous version, the new amusement park introduced a series of settings. And the roller coaster belongs to the heart-pounding series, which includes roller coaster, underground parking garage, haunted house, ghost marriage, and detective mystery hall. The main quest in the underground parking garage is, remember, when evading the automaton, it is best for all team members to ride in the same vehicle to minimize time loss. When drawing cards, seek a lucky player. Those with poor luck should refrain from taking risks, as there is a danger of total annihilation. The haunted house is the most terrifying scene in the amusement park, featuring additional marriage invitations and bridal gifts. Female spiritual realm walkers must take care not to fill in their gender as female on the marriage invitation, as this will ensure their demise. The bridal gifts include medicinal liquor, wedding blankets, gold hairpins, and scales, each corresponding to a vengeful spirit. The method to resolve this is, be warned. The bridal gift segment is a mandatory reduction phase, and one must be cautious of team members turning against each other. Additionally, during the selection of the bridegroom by the ghostly bride, the night wanderer is doomed. I managed to escape from the ghost bride's pomegranate skirt solely due to my natural handsomeness and remarkable demeanor, which enchanted that vengeful spirit. This beauty is a divine gift, unattainable by mere mortals. If you cannot grasp it, do not attempt to imitate. However, do not panic. I possess a method to avoid this deadlock, and the solution lies in the second stage, the underground parking garage. The strategy for the detective mystery hall is Hidden Quest in Golden Water Amusement Park. After viewing the process in the detective mystery hall, I believe you will have an understanding of the hidden tasks. Currently, the mechanism for assigning roles in the instances remains uncertain, but within this team, there exists an evil character whose identity is that of a neutral party. I suspect that the distribution of spies and evil characters is not based on profession, but rather on human nature. After completing the strategy guide and meticulously reviewing it, Zhang Yuanqing sent it to Li Dong's email. Upon seeing the successful send confirmation, he was suddenly struck by a thought. That little girl, Xiaolingxi, who managed to acquire the old version of the strategy guide, must either be an official or have deep connections with the officials. A simple inquiry could reveal my identity. No, my ID. The purpose of spiritual realm walkers using an ID is to maintain a publicly recognized alias, facilitating their standing in the spiritual realm, and thus, this aspect of their identity is usually not kept secret. Much like the case of the primordial celestial master clearing the Xiling tunnel, whose deeds are known within the Five Elements Alliance and the Tai sect, many regard him as possessing considerable potential, but what does that have to do with Zhang Yuanqing? This time, upon completing the S-rank task, the Five Elements Alliance would likely not obscure his achievements, and may even promote his name to showcase the organization's talent pool. Of course, this pertains solely to the promotion of the ID, while information related to reality would be kept at a higher level of confidentiality. If Xiaolingxi were to inquire a little, she would discover that her brother Wang Tai is, in fact, a con artist known as the Primordial Celestial Master. If she has official connections, knowing this would be inconsequential. I frequently interact with official walkers, but only in the capacity of the Primordial Celestial Master. Zhang Yuanqing closed the email interface and opened the official forum on his phone. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon a sensational post. Shock. The Golden Water Amusement Park has been cleared, and the conqueror is none other than this person. Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, thinking, I've only just returned for a few hours, and already someone has dug me out? Clicking on the post, he discovered that it was referring to Hebo. Before entering the spiritual realm, Hebo had duly notified his superiors, and after enduring a sleepless night, his superiors and colleagues were overjoyed to find that Hebo had returned. The local officials were in an uproar, and the news spread like wildfire among the spiritual realm walkers in the same city, gaining attention akin to that of a student from the village who had been accepted into a prestigious university. Past troubles. Where is the strategy guide? Is it finished? I have submitted an application using points, but the steward informed me that there is no new version of the strategy in the database. Future prospects, indeed. There is no new version of the strategy. I just finished browsing the database Hebo. Initially, the official spiritual realm walkers were elated, praising Hebo from Yanxing province with abundant compliments. However, as they continued to praise him, they realized the strategy had not been updated, and Hebo had not made a statement, leading to confusion and prompting some to question the authenticity of the post. The ill one. Are you trying to spread rumors? Believe it or not, I will bring my brothers and take the high-speed train to Yanxing to knock you down, Hebo. After some back and forth and accusations, Hebo finally appeared to clarify the situation. Hebo, I did indeed clear the Golden Water Amusement Park, receiving an 18 experience reward, which is quite generous. Past troubles. What about the strategy guide? Where is it? Seemingly reluctant to speak, Hebo remained silent for several minutes before replying with a delayed response. There isn't one. What? Just as the official walkers in the forum felt they had been duped, Hebo added, I merely took a blow for someone and then died, which led to the clearance, so there is no strategy to provide you. Perhaps you find it hard to believe, but this is just one of the ways to play in the Golden Water Amusement Park. I cannot disclose further details here. The expert who led me through the clearance should have the complete guide, but he does not see. Please address me as Queen. Ah, it's him. Speaking of which, he is also a night wanderer. Fortunately, we have recruited him into the Five Elements Alliance. I I suddenly recall a phrase that has recently become popular on the Tai Gate forum. Elder son is confused. He bow. So, his name is Yuanshi Tianzun. I, who am afflicted. So this lad, no, this esteemed brother has successfully navigated the S-level spirit realm twice? Such a figure may soon blossom into a rising star within the Five Elements Alliance. Spare Elder Son. No, spare Captain Yuan. Elder Son would surely deliver a heavy blow to him. Zhang Yuanqing contentedly exited the forum, stowed away his phone, pushed back the table, and proceeded to lock the door. Then, he opened the drawer and retrieved the Cat King speaker. This rather useless artifact could not be stored in the inventory and had to be carried personally. Upon his return, he had tossed the speaker into the drawer. Brother Bing had mentioned leaving everything within the Cat King speaker, and this artifact indeed possessed a recording function, which had been verified in the haunted house. Thus, to uncover what Brother Bing had left behind, he would need to coax it to speak. Zhang Yuanqing held the black metallic speaker in contemplation. The Cat King speaker featured only two buttons, one for drum sounds and the other for a swana. Both sounds had an otherworldly quality and could not be tested in a residential building, lest it disturb the innocent. Moreover, even if he pressed a button, it was unlikely he would receive any information. When it had revealed information in the haunted house, it had done so automatically. He had not pressed any buttons at that time. Therefore, to glean information from the Cat King speaker, would he have to rely on sheer chance? Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brows in thought for a moment before suddenly recalling that this seemingly useless artifact had displayed an unexpected will to survive when confronted by the ghost bride. Indeed, the artifact harbored the spirit of the Cat King. Much like the red dancing shoes, it possessed its own thoughts, and with thoughts came the potential for communication. Having come to this realization, Zhang Yuanqing cleared his throat. Cat King, from now on, you shall accompany me, indulging in luxurious delights and savoring the good times ahead. I would like to request your assistance. Do you possess any records regarding the Demon Lord? He initially intended to refer to Brother Bing. But the Cat King would certainly not know whom Brother Bing was, nor did he know Brother Bing's spirit realm ID. The black metallic speaker remained unresponsive. Was he toasting to failure? The speaker continued to show no signs of life. After several fruitless attempts at persuasion, Zhang Yuanqing became furious, throwing it into the trash can and loosening his belt. Very well. If you are ungrateful, I shall show you no mercy and let you taste the essence of youth. Just as he prepared to draw the sea-calming needle to unleash its power, the ensnared Cat King speaker emitted a crackling sound. A glimmer of hope surged in Zhang Yuanqing's heart. In the next moment, a peculiar audio recording reverberated through the room. Be gentle. The sultry whispers of a woman intertwined with the heavy breaths of a man echoed throughout the chamber in a surround sound effect. What on earth was happening? Zhang Yuanqing's expression turned blank, his mind flooded with questions. At that moment, the bedroom door was pounded upon violently, accompanied by his grandmother's furious roar. Zhang Yuanqing. What are you doing in there? The noise can be heard downstairs. How embarrassing. Open the door, or I swear I will teach you a lesson today. Grandmother, please let me explain. Zhang Yuanqing, feeling utterly defeated, reached out towards the door, grasping at nothing as if trying to salvage lost familial bonds. Wait. The night-wandering skill could silence all commotion. He swiftly bent down, retrieved the Cat King speaker from the trash, and entered a night-wandering state. The ethereal power of the dark moon enveloped him, and his presence was effectively erased. In an instant, the sultry sounds dissipated from the room, echoing solely in Zhang Yuanqing's ears. His grandmother persisted in her stubborn knocking for a long while. Upon realizing the noise had ceased and her grandson feigned silence, she left with a harsh remark. I will deal with you when you come out. Phew. Zhang Yuanqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, accompanied by a man's low growl, all sounds vanished. A few seconds later, a young yet hoarse voice emerged. I have slept with so many women, but none compare to the ladies of your Divine Beauty Association. They truly know how to please. Then, a soft, sweet voice, tinged with a hint of raspiness, responded, My Lord Demon, it is Betty's honor to serve you. When will you leave this country and accompany Betty to meet the president? Our president has long wished to meet you. This woman's pronunciation was somewhat awkward, suggesting she was a foreigner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback. The earlier sultry sounds were not a prank from the Cat King speaker, but rather a conversation that had taken place in the past. The protagonists were the Demon Lord and a foreign woman. Zhang Yuanqing perked up, straining to listen intently for the ensuing dialogue. Chapter 63. Intricate Secrets. Oh. The Demon Lord scoffed. So eager to control me? Betty's saccharine, husky voice purred. Demon Lord, you are the most promising night watcher of our time. Our chairwoman admires you immensely. How could she possibly seek to control you? Besides, as the saying goes, to die beneath the peony blossoms is to be a romantic ghost. The chairwoman is the most alluring woman in the world. Wouldn't you relish spending a night of passion with her? Heh, you underestimate the reach of my influence, the demon lord retorted coolly. I will bet her. But the time is not yet right. When I complete my final solo spirit realm trial and ascend to that lofty domain, I will naturally seek her out. After a moment of silence, Betty whispered seductively, what if the chairwoman were to impart a secret to you? A secret about night watchers? No. One of the greatest secrets of the spirit realm? Foolish woman, the demon lord said dismissively. Every gift bears a price. The association of beauty cannot possibly reveal such a profound secret without ulterior motives. They seek to control me. Do you know the secret? I don't know. Fear not. You are an irresistible enchantress. I won't kill you to extract information, not before I've grown weary of you. Then came a series of slurping sounds. Zhang Yuanqing, being a pure soul, surmised that the foreign woman was consuming delectable delicacies to replenish her strength. Just then, the night watch period ended, and Zhang Yuanqing reappeared in his room. He frowned deeply at the slurping sounds, realizing something. This item belongs to the demon lord. The Cat King speaker could not be stored in his inventory and had to be carried. The audio that played was the demon lord engaging in intimate relations with a foreign woman. What did this imply? It meant the Cat King speaker was with the demon lord at the time. What master would bring such an item with them? Brother Bing asked me to find this item, yet it belongs to the demon lord. What is the relationship between Brother Bing and the demon lord? Brother Bing is certainly not the demon lord. The voice is wrong and Brother Bing's linguistic style is different. They've known each other since they were toddlers. So I'm intimately familiar with him. Demon lord, come, let's try another position. The two seemed to have reached an understanding and, ceasing their repast, resumed their deep exchange. Zhang Yuanqing was forced to invoke Night Watch again to block the sounds. Just then, the moans were abruptly replaced by a crackling electrical noise. The Cat King speaker emitted a low, familiar voice. Detective, this is your assistant, Bing. I cannot ascertain when you will hear this recording. But I know that by this time, I should be dead or missing. Do not ask about my relationship with the demon lord. The truth is more than you can bear at this time. If I have disappeared, do not attempt to find me, at least. Not until you have completed your first large-scale massacre dungeon and advanced to the Saint Realm. This item will provide you with much useful information about me. About the demon lord. But remember, do not let anyone hear the contents of the recording. If it is leaked, you must silence them. The demon lord's character card was a gift from me, symbolizing opportunity, but also accompanied by endless risks. Do not trust the official organization too much. Do not trust anyone. Now, here is your first clue. When you hear this recording, Ghost Eye Judge is likely already dead. If Black Impermanence has not yet been found, you must find a way to locate him and obtain the roster. You must obtain the roster. How did Brother Bing know that Ghost Eye Judge would be dead by now? He couldn't even be sure when I would get the Cat King speaker unless Ghost Eye Judge was already dead before he recorded this message. That's why he was so certain. Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback. He suddenly recalled Yuanting's interrogation. While he couldn't pinpoint the exact time of the demon lord's death, it was recent. The same was true for Ghost Eye Judge's death. Could the deaths of the demon lord and Ghost Eye Judge be connected? You must obtain the roster. Brother Bing spoke with such gravity. What important information does the roster contain? It seems he is also involved in the deaths of the demon lord and Ghost Eye Judge. Could his disappearance be related to this? Could uncovering the truth behind the deaths of the demon lord and Ghost Eye Judge reveal why Brother Bing disappeared and where he is now? Zhang Yuanqing waited for a moment. Seeing that the Cat King speaker was no longer playing, he put it back in the drawer. He sat at his desk for a long time, then took out his notebook and organized his thoughts in writing. The Five Elements Alliance is searching for Black Impermanence. The Eastern District branch of the Spirit Union is also looking for him. Too many factions are involved. If I want to find the roster, it's best to join the search party, acting under the aegis of the Five Elements Alliance. This will also make it easier to conceal myself. Later, I'll go to the unit and sound out the squad leader to see if I can join the operation. Discovered a new profession, love and desire. Sounds like a foreign profession. TSK? An enchantress? I'd love to meet one. Zhang Yuanqing realized he was digressing and crossed out the second half. The demon lord was in close contact with foreign professionals. I wonder if he ever met the chairwoman of the Association of Beauty and obtained the secret from her. If so, the Cat King speaker might have recorded it. So, is that why the Tai sect is looking for the demon lord's successor? Before long, he had devised a short-term plan. 1. Find a way to participate in the search for Black Impermanence. 2. Fulfill the will for the sake of the irresponsible father. The long-term task is to prepare for the third spirit realm mission, but it's too early to consider that for now. Click. He lit a lighter, watching the flame lick the paper. The flame rose high, eventually consuming the plan. After cleaning up the traces, Zhang Yuanqing took his phone and the Cat King speaker, invoked Night Watch, leaped out the window, used the air conditioner as a foothold, and flipped into the stairwell. He certainly couldn't leave through the living room now, or his grandmother would clean house. Knock knock. Upon reaching the stairwell, Zhang Yuanqing knocked on his uncle's door. His aunt opened the door, wearing a figure-hugging yoga suit. She was at the age where she was half old, but her figure was still that of a woman in her early 30s, which was rare. Coupled with her pampered lifestyle and lack of housework, she looked to be only about 40, not at all like the mother of a 30-year-old son. "Aunt, where's my uncle?" Zhang Yuanqing craned his neck to look inside. "Who knows where he's off gallivanting," his aunt said, rolling her eyes coquettishly. "I remember uncle has a fanny pack. He's not using it anyway, so why don't you give it to me?" Zhang Yuanqing stated his purpose. The Cat King speaker was too uncomfortable in his pocket, and it wasn't worth carrying a backpack for it. After thinking it over, a fanny pack was the best option. "It's in the dressing room. Go find it yourself," his aunt said, stepping aside. Zhang Yuanqing ran into the dressing room and rummaged around until he found his uncle's gaudy purple designer fanny pack. He fastened it around his waist as he walked out. "Thanks, Aunt. Aunt, you're forever 18. Wait." His aunt stopped him, gesturing with her mouth toward the room behind her. She habitually ordered, "Take the trash from the living room and bedroom downstairs and throw it out." Zhang Yuanqing refused coldly. "No way." His aunt scoffed, hands on her hips. "Your wings are getting stiff, huh? Hurry up and take out the trash, and Aunt will give you 100 yuan. His aunt wasn't as ruthless as his grandmother, threatening to clean house at every turn, but she would use money to corrupt a good young man. Due to an aversion to domestic chores, the maternal aunt had, since Zhang Yuanqing's youth, employed him as a child laborer, her catchphrase being, "Yuanzi, it will give you pocket money if you help Aunt with." Over the years, Zhang Yuanqing had profited handsomely from his maternal aunt. "Aunt, I am no longer a child. Refrain from using money to command me as in days of yore. 200 yuan. Rest assured, Aunt, the trash is my responsibility." Zhang Yuanqing scurried into the house with alacrity. The maternal aunt extracted 2 crimson bills from her exquisite LV wallet, then, upon reflection, produced another. "Here you go. Thank you, Aunt. May you forever remain 18. Spare me." "Why not say 15? The maternal aunt cast a sidelong glance at him. "Fear not, Aunt. I shall promptly alert the police to apprehend uncle. Off with you." The maternal aunt doubled over with laughter. Zhang Yuanqing arrived at his workplace by taxi. Through his formidable social skills, he managed to procure a face mask from the parsimonious driver. Donning the hood of his hoodie and with his hands in his pockets, he entered the Kongnong District Public Security Bureau. Upon entering the glass building and ascending to the second floor, he observed Li Dongzi and Guanya surrounding Wang Tai. Guanya said with a grin, "Impressive. Who would have thought that you, so unassuming, had managed to ensnare the daughter of a wealthy family? What does she see in you? Your nose isn't particularly large, after all." Li Dongzi, leaning on his cane, shook his head and lamented, "Appearances can be deceiving." This Wang Tai, who seemed so upright. Wang Tai sat at the table, his face etched with an expression of existential doubt. "Ah, our great hero has arrived." Li Dongzi, his ears perked up, snapped back to attention and said with a smile, "Weren't you supposed to be resting at home?" "I was bored, so I came to see what was happening." Just as Zhang Yuanqing was about to inquire about their previous conversation, Li Dongzi nodded, his expression turning grave, and said, "Yuan, your strategy guide is proving more problematic than anticipated." "What's wrong?" Chief Constable Fu is currently participating in a council meeting among the elders, where a significant division has arisen regarding whether to sell this strategy guide to the Tai sect. Chapter 64, The Heiress of the CF Family in the Study. At the grand wooden desk of Fu Qingyang, a 30-inch monitor displayed the proceedings of a conference. The speakers, although restrained, engaged in piercing debates that echoed from the wall-mounted speakers. He was participating in a teleconference with 6 attendees, each representing the various factions: the 100 Flowers Society, the Water God Palace, the Central Court, the White Tiger Brigade, and the Crimson Fire Gang. Who could have anticipated that an S-class spiritual realm strategy would warrant such a dedicated meeting among the elders? It is important to note that these elders, high-level practitioners capable of effortlessly demolishing a city, typically abstain from daily affairs and seldom make appearances. Most matters of the mundane world fail to pique their interest. Only significant events or particularly troublesome issues compel their involvement, such as this strategy concerning the Golden Water Amusement Park. If mishandled, the 6,203 spiritual realm could transform into a second Xiling tunnel for the Night Wanderers. The latter, being a trial realm, would merely reduce the number of Night Wanderers born, whereas 6,203 could drastically diminish their numbers. The Tai sect, being closely aligned with us, should rightfully receive the strategy, which is also in consideration of the Five Elements Alliance, remarked an elder from the 100 Flowers Society. The 100 Flowers Society is the closest to the Tai sect within the Five Elements Alliance, with familial ties binding the two forces. The eldest elder's daughter is the sixth wife of the Tai sect leader, and their child, Ling Jun, is a saintly with spirit, serving under the 100 Flowers Society's leader. The strategy may be granted to the Tai sect, yet the terms of exchange must be altered. We require not only funds but also the strategy materials and tools pertaining to the Night Wanderers, the specifics of which we shall negotiate later, suggested an elder from the Central Court. The elder from the 100 Flowers Society replied, his tone more severe. This would give the impression that we are taking advantage of their misfortune, thereby straining our relationship. Given the difficulty of the 6203 realm, demanding a higher price is not unreasonable. Even we would find ourselves troubled if faced with such a realm in the past. Silence enveloped the conference room. The value of this strategy was undeniable. Moments later, the elder from the Water God Palace spoke in a grave tone. According to a report from a water ghost who successfully navigated the Golden Water Amusement Park in the Salt Province, 3 individuals survived this realm. Among them is a young girl named Skellingsea, who reportedly accompanied the Night Wanderer throughout the trials. I have investigated, and she is a direct descendant of the Sief family from the Luce province. Thus, we are not the sole holders of this strategy. The elder from the White Tiger Brigade disagreed, his voice resonant and forceful. The Sief family will undoubtedly demand more than we do. Furthermore, in the haunted house segment, the true means to clear the challenges lie within this very strategy we possess. I believe there is no need for further discussion regarding its value. What concerns me more is that the strategy's author has clearly indicated that the 6203 realm will incite infighting among the practitioners. The hidden tasks are structured as such, and the Night Wanderer's fatal segments are similarly designed. If any of our members happen to be in the team, they may find themselves betrayed by the Night Wanderers of the Tai sect during the Bride of Ghosts segment. In a realm rife with self-destruction, disparities in information can alter outcomes and destinies. Once again, the room fell silent. At this juncture, Fu Qingyang spoke gently. Esteemed elders, I have a question. Speak. Yuan Shi proposed a hypothesis within the strategy, suggesting that character allocation is based on human nature. We could withhold the strategy from the Tai sect, allowing only the members of the Five Elements Alliance to benefit from it. However, if the individual acquiring the strategy were assigned to the malevolent faction, Fu Qingyang articulated, maintaining a tone of neither subservience nor arrogance. We all know that lawful professions do not necessarily equate to benevolence. The elder from the Water God Palace responded, his tone somber. You are correct. Do you have further thoughts? Fu Qingyang continued with a calm demeanor. The Tai sect is indeed closely linked with the Five Elements Alliance. This strategy must be provided, yet we should amend its contents to obscure the author's hypothesis and introduce a mechanism for random character allocation to mislead the readers. Subsequently, we must rigorously scrutinize the clearance reports. Upon discovering any members, including those from the Tai sect, assigned to the malevolent faction, they should be promptly apprehended. Viewed from another angle, this could serve as a tool to root out traitors among us. Self-destruction is an inherent aspect of the spiritual realm mode and cannot be altered. The strategy must be delivered, for we are allies. Ideally, if the captain emerges victorious, that would be most advantageous. Should the malevolent faction prevail, the official organization would exact revenge and eliminate the threat. However, this remains speculative. Thus, we will only proceed with apprehension. Seeing that the other elders had no objections and were deep in thought, Fu Qingyang continued. Following this incident, the Tai sect will undoubtedly attempt to undermine us. They possess extensive knowledge of the Night Wanderer's spiritual realm strategies and the associated profession, which we cannot rival. I believe we must cultivate goodwill. I wish to win them over through virtue. The elders were indifferent to the idea of undermining, yet acknowledged the uniqueness of this new Night Wanderer. The elder from the Central Court mused, this individual possesses considerable ability, having conquered 2 S-class realms. He is destined for at least saintly status. To win them over through virtue? What do you intend to do? Fu Qingyang calmly articulated his thoughts. Expedite the approval of the bonuses and merits. The conference room fell into silence for the 3rd time. The elder from the Hundred Flowers Society cleared his throat, feigning that the previous discussion regarding virtue had not occurred, stating, "I have a piece of intelligence concerning that young man. The Tai sect has compiled recent changes in the spiritual realms and discovered that the vengeful spirits within the instance have been assigned the same task by the Lady of the Three Paths, to locate a young man. The young man's name consists of 4 characters, given the details of the Xiling tunnel strategy. It is not difficult to deduce that the Lady of the Three Paths is searching for Yuan Shitianzun. The Lady of the Three Paths is searching for him?" Fu Qingyang's stern visage revealed astonishment. The other elders were equally taken aback. The elder from the Hundred Flowers Society chuckled. "That young man has concealed some details in the report regarding the Xiling tunnel. The Tai sect is investigating this matter and may seek him out soon. You should take note." "Understood." Elder Sun is confused. In a private group of captains, Yuanqing lamented with fervor. The group consisted of night wanderers preparing to enter the spiritual realm. Their shared anxiety over the realm's alterations uniting them to discuss strategies for confronting the terrifying S-class and A-class realms. "It can't be that dire." The captains in the group responded in unison. The Five Elements Alliance and the Tai sect are closely intertwined. Acquiring a strategy for the Golden Water Amusement Park should not pose much difficulty. Although the individual named Yuan Shitianzun is indeed a prodigy destined for great achievements, the Tai sect also possesses an abundance of talent. Prodigies in both the extraordinary and saintly stages are plentiful. Furthermore, since the Five Elements Alliance and the Tai sect are allies, one could argue that Yuan Shitianzun is, by extension, affiliated with the Tai sect. Yuanqing countered, "You are unaware. I heard from Li Dongzi that the Golden Water Amusement Park is a certain death for night wanderers." "What?" The captains in the group gasped in alarm. While it is not guaranteed that they will enter the Golden Water Amusement Park, as long as they remain in the extraordinary realm, what if they encounter it next time? If it is certain death, how did that fellow, also a night wanderer, manage to survive? Indeed, as long as there is a strategy, it should suffice. Yuanqing continued, "I heard from Li Dongzi that the Elder Council of the Five Elements Alliance is currently in session and seems reluctant to share the strategy with us in the Tai sect. As you know, it is not uncommon for elder meetings to drag on for 10 days to half a month before reaching a conclusion. Yet many in the group may not be able to wait that long." This. Elder Sun is indeed confused. Elder Sun truly is confused. The captains expressed their indignation. A serious divergence emerged. Zhang Yuanqing pondered briefly and grasped the crux of the conflict, chuckling. "What does it matter? After all, this is a headache for the leaders. As long as my merits and bonuses remain intact, I'm content. By the way, I've been rather short on funds lately." Having joined the Five Elements Alliance for half a month, the paycheck date had yet to arrive, and he still found himself a penniless student. "Shencheng, I've completed the S-rank spiritual realm. How about we gather tonight? I'll treat, but you'll need to cover the bill initially. And I'll repay you once the bonuses are distributed." As Zhang Yuanqing spoke, he turned to the expressionless Wang Tai and urged, "Brother Wang Tai, you should join us too." "No, thank you," Wang Tai replied, shaking his head. "You're mistaken. You should converse with everyone, enjoy a meal together, foster friendships, and expand your network. After dinner, I can take you to unwind at the seafood merchants. I suffer from social anxiety." "Social anxiety? Oh my. Does it truly exist in this world? What is there to fear? What frightens you?" "I am afraid of people like you." At that moment, Li Dongzi, who was nearby, smiled and remarked, "A gathering sounds fine, but you needn't treat us. Our second group is hosting a distinguished guest tonight, who specifically requested to be received by Wang Tai. However, as you know, Wang Tai's temperament isn't suited for such occasions, so after discussing with Guanya, we decided to accompany him. Since you're here, you might as well join us." "A distinguished guest?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired with curiosity. Guanya seized the opportunity to interject, smiling. "It's the daughter of a prominent family of spiritual realm walkers." "The daughter of a prominent family?" Zhang Yuanqing chuckled, nudging Wang Tai's side. "You, with those bushy eyebrows and bright eyes, have managed to attract the attention of a wealthy young lady." Wang Tai maintained a stoic expression. There is no need to repeat what Shencheng and Guanya said. He sighed wearily. "I have no connections with the Xie family, so I cannot fathom why their daughter would wish to meet me." Guanya laughed teasingly. "With your forgetful mind, even if you had connections, you'd likely have forgotten them. Regardless, this is a good opportunity. Wang Tai, strive for it. Aim to become a son-in-law of the Xie family." "Oh dear. That truly is an enviable profession," Li Dong suggested. "The Xie family?" Zhang Yuanqing felt a sudden jolt in his heart and quickly asked, What sort of background does the CF family have? In his capacity of enlightening his colleagues, Li Dongzhen never fell behind, explaining, the CF family, like the Fu family, is a lineage of spiritual realm walkers. Each year, their family produces numerous talented musicians, boasting significant strength. While the CF family isn't an official organization, they are a lawful faction that maintains relations with the Five Elements Alliance and Tai sect. Essentially, they are a martial sect that has been recognized by the court. Zhang Yuanqing comprehended, musing that the CF family's daughter might be one who feigns weakness and plays the victim. The daughter of the CF family, being a semi-official entity, specifically requesting to meet Wang Tai, likely indicated that it was Xiaolingxi. Is this girl truly seeking me out? Zhang Yuanqing frowned, contemplating whether to meet this young lady. Given her family background, if she were determined to investigate him, she would undoubtedly trace him back to the primordial heavenly master. No, she wouldn't even need to investigate. A simple search on the official Five Elements Alliance forum would reveal that Wang Tai is but a pseudonym for the primordial heavenly master. Since evasion was futile, it would be better to meet her openly. After all, the CF family could be considered a semi-official organization, far more reliable than rogue walkers or minor factions. Additionally, with his current standing and reputation within the organization, he need not be overly cautious. Xiaolingxi might not wish him harm. This would be an opportune moment to gauge the intentions of this young lady, Zhang Yuanqing mused. Having lingered at work until dusk, with the sun resembling blood, Zhang Yuanqing sent a text to his aunt, asking her to inform his grandparents that their beloved grandson would not be home for dinner. He then boarded Li Dongzhen's business vehicle, heading towards the destination, Huayu Hotel. What have you done today to anger my mother so? His aunt queried via text during the journey. I haven't done anything, Zhang Yuanqing replied. Don't give me that. She even called you a disgrace to the family, which is clearly my brother's honorable title. I really didn't do anything. It was just the sound effects of a little video playing out loud. Zhang Yuanqing casually deflected. I am merely the heir to my uncle's legacy. This title will inevitably be passed down. Enough about that. I'm off to meet a lovely young lady. A young lady? His aunt responded with a flurry of knife emojis. Huayu Hotel is a 5-star establishment, with standard rooms starting at 1,500 yuan and suites exceeding 3,000. It features a gym, bar, wellness club, and buffet. Among the guests entering the revolving door were not only corporate elites but also elegantly dressed ladies in fitted dresses, adorned with heavy makeup. The revolving restaurant on the top floor was reserved for the evening, and as Zhang Yuanqing and the others took the elevator, guided by a staff member, they arrived at the restaurant entrance. The attendant opened the grand doors to reveal a spacious and opulent dining area, softly lit, with thick, plush carpets. Flanking the entrance stood 4 attractive female servers. By the large floor-to-ceiling windows, a young girl stood poised, admiring the city of Shanghai enveloped in twilight. She donned a modest sailor suit, her black knee-length skirt complemented by a white blouse tied with a black bow, her long black hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders. The gentle lighting from the ceiling illuminated her delicate features, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Pure, demure, and charming, she epitomized the essence of youthful grace. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned her head, her eyes sparkling, and her face blossoming into a radiant smile. She joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, Brother Wang Tai. Li Dongzhen raised an eyebrow, glancing at Wang Tai in surprise. He had to reevaluate Wang Tai's relationship with the CF family's daughter, realizing that his subordinate was, in fact, a master of charm concealed beneath a humble exterior. Guanya, with a teasing gasp, cast a sidelong glance at Wang Tai and whispered, I underestimated you, son-in-law of the CF family. Wang Tai appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. At that moment, they observed the daughter of the CF family ignoring Wang Tai, coming to a halt before Zhang Yuanqing, tugging at his sleeve and sweetly calling, I found you, Brother Wang Tai. Chapter 65, The Spirit Realm Family. Brother Wang Tai? Li Dongzhen instinctively felt compelled to inform Miss Xie that the individual she was clutching by the hem was not Wang Tai, who was right beside them. How could she make such a blunder? It was rather embarrassing. However, Li Dongzhen's expression faltered as he realized that he was the one misreading the situation. Miss Xie was clearly focused on Yuan Shi, having paid no heed to the other members of Team 2. Her intentions were unmistakably directed. Thus, the question arose, why did she wish to see Wang Tai? Guanya's teasing smile abruptly froze on her face as she glanced between Yuan Shi and Xiaolingxi, her charming visage gradually losing its expression. Only Wang Tai quietly breathed a sigh of relief. What brings you to Shanghai? seeking our Wang Tai's hospitality. Zhang Yuanqing, standing at 6 feet tall, looked down disdainfully at the petite girl. Although her legs appeared long, she was, in fact, quite short. I mentioned I wanted to find you. Xiaolingxi replied cheerfully, bouncing on the spot. Truly, you are a young lady. Your graceful demeanor is unlike Guanya, who, being somewhat heavier, would lose her balance while jumping. What is there to find? I've said before, we shouldn't keep in touch, Zhang Yuanqing remarked, his eyes reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction. Xiaolingxi pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she plaintively said, Why are you like this? You were not this way with me last time. You cared for me, even took something precious of mine, and now you act as if you don't know me. Li Dongzi, Guanya, and Wang Tai exchanged puzzled glances as they scrutinized Zhang Yuanqing. Were it Wang Tai in his place, confronted with such a scheming young lady, he would likely short-circuit on the spot. Normal individuals would undoubtedly feel awkward, constrained, and uneasy. But Zhang Yuanqing was different. After a moment of silence, he suddenly burst into laughter, wrapping his arm around Xiaolingxi's slender waist, saying, What a long time it has been. She is here of her own volition. Do not blame me. Xiaolingxi was taken aback, feeling the warmth and strength of his hand against her waist, sending a shiver of excitement through her. Her cheeks flushed in an instant, and like a startled rabbit, she sprang away. You. She found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Her eyes wide and watery as she fixed her gaze on Zhang Yuanqing. Seeing this, Li Dongzi and Guanya, as scouts, contemplated the implications. After defusing Xiaolingxi's antics, Zhang Yuanqing clarified, We met while playing games last night. Li Dongzi suddenly understood, recalling Zhang Yuanqing's masquerade as Wang Tai. If Miss Xie had also entered the Jinshui amusement park that evening, the current circumstances began to make sense. She was not seeking Wang Tai at all. At that moment, the real Wang Tai cast a glance at What a long time and said, Since I am not the one you seek, may I take my leave? I have research to attend to. Xiaolingxi finally noticed him and, perplexed, observed that this seemingly ordinary man showed no signs of disappointment. Rather, there was a hint of relief and even happiness in his demeanor. Xiaolingxi's eyes sparkled as she assumed a delicate posture and softly spoke. You must be the true brother Wang Tai. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please do not be upset. I was deceived by brother Yuan Shi and mistook you for him. Wang Tai responded earnestly, I am not upset. In fact, I am rather pleased. Xiaolingxi. Clearing his throat, Li Dongzi interjected, Very well, let the driver take you home first. Wang Tai was not fond of socializing, and compelling him to stay would be futile. Once Wang Tai departed, Xiaolingxi led the three to their seats, instructing the waiter to prepare the dishes. During the meal, she addressed everyone as sister and brother, her pure and sweet appearance, coupled with her soft voice, evoking a strong sense of fondness in Li Dongzi and Guanya. Brother Yuan Shi, you belong to the White Tiger Legion, right? What about the other organizations? I have an affinity for the White Tiger, he replied. Indeed. I have heard from my ancestors that the White Tiger Legion is the most disciplined. Although it may seem rigid at times, it is the most trustworthy within the Five Elements Alliance. Are you flattering us on purpose? How could that be? Brother Yuan Shi, you always assume the worst of me. Xiaolingxi playfully chided, continuing the light-hearted conversation. Aside from the White Tiger Legion, the purest is the Red Fire Gang, but my ancestors disapprove of them, deeming them too unruly and explosive. Brother Yuan Shi, do you know what the emblem of the Red Fire Gang was before the establishment of the Five Elements Alliance? I do not. It was a minotaur. What? The Red Fire Gang prides itself on being the descendants of the Flame Emperor, who, according to legend, was a bull-headed man. I have heard that before the formation of the Five Elements Alliance, members of the four major organizations often teased the Red Fire Gang about this. And the best way to provoke a fire master was to yell in their presence, The Minotaur must die. Li Dongzi suddenly started coughing violently, casting a serious look at Zhang Yuanqing, and warned, Miss Xie is merely jesting. There is no need to delve into ancient history. Such remarks should not be made lightly. What would happen if I were to say that pure love warriors come uninvited? Zhang Yuanqing asked, deftly taking a bite of tender stir-fried beef. Seizing the opportunity to voice a long-held question, I recall that character cards are distributed randomly. Why then does a Spirit Realm Walker family exist? Xiaolingxi took a sip of fresh coconut juice, tilting her head as she sweetly replied, Have you heard of the concept of occupational tendencies? Different professions possess distinct characteristics. For example, fire masters are typically impulsive, hot-headed, and reckless. Zhang Yuanqing nodded in understanding. Xiaolingxi continued, her eyes sparkling, character cards are selective. Individuals with fiery temperaments have a higher chance of receiving Fire Master cards, while those with gloomy dispositions are more likely to obtain Water Ghost cards. And those with malevolent inclinations are assigned Wicked professions. Furthermore, occupations can influence character traits. Aggressive individuals become increasingly volatile, while gloomy individuals grow more morose. Do you think 2 Fire Masters would produce children with a calm demeanor? Over time, this gives rise to familial lineages. Yet even so, within the Spirit Realm Walker families, not everyone can acquire a character card. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly realized, pondering why he had received the certification for the Night Wanderer character card. What distinguished the Night Wanderer profession? Was it its sinister nobility? The banquet soon drew to a close, and the 4 enjoyed their meal, engaging in lively conversation. At an opportune moment, Li Dongzi expressed his intention to take his leave, but Xialingxi clung to Zhang Yuanqing's arm, sweetly imploring, "Li Shicheng, could you lend him to me for a while? I will have someone return him later." Seeing Li Dongzi hesitate, she clasped her hands together, her expression earnest. Who could refuse such a charming young lady? Li Dongzi acquiesced with a slight nod. "No need to trouble Miss Xia. I will have the driver wait downstairs at the hotel. Yuan sure, remember to call me once you are done." Zhang Yuanqing nodded, watching as Guanya and Li Dongzi departed. It was only after their figures vanished through the revolving door of the hall that Xialingxi wrinkled her nose and huffed. With such a large chest and round backside, she is clearly a seductress. In the elevator, Guanya scoffed. Though young, she is quite scheming. Are today's young girls really this cunning? Before the scouts, any pretense was futile. Li Dongzi leaned on his cane, stroking his mustache. She seems to harbor some animosity towards you, yet appears quite taken with Yuan Sure. Additionally, it seems she has a request for him and deliberately tried to send us away. The young lady had lavished praise on Guanya during the meal, commenting on her beauty and figure, saying with admiration, "Sister Guanya, you are so beautiful. You must have had many boyfriends." Guanya rolled her eyes. She cannot outsmart Yuan Sure. If we are to speak of cunning, he is far more profound than she. Guanya had entered Zhang Yuanqing's room and checked his computer. Beneath his cheerful and optimistic exterior lay a solitary heart. Yet, with her skills as a scout, had she not examined such intimate information, she would not have discerned this merely from appearances. With a glance, Xialingxi discerned the intrinsic essence of the matter. There exists a discernible disparity between their standings. Just moments ago, when you affectionately addressed Guanya as sister, it was quite endearing. Zhang Yuanqing, shedding any pretense, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What brings you to Shanghai?" "Surely, it is not solely to seek me out." Xialingxi playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "I have come to Shanghai to pay respects to an old acquaintance on behalf of my family." "Brother Yuan Sure, have you ever heard of the Jisha Palace?" "The Jisha Palace? The one notorious for its fanatical members?" Zhang Yuanqing responded with a knowing hum. "Of course, I am aware. The family of the palace's leader was once closely allied with the Xie family, but after a significant upheaval, that family fell into decline, severing ties between the two." Xialingxi reflected, who would have thought that the leader of the Jisha Palace has recently risen to prominence, becoming a high-ranking spirit realm practitioner, and has since re-established contact with the Xie family? If I recall correctly, the Jisha Palace possesses high-level instruments of the musician profession, and many of its members are musicians, much like my family. Zhang Yuanqing's understanding dawned. "I also have another matter to discuss during my visit to Shanghai, but I must first seek Brother Yuan Sure's consent." "What is it?" "Before his passing, my father entrusted you with a message for a friend," Xialingxi timidly suggested. "Might I accompany you?" "What is your reasoning?" "I do not wish to owe anyone a favor." His reluctance to share the message stems from his suspicion of my official background. "Yet the truth is, you are the one affiliated with the authorities," Xialingxi replied, biting her lip. "So, you intend to keep an eye on me?" Zhang Yuanqing remarked, casting her a sidelong glance. "You already knew I am Yuan Sure Tianzuan. Your insistence on meeting the members of the second team and requesting my hospitality suggests you fear a private plea might be rebuffed, thus seeking to provide me with an irresistible rationale." It was evident that the dying man harbored apprehensions regarding the authorities. The matters he entrusted could not involve members of official organizations. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Yuan Sure Tianzuan was indeed affiliated with the Five Elements Alliance, potentially inviting danger into his abode. Xialingxi, having her thoughts laid bare, gazed at him with admiration. "Brother Yuan Sure, you are truly remarkable.